Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 514, Chapter 513, Incredible Recovery. The effects of the revival serum were nothing short of miraculous. As soon as Sato fed it to the red Goridos, the medicine kicked in rapidly. In an instant, the red Goridos erupted with a surge of vigorous life force. The dull, lifeless look in its eyes was replaced with a sharp and lively gleam. Roar! The red Goridos suddenly lifted its head off the ground and let out a thunderous roar toward the sky. Immediately, its Intimidate ability activated once more. Enhanced by its innate special ability, Tyrant trait, the area within a 10-meter radius was instantly enveloped by its overwhelming aura. The wild Pokémon that had been cautiously approaching due to the scent of blood all shuddered at once. Their eyes filled with either fear or deep wariness, and many of them collapsed to the ground with foam at their mouths, eyes rolled back. The next moment, the sound of rustling bushes, sha-sha-sha-sha, echoed through the forest. The surrounding wild Pokémon scattered like refugees fleeing a calamity. Shortly after, as though it had exhausted its last ounce of strength, the red Goridos dropped its head back to the ground heavily, its eyes tightly shut. Under the stimulation of the revival serum, the red Goridos' cells began to divide at an astonishing rate, and its natural regenerative abilities surged several tiers higher. As a result, the terrifying wounds all over its body rapidly sprouted new granulation tissue visible to the naked eye. These tissues intertwined, quickly stopping the bleeding and closing the wounds. Before long, all of the various wounds covering the red Goridos' body had fully healed. Not a single drop of blood flowed anymore, and its life force soared swiftly to a state of robust vitality. This revival serum is absolutely insane. He was practically dead, and now he's alive and kicking again. It really is a miracle cure. Watching how the potion had yanked the red Goridos back from the brink of death, Sato couldn't help but marvel at its effectiveness. He made a mental note to always stock up on more of it in the future. However, just like its miraculous benefits, the side effects of the revival serum were also incredibly severe. The unnatural acceleration of cell division had put a massive strain on the red Goridos' body. Once the effects of the potion wore off, the red Goridos' body began to shrink rapidly. Within just a few seconds, it had diminished by nearly a third in size. Well, might as well follow through all the way. You owe me big now, be ready to work hard for me from now on. Seeing the red Goridos in such a miserable state, Sato immediately understood that its body couldn't keep up with the nutritional demand from the rampant cell regeneration. Gritting his teeth, he took out a nutrition potion and fed it to the red Goridos. Nutrition potions were specifically formulated to complement revival serums, helping offset the severe nutrient depletion caused by the rapid healing process. As soon as the small nutrient vial went down, the red Goridos' body stopped shrinking and began to stabilize. In fact, it even started to show slight signs of recovery. Finally stabilized. As long as it gets enough nutrients and rests for a few days, it should fully recover. Seeing the red Goridos' condition stabilize, Sato nodded in relief. He then took out its Pokeball and recalled the unconscious shiny Goridos, along with a few other Pokemon. Then, he mounted his Arcanine, which had regained a fair bit of strength, and quickly set off toward his territory. About 10 minutes later, Arcanine successfully dodged several waves of pursuing Vigoroth and brought Sato safely back to the cave entrance guarded by Ursaring. You've done well, Arcanine. Return to your Pokeball and get some proper rest. I'll call you out when it's time to eat. After giving Arcanine some gem-grade poke blocks and water, Sato stroked its soft fur and returned it to its Pokeball. Next, he released Bellossom, Ariados, and Ursaring. He instructed Ariados to keep watch at the cave entrance while he led Bellossom and Ursaring inside. In truth, the reason Ursaring had chosen this cave as its home wasn't just because it provided shelter from the wind and rain, it was also due to a spring hidden within the cave. The spring was connected to a deep underground aquifer. The water it released only filled a small pool nearby and didn't leak elsewhere. Essentially, it acted like a natural underground well. Previously, Sato had neither a water-type Pokemon nor the time, so he hadn't bothered modifying the spring. But now that he had the red Goridos, a Pokemon with huge water demands, it became necessary to make adjustments. Although the red Goridos had recovered from its injuries, the aftereffects of the revival serum had left it weak and lacking in combat strength. Sato wasn't comfortable leaving it in any of the nearby rivers. After all, every inch of this mysterious island was already claimed, including its rivers. If Sato released the weakened shiny Goridos into another river, there was a high chance it would be attacked, and possibly killed, by the wild Pokemon there. The cave spring, in truth, was just a small opening in the underground water system. As long as the aquifer remained active, the spring wouldn't dry up. That meant even if Sato expanded the pool, it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Sato wasn't about to dig it himself. That kind of labor was perfect for Ursaring, the digging master he'd just discovered today. Ursaring had only launched one hyper beam at the level 53 Goridos earlier and hadn't really participated in the rest of the battle, so it still had plenty of strength to burn. Digging was a perfect task to channel its unused energy. Sato directed Ursaring to start by digging around the pool's edges to avoid complications from flowing spring water during excavation. With its thick, tough palms, sharp claws, and immense strength, Ursaring dug through the soil like it was tofu. The work progressed at a rapid pace, and soon large, interconnected pits began to surround the original pool. Finally, with one well-aimed hyper beam, Ursaring blew open the center of the pit. Water from the spring surged upward, flooding the surrounding cavities almost instantly. Before long, what was once a half-meter-wide pool had become a 5-meter-wide pond. Its depth also increased from just over a meter to nearly 8. Come out, Goridos. You can rest and recover here for the time being. Once the sediment in the pond settled, Sato released the red Goridos into the water. Speaking to the now-awake Pokémon, he said calmly. As expected from its naturally ferocious nature, the red Goridos still glared at Sato with hostility the moment it appeared, baring its fangs and radiating intense caution. Still, it wasn't a mindless brute. Deep down, it understood that Sato had saved its life. Plus, with Bellisum and Ursaring, both capable of posing a serious threat, by Sato's side, the Goridos chose not to act rashly. In the end, it followed Sato's instructions, curled up its massive body within the slightly cramped pond, and closed its eyes to rest. Looks like my efforts weren't in vain. As long as it's not an ungrateful beast, everything else is manageable. Seeing that the red Goridos hadn't gone berserk upon waking, Sato let out a satisfied smile. The frustration he'd felt from using up such a valuable potion faded away. Chapter 5:15, Chapter 5:14, Interrogation. After finalizing the matter of the red Goridos, Sato looked up and realized it was already past 5 in the evening. The sun was close to setting. Glancing at the supplies strung from the cave ceiling by Ariados' silk, and then thinking about the massive size of the shiny Goridos, Sato could only sigh and lead his Pokémon out of the cave again. The red Goridos was at least 5 or 6 times larger than Arcanine. With such an enormous body, the amount of food it needed for a single meal was also 5 or 6 times greater than Arcanine's, if not more. Not to mention, the aftereffects of the revival serum were still lingering in its body, meaning it needed even more nutrition. The limited food Sato had on hand wouldn't last even a few meals for it. So, before darkness fell and the forest became more dangerous, it was wise to restock provisions and avoid running into a food shortage. As the sun neared the horizon, Sato returned to the cave with Ariados and Ursaring. At this time, 8 thick strands of spider silk wrapped around Ursaring's body, on the other end of each was a wild boar tightly bound in webbing. Wild boars were significantly larger than wild deer, and Sato didn't have the energy to carefully roast 8 of them. So, he had Arcanine use its flames to quickly roast the boars, and then toss them into the pool once they were roughly cooked. Although hastily roasted and lacking in flavor, the boars were incredibly rich in protein and fat. And the red Goridos was clearly starving. It devoured the food ravenously, chomping down on half a boar at a time and swallowing it with barely a chew. Judging by the look of pure satisfaction on its face, it was very pleased with this dinner. It didn't even spit out the bones. Unlike the first night, tonight the wild Pokémon nearby were very well behaved. Even though the smell of food was just as tempting, not a single one dared approach. No wonder, last night Sato had only Arcanine and Ariados available for battle. Now he had added both Ursaring and Bellisum, whose auras were on par with Arcanine's. Especially after the local wild Pokémon realized that even their former leader, Ursaring, had become a henchman of Sato, their fear of him escalated to an entirely new level. In the quiet and peace, Sato and his Pokémon enjoyed a hearty dinner. Then, just before bedtime, he got ready to tackle the last task of the day. That's right, Sato was preparing to interrogate Aoki, the mysterious contestant whose identity was still unknown. Soon, at Sato's command, Ariados deftly removed Aoki, currently in a feigned death state, from the webbing near the cave ceiling and dragged him in front of Sato. After unbinding the silk wrapped around Aoki's body, Sato took out a paralysis recovery serum and poured it into Aoki's mouth. Then, grabbing a nearby bucket filled with cold water from the pool, he splashed it directly onto Aoki's face. Stimulated by the freezing water, and with the serum taking effect, Aoki quickly stirred awake. At first, he looked blankly at Sato in front of him, then turned his head and saw Ariados beside him. Don't come near me." The next second, it was like something triggered him. He scrambled backward in a panic, retreating a good distance, trembling all over with fear as he stared at Sato and Ariados. In truth, Ariados' venom combined with its webbing could induce a pseudo-death state for a period of time. During that time, the victim was essentially trapped in a pitch-black prison, unable to move even a finger. Their thoughts were dulled, their awareness frozen. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. Aoki had no desire to recall the terrifying process of gradually falling into a death-like state inside a cocoon. The helpless, suffocating loneliness in that darkness was far more frightening than death itself. That he hadn't gone completely insane was a testament to his mental fortitude. Still, even thinking back to it now made him shiver uncontrollably. Eat. I have some questions for you later. If you answer truthfully, I might consider letting you go. Sato looked at the clearly traumatized, half-delirious Aoki with a hint of surprise but didn't press for details. Instead, he tossed a roasted venison leg from beside the fire toward him and said coldly. Since breakfast, Aoki hadn't eaten a single grain of rice or drank a drop of water. Although the pseudo-death state limited his bodily functions and reduced consumption, the torture he endured before that had left his energy reserve severely depleted. Now, seeing the golden, crispy roasted deer leg in front of him, saliva pooled in his mouth, and his stomach growled loudly with hunger. He didn't hesitate long, his eyes glowing green with hunger. Aoki snatched up the leg, brushed off the dirt, and started devouring it like a starving beast. About 10 minutes later, with food in his belly and his strength somewhat restored, Aoki curled up in the corner of the cave, still trembling and eyeing Sato and Ariados with fear. Sato didn't immediately resort to violence or torture. Instead, he calmly began questioning Aoki about Ranka, the other team members, and how they stayed in contact. However, Aoki was in no condition to answer. His mental state had clearly suffered, he drifted between lucidity and madness, sometimes speaking coherently, sometimes muttering and flinching. Throughout the interrogation, he either trembled constantly or kept repeating please like, don't let it come near me, referring to Ariados. No problem. You can keep refusing to talk if you want. I'm not a fan of torture, but my patience is limited. Your time is running out. Ariados, web him up again and hang him. Seeing Aoki's condition, Sato guessed he had experienced something extremely traumatic, though he didn't know exactly what. He kept a cold expression and gave the order. But facing someone already half-mad, Sato found it hard to push further. He knew all too well, interrogating a madman was far more difficult than interrogating a sane person. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll say everything, just don't let it bind me. Don't let it bind me again. Suddenly, Aoki sprang up from the ground like a spring, falling to his knees in front of Sato, eyes full of panic and desperation as he pleaded. Then tell me everything you know, honestly. Otherwise, Ariados will wrap you up from head to toe again. Sato's eyes lit up with understanding. Without missing a beat, he motioned for Ariados to shoot out a strand of silk in Aoki's direction, then growled menacingly. Chapter 5:16, Chapter 5:15, Alarming Intelligence. Yes, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just don't let it touch me. As soon as Aoki heard what Sato said, and saw Ariados' movement, he scrambled backward into the corner in a panic. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Ariados, and his speech became incoherent. It seems that Ariados' method of storing food is a terrifying torment for living beings. I should try using this method for future interrogations, especially on those stubborn types. Seeing how terrified Aoki was, Sato immediately understood. The doubts in his heart vanished. He turned to glance thoughtfully at the Ariados beside him. After letting Ariados intimidate Aoki a few more times, the man quickly began to spill everything he knew, even admitting to wetting the bed as a child. Over half an hour later, Sato knocked Aoki unconscious. His face darkened, and a heavy seriousness settled over his expression. To think this guy went to such lengths to deal with me. Joining forces with over 100 people from the base to ambush me. He sure thinks highly of me. And the fact that he's this powerful. Sitting by the campfire with his back against Arcanine, Sato looked over the intel Aoki had provided, muttering to himself. From the information he had gathered, Sato now understood just how petty Ranka could be. For revenge, Ranka had managed to contact over 100 participants in the base in a short amount of time, and had even placed a massive bounty on Sato's head. There were 3 types of bounties. 5 billion poke dollars for the one who killed Sato. 2 billion poke dollars for anyone who assisted Ranka in killing Sato. 3 100 million poke dollars for providing intel on Sato's whereabouts. Poke dollars were the standard currency in the Pokemon world, essential for acquiring resources to raise Pokemon. No trainer would ever complain about having more of it. There was no denying it, as one of Athena's core young protégés and a major figure in one of the 3 great factions, Ranka was filthy rich. Offering 100 million just for intel was an absurd amount, it would undoubtedly tempt many of the participants. Especially since they didn't know Sato's true strength. Sato could already imagine those who received Ranka's bounty offers rushing to sell him out the moment they ran into him, or even attempting to kill him outright. And Ranka's cunning didn't stop there. He had managed to smuggle in a set of simple communication devices onto the mysterious island without alerting anyone. Nearly every participant who had been contacted by Ranka now carried a miniature communicator. These devices could only be used to contact Ranka unilaterally. Once activated, the communicator would immediately transmit accurate coordinates to Ranka's high-tech radar. Sato stashed the intelligence document into his storage backpack, then pulled out Aoki's own backpack. From it, he extracted what looked like an ordinary button. Who would have thought a simple button on a storage backpack could be a communicator? Ranka's influence in Team Rocket must be enormous. In such a short time, he devised all of this just to deal with me. I definitely underestimated him. Sato carefully held the button up for closer inspection. When he noticed the tiny red button on its back, he couldn't help but feel that dealing with that drag queen Ranka was going to be a headache. Moreover, according to Aoki's intel, Ranka's true hidden strength was far greater than what Sato had thought. The man actually possessed both a Key Stone and Mega Evolution Stone. In fact, Ranka's strongest Pokemon wasn't the Zweilous that hadn't yet evolved into Hydreigon, but an Agron at high Pseudo-Elite 4 level. No, more accurately, it was a Mega Agron capable of Mega Evolution at any time. It was precisely because Aoki had witnessed Ranka unleash this kind of terrifying strength that he so willingly submitted to him. In addition to Agron and Zweilous, Ranka also had a Venusaur, Honchkrow, Manectric, and Houndoom in his team. Though these 4 Pokemon were slightly weaker than Agron and Zweilous, none of them could be considered weak. Each one was at least level 40 or higher. Learning all of this caused Sato to immediately reassess Ranka's threat level. He now considered Ranka a formidable enemy on the same tier as Tomoki and Vanna. If he were to engage Ranka directly now, Sato wasn't confident he could gain the upper hand. At best, he might manage to avoid defeat. And that wasn't even the worst of it. Ranka had 3 elite subordinates who were extremely troublesome. Each of these, personal guards, had a Pokemon at a high Pseudo-Elite 4 level as well. The 3 of them rarely left Ranka's side. Although they were currently scattered across the island due to the randomized teleportation, Sato was certain that with Ranka's means, they'd regroup soon. In other words, the next time Sato ran into Ranka, he might have to face all 4 of them at once. Facing 4 trainers, each with almost near Elite 4 level Pokemon, no matter how fast Sato had been training his team, his only outcome would be defeat, or death. This is such a pain. Over 100 contestants with direct contact with Ranka, and all of them departed from the eastern base, just like me. In 2 days at most, I'll probably start running into other contestants who've adjusted to island life and begun exploring. When that happens, I'll be in real danger. This won't do. I have to come up with a viable strategy, fast. There's no way I can hide from this many people, and I definitely can't take them all out. As the potential threats ahead weighed heavily on Sato's mind, he remained calm and began mentally crafting countermeasures. Wait, maybe there is a way. This guy, Aoki, only recently joined Ranka. Knowing how arrogant and dismissive that drag queen Ranka is, he probably doesn't think much of someone like Aoki. He may barely even remember who he is. If that's the case, then I might be able to work with this. Eventually, Sato's gaze landed on the unconscious Aoki lying a short distance away. A glint of sharp intent flashed in his eyes, and the once clouded expression on his face began to relax. Chapter 517, Chapter 516, Disciplining the Disobedient Goridos. Sato's plan to break through Ranka's large-scale ambush wasn't exactly difficult, but it wasn't easy either. The most crucial element was luck. Without a little of that, the entire plan might collapse before it could even begin. But with Ranka's meticulous scheme tightening around him, Sato couldn't think of any better way to get himself out of this precarious situation. His plan was simple: impersonate Aoki and sneak into Ranka's team. That way, he could hide in plain sight and, when the time was right, become the dagger that pierced Ranka's heart. However, to successfully impersonate Aoki, Sato first needed to retrieve Ditto as soon as possible. Then, he had to obtain Aoki's most recognizable Pokemon, Scyther. And lastly, he needed to learn everything he could about Aoki himself. The final requirement was that the drag queen Ranka didn't have a deep impression of Aoki, who had only recently joined his ranks. Sato was confident he could meet the first 3 conditions. The last one, however, was out of his hands, and also the most critical. Of course, Sato wasn't the type to leave his fate up to luck. If he got Ditto back, he could also disguise himself as other contestants, greatly reducing the chances of being targeted by Ranka's forces. Still, he wasn't content with just running like a beaten dog. As long as that petty and vindictive Ranka remained alive, Sato's life within Team Rocket would always be under threat. Now, this mysterious island was the perfect opportunity to get rid of him. If Ranka made it back to the Team Rocket base alive, killing him would become much more difficult. A gentleman doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall, and Sato wasn't even a gentleman. There was no way he'd tolerate that venomous snake Ranka constantly lurking nearby. Eliminating him as soon as possible was clearly the smart move. Sato had no intention of simply surviving. He wanted to dominate this world without restraint. How could he allow a cross-dressing freak like Ranka to defile his path? Absolutely not. Yes, his first plan carried some risk, but a manageable one. And if this was the most reliable way to eliminate Ranka, then Sato was willing to take that chance. Aoki couldn't be allowed to live. Sato couldn't be certain whether he had some method of contacting Ranka again once he returned to the base. He also didn't want to release a tiger back into the mountains. So, after extracting enough information from Aoki, the following morning, Sato quietly ended the mentally unstable man's life to prevent any unnecessary surprises. Time waits for no one. After handling Aoki, Sato shared a hearty breakfast with his Pokémon, then set out to begin a new day's journey. The red Goridos was recovering remarkably well. Its tenacity from its days as a Magikarp was in full display. In just one night, its body had healed significantly, and its combat power was mostly restored too. However, what troubled Sato was that the recovered red Goridos was far more unruly than when it was injured. When Sato tried to feed it breakfast, it almost smacked him with its tail. Had it not been for Ursaring stepping in just in time, that massive red dragon would have sent him flying with a single swipe. Looks like you still don't respect me. Fine. Let's have a one-on-one. If you win, I'll let you go, no questions asked. But if you lose, from now on, you follow my orders. Cold-faced and still recovering from a scare, Sato stared hard at the red shiny Goridos, his tone dangerous. He'd originally planned to tame it with gratitude. It was, after all, indebted to him for saving its life. But clearly, that approach didn't work on Pokémon as ferocious as Goridos. The only way to command its obedience was to beat it into submission. Roar. The red Goridos still didn't see Sato as a threat, just a puny human with no power. In its eyes, only the strong deserved respect. And now that Sato had issued a challenge, it roared in fury. It struck first, lunging from the pool and charging straight at Sato like a missile. TCH, stubborn beast. Ursaring, belly drum, then use fury swipes to suppress it. Thanks to his high-tech running shoes, Sato dodged the ambush effortlessly, then issued a calm command to the hulking bear at his side. Roar. Following the command, Ursaring slammed its giant paw against its round belly with a thunderous thump and let out an even more terrifying roar than Goridos had moments ago. Having used belly drum, it sacrificed half its health to max out its attack stat. Its muscles bulged instantly, it had transformed into a true powerhouse. The pressure it radiated overwhelmed even the fearsome red Goridos, which visibly flinched. The next second, smack, Ursaring's palm landed squarely on Goridos's face, swelling up half its snout. Bang. With a miserable howl, the dragon, easily 5 or 6 times bigger than Ursaring, was sent flying by that single slap, crashing hard into the rocky wall. But it wasn't over yet. Now fully pumped, Ursaring charged and launched into a frenzy of fury swipes, smack after smack, all directed at its opponent's face. Thud 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 thud. The cave shook like there was an earthquake, and the air rang with the echoes of repeated impacts. Roar. Between the shock waves, agonized cries echoed through the cave. Red Goridos, now pinned beneath Ursaring's giant paws, wailed like a helpless child before a playground bully. There was nothing it could do, Ursaring's raw strength crushed it completely. Half its head was literally hammered into the rocky floor. At only level 25, the red Goridos had no chance against a level 43 Ursaring with maxed out attack. It was, in every sense of the word, a little brother, its arrogance shattered with each heavy blow. Worried the cave might collapse, Sato eventually ordered Ursaring to drag the disobedient red dragon outside to continue the beatdown. So Ursaring hauled the limp, fish-like body of Goridos out of the cave and began swinging it around like a whip, despite it being several times larger. Bang bang bang. Every time Goridos's head or body slammed into the ground, a new crater formed. The surrounding terrain soon became a landscape of potholes and broken earth. Nearby, Sato stood with a cold expression. He wanted this lesson to be unforgettable, for red Goridos to remember for life who had the harder fists, and who the real boss was. Chapter 5:18, Chapter 5:17, Setting Out Once Again. The red Goridos was still very stubborn. It wasn't until Ursaring had beaten it to within an inch of its life and it once again felt the looming threat of death that it finally let out a pitiful wail of surrender. Sato ordered Ursaring to stop, then slowly walked over to the battered, near-death red Goridos. First, he activated the high-tech running shoes beneath his feet, and the next instant, he kicked the Goridos hard in its already swollen face. Roar. With that kick, the red Goridos's head was sent flying again. Already badly injured, it let out another miserable howl. And when it looked at Sato again, there was finally fear in its eyes. The red Goridos wasn't stupid. If Ursaring could beat it like a helpless child, and Ursaring himself obeyed Sato without question, that could only mean Sato could deal with it at will, and take its life just as easily. Put away that arrogance. In front of me, you're no better than a bug on the roadside, something I can crush at any moment. If you ever dare pull that stunt again, I'll end you. Got that? Sato walked up to the red Goridos again. Raising his foot slightly, he stared coldly into its eyes as he issued the warning. He felt no sympathy for the Goridos' miserable state. It had brought this on itself. If it ever dared to attack him again, Sato wouldn't hesitate to personally teach it a lesson again. Besides, with violent Pokemon like Goridos, a soft approach was never an option. RRRR. Sensing death once again creeping close, the red shiny Goridos finally lowered its proud head to Sato in submission. What a stubborn fool. You really had to be beaten half to death before learning some fear and common sense. Bellissime, if you would, go ahead and heal it. Seeing the Goridos finally submit, Sato was very satisfied internally, though he still wore a look of intensity on his face. After giving instructions to Bellissime, who had been waiting on standby to provide treatment, he turned and walked away. Compared to the gaping wound it had suffered earlier, the beating Ursaring gave it was mostly superficial, just flesh wounds. Ursaring had shown some restraint and avoided hitting its vital points, so the Goridos hadn't suffered any lasting damage to muscles or bones. After about 10 minutes of treatment from Bellissime on a grassy terrain, the red Goridos' injuries healed quickly. However, due to Ursaring repeatedly slapping its face, that area was still badly swollen and would take at least a day or two to fully recover. Sato had 3 main tasks today. First, he needed to find other contestants, defeat them, and take their number tags. That way, he could retrieve Ditto as soon as possible to prepare for his infiltration plan. Ditto was the core of that plan. The sooner he got it back, the better his chances of successfully impersonating Aoki. In fact, the current tournament rules worked in Sato's favor for this plan. Due to the restrictions, Aoki couldn't have a full team of pre-trained Pokemon. Most would have been caught anew on the island. So even if Sato's team included Pokemon like Arcanine and Bellissime, it wouldn't raise much suspicion. At worst, people would just be jealous of his luck. Second, he needed to find a well-qualified Scyther and train it quickly. Scyther was Aoki's signature Pokemon. If Sato wanted to convincingly impersonate him, he absolutely needed a strong Scyther on hand. But Sato was still Sato, he didn't want a fully trained, inflexible Scyther. His Rain Team plan involved Scyther's evolved form, who played a key role as a dual defensive asset. Even though Scyther's main role would be defense, with Sword's Dance and agility, plus the potential to Mega Evolve, it could still serve as a powerful sweeper. Scyther's biggest drawback was its tendency to overheat during intense combat. Its steel-plated body had poor heat dissipation. Without frequent pauses to cool down, Scyther could essentially cook itself from the inside. But in a Rain Team, that was different. The constant downpour would actively help it cool down, greatly enhancing its endurance in battle. And with Fire-type moves weakened in the rain, Scyther was a perfect fit for such a team. So, Sato was determined to catch a young, high-potential Scyther on this mysterious island, not just to complete his disguise, but also to prepare for his future Rain Team. In fact, he had previously discovered a gold-rated Scyther on a deserted island near Cinnabar. He had planned to catch it after getting stronger, but now the situation had changed, so he had to give up on that one. Third, he needed to grind levels, relentlessly. That was the only way he could build the strength needed for the battles ahead. Now that Bellissime was on his team, training had to be accelerated. Actually, just yesterday, Sato had completed an intense training session. On his way to subdue the Red Goridos, he'd led his team to defeat swarms of Poliwag and Tympole clans. As a result, Arcanine, who had plateaued for days, finally reached level 44. Bellissime, who defeated the most enemies, reached level 43. Ariados, who had played a supporting role throughout, rose to level 36. Even Kecleon, who had occasionally jumped in to finish off opponents with Lick and Shadow Sneak, leveled up to 30. Only Ursaring, who acted more as Sato's personal bodyguard, didn't gain much. Its level remained the same. After considering these 3 objectives, Sato decided to head northwest of Spider Forest to a place called Pinsir Forest. According to the map, a powerful Scyther clan had taken root there. Pinsir, being bug-type Pokemon with aggressive temperaments and strong territorial instincts, were just the kind of Pokemon Sato strongly disliked, perfect training fodder for his team. Also, Pinsir Forest was over 100 kilometers away from Slacketh Forest. With such a long trek, the chances of running into other contestants were quite high. In fact, Pinsir Forest was famous for its many sweet trees that secreted delicious nectar. This nectar attracted many bug types who fed on it. Currently, 3 major bug-type clans resided in Pinsir Forest: the Pinsir clan, the Scyther clan, and the Heracross clan. The forest was named after the Pinsir clan because they occupied the largest territory and had even produced a Pinsir of about the elite 4-level strength. After beating up some nosy Vigoroth and escaping their pursuit, Sato rode Arcanine from Slacketh Forest into Spider Forest, then smoothly passed through to the border with Shiftry Forest. This river's seriously wide, what a pain. And it's crawling with aggressive Carvana. Crossing won't be easy. Sato frowned as he looked at the river that split Spider Forest from Shiftry Forest. The map had labeled it a small river, which now seemed ridiculous. Even though he had red Goridos, he didn't dare let it carry him across, not after the brutal punishment he'd just given it. Knowing Goridos' nature, there was no way it wasn't harboring resentment. And with so many Carvana in the water, one misstep could spell disaster. Sato couldn't afford to gamble his life on the red Goridos just yet. Arcanine, head upstream and follow the river. After some thought, Sato made his decision. Based on his understanding, river channels tended to narrow upstream. With Arcanine's speed and leaping ability, a narrower spot would allow them to cross in one jump. Chapter 519, Chapter 518, Operation Exterminate Carvana. The river that separated Spider Forest from Shiftry Forest was actually called the Carvana River, named for the large number of ferocious Carvana that inhabited its waters. Since Carvana were the pre-evolved form of the sea thug Sharpedo, it was only natural that quite a few Sharpedo could also be found in the river. As Sato rode Arcanine upstream along the riverbank, he saw multiple dorsal fins cutting through the water's surface. Carvana and Sharpedo were both aggressive and terrifying carnivorous Pokémon. With few natural predators in the water and a rapid breeding rate, their unchecked presence had a devastating impact on other aquatic and riverside life. Every year, countless wild animals and Pokémon became prey to Carvana after straying too close to the water's edge. As for aquatic species, the damage was immeasurable. These swarming Carvana were like locusts, leaving destruction in their wake. As a result, to curb the rise of this bloodthirsty carnivorous species, neither the river-dwelling water-type Pokémon nor those living along its banks hesitated to band together to cull the Carvana population. Of course, due to their rapid breeding cycle, completely wiping them out was impossible. The most one could do was limit their numbers. Thus, whenever Carvana populations grew too large, the river's water-type Pokémon and the Pokémon on both shores would launch a spontaneous extermination campaign. And sure enough, Sato had only been riding upstream for a short while when he witnessed quite the spectacle up ahead. On the river's surface, under the command of a level 51 Golduck, a large group of water-type Pokémon were engaged in a fierce battle against the Carvana species. The fight had clearly been raging for some time, with both sides sustaining casualties. The nearby waters were faintly tinged red from the bloodshed. However, the sheer number of Carvana made the battle incredibly difficult. The scent of blood only sent them into a further frenzy, shifting the numbers dangerously in their favor. Fortunately, Golduck and its water-type allies weren't fighting alone. On both banks of the river, a large swarm of Ariados and Spinarak, along with a herd of Mareep, Flaffy, and Ampharos, were providing support against the Carvana horde. The reason the Ariados and Spinarak were helping was simple: food. Ariados and Spinarak continuously fired volleys of pin missile at the Carvana. Since bug types had a type advantage against dark types, and Carvana were water/dark type, the needle barrage quickly took down wave after wave of them. In truth, only some of the spiders were attacking. Most focused instead on weaving webs to ensnare the already defeated Carvana. Due to the massive concentration of Carvana drawn by the blood, a single web could trap a large cluster at once. Unfortunately, their razor-sharp teeth often tore through the silk before Ariados and Spinarak could pull the webs ashore. Even so, the spiders were highly efficient. Each web brought in 4 to 6 incapacitated Carvana, and soon, the riverbank was piled high with tightly bound fish, former river predators turned into spider food reserves. On the opposite bank, the Mareep line, being herbivorous Pokémon, weren't interested in eating Carvana. They were simply helping reduce their numbers to make the riverside safer for drinking water in the future. To avoid harming allies, the Mareep family only used low-power electric-type moves, like Thundershock, and targeted areas where Carvana were most densely packed. Carvana were classic glass cannons, high offense, low defense, with a special defense base stat of only 20 and HP at 45. Most were only around level 10. One Thundershock from a Mareep was enough to KO them instantly. Under the electrical barrage, dozens of Carvana floated belly up to the surface, stunned or unconscious. That was when Ariados and Spinarak would toss down their webs again and scoop up another net full of stunned fish. Alongside the spiders, other carnivorous wild Pokémon also took the opportunity to scavenge, using their own methods to drag up the motionless Carvana. What started as an extermination effort quickly turned into a grand feast. The Carvana infestation had become a valuable food source for the surrounding Pokémon. Wild Pokémon truly had their own ways of surviving nature's challenges. Sato's arrival didn't disrupt the operation, but many Ariados and Spinarak remembered him and his Arcanine, the troublemakers who had stirred up chaos in Spider Forest, causing a stir among the spiders. What a feast! Well, I might as well get a share too. Come out, Bellisum, Ursaring, Ariados. Bellisum, bombard the Carvana in the water with Energy Ball. Arcanine, join the battle with Hidden Power, Grass. Ursaring, use Hyper Beam on the Carvana, but don't try fishing them up. Ariados, observe your kin's pin missile carefully. See if you can learn it. Seeing such a lively event, Sato couldn't just stand by and watch. He immediately sent out his Pokémon and joined the extermination effort. The number of Carvana in the river remained overwhelming. Driven into a frenzy by the scent of blood, they had no fear, only a relentless urge to devour, charging the battlefield in waves. To Sato, this was an incredible opportunity for training. Missing out on it would be a shame. While the average level of the Carvana was low, around level 10, they made up for it in sheer numbers. Whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Seconds later, a series of violent explosions rocked the river, sending geysers of water into the sky. In a grassy terrain, Bellisum was launching one energy ball after another like a machine gun, targeting the most concentrated sections of Carvana in the river. With firepower fully unleashed, Bellisum became a veritable fish-blasting expert. The concentrated energy balls became powerful grass-type bombs underwater, stunning entire schools of Carvana. In that moment, Bellisum alone delivered nearly half the damage output of the Mareep herd across the river. Seeing this, the wild Pokemon and Golduck's water types all shivered instinctively. They began to look at Bellisum with newfound awe. Chapter 520, Chapter 519, The Tauros Mountain and the River Crossing Incident. Carvana were not completely emotionless or cold-blooded creatures, they too had fear. In fact, when there was only a single Carvana, it was incredibly timid. As their numbers dwindled and they could no longer rely on a numerical advantage, their fear began to outweigh their bloodlust. This extermination operation lasted for over an hour. The river surface nearby was dyed red with blood, and even though the current was swift, it couldn't wash away all the blood immediately. The sheer amount of blood spilled indirectly attested to how significant the victory was. At least half the Carvana population in the river had been wiped out. Now, even though the water was thick with the stench of blood, not a single Carvana dared to approach. The once arrogant hunters of the river were now like rats scurrying across the street, living in constant fear. In fact, the moment one of the Carvana gave in to fear and turned to flee, the rest seemed to snap back to their senses. Within 10 seconds, the swarm of Carvana in the nearby waters scattered in all directions. After the Carvana army fled in panic, the water-type Pokemon led by Golduck, along with those on both riverbanks, erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory. But the moment the battle ended, the Pokemon, having achieved their respective goals, quickly grew wary of each other again. The Mareep clan, in particular, were especially cautious toward the nearby carnivorous wild Pokemon. Thankfully, a sense of camaraderie from the joint battle still lingered. And since the carnivorous wild Pokemon had gained a hefty amount of loot from the fight, no further bloodshed occurred. Eventually, they all left, satisfied. Sato, too, departed in high spirits. Bellisum had truly stolen the spotlight in this operation and gained a substantial amount of experience. She had just leveled up the night before, and now she had leveled up again, reaching level 44. As for Arcanine and Ursaring, their results weren't quite as remarkable. The number of Carvana they defeated combined didn't even amount to one-third of Bellisum's count. Ariados, on the other hand, gained quite a bit this time. By watching its kin from the sidelines and learning by observation, it quickly picked up the basics of the move Pin Missile. Soon after, Ariados joined the operation using its newly learned Pin Missile. With Swords Dance used 3 times and combined with Focus Energy, Ariados' Pin Missile had power comparable to sniper rounds. Though the number of Carvana Ariados defeated still didn't match Bellisum's, it gained a large chunk of experience. Since its level wasn't particularly high to begin with, Ariados leveled up twice in one go, reaching level 38. With the operation complete, Sato continued riding Arcanine upstream along the river. The river's width hadn't changed much, it was still about 20 meters across. As they moved, without realizing it, Sato and Arcanine exited Spider Forest and arrived at the northern Tauros Mountains. The foothills of the Tauros Mountain consisted of vast grasslands surrounded by hills. Thanks to the nearby abundant water sources, lush wild grasses thrived across the plains. Naturally, this attracted many herbivores and wild Pokemon, such as the Mareep clan that usually grazed here. Interestingly, Tauros weren't actually the rulers of this area. The region was called the Tauros Mountain simply because the Tauros herd was the largest group here. The true rulers were actually a pride of Litleo. A small Litleo group lived in the mountain, led by a Pyroar whose strength was nearly Elite 4 level. Aside from the carnivorous Litleo pride, several Poochyena packs also roamed the region. Compared to the few Litleo, the Poochyena were much greater in number. If not for the lack of a powerful Maitana to unify these packs, the Litleo clan might have already been driven out of the Tauros Mountain. As Sato entered the region, the terrain grew flatter. The river current wasn't as rapid, and its width and depth gradually decreased. Looking out, Sato saw an endless stretch of low grassland. Though it was still technically part of the mountain, the vast plains hidden between the surrounding hills were like fertile grazing grounds. At the moment, a large herd of Tauros was leisurely grazing not far away. Meanwhile, over a dozen Maitana were stealthily creeping through the grass, inching closer to the herd. Aside from the wild Tauros, there were also herds of buffalo grazing nearby. But upon seeing Sato riding in on Arcanine, the buffaloes scattered like startled deer. What a perfect place for hunting, Sato murmured. So many slopes, plus a nearby river, great for drawing water. Even my red Goridos could thrive in the river. This place would be an ideal site for a temporary new base. Looking at the unique geography and the rich resources of the Tauros Mountain, Sato was already contemplating setting up a new base here. After briefly observing the terrain, Sato continued upstream along the Carvana-infested river on Arcanine's back. He hadn't forgotten his objective, to find a suitable place to cross the river. Before long, he came across a narrow section of the river. With a running start, Arcanine successfully leaped across with Sato and landed on the opposite bank. However, what Sato hadn't anticipated was the presence of a pack of Poochyena and Maitana lying in wait in the tall grass on the other side. Arcanine's sudden arrival startled these local predators. Though Arcanine exuded an aura that warned others not to mess with it, these predators, emboldened by their numbers, showed no fear. At their alpha's call, they swiftly surrounded Sato and Arcanine with coordinated movements. Awo! 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 The Poochyena and Maitana began to howl in unison as they circled in, trying to intimidate Sato and Arcanine. Well, guess this won't end peacefully. Come on out, Bellisum, Ursaring, Ariados, Goridos. Prepare for battle. Seeing that Arcanine had leapt straight into a den of wolves, Sato couldn't help but show a wry smile. But there was no fear on his face. He immediately tossed out 4 Pokeballs, releasing his main battle force. To him, this pack of not-so-high-level Poochyena and Maitana was the perfect opportunity for his team to train and level up. Chapter 521, Chapter 520, The Battle with the Maitana Pack. This particular pack of Poochyena and Maitana easily numbered over 100. Under the leadership of the pack leader, they had completely surrounded Sato and his Pokémon with their backs to the river. As soon as Sato made a move, several Poochyena and Maitana who knew the move Shadow Ball simultaneously fired them from their mouths. In an instant, at least 20 dark, shadowy orbs hurtled toward Sato, who was mounted on Arcanine. Arcanine, use Fire Spin on the enemies on the right flank, disrupt their formation. Goridos, use Twister on the left flank, buy as much time as possible for the others. Bellisum, Leaf Storm. Ursaring, Belly Drum, followed by Fury Swipes. Ariados, Swords Dance, followed by Focus Energy, and then Pin Missile. As soon as Sato released all his Pokémon, he swiftly jumped off Arcanine's back. He positioned himself behind the just summoned Ursaring and began calmly issuing commands to his team. Arcanine, upon hearing the command, instantly burst into a blaze of white-hot flames, his entire body cloaked in intense heat. The incoming shadow balls were instantly incinerated by the fire shroud surrounding him. He then opened his jaws wide, unleashing a massive fire spin from his mouth. Next, he turned into a red blur and charged straight into the enemy pack, weaving through the Poochyena and Maitana with blazing speed and heat, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. Faced with Arcanine's fire spin, many of the Poochyena and Maitana visibly panicked, choosing to abandon the right flank and avoid a head-on clash. But what awaited them was a monstrously large Arcanine cloaked in fire, easily several times their size. Arcanine charged through their ranks unimpeded. Every Maitana or Poochyena that dared to challenge him head-on was knocked away and set ablaze. Within seconds, the right flank of the enemy pack was in chaos, its formation in shambles thanks to Arcanine. Ruahar. On the other side, the moment the red Goridos appeared, it let out a thunderous roar. Its Intimidate ability immediately activated, enhanced by its special ability, Tyrant, unleashing a strengthened intimidation field. In that instant, many of the lower-level Poochyena and Maitana with weaker wills began frothing at the mouth, their eyes rolling back before collapsing unconscious. This red Goridos, with both Intimidate and the special ability, Tyrant, was truly the bane of mobs. Even before the real attack began, he had already wiped out a large portion of enemies. Noticing the pile of unconscious foes, Goridos' eyes glinted with smug satisfaction. But when it caught sight of Sato's stern gaze, a chill ran down its spine. It immediately snapped back to focus and carried out the next command. A wave of pure dragon-type energy surged from its body. Within seconds, a 5-meter-wide twister materialized over the left flank where the enemy had chosen to attack. The storm, generated entirely from dragon energy, was fierce and unrelenting. The average-sized Poochyena and Maitana, roughly the size of a mid-sized dog, were easily swept up by the violent vortex and spun around wildly within. With both the left and right flanks obstructed, the only direction left for the pack to charge from was the front. However, those charging head-on weren't in for an easy time either. At Sato's command, Bellisum unleashed a terrifying surge of grass-type energy. In the blink of an eye, a dense swarm of vibrant green energy leaves appeared around her. Under her control, the leaves layered upon each other to form a giant leaf storm. Bellisum raised her glowing green hands high, shouted sharply, and then thrust them forward. Instantly, the leaves making up the leaf storm transformed into sharp arrows, raining down on the advancing Poochyena and Maitana. A cacophony of wails echoed out as the front ranks were consumed by Bellisum's attack. After launching her leaf storm, Bellisum pulled out 2 long leaves from her leafy skirt. She channeled a dense wave of grass-type energy into them, instantly turning them into sharp, durable leaf blades. With her twin swords in hand, Bellissum began a graceful swords dance and engaged in close combat with any enemies that had managed to break through. At this time, Ursaring had completed the preparations for Belly Drum. His fighting spirit soared to its peak, and he once again transformed into a powerhouse, a muscular bear with explosive strength for the next 10 minutes. Roar. He charged howling into the horde, swatting aside Poochyena and Maitana like ragdolls, each strike felling one with ease. Ariados was a little slower to act, but with Arcanine, Red Goridos, Bellissum, and Ursaring all drawing the enemy's attention, it finally completed both swords dance and focus energy. Then, the horn on its forehead and all its sharp limbs flared with blinding white light as countless white needle-like pin missiles launched from its body. In fact, in this mass battle, Ariados, a bug-type Pokemon, was the true main damage dealer. Its bug-type move pin missile was doubly effective against the dark-type Poochyena and Maitana. Now at full firepower, Ariados' pin missiles rained out like machine gun fire, piercing into the enemy ranks. Boosted by both swords dance and focus energy, Ariados' pin missiles were devastatingly strong and carried a high critical hit rate. At this moment, all the Poochyena and Maitana struck by the attack howled in unbearable pain and collapsed, unable to continue fighting. The entire battle lasted about 10 minutes. After nearly half its forces were defeated without bringing down Sato's team, the pack leader, who had been commanding from the rear, finally relented and gave the signal to retreat. In an instant, the once fearless Poochyena and Maitana, who had relied on their numbers to act so boldly, turned tail and fled, vanishing into the endless grasslands in a blink. Phew, that was rough. If these wolves hadn't backed off, our little squad might not have made it out of this one. Seeing the enemy completely retreat, Sato's tense expression finally eased. He took out a bottle of antiseptic and gritted his teeth as he poured it over a claw wound on his thigh. Though Sato and his team had won the battle, it could only be described as a Pyrrhic victory. Under the pack leader's command, the wolf pack had coordinated attacks and used moves like Shadow Ball and Hyper Fang, inflicting quite the damage on Sato's Pokemon. Ursaring and the lower-level Red Goridos were the first to fall, gravely injured. If Sato hadn't quickly recalled them into their Pokeballs, they likely would have perished. Arcanine was also badly battered. He had clashed directly with the pack leader using Flare Blitz. In fact, if Arcanine hadn't gravely wounded the leader, the order to retreat might never have come. Bellissum and Ariados, however, emerged with only minor injuries. Thanks to the sunny weather, Bellissum was able to sustain herself with synthesis, and combined with her expert swordsmanship, she became a true Valkyrie on the battlefield. Ariados, stationed safely in the rear and tasked with pure offense, naturally had the least damage. However, after releasing Pin Missile for nearly 10 straight minutes, it was now completely exhausted and collapsed in fatigue. Chapter 522, Chapter 521, The Bug-Type Warrior. After more than an hour of effort, a thoroughly exhausted Bellissum finally completed treating all the injured teammates. Right after that, Sato mounted his fully recovered Arcanine and continued racing toward the Pinsir forest. Perhaps because Sato had successfully taken down an entire Maitana pack by himself earlier, he encountered several smaller groups of Maitana along the way, but they all wisely stepped aside without provoking him. Sato kept a constant eye on the detector in his hand as he rode Arcanine. Unfortunately, reality didn't quite align with his hopes. Even as Arcanine carried him deep into the Pinsir forest, the red indicator on the detector remained off the entire time. Pinsir Forest was home to a large number of sweet trees, although these trees generally only grew in the areas surrounding a central lake in the forest, forming a near-continuous patch. As a result, the bug-type Pokemon that relied on the sweet tree branches for food usually gathered in that central region. However, the dominant Pinsir population had completely occupied the heart of the forest. Due to their overwhelming strength, other bug-type Pokemon in Pinsir Forest didn't dare challenge the Pinsir clans. All they could do was retreat to other, less optimal parts of the forest where sweet trees also grew. But as the Pinsir population continued to grow, so too did their demand for resources. Eventually, they began invading the habitats of other bug-type Pokemon in the forest, attempting to seize the sweet trees these species relied on for survival. Upon entering Pinsir Forest on Arcanine, Sato found himself unfamiliar with the terrain. To locate the Scyther clan, his only option was to wander the forest aimlessly. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a one-sided battle, a desperate defense of a homeland. Right in front of him stood a dense cluster of sweet trees, their trunks riddled with gnaw marks. Fresh gouges still oozed fragrant, sugary sap. Tragically, no one was around to enjoy this sweet nectar. It simply dripped to the forest floor, wasted. The reason for that was simple: the sap's rightful owners were engaged in a fierce battle against invaders. From the looks of it, they were completely outmatched. This grove of sweet trees belonged to a group of Heracross. Right now, these Heracross were being overrun by a large swarm of Pinsir. Despite their bravery and determination to defend their home, they were steadily pushed back under the sheer weight of numbers. Heracross are bug and fighting-type Pokemon. Despite their fighting attribute, they're naturally gentle and avoid conflict when possible. Now, facing the violent and aggressive Pinsir, the Heracross, who had little experience with combat, were crumbling fast. Some of the more timid ones were already fleeing. The only reason they hadn't completely broken was because one particularly fierce Heracross was still holding the line. Unlike the others, who had relatively few injuries, this one was covered in scars from head to toe, a battle-hardened bug-type warrior. However, this Heracross was only about half the size of the others, very small by comparison. From this, Sato surmised that it was either underdeveloped or simply very young and still growing. Using his system's skin function, Sato quickly gathered data. Pokemon, Heracross. Level. Type, Bug/Fighting. Ability, Moxie. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Leer, Horn Attack, Endure, Feint, Aerial Ace, Arm Thrust, Bullet Seed, Night Slash, Revenge. Egg move, Focus Punch. Tutor moves, Reversal, Stomping Tantrum, Rock Slide. Held item, None. IVs, out of 31. HP. Attack. Defense. Special Attack. Special Defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, Blue, total 4, 126. Likely due to its smaller size, this Heracross was nearly twice as fast as the others. It darted through the air using the insect wings on its back to hover and accelerate, flying like a fighter jet through the Pinsir ranks. Since Pinsir couldn't fly, they had no way to counter it. Aerial Ace was this small Heracross's most lethal move, especially combined with its Moxie ability, allowing it to grow stronger with each knockout. The longer it fought, the more ferocious it became. In just the 5 or 6 minutes Sato watched from the sidelines, the little Heracross had already taken down 6 Pinsir that tried to surround it, some even higher in level. Unfortunately, its fellow Heracross were pathetic. Most of them were too timid, and as the few more courageous ones were defeated by Pinsir, the rest began fleeing in panic. The small Heracross was clearly nearing its limit. Though its fighting spirit remained unbroken, its body, battered and outnumbered, couldn't keep up much longer. Finally, a Pinsir managed to sneak behind the airborne Heracross and used bind just as it faltered mid-flight. The Pinsir's massive pincers clamped around it tightly. If Heracross had more energy left, it could have easily broken free and retaliated with revenge. But now, that wasn't possible. This misstep left it vulnerable. Several nearby Pinsir seized the opportunity and unleashed their favorite move, Brick Break, all at once. Even in this dire state, the small Heracross refused to give up. It instantly activated Endure, gritting its teeth through the wave of brutal strikes. Wounds opened one after another, yet it uttered not a single cry of pain. Just as the Pinsir thought it was finished, Heracross's eyes suddenly snapped open. A terrifying surge of fighting-type energy exploded from its battered frame. With a single reversal, Heracross struck the 5 Pinsir surrounding it. Boom. 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 All 5 were blown back like rag dolls, crashing into trees and snapping trunks. Only after skidding across the ground, half dead, did they finally stop moving. But the moment of triumph came at a cost. Having used up the last of its strength, Heracross's vision dimmed, and it collapsed where it stood. Seeing their tiny champion fall unconscious and possibly lifeless, the remaining Heracross completely lost morale and scattered in all directions. The Pinsir, however, weren't about to spare the small Heracross. In fact, they hated it. If not for this lone warrior, their victory wouldn't have cost them so much. Beyond hatred, they feared it, feared that this terrifying, relentless foe might survive, recover, and one day return. Watching the other Heracross abandon their fallen comrade without hesitation, Sato felt a pang of sorrow for the tiny Heracross who had chosen to fight to the bitter end to defend its home. A true warrior. Since your comrades have forsaken you, let me lend you a hand. A brave soul like yours doesn't deserve to be buried in the dust. Sato's eyes narrowed. Arcanine, use Flamethrower. Just as the small Heracross was about to be finished off by the approaching Pinsir, Sato finally made his move. Chapter 523, Chapter 522, Ambush and Reinforcements. Flames had always been a bug's worst fear, especially intense flames. A single high-temperature jet of fire from Arcanine caused severe losses to the Pinsir group, instantly knocking out over a dozen of them. Seeing this, the remaining Pinsir shifted their attention from the small Heracross to Arcanine and Sato. Noticing how outnumbered the two of them were, the Pinsir's fear of fire was immediately suppressed. Howling in unison, they charged at Arcanine, aiming for close combat. Ever since arriving on the island, Arcanine had been fighting while outnumbered. It had already grown skilled in handling such situations. Without hesitation, it immediately retreated a few steps to create distance, then launched another jet of flame as a counterattack. Arcanine's guerrilla tactics came into play. With its excellent mobility, the Pinsir could only eat its dust. Lacking long-range moves, they were completely at Arcanine's mercy. A few minutes later, the Pinsir finally realized they couldn't handle the blazing fire type that was running circles around them. One Pinsir buried itself into the ground to escape, and the rest quickly followed its example. Within seconds, the Pinsir who had been chasing Arcanine fled in droves. The few stubborn ones that remained quickly lost their nerve without the support of their companions and scattered in panic. Please, Bellissum, heal him. Sato wasn't interested in chasing the fleeing Pinsir. Once he saw they had retreated, he immediately rode Arcanine over to the small Heracross and released Bellissum to heal it. The little Heracross was in extremely bad shape. There wasn't a single uninjured part of its body. Only its exceptionally strong willpower had kept it going. Any other Pokémon would have collapsed long ago. However, continuing to fight with a body in such critical condition only worsened its injuries and left behind many hard-to-heal internal wounds. As Bellissum began treatment, the little Heracross was barely clinging to life, teetering on the brink of death. The forest was saturated with grass-type energy. Under Bellissum's guidance, a grassy terrain formed beneath Heracross, created from pure grass-type energy. Grass-type energy contains the essence of life. It can awaken a creature's latent vitality and accelerate regeneration, essentially enhancing natural recovery. Controlled by Bellissum, the grass-type energy swirled like obedient little lambs, weaving around the Heracross's body. Soon, the little Heracross was tightly wrapped in bright green grass-type energy like a dumpling. Bug types are notoriously resilient, and this Heracross had a strong will to survive. Combined with the healing power of Bellissum's grassy terrain, his condition finally began to improve. His life force stabilized bit by bit. The small Heracross was well liked among his kin, and also the strongest among them. Once Sato drove away the Pinsir, several Heracross who had been observing from nearby approached after seeing that he hadn't harmed the small Heracross but was instead healing it. His condition is stable now. He'll need some time to rest. Take good care of your hero. Once the healing was mostly complete, Sato had the exhausted Bellissum stop. He then turned to the surrounding Heracross and left them with those words. He had no fondness for these Heracross who had abandoned their home and comrades out of cowardice. Without another word, he mounted Arcanine and left. In truth, Sato had considered capturing the small Heracross. He wouldn't have stepped in to help otherwise. But seeing how cowardly the surrounding Heracross were, he gave up on the idea. Given how Heracross had fought to the death to protect its home, it was clear he would never willingly leave it behind. Even if Sato caught him, he would likely sneak back. And if Heracross wasn't there to defend his territory, these weak-willed Heracross wouldn't stand a chance against the next Pinsir invasion. Realizing both these things, Sato gave up on capturing such a brave and responsible warrior. Forcing it would only backfire. After bidding farewell to the small Heracross, Sato continued his search for the Scyther tribe deeper in the Pinsir forest. But the forest ultimately belonged to the Pinsir tribe, and they bore grudges fiercely. Sato hadn't gone far from the Heracross territory when he was ambushed by a Pinsir revenge squad. To reclaim their pride, the Pinsir had dispatched an elite group. These high-level Pinsir, all above level 30, lay in ambush underground. As Arcanine passed by unaware, they suddenly burst from the ground. Their Dig, a ground-type move, was especially effective against fire types like Arcanine. Struck by 4 elite Pinsir using Dig in succession, Arcanine was clearly injured. Return, Arcanine. Come out, Ursaring, Ariados, Goridos, prepare for battle. Ariados, web the area to obstruct the Pinsir. Ursaring, use Fire Punch to counter. Goridos, sweep them away with Aqua Tail. Kecleon, use Roleplay to copy the ability of the Pinsir at your lower right, then transfer it to Ursaring and Goridos. Seeing Arcanine hurt, Sato was distressed. He quickly returned it to its Pokeball and sent out the rest of his team, issuing orders in rapid succession. In a surrounded battle like this, the red Goridos's Intimidate and Tyrant abilities was perfect for crowd control. It was the ideal tool for taking down mobs. Although this batch of Pinsir was stronger than those that had attacked the Heracross earlier, the red Goridos had grown a lot thanks to battles at Poliwag Lake, sparring with Ursaring, and fighting the Maitana pack. Now at level 30, it had learned Ice Fang and Aqua Tail. And as its strength increased, so did the pressure of its Intimidation field. Once activated, the Tyrant plus Intimidate abilities instantly knocked out 11 of the 31 Pinsir. The rest, those who weren't especially brave, were left trembling in hesitation. The Pinsir hesitated. But Sato's Pokemon didn't. Ursaring had personally defeated the red Goridos before, so Intimidate had no effect on it. Ariados had witnessed that beating and now stood alongside Ursaring in battle. It feared Goridos even less. As for Kecleon, it was the least intimidated of all. With shape-shifting powers and Sato's solid backing to keep the red Goridos in check, Goridos held no threat to it. Soon, Ursaring clashed with a group of Pinsir. Fire Punch was devastating against them, though their Brick Break moves posed real danger to Ursaring's normal typing. Even so, Ursaring's superior level and raw strength were overwhelming. Not even 3 Pinsir could stop it. With a flurry of fire punches and wild strikes, it sent foes flying before they could get close. Meanwhile, Kecleon completed its task as a trait converter. With Sato's system scans, it copied a Pinsir's Moxie ability and transferred it to Ursaring. With every Pinsir Ursaring defeated, Moxie activated again and again, its morale and strength snowballing, and the flames in its fists growing fiercer. The surrounding Pinsir were terrified. On the other side, Ariados played a major support role. Its webbing trapped many Pinsir, severely disrupting their encirclement tactics. As for Goridos, its massive frame let it sweep away 3 or 4 Pinsir at once with Aqua Tail, leaving them critically wounded. Like Ursaring, it too received Moxie. After defeating over 6 opponents, its momentum surged. Each move it made became even more powerful. But just like the Vigoroth in Slacketh Forest, these Pinsir knew when they were outmatched, and they began calling reinforcements. This was their territory after all. Pinsir support came quickly. Despite Ursaring and Goridos growing stronger with every foe, they, like the small Heracross before, were still fighting alone. A few minutes later, the lowest level red Goridos fell first. Then Ariados. Just as Ursaring, guarding Sato, was about to succumb to the swarm, a small blue Pokémon darted from the forest, flying at high speed. Using Aerial Ace, it plowed through the enemy ranks, knocking Pinsir away like bowling pins. It was none other than the small Heracross. Having just recovered, it rushed over after hearing from a clanmate that Sato was under siege. "You did well, Ursaring. Quick, Heracross, take me into the air." Overjoyed at the sight of Heracross, Sato abandoned the idea of sending out the injured Arcanine for escape. He quickly returned Ursaring and called out to Heracross to fly him away. Heracross didn't hesitate. It grabbed Sato, and its insect wings buzzed rapidly as it soared into the sky with him. Chapter 524, Chapter 523, Cat and Mouse. Sato had offended the Heracross-laying Pinsir due to his involvement with the younger Heracross. In retaliation, the Pinsir targeted Sato, but in a twist of fate, that very same younger Heracross came to his rescue at a critical moment. One had to admit, fate worked in mysterious cycles. With a powerful grip, the younger Heracross lifted Sato into the sky, soaring upward at high speed. The Pinsir down below were left dumbfounded, watching helplessly as their prey, a cooked duck, so to speak, had escaped right from under their noses. A few minutes later, at the border between the Pinsir forest and the base of Toro's mountain, under Sato's guidance, the younger Heracross flew them to an area safely outside the Pinsir territory's reach. "Thanks for saving me, Heracross." Once he was safely on the ground, Sato smiled and expressed his gratitude. Had Heracross not appeared in time, he might have been forced to go all out in desperation. He still had a revival serum in his hand. If he used it on Arcanine, they could have regrouped and retreated. But doing so would have meant sacrificing a key trump card. Hera. The younger Heracross scratched its head awkwardly, then beat its chest earnestly, signaling to Sato that it would be happy to help him against the Pinsir in the future, anytime. According to what it had heard from its kin, it would have already died at the hands of the Pinsir if Sato hadn't stepped in earlier. So, saving Sato was only right. Besides, they now shared a common enemy, making them excellent allies. "I don't really understand what you're saying, but that's okay. We'll definitely meet again. This time, those Pinsir ambushed me and almost cost me my life. I'll make them pay for it, and when I do, I'm definitely calling you to join in." Seeing Heracross's sincere expression, Sato more or less understood it was expressing gratitude. He walked forward and patted Heracross on the shoulder, his face equally serious. The younger Heracross was straightforward and honest. After receiving Sato's acknowledgement, it looked delighted. It once again used body language to tell Sato to call for it whenever needed, then launched into the air and flew off toward Pinsir Forest. "All right, I'm counting on you again, Bellisum. Hurry up and heal them." Once Heracross left, Sato quickly released Bellisum and the other heavily injured Pokémon. He then instructed Bellisum to begin healing them. Bellisum nodded, but instead of immediately beginning the healing process, it first stood still, absorbing sunlight from the clear weather above to perform synthesis and quickly recover its own stamina and energy. Only after it had regained enough strength did Bellisum activate grassy terrain, healing the injured teammates in the surrounding area. Sato, meanwhile, pulled out several healing sprays and special ointments to treat external wounds and aid in recovery for his Pokémon. While Sato and Bellisum were tending to Arcanine and the others, in a forest some dozens of kilometers west of the Pinsir leader's territory, Ranka was engaged in a twisted game of hide and seek. In this game, Ranka was clearly the cat, and the mice were the 3 contestants who had plotted an ambush against him. 3 days had passed. Each contestant now had several Pokémon at their disposal, most of them captured on the island. Ranka and the 3 who had ambushed him were no exception. Between them, the 3 attackers had a total of 18 Pokémon, while Ranka had only 4. At first glance, Ranka seemed to be in deep trouble, grossly outnumbered and at a serious disadvantage. However, once the three ambushers found themselves face to face with Ranka's Mega Agron and his three other elite-level Pokemon, they realized they'd kicked a steel wall and broken their own feet doing so. Ranka's Mega Agron was simply overpowering. After Mega Evolution, it was at the Elite 4 level category. Add in Ranka's massive investment of resources, and Agron had a vast arsenal of moves. The three attackers had no idea Ranka was hiding such overwhelming power. They were stunned as Mega Agron smashed through their ranks. After a brutal battle, Ranka lost only one Pokemon, his Elite Tier Victory Bell, while his Mega Agron decimated more than half of the attackers' teams. Realizing they were no match, the three finally came to their senses and wisely chose to retreat in separate directions. With the help of a Yen Mega possessing the speed boost ability, Ranka easily caught up to one of the unfortunate attackers before he could even call for help. Now, Agron was holding the man like a chicken, dropping him at Ranka's feet. Run. You like running, don't you? Keep running for me. Wearing a tight camo bodysuit, Ranka crossed his arms and grinned cheerfully at the terrified contestant. At the same time, he started slapping the man's face forcefully while continuing to question him, smiling all the while, about the whereabouts of his companions. Within minutes, the man's face had swelled like a pig's head, his mouth bleeding profusely. But Ranka had extracted what he wanted, information about the usual hangout of the other ambushers. Bury him. Just looking at him is annoying. Having gotten what he wanted and looted the man clean, Ranka's smile vanished. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he turned his back and gave the order to Agron. No. You can't. You promised me. The bloodied man shouted, his voice distorted by pain. But before he could finish, Agron, its expression full of malice, slammed his face into the ground. At last. I've got a number tag. Now, my precious Zweilous can return to me. Ah, chasing people really messes up my makeup. Gotta fix it quick. TCH. It's been 2 days already. Those three idiots still haven't regrouped with me. This random teleportation really sucks. Why'd it put us so far apart? I can't wait any longer. He. Sato, you won't escape me. Twirling the number tag on his fingertip like a basketball, Ranka was in a great mood. Suddenly remembering something, he fished a luxurious makeup kit from his backpack and began touching up his face while talking to himself. Seeing Ranka act all prim and flamboyant, his heavily scarred Agron turned his head away in visible disgust. Still, Agron loyally stood guard by Ranka's side, playing the role of bodyguard, and tossing a bit of dirt to help bury the newly dug hole. About half an hour later, Ranka was once again looking flawless. Smiling at his reflection in the jewel-encrusted mirror, he pulled out a detailed map and studied it carefully. Before long, he set off with Agron toward the location mentioned by the tortured contestant. Chapter 525, Chapter 524, Continue Westward. The injuries Sato's Pokemon had suffered during the battle with the Maitana pack were already somewhat serious. But after clashing once more, this time with the far stronger Pinsir swarm, their condition had only worsened. Bellisum's grassy terrain healing was nowhere near as effective as the treatment offered by the Joys at a Pokemon Center, and it lacked their efficiency as well. In summary, Bellisum's grassy terrain could help the Pokemon recover from most of their wounds, but it couldn't erase the lingering internal damage caused by intense combat. Pokemon possessed excellent natural healing abilities, and given enough rest, they could gradually recover from internal injuries. However, such recovery took time, and only if they didn't get hurt again during the process. Otherwise, those internal injuries might never fully heal on their own and would require external intervention to cure. Naturally, Sato didn't want anything bad to happen to his Pokemon. He needed Arcanine and the others to steadily grow stronger, not get overtrained into uselessness. And in a place like this without a Nurse Joy, Sato wouldn't dare recklessly push his Pokemon too hard. It would only backfire. After all, leveling up always carried risks. This time, his training had turned passive when the Pinsir swarm retaliated, and they came too quickly and with cunning tactics. This experience was a wake-up call for Sato. From now on, his leveling operations had to be far more cautious, or he might never make it back. With Bellisum doing her best, Sato's most important landmount Pokemon, Arcanine, was the first to recover. As for the others, with the help of healing sprays and ointments, they also recovered to some extent. To be safe, Sato decided to evacuate the area immediately and search for a safer place to regroup and rest. He chose to head toward the Tauros Mountain, where he'd recently defeated a pack of Maitana. The lingering aura of that victory still deterred the wild Pokemon in the region. Riding Arcanine, Sato had an unobstructed path and soon reached a small hill just 100 meters from a river. At the base of the hill's windward slope was a small grove of short trees, one of the few areas in the Tauros Mountain that could effectively conceal someone's presence. Originally, a group of Apom lived in this grove. They were curious yet timid Pokemon. As they watched the unfamiliar Sato from the trees, they kept their distance due to the oppressive aura radiating from Arcanine. Some higher-level APOM even took up defensive stances. After circling the grove on Arcanine and confirming there were no powerful wild Pokémon nearby, Sato dismounted under a large tree and began preparing lunch. He left Bellossom behind to continue healing the other injured Pokémon and took Arcanine with him to hunt. The Tauros Mountain were full of herbivores, so wild game was plentiful. Before long, Sato and Arcanine brought back 9 wild water buffalo. To Sato's surprise, when he returned with the final haul, a pile of berries had appeared at the temporary camp. According to Bellossom and the others, the berries had been brought over by the local APOM. I promise you, as long as you don't harm me, I won't harm you. Thank you for the fruit. I'll be staying here for a while. Looks like we're neighbors now. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Sato had decided to make camp here. Since the locals had extended a hand of goodwill, it was only natural to build good relations. He picked up a berry, ate it, and smiled at an elderly Ambipom nearby. The elderly Ambipom held a wooden staff and was clearly a tribal elder among the APOM, a figure of high authority. Seeing Sato eat the berry and give a friendly promise, the Ambipom nodded in approval and signaled the other APOM on guard to stand down. The old Ambipom was sharp. A powerful outsider had suddenly appeared in their territory. Since he hadn't yet done anything threatening, showing friendliness first was the wise move, courtesy before conflict. Seeing the APOM withdraw to a respectful distance, Sato nodded back at the Ambipom and resumed lunch preparations. As Sato's Pokemon team grew, especially with the addition of a food-devouring red shiny Goridos, he couldn't cook for everyone himself. He personally roasted 1 water buffalo and left the rest to Arcanine. By the time the simple meal ended, it was already around 1 p.m. Most of the Pokemon had healed and were now well-fed and rested. However, Sato wasn't planning on taking them back to stir up more trouble with the Pinsir swarm, at least not right away. After some thought, he rode Arcanine and began heading toward the direction of the Scyther Forest. Of his 3 current missions, the training task was already overachieved. But he still hadn't made progress on collecting number tags or capturing a Scyther. Time was running out. For now, he couldn't return to the Pinsir Forest. He had just enraged the Pinsir swarm and inflicted heavy losses on them. If he returned now, it might provoke the appearance of their leader, a near Elite 4 level Pinsir, level 69. A Pinsir swarm that ruled its forest certainly had strong individuals among them. Moreover, the Scyther swarm that once lived there seemed to have vanished. Sato had searched the outer edges of the Pinsir forest without spotting even one Scyther track. Judging by the signs of the Pinsir invasion of Heracross territory, Sato guessed that the Scyther swarm might have already been driven out before the Heracross by the Pinsir. If that were true, there was little point in going back to the Pinsir forest. He had already mentally designated it as a training area, and there was no rush to revisit it. Instead, Sato planned to bypass the forest and continue west. According to the map, west of the Pinsir forest lay a place called Scyther Forest, home to a large Scyther population. Although several smaller Pokemon territories lay between the two areas, Sato didn't mind. He needed to broaden his search if he hoped to find signs of other competitors. The west was a promising direction. Sato currently stood at the eastern edge of the mysterious island. The farther west he traveled, the closer he'd get to the island's central region. And the center was where all the rare treasures of the island were concentrated, dangerous, but rich in opportunities. Both Sato and the other competitors knew that this was a competition where standing still meant falling behind. He believed that if he just kept moving west, closer and closer to the heart of the island, his chances of encountering other competitors would grow. Chapter 526, Chapter 525, The Formidable Mega Agron. Thomas was one of the 3 contestants who had teamed up to take down Ranka. Now, he was fleeing eastward in a panic, riding his Rapidash as fast as he could, terrified that Ranka and his Mega Agron would suddenly strike from behind. At this moment, Thomas's fear of Ranka had reached an unimaginable peak. He just couldn't comprehend how a favorable 16-on-4 situation had been completely overturned by a single stone carried by Ranka and his Agron. Although Ranka's Agron was undeniably powerful, Thomas and the other 2 contestants were elite trainers among Team Rocket's younger generation. Naturally, they knew how to deal with a bulky Pokemon like Agron. They had decided early on to use a kiting strategy, perfect against Pokemon like Agron that were strong in both offense and defense but lacked mobility. With that in mind, they coordinated their attack with 9 high-mobility Pokemon, Rapidash, Scyther, Victreebel with the Chlorophyll ability, Sceptile, Shiftry, and others, aiming to wear down the terrifying Agron. At first, the kiting strategy worked quite well. But it didn't take long for Ranka's Agron to demonstrate the brutal truth of battle: if you have enough power, you can ignore all disadvantages. Its defense was simply absurd. Attacks from the enemy Pokemon felt like nothing more than tickles. Especially physical attacks, even moves with type advantage couldn't deal significant damage to it. And then came the turning point. Ranka activated the Key Stone and Agron's Mega Evolution Stone, unleashing a transformation that turned the steel behemoth into an immovable iron fortress. But it wasn't just Agron's unbreakable defense that won the fight. The real game-changer was its tremendous physical attack power and terrifying area of effect, AoE, offensive capability. Under Ranka's training, Stone Edge, a rock-type move with 100 base power and a high critical hit ratio, had been refined to perfection by Agron. It could launch a seamless 360-degree assault, covering a radius of over 100 meters with deadly precision. Worse still, Ranka's Agron could unleash this wide-range Stone Edge attack continuously without pause. Its precision was so exact that it never hit allied Pokémon. In other words, once Agron started its barrage, it effectively became a turret with overwhelming firepower and full area coverage. As if that wasn't enough, within a 20-meter radius, it could trigger devastating earthquake attacks. Many non-flying Pokémon didn't even get the chance to approach before being crushed by the seismic shockwaves. Think you can leap into the air to dodge? Once airborne, with no leverage, you'd be an easy target for Agron's precision Stone Edge. And these weren't just rocks, they were a torrential downpour of sharpened stone spikes. As for the unlucky ones who managed to get close for melee combat, what awaited them was a fully armored steel Tyrannosaurus. There was no doubt, in terms of close combat prowess, Ranka's Mega Agron was top tier. Even powerful pseudo-legendary dragon types would struggle to match it. Perhaps only Kamao could go toe-to-toe with it. Within just a few minutes, the Pokémon of all three trainers were completely overwhelmed, taken down by Agron's Earthquake and full-range Stone Edge. Thomas was just lucky. His starter Pokémon, Rapidash, was quick-witted. As soon as the battle turned south, it bolted, allowing Thomas to escape without being caught by Ranka. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Thomas wouldn't have believed that such a powerful trainer could exist among Team Rocket's younger generation. He had always known that, coming from a modest background, he was no match for the inner circle members of Team Rocket. That was why he joined forces with others to ambush Ranka. But now that he had experienced the gap firsthand, all he felt was despair. Thomas finally understood, his opponent started from a much higher point, had been training for longer, and came from privilege. As someone from a humble background, no matter how hard he chased, he couldn't close the distance. Maybe only a true prodigy, someone blessed with extraordinary luck, can rise from nothing to defeat people like them. Clearly, I'm not that kind of person. Riding eastward on Rapidash for dozens of kilometers, Thomas wore a look of defeat. After this encounter, he had given up the thought of competing with Team Rocket's elite. Still, Thomas was an optimistic person. After wallowing in frustration for a short while, he felt grateful for his current circumstances. He had already covered several dozen kilometers, and Ranka had yet to catch up. It seemed he was finally safe. Thinking about what fate might have befallen the teammate who was last to escape, Thomas couldn't help but feel a sense of miraculous survival. At least he hadn't been eliminated. If he could regroup and recover, he might still hang on until the end of the competition. Thomas had made up his mind. From now on, he would focus on surviving. Rankings didn't matter anymore, staying alive was all that counted. Unfortunately, his good mood didn't last long. The signal light on the detector in his hand suddenly lit up, followed by a soft alarm sound. Run, Rapidash. That monster is coming. Seeing the detector's signal, Thomas's face went pale. He immediately shouted at the now panting Rapidash beneath him. Nay. Rapidash, having seen Mega Agron's wrath firsthand, was already on edge. Hearing its trainer's panicked voice, it jolted as if it had received a sudden boost of energy. Its speed surged once again. That monster is too fast. Even with Rapidash going all out, the distance isn't increasing, it's closing. It's over, it's all over. With the wind whipping at his face, Thomas stared at the brightening signal light on his detector. Realizing that Ranka was getting closer, his expression turned to despair, and he began screaming hysterically. Rapidash, hearing its trainer's cries, looked equally desperate. The thought of facing the terrifying Agron again pushed it to run even faster. Meanwhile, far to the west, Sato was riding Arcanine, swiftly heading in the opposite direction with a detector in hand. Seeing the signal light on his device grow brighter, his expression turned serious. Confident, huh? Heading straight toward me, and at such speed. Seems like someone's in a real hurry. Fine, let's see what you've got. Chapter 527, Chapter 526, Scheming. Before long, when Thomas saw Sato riding his Arcanine up ahead, he finally realized he had made a huge mistake. It wasn't that Ranka was chasing him from behind, he was simply getting closer and closer to the other participants. And the fact that he had even accelerated in this direction made Thomas feel an overwhelming mix of emotions. At this point, he had suffered heavy losses. Aside from his Rapidash and a newly captured but disobedient Houndoom, all of his other Pokémon had fallen during the battle with Ranka. Meanwhile, Sato finally laid eyes on the Rapidash-mounted Thomas in the distance. However, his keen focus allowed him to immediately notice the panic-stricken look that had just been on Thomas's face. This instantly made Sato suspicious. From the previous panic to the current stunned expression, Sato deduced that Thomas was not the strong competitor intentionally approaching him as he had assumed. Rather, the guy seemed to be running for his life and had just now realized his mistake. Looks like I've run into a startled bird. Whatever, I'll just catch him and ask. That'll clear everything up. Arcanine, use extreme speed. Don't let him get away. Sato didn't know what Thomas had gone through, but he knew one thing for sure: he couldn't afford to let this participant go. Without even a greeting, he ordered Arcanine to launch an attack. At his command, Arcanine's paws erupted in flames, instantly turning it into a red streak of light as it dashed toward Thomas and Rapidash, who were just about to turn and flee in another direction. In terms of endurance, Arcanine might not match Rapidash, but in terms of explosive power, a Pokémon that had mastered extreme speed wasn't something Rapidash could compare to. The next second, Arcanine appeared behind Rapidash with Sato on its back, and its front right paw smacked down hard on Rapidash's hindquarters. Nay. Ah. With a mix of hoarse screams and human yells, Rapidash was sent flying forward from the heavy blow, and Thomas was thrown from its back. Arcanine gave Rapidash no time to recover. It once again used extreme speed, instantly appearing in front of the staggering horse and slamming a claw into its head. Already terrified by the sneak attack, the timid Rapidash saw Arcanine appear again with claws raised and instantly stretched out all four limbs and fainted from fear before the blow could even land. But Arcanine didn't hesitate. Its paw slammed heavily into Rapidash's skull. This time, the Pokémon pretending to faint really passed out for real. I surrender. Please don't hurt me. Seeing how easily Arcanine subdued Rapidash, Thomas, who had originally planned to release Houndoom and resist a little, immediately changed his mind. He tossed the Pokeball aside, knelt on the ground, raised both hands high, and shouted sincerely. In response, he received a heavy thump from Sato's baton and was knocked out cold, just like Rapidash. Over 10 minutes later, Thomas finally regained consciousness. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Sato's cold, stern face and sharp eyes. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, not daring to meet Sato's eyes. Soon, Thomas grasped his situation. He was now firmly bound to the trunk of a large tree by Ariados's web. Everything on his person except his clothes had been thoroughly searched and confiscated by Sato. All in all, he was now Sato's prisoner, and a completely powerless one at that. Still, being the optimist that he was, Thomas quickly accepted his current predicament. After calming down, he noticed that the men who had captured him looked very familiar. Wait. Isn't this the guy Ranka put a huge bounty on? I think his name is Sato. That means he must be Ranka's enemy. The moment he remembered who Sato was, Thomas's previously hopeless heart suddenly ignited with renewed hope, and his expression brightened. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, that was the truth Thomas wholeheartedly believed in at this moment. He was certain that if Sato knew he was also one of Ranka's enemies, his treatment would improve. Hello, Mr. Sato. I know you're Ranka's enemy. To tell you the truth, I just escaped from Ranka not long ago. I thought it wasn't chasing me from behind, but I didn't expect it to be you, sir. Without waiting for Sato to interrogate him, Thomas blurted out the full account of his conflict with Ranka and all the information he knew. Seeing how cooperative Thomas was, Sato didn't feel the need to use force. As Thomas continued to speak, Sato's expression gradually darkened with the severity of the information he was learning. He hadn't expected Ranka to be so close already, or that he would be so powerful. Just relying on his Mega Agron, Ranka had achieved the unbelievable feat of fighting 16 Pokémon with only 4. And it wasn't just 16 wild Pokémon, most of these were well-trained Pokémon commanded by elite rocket rookies. The fact that they had been overwhelmed so easily didn't mean they were weak. It only proved one thing: Ranka was too strong. A Mega Agron capable of both wide-area bombardment and close-range dominance was nearly unbeatable in head-to-head combat. If Sato encountered that thing right now, even he would probably have to retreat. However, what pleased Sato was that Ranka was currently acting alone. His only main Pokémon were Agron and, possibly, Zweilous. There was no doubt, Ranka was now at his weakest. And now that Sato had learned Agron's battle style, he slowly realized the steel monster wasn't completely invincible. After thinking things over, Sato found that there were 3 conditions that, if met, would allow him to defeat Ranka's Mega Agron, even at its full strength. The desire to kill Ranka started to grow uncontrollably in Sato's heart. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Ranka rejoined his subordinates, the chance to eliminate him would practically vanish. Having made up his mind, Sato decided to hunt down Ranka. Even if he couldn't finish him off right now, he had to at least deal heavy damage to prevent future trouble. Then, Sato's gaze shifted toward Thomas. His plan would be too difficult to execute alone. For that, he needed a helper. And the man in front of him, who had been crushed by Ranka and was still terrified, seemed like an ideal choice. So, you're also one of Ranka's enemies, huh? That must mean you hate him too, right? Sato gave Thomas, who immediately felt a deep sense of foreboding, a friendly smile and spoke with a cheerful tone. Chapter 528, Chapter 527, Splitting Up. That's right. Is there anything I can help you with, Mr. Sato? Seeing Sato suddenly speaking to him so kindly, Thomas, who had an excellent sense of self-preservation, immediately understood what Sato meant. He quickly nodded and replied sincerely. Very good. I have a brilliant plan that I need your help with. Yes, our next target is none other than our mutual enemy, Ranka. But first, tell me, which direction did your other teammate who escaped run off to? Where were you all planning to regroup? And do you know how many contestants are still left in that area? Sato's smile grew brighter as Thomas continued to be so cooperative. He nodded to him with a kind expression, then fired off question after question. Right now, Thomas was at the mercy of Sato, like meat on the butcher's block. Having clawed his way up from the bottom of society, he knew exactly what he had to do. So, he answered every question without hesitation. Sato maintained a friendly face, but in truth, he was still wary of this seasoned rocket grunt. He returned Thomas's rapidash and houndom, but kept everything else for himself with a smile. Of course, to ensure Thomas gave his full cooperation, Sato also promised that once the mission was complete, he would return his number tag and other belongings untouched. Thomas understood perfectly why Sato was trying to find out where his other ally, Maitana, had gone. Sato didn't want Maitana's number tag falling into Ranka's hands, boosting the strength of his opponent. At the same time, Sato wanted to get to Maitana before Ranka did and take his number tag. In fact, Thomas and his group had already made backup plans in case of failure. But that plan only worked if all three of them managed to escape unscathed. Since one of them had been captured, the designated regrouping point was scrapped. Both Thomas and Maitana had seen their third teammate get caught by Ranka, so they had no intention of meeting at the original rendezvous. So now, Thomas truly had no idea where Maitana might be. The only thing he knew was that Maitana had fled north. But after so much time had passed, pinpointing his location was nearly impossible. After hearing this, Sato decisively gave up the idea of chasing down Maitana's number tag. Time was tight, and he couldn't afford to go on a wild goose chase. Still, preparation was key to execution. He needed to fulfill 3 specific conditions in order to take down Ranka's Agron. Only when he had all 3 would he initiate the plan. These 3 conditions involved 3 specific Pokemon, Kecleon, Golduck, and Slakoth. As for why Sato chose these 3 Pokemon, it had everything to do with their abilities and moves. According to his plan, if those 3 Pokemon were used together, they could unleash enough power to topple even the mighty Agron. Of the 3, Kecleon, being the tactical core, was already in his possession. Slakoth would be relatively easy to find too, the Slakoth forest he had previously visited had plenty of them. Golduck, however, would be harder to locate. Sato didn't tell Thomas any of this. Instead, he handed him a spatial storage backpack containing only a single Pokeball and some food. After ordering Bellissum to finish healing his Rapidash, Sato sent him off to Slakoth Forest in the east to catch a Slakoth. He also instructed Thomas that once he captured the Slakoth, he should head straight to Mount Tauros to rendezvous with him. Now that Sato had Thomas's number tag and the special device needed to contact the base, if Thomas wanted to stay in the game and leave the island safely, he had no choice but to obey. Thomas, being a smart man who wanted to avoid disqualification and survive, didn't hesitate. He jumped on Rapidash and galloped eastward towards Slakoth Forest. A smart man indeed. Sato watched Thomas ride off without trying to bargain or argue. Once the man was out of sight, Sato's smile faded. He gave a small nod of approval at Thomas's good judgment. If Thomas had tried to haggle even a little, Sato wouldn't have hesitated to kill him right there. After all, Ranka had far more hatred for him than Thomas did, and with a massive bounty hanging over his head, if Thomas had tried to sell him out, it would have been a disaster. Fortunately, this ordinary Rocket member named Thomas was both smart and ambitious. He clearly didn't want to be eliminated so easily. Even if Sato might go back on his word later, Thomas still chose to follow through. That was exactly why Sato lowered his guard a bit. The ones with nothing to lose, those were the hardest people to control. But now, with Thomas desperate to stay in the game, and Sato holding both his number tag and the device needed to return to base, Thomas was essentially under Sato's control. Not long after Thomas left, Sato also began his own journey to search for Golduck. As for his original plan to capture a Scyther, that would have to wait. In this current plan, Golduck was the second most important component. One of the moves it could learn upon leveling up could become a critical trump card in defeating Ranka's Agron. Actually, according to Sato's plan, he didn't necessarily need a Golduck. A Psyduck would suffice, technically, but to be safe, he preferred capturing a high-level Golduck. Though both Golduck and Psyduck were amphibious Pokemon, they mostly lived near bodies of water. What annoyed Sato, however, was that their habitats were not fixed, and his map didn't specify where Golduck or Psyduck could be found. He did recall seeing a high-level Golduck once near Carvana River. That gave him a lead. But what puzzled him was that during the battle there, not a single Psyduck had shown up. This suggested that Psyduck were probably rare in that area. Which made sense, compared to the intelligent Golduck, the often headache-ridden and dazed Psyduck weren't exactly known for their survival skills. And with so many Sharpedo in Carvana River, it would be extremely difficult for Psyduck to survive there. After thinking it over, Sato abandoned the idea of returning to Carvana River. Instead, he decided to head north. The area he was currently in seemed to be a forest called Gloomwood. According to the map, there was a major tributary of the Crescent River to the north of Gloomwood. This river flowed from the central region and had many offshoots that stretched through nearly every surrounding zone. In fact, Carvana River was one of the Crescent River's tributaries, or more precisely, a subtributary. Therefore, Sato believed there was a good chance he could find Golduck along one of these waterways. Of course, the real reason he chose to head north was that he still harbored hopes of intercepting Maitana and taking his number tag. If he could get his hands on his Swampert in addition to what he already had, the chances of defeating Ranka would rise significantly. Chapter 529, Chapter 528, Maitana and the Duck Group. Among the three-man alliance, Maitana was undoubtedly the strongest. He owned a level 53 Machamp, a Pokemon gifted to him by his father, a veteran construction worker, when it was still a Machop under level 5. It had been with him ever since and fought alongside the now 20-year-old Maitana through countless battles across the land. Its strength was unquestionable. Maitana's rise from a no-name rocket grunt to his current standing was heavily aided by Machamp. With such a strong Pokemon, Maitana breezed through the early phases of the competition. Even on this perilous mystery island, Maitana quickly adapted, and with Machamp's aid, he successfully captured 5 other peak elite-level Pokemon with ease. In fact, even before teaming up with Thomas and the other ally, Maitana had already stolen another participant's number tag and gained yet another strong Pokemon for his team. It could be said that Maitana had been riding high on success before. His overconfidence started to swell, and he had even entertained the idea of challenging Ranka solo. Fortunately, a shred of remaining rationality saved him from that fatal mistake. That battle today not only crushed Thomas's ambitions, it shattered Maitana's pride as well, grinding it into the ground repeatedly. Still, as the strongest among the three, Maitana retained more strength than the others even after their defeat and retreat. His mainstays, Machamp and Pidgeot, were badly injured but not lost. In addition to those two, Maitana still had Vileplume and Scyther, both of which still had some fight left in them. Although previously arrogant, Maitana was a cautious person at heart, very similar to Sato in that regard. After riding Pidgeot low across the northern skies for a while, Maitana eventually veered eastward. After fleeing for dozens of kilometers, he finally returned to one of his predetermined hideouts and began treating and recovering his Pokemon with various medical supplies and rations. Notably, this hideout was located close to a water source. Meanwhile, Sato had been riding Arcanine along one of the tributaries of the Crescent River. Although his path wound about, his general direction was still northward. This time, Sato's luck was good. He soon discovered traces of Psyduck. The Psyduck were swimming freely in the river and showed great tolerance toward Sato, a stranger. Unfortunately, their levels were all too low, none had yet learned the specific move Sato needed, which was his main criterion for capture. There were 2 moves that Psyduck and Golduck could learn by leveling up that Sato required. Without both, he had no reason to make a move. Where did all the wild Golduck go? Why aren't they with the Psyduck? Don't tell me Golduck actually despised their pre-evolved forms. Watching the flock of clueless yellow ducks foraging with their butts in the air, Sato couldn't help but feel disheartened. This was already the 6th small Psyduck group he had encountered along the river upstream, and yet not a single Golduck had appeared among them. Sato felt not only discouraged, but also deeply puzzled. After all, he wasn't a trained Pokemon researcher, and he had never owned a Golduck or Psyduck before, so he didn't know much about their nature. Psyduck's seemingly dumb behavior stemmed from its inability to control its overwhelming psychic power, resulting in chronic headaches. To alleviate the pain, they learned to empty their minds, a rudimentary form of meditation. In simpler terms, Psyduck were basically self-hypnotizing, or in a constant meditative state. It didn't mean they were actually dumb. Of course, exceptions always exist. Because of this, Psyduck often appeared slow and dull, and their chronic headaches also prevented them from fully using their power. That's why they needed to stick together when they were still Psyduck. However, once a Psyduck evolved into Golduck and mastered control over its psychic power via the special red gem on its forehead, both its intelligence and strength surged. At that point, it would usually choose to leave the flock. Though Golduck lacks the psychic typing, its mental power rivals that of most psychic-type Pokemon, thanks to the intense psychic discipline it developed while enduring Psyduck's headaches. As such, Golduck also share the solitary pride of psychic types and prefer to live alone. They genuinely dislike spending their days around a bunch of seemingly dumb fellow Psyduck. However, unlike typical psychic types, Golduck still care deeply for their kin. While they don't like being around their dopey companions, it doesn't mean they've abandoned the group that raised and protected them. Thus, Golduck usually never stray too far from the flock. And if their group is in danger, they will receive the message and rush to help. Sato had already searched 9 Psyduck flocks without spotting a single Golduck. Deciding to change strategies, he summoned his red shiny Goridos and prepared to cross to another tributary. After experiencing several brutal battles, the red Goridos had long lost its former arrogance. Under Sato's command, having tasted the fruits of growing stronger, it now felt both fear and respect for Sato, and had begun to truly follow him. The red Goridos was a Pokemon Sato paid close attention to. He had been watching its shift in attitude, and now, he finally trusted it. Since the battle against the Pinsir swarm, the bloodied and hardened red Goridos had quietly reached level 34. Its presence had grown fiercer and more imposing with every fight. The moment it appeared in the river, its Intimidate and Special Tyrant ability automatically activated. Immediately, all nearby river Pokemon fled in terror, with quite a few even fainting on the spot. Unfortunately, a Psyduck flock happened to be nearby. Most of them were only around level 20. Under the pressure of Goridos' Intimidate, many of the Psyduck quacked in panic. Their high-pitched cries rapidly echoed out in all directions. Then, less than 10 seconds later, 4 blue figures radiating immense psychic energy rapidly flew in from the distance. Chapter 530, Chapter 529, Consecutive Victories. Beat the small fry, and the big ones come running. That phrase couldn't have described Sato's current situation any better. Spurred on by the commotion with the Psyduck group earlier, several Golduck in the area that had been foraging nearby now rushed over to support them. Sato didn't mind this development at all. In fact, he was more annoyed at himself for not having done this earlier and wasting so much time. Figures. Hitting the small ones draws out the big ones. I should have done this from the start. Seeing 4 Golduck closing in from all directions, Sato's expression lit up with excitement, though his mind was still slightly annoyed. Come out, Bellisum, Ursaring. Goridos, use Twister on the Golduck to your front left. Block its path. Bellisum, use Energy Ball on the one to the right. Take it down quickly. Arcanine, use Extreme Speed to approach the Golduck in the lower right, then follow up with Thunderfang. Ursaring, take on the Golduck to the lower left. Use Fury Swipes to engage. Without delay, Sato leapt off Arcanine's back and moved to a safer position while releasing Bellisum and Ursaring. He issued the attack orders in rapid succession. Among the 4 Golduck that had rushed in, the strongest one was the one Bellisum was facing, level 46. The psychic energy radiating from it was also the most intense. The second strongest was the one facing Arcanine, a level 42 Golduck. Third was Ursaring's opponent, a Golduck at level 39. The weakest among them was the one confronting Goridos, just recently evolved, only level 34. Goridos, being of equal level, would easily handle it. Upon receiving her command, Bellisum quickly began condensing a Viridian energy ball in her hands, its power pulsing ominously. She hurled it at the level 46 Golduck soaring through the air toward her from the top right. Less than half a second later, Bellisum had already formed another energy ball. In just a few seconds, she fired off 6 energy balls, each surging with intense grass-type energy, their angles so precise and tight that they all but sealed off the Golduck's ability to dodge. But a level 46 Golduck was no pushover. Its refined psychic power rivaled even that of pure psychic-type Pokemon. As the energy balls came at it, the Golduck's eyes flashed with a brilliant blue glow. Its right hand extended toward the projectiles, and a visible pulse of psychic energy burst outward, forming a shimmering blue mental net. The next moment, all 6 energy balls froze in midair, completely wrapped in psychic energy. Gah! With a loud cry, the Golduck flicked its right hand downward, and the energy balls, now under its control, shot straight back toward Bellisum at high speed. This textbook use of Psychic Hold and Psychic Rebound, techniques favored by Psychic-type Pokemon, showcased the Golduck's exceptional psychic prowess. But Bellisum, now at level 44 and battle-hardened, didn't panic in the slightest. In fact, she had begun dancing the moment she fired her last energy ball, completing a full quiver dance that sharply increased her speed. With elegance and precision, she danced through the air, evading the rebounding energy balls with minimal movement, each of them missing her by the narrowest margins. At the same time, countless Viridian magical leaves materialized around her, enveloping her body like a shield. Thanks to Sato's meticulous training, Bellisum had developed her own distinct combat style. Though she hadn't been using Quiver Dance and Swords Dance for long, she had already grasped their essence. Especially Quiver Dance, she had studied the elegant dance of Shiny Beautifly and had gradually mastered the grace of its movements. While dancing, her movements evoked the image of a butterfly flitting through the air, graceful, yet full of life. After dodging all 6 rebounded energy balls, Bellisum manipulated the magical leaves surrounding her, shaping them into sharp arrows aimed directly at the level 46 Golduck. This time, she released far more magical leaves than she had energy balls, easily over 200 or 300. With her near-masterful control of grass-type energy, the leaves twisted into over a dozen serpentine streams that lunged at the Golduck from every angle, aiming to overwhelm it. Faced with the onslaught, the Golduck's expression turned grim. It had just exerted considerable effort to repel Bellisom's initial attack, and now it was under heavy assault again. The sheer number of magical leaves was too much, it couldn't control them all with its psychic powers alone. Many slipped through its mental net and bore down on it. In the end, it was forced to resort to its emergency move, Protect, to survive Bellisom's brutal barrage. On the other side, the red shiny Goridos, Arcanine, and Ursaring were all locked in intense battles with the remaining 3 Golduck. The ones fighting Goridos and Ursaring were holding their ground decently, relying on their psychic abilities. The level 42 Golduck facing Arcanine wasn't as lucky. Arcanine, moving at blinding speeds thanks to extreme speed, caught it off guard from behind and bit down hard. Thunderfang, a move with type advantage, landed clean. The Golduck took massive damage, its body clamped tightly in Arcanine's jaws as further Thunderfang strikes rained down. Even so, it didn't go down easily. The Golduck summoned a massive burst of psychic energy and forced Arcanine's crackling jaws open, escaping by sheer force of will. But before it could catch its breath, Arcanine once again appeared behind it with extreme speed, following up with a brutal takedown. The level 42 Golduck was sent flying like a blue blur, smashing through 2 trees before finally skidding to a stop, completely unconscious. Once it fell, the rest quickly followed like dominoes. The level 34 Golduck battling Goridos was swept up and slammed onto the bank by a powerful Aqua Tail, instantly losing its ability to fight. As for the level 39 Golduck that had been fighting Ursaring, once the latter, now at level 45, landed a scary face and managed to get in close, it was struck down by a devastating combo of Hammer Arm and Fury Swipes. Finally, the level 46 Golduck, who had barely held on against Bellisom, now found itself surrounded by her allies. Overwhelmed, it too was swiftly defeated. Chapter 531, Chapter 530, An Unexpected Encounter. Among the 4 Golduck, Sato chose only one. Without a doubt, to better handle a dangerous enemy like Ranka, he naturally picked the one with the highest level. This Golduck was at level 46, had decent potential, and had learned a wide range of moves, perfectly meeting Sato's requirements. With just a bit of training, it could quickly become a usable Pokemon in his lineup. The only thing Sato found regretful was that this Golduck's ability was damp, not the hidden ability Cloud 9 that he preferred. Golduck's information. Pokemon, Golduck. Level. Type, Water. Ability, Damp. Gender, Male. Known moves, Quick Attack, Aqua Jet, Water Sport, Scratch, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Confusion, Fury Swipes, Water Pulse, Disable, Screech, Zen Headbutt, Aqua Tail, Soak, Psych Up, Amnesia, Hydro Pump. Egg move, Hypnosis. Tutor moves, Psychic, Protect, Light Screen, Hyper Beam, Rain Dance. Held item, none. IVs, out of 31. HP. Attack. Defense. Special Attack. Special Defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, purple, total 4, 142. After the battle, Sato had Bellisom give all 4 severely injured Golduck a round of simple healing. This gesture earned him a sliver of goodwill from the level 46 Golduck he had captured. Sorry, but I need to borrow your strength for now. If everything goes well, it'll be over in a day or 2 at most. If you then want to return to your group afterward, I'll let you go. Sato took out a Pokeball and made this solemn promise to the Golduck that had willingly stepped forward from its group to stand before him. GOL. Upon hearing this, the Golduck, leader of the local Psyduck group, immediately brightened and nodded at Sato. Much of the resistance in its heart instantly melted away. As a Pokemon with intelligence no less than that of a human, Golduck didn't have a favorable impression of Sato, who wasn't much of a threat on his own. Even though Sato had defeated it head-on, Golduck had not truly acknowledged him. At least things are stable for now. A high level brings advantages but also comes with drawbacks. I just hope nothing goes wrong. With its strength, it should be able to impact Agron. Seeing that the hostility in Golduck's eyes had largely faded, Sato felt relieved. He knew that healing the group with Bellisom and his sincere promise had worked. This plan to deal with Ranka was critical. If even one of the 3 key components failed, the entire operation would end in failure. Golduck was the second most important part of the plan. Sato could not afford any slip-ups. He feared Golduck might slack off or even sabotage the plan out of resentment, especially since it was freshly captured. After all, this Golduck was not only high-leveled but also the leader of its group. Moreover, as a psychic type, it had the typical aloof and self-centered temperament common among its kind. A Pokemon like this getting along perfectly with Sato right from the start would have been stranger. Thinking back to the red Goridos, he had no time now to gradually bond with Golduck. So, the best move Sato had was to give it a promise, in hopes it would take things seriously. Truthfully, thanks to the system, Sato had very high standards when selecting a Pokemon, and this Golduck didn't fully meet them. First, its 4 ratings were slightly lacking. Second, its personality wasn't ideal. Third, it was older and lacked growth potential. So yes, Sato truly planned to release it back into the wild after defeating Ranka. The same went for Ariados and Ursaring. If they wished to return to nature, Sato would let them go. Honestly, aside from the red shiny Goridos and Kecleon, who acted as support, Sato never felt fully at ease using Pokemon he hadn't trained personally from the start. Part of it came from a lack of synchronization between them. But more so, these Pokemon already had ingrained battle styles and thought processes that didn't mesh well with Sato's command style. It was different with Arcanine and Bellissime. These two had been raised by Sato himself and could effortlessly bring out 100% of their power, sometimes even more, allowing them to battle and win against higher-level opponents. With Golduck's capture complete, Sato began preparing to return to the Tauros Mountain to rendezvous with Thomas. This time, to return faster, he chose to travel via water. From the map, his current location was northwest of the Tauros Mountain. The river beside him connected to the Carvana River, which ran through the Tauros Mountain. All Sato needed to do was follow this river upstream to the north, then veer southeast. He could then ride the current downstream and get back to the foothills of the Tauros Mountain as quickly as possible. Let's go, Goridos. Take me upstream. After finalizing his plan, Sato released the red Goridos. Once on its back, he instructed it to start moving upstream. True to its title as the Terror of the Waters, the red Goridos plowed through the river boldly. Weaker water types scattered in fear, and even stronger ones turned a blind eye once they realized the Goridos was merely passing through. Aside from a few hot-tempered water types that came to provoke them slightly, Sato's upstream journey was largely uneventful. According to the map, he successfully guided the red Goridos into the river that connected to the Carvana River, and they began their downstream journey. Unlike the calm upstream ride, the trip downstream proved a bit more turbulent, but that was exactly what Sato had hoped for. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a soft beeping came from Sato's pocket. The unexpected noise sharpened his focus, and his eyes grew alert. A signal. Could it be Maitel? No point guessing. I'll know when I see him. Goridos, head to the right bank. Come out, Arcanine. Full speed, take me southwest. Sato quickly pulled the flashing, beeping detector from his pocket. Once he confirmed the signal's direction, he had the red Goridos make landfall and released Arcanine. Mounting Arcanine, he dashed off at top speed toward the southwest. At the same time, about 7 to 8 kilometers southwest in a dry cave, Maitel, who had been resting, was roused by the sound of his communicator. He immediately jumped up, a look of alarm on his face. They got here way too fast. Damn it. Pidgeot, hurry, get me out of here. Maitel watched the signal light on his detector flashing more and more rapidly. His expression darkened as he hastily released his still injured Pidgeot and climbed on. His two main Pokemon hadn't recovered from their serious injuries. If he ran into another contestant now, he'd almost certainly be eliminated. He couldn't worry about Pidgeot's injuries, he had to escape immediately. Unfortunately, a 7 to 8 kilometers distance was just a matter of a minute or two for a sprinting Arcanine. Before Maitel could take off on Pidgeot, Sato, riding Arcanine, had already appeared before him. Chapter 532, Chapter 531, A Dismal Exit. Arcanine, extreme speed, catch him. Sato spotted Maitel just as he was about to mount a visibly weakened Pidgeot and take off. Without hesitation, he leapt off Arcanine and ordered it to stop the attempted escape. Pidgeot, hurry and take off. At the same time, Maitel's heart nearly leapt into his throat when he saw Sato rapidly approaching on Arcanine. He frantically ordered his Pidgeot to ascend. Maitel knew that most contestants would not choose to use large flying-type Pokemon in a dense forest like this, it was too restricting. Moreover, the island was home to many wild Pokemon that were extremely territorial about their airspace, so large flying types were not a smart pick. Thus, if he could just get airborne on his Pidgeot, there was a high chance he could escape this danger. Even if he ended up being chased by wild flying types, that was still better than being eliminated now. He didn't want to be eliminated, especially after Ranka had thoroughly crushed his pride again and again. Because he knew this competition was a rare opportunity, perhaps the only one he'd ever get, to climb the ranks in Team Rocket despite having no backing. Thanks to his prior performance, several factions had already approached him in private. Still, Maitel had neither accepted nor refused. He wanted to wait, to raise his value even higher through this tournament and sell himself at a better price. But today, Maitel's luck was truly awful. First, he nearly crashed into Ranka, who was like an immovable steel wall. And now, he'd run into Sato, the fierce tiger who dared to face off with Ranka head-on. With its mastery of extreme speed, Arcanine's burst was nearly unmatched among Pokemon of its level. Maitel's Pidgeot was only level 42 and still recovering from serious injuries. Dodging Arcanine's sudden attack was simply impossible. In the blink of an eye, Arcanine appeared behind Pidgeot and slashed one of its wings with blazing hot claws. A sickening crack echoed as bones snapped and the Pidgeot shrieked in agony. It had barely risen 2 meters before losing balance and crashing back to the ground. Come out, Machamp, Vileplume, Scyther. Machamp, Cross Chop. Vileplume, Stun Spore. Scyther, X-Scissor. However, Maytle's reaction caught both Arcanine and Sato off guard. He had managed to leap off Pidgeot before Arcanine's strike landed and tossed out 3 Pokeballs, commanding his Pokemon to attack with swift precision. Maytle's throwing technique was clearly well practiced. The 3 Pokeballs landed with pinpoint accuracy in front of Arcanine and to both of its flanks. Though Machamp was still injured, at level 53 it was not to be underestimated. Drawing on its wealth of battle experience, it charged at Arcanine the moment it appeared, attempting to grapple it with all 4 powerful arms. Vileplume and Scyther, flanking from either side, were a second slower but still followed Maytle's commands and began closing in on Arcanine from both sides. Machamp nearly made contact with Arcanine, close enough to grab a tuft of its fur, but the injury on its leg slowed it down too much. Before the Pinsir attack could land, Arcanine leapt into the air. Flame surged across its body, and from its mouth erupted a white-hot jet of flame. Flamethrower. In the next moment, the combined attackers were engulfed in the blaze. Machamp, who had taken a direct hit, collapsed instantly, while Vileplume and Scyther, grazed by the outer flames, were left badly wounded. It's over. Try resisting, and I'll kill you right now. Sato now stood before a furious and unwilling Mytel, accompanied by Ursaring and Bellissum, whose 2 leaf blades gleamed menacingly. Ursaring's massive paw pressed lightly against Maytle's head, while Bellissum held one of its leaf-shaped blades right against Maytle's throat. For a moment, Maytle's entire body went cold. Still, he clenched the special device in his hand, a transmitter that could send his location back to base, and locked eyes with Sato. I know who you are. You're Sato. You probably don't know this, but Ranka's offering a high bounty for your head. Actually, I've got a grudge against him too. We fought just recently. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have caught me so easily. I can tell you everything about him. Valuable intel, guaranteed. I'll even help you take him down. All I ask is that you let me go. I just need my number tag, the transmitter, and my Pokemon. Keep everything else. Deal. Mytel still refused to accept his defeat. Like Thomas, he immediately recognized Sato as someone with a grudge against Ranka. But unlike Thomas, who had laid everything out without asking for mercy, Mytel came in negotiating terms, rather many, in fact. No need. Honestly, you're not as smart as Thomas. But credit where it's due, your reflexes are quick. Congratulations. You just saved your own life. Sato gave Mytel a long, hard look, then glanced at the special transmitter clenched tightly in his hand, finger pressing firmly against the red emergency button. Shaking his head, Sato reached forward and tore the number tag from Maytle's chest. Startled, Mytel accidentally pressed the red distress button. No. He stared in horror at the now activated emergency beacon, his face twisting into a mask of despair. His bloodshot eyes burned with hatred as they locked on Sato. But Sato remained unfazed. He understood Maytle's feelings, yet this was the nature of the tournament, winners take all. Losers can only leave in shame, or worse. And if nothing else, Sato would surely meet more contestants like Mytel during the rest of his journey, those who turned vicious when faced with failure. What they didn't realize was how foolish such hatred was. One day, the person they despised might be the very one they had to report to. Not long after, a ripple distorted the air around them. Out from the twisted space emerged a Xatu, radiating powerful psychic energy. After a quick telepathic exchange with Sato and Mytel, the Xatu swiftly retrieved the heartbroken Mytel, his Pokemon, his number tag, and a pouch of premium flying-type Pokemon food, courtesy of Sorrow. Chapter 533, Chapter 532, The Ace Returns. Come out, Swampert. By the riverbank, Sato, still riding on Arcanine, pressed the button on a luxury ball in his hand and released the Pokemon inside. The next second, a flash of white light shot from the opened luxury ball and landed in the river before Sato. As the light faded, a familiar, hulking figure emerged. Seeing this mountain-like body, clearly well-fed and healthy, Sato smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to a hefty bribe in the form of 2 packs of high-grade Pokemon food, the Xatu had promptly returned the Swampert that Sato had exchanged for with his number tag. Swampert hadn't seen Sato in nearly 3 days, and he missed him dearly. Though the food at the base had been abundant, it hadn't suited his taste at all. He longed for the personal meals Sato prepared just for him, especially the delicious grilled meats. Swamp. The moment he saw Sato, Swampert bellowed in excitement and began slapping the river surface with powerful force. Boom. Swampert's strength erupted underwater like a naval mine. Water exploded into the air with tremendous force. Welcome home, Swampert. Sato, seeing Swampert's enthusiasm, was deeply pleased. He dismounted from Arcanine, walked to the river's edge, and held out his right fist. Swamp. Swampert immediately understood the gesture. He reached out with his own clenched fist and bumped it gently against Sato's with appropriate force. Alright, let's go meet the others. There are some teammates you need to get acquainted with. After the fist bump, Sato brought out the rest of his Pokeballs and released his other Pokemon. Beams of white light shot from the Pokeballs, and one by one, Bellossom and the rest appeared on the ground around him. Aside from Arcanine and Bellossom, none of the others had met Swampert, Sato's undisputed ace. So, while Arcanine and Bellossom excitedly approached to greet Swampert, the rest, like Ursaring, stood stiffly in place, cautious and serious. It was Swampert's first meeting with these unfamiliar teammates, and he naturally had to establish his dominance. He released his full aura without holding anything back. Instantly, the atmosphere around Swampert turned oppressive. These Pokemon, all of whom had grown up surviving the harsh environment of the mysterious island, were extremely sensitive to the pressure released by others. Now, their fur and feathers stood on end from Swampert's overwhelming presence. Especially Ursaring and Golduck, both high-level Pokemon. In their perception, Swampert was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, steady, yet terrifying. A cold sweat broke out across Golduck's forehead as he gazed at Swampert with clear fear. Golduck's psychic power was unusually strong, on par with many psychic types. This gave it a limited precognitive ability. And that power told him that if he were to face Swampert one-on-one, he likely wouldn't survive even a single hit. All of Golduck's earlier arrogance was instantly erased. When he looked back at Sato now, there was no more defiance in his eyes. Truth be told, Golduck had long looked down on Sato. His reasoning was simple: none of Sato's Pokemon had been able to beat him in single combat when he was captured, not even Bellossom. At most, he thought that Bellossom could suppress him with her typing advantage, but never truly defeat him head-on. Swampert, however, was a different matter entirely. With Golduck's excellent perception, he could tell Swampert could shatter him with just one punch. His psychic power wasn't nearly strong enough to restrain such raw might. Now that Swampert was back at his side, Sato's confidence soared. He noticed that even the temperamental Golduck had calmed down and was now looking at Swampert with something close to reverence. As Sato's ace, Swampert not only served as a source of immense power, but also as a stabilizing force within the team. With him around, Sato never had to worry about internal chaos. Even Arbok, normally a rebellious and bloodthirsty serpent, would lower its head before Swampert, or else be forced to eat fists. Swampert had always led with strength. He warmly greeted Ursaring and the others one by one, placing his large hand on each of their shoulders like a big brother. Then, Sato continued downstream, riding on Swampert's broad back. Goridos and Golduck flanked him on either side, acting as escorts and clearing the path ahead. After about half an hour, Sato successfully reached the outskirts of Toro's Mountain. Near the border of the Pinsir forest, he found Thomas, who had been waiting for him for some time. Thomas had fulfilled Sato's request without issue. He'd captured a Slacketh from Slacketh Forest that he believed to have good potential. Oh my god, a red shiny Goridos. He actually owns a shiny Pokemon. And such a rare and powerful one at that. No wonder Ranka put such a high bounty on him. With a shiny Goridos like that, it's no surprise people want him taken out. Thomas stared in awe at the red Goridos swimming in the river beside Sato, overwhelmed with envy. Still, his attention soon shifted away from Goridos and onto Swampert beneath Sato. He quickly noticed that all of his own Pokemon were nervously watching Swampert. His most trusted partner, Rapidash, was especially uneasy, pacing in circles and tugging at his sleeve with its mouth, trying to get him to leave the area quickly. As Rapidash's trainer, Thomas understood exactly what this meant. Rapidash had sensed a powerful threat it couldn't match and wanted to flee. It had done this once before, during the battle against Ranka's Mega Aggron. That Swampert can put this much pressure on Rapidash. It must be something else. Maybe this lunatic really can take down Ranka. Thomas gently soothed his anxious Rapidash, raising his personal assessment of Sato a few more notches. Originally, Thomas thought the idea of going against Ranka was suicidal madness. He'd only agreed to join Sato because his number tag, his transmitter, and his life were in Sato's hands. If he had a choice, he'd have fled far away. But now, with Swampert's appearance, Thomas felt a flicker of hope for Sato's plan. He trusted Rapidash's instincts. If it hadn't warned him about Ranka, he might not have survived that encounter. Very good. Now that my task is done, your next mission is to catch 2 more Pokemon to strengthen our team. Just be back here before dark. Get a good night's rest, we move out tomorrow. After confirming the Slacketh that Thomas released, Sato nodded with approval and handed him 2 empty black Pokeballs. Got it. I'm on it. Thomas, visibly excited, accepted the Pokeballs, then quickly mounted Rapidash and rode off, disappearing from Sato's view. Come on out. I saw the signs you left, I know you're here. After Thomas left, Sato turned and shouted toward a thick patch of grass a dozen meters away. A large tree stood at the edge of the grass, and its trunk was covered in fresh bite marks. White sap flowed down the bark onto the ground. No sooner had Sato spoken than there came a soft rustling sound, sha-sha-sha, and a battered, scarred Pokemon slowly emerged from the bushes. Chapter 534, Chapter 533, Tragic News. The Pokemon that slowly emerged from the grass was none other than the same young Heracross that Sato had encountered earlier that morning. At this moment, it was once again covered in wounds, some so deep that its internal organs were partially visible. One of its arms was broken and hung limp at its side. With every step it took, several partially scabbed over injuries reopened, and greenish insect blood began seeping from its body once more. There was no doubt, the young Heracross was once again on the brink of death. If it weren't for its overwhelming willpower, any other Pokemon would have long since passed out from the pain and quietly died. Come out, Bellossom. Use grassy terrain to heal Heracross. Upon seeing the young Heracross in such a devastated state, Sato's anger flared instantly. But now wasn't the time for vengeance. He quickly released Bellossom and had it begin treating the wounded Heracross. At the same time, he pulled out a rare, high-grade healing potion, one of the spoils he'd confiscated from Thomas, and administered it to Heracross. Sato was fairly certain that the Pinsir from the Pinsir forest had invaded the Heracross territory once again, and it was they who inflicted these injuries on the young Heracross. As for why the young Heracross had come here, Sato guessed their home territory must have fallen. It had likely come to him for help. And indeed, that's exactly what had happened. Not long after the young Heracross had rescued Sato and returned to its tribe, the Pinsir launched a second invasion. This time, however, they came in even greater numbers and with higher levels. Despite Heracross's valiant efforts, it stood no chance alone. Soon after, the Heracross tribe's territory fell. Perhaps because they'd suffered heavy losses during the last encounter, the Pinsir exacted cruel revenge. They not only slaughtered many Heracross, but also destroyed all the sweet sap trees the tribe relied upon, delivering a devastating blow. With their home annihilated, the young Heracross had refused to retreat and fought to the bitter end. Only under the urging and protection of a few fellow Heracross, whose bloodlust had been awakened by the destruction of their home, was it finally persuaded to break through the encirclement and flee, though unwillingly. But its injuries were too severe. Even if it managed to escape, death from untreated wounds was certain. Its home destroyed, its kin slaughtered, Heracross was overwhelmed with hatred for the Pinsir tribe, and hatred for its own weakness. It was unwilling to die like this. In the end, it remembered Sato, the one who had saved it once, and came seeking help. In truth, the young Heracross had waited here for a long time. Had Sato not arrived when he did, it would have succumbed to its wounds soon after. With the rare healing potion, Heracross's powerful will to survive, and Bellossom's grassy terrain, its injuries finally began to stabilize. Half an hour later, a visibly exhausted Bellossom withdrew the healing field. At this point, most of Heracross's wounds had closed, and its life force had steadied. Level 32 already. That's a jump of 11 levels in one day. Incredible. Sato checked Heracross's stats and couldn't help but marvel at its rapid power-up. He knew that battle-hungry Pokemon like Heracross leveled up quickly, but injuries were their greatest obstacle to growth. That was why Heracross's body was riddled with scars despite its low level. After each fight, it would need to rest for 3 or 4 days, or even longer. That was the norm for most wild Pokemon. Today's meteoric level gain came at the cost of its own life. Heracross had likely defeated over 100 Pinsir on its own, many of them stronger than it. Of course, a major factor in Heracross's ability to retaliate against so many Pinsir was its hidden ability, Moxie. An ability seemingly made for group battles, it was a perfect match for a physically offensive, unyielding Pokemon like Heracross. Still, if any regular wild Pokemon had fought like this, it would have died long ago. Heracross had simply been lucky to run into Sato. Otherwise, it would have perished. Heracross was utterly exhausted. The moment its wounds stabilized, it fell into a deep sleep. Yet its obsession and grief ran deep. Not even half an hour had passed before it jolted awake. Hera. Hera. Once conscious, Heracross immediately stumbled to Sato's side, frantically using body language to plead with him to come and help. Its voice was choked with desperation. Let's go then. But you've just recovered, so you can't fight. If you're hurt again, the accumulated damage inside your body could kill you. Not even Bellossom can save you then. Sato understood Heracross's gestures instantly and didn't hesitate to agree. But before they left, he made a few conditions clear. Grassy terrain could not heal internal trauma. To truly remove the hidden injuries in Heracross's body, they would need to visit a Pokemon Center and consult a highly skilled Nurse Joy. But in this remote wilderness, where would they find a Pokemon Center? Heracross could only rely on its natural regenerative ability to recover. Considering it had nearly died twice in one day, its internal damage had likely built up to terrifying levels, old wounds layered with new ones. If it took another serious injury, those hidden traumas would almost certainly erupt. And at that point, not even Sato could save it. Though Heracross wasn't the most talented Pokémon, its nature and ability made it a perfect fit for Sato's team. He sincerely wanted to recruit this brave bug-type warrior, and letting it die was not an option. Heracross, anxious beyond measure, immediately agreed and led Sato toward its home territory. But when they arrived, they were met with nothing but smoldering ruins. The Pinsir had gone all out in their vengeance. Not only had they destroyed the Heracross tribe, but they had set fire to the entire area, obliterating the one home Heracross had. Heracross. When Heracross saw its homeland and the charred remains of its kin turn to ash, its eyes instantly turned bloodshot. It wailed in anguish, tears streaming down its face. This marked the true extinction of the Heracross tribe in the Pinsir forest. The few survivors who escaped would likely choose to flee the forest altogether to avoid further retaliation. Swampert, hold him down. Bellissum, use sleep powder. Let him rest for a while. Seeing Heracross lose itself in rage and begin to self-harm, Sato couldn't bear to watch and gave the order. Swampert nodded solemnly and swiftly restrained Heracross, pinning it in place. Bellissum then released a fine mist of sleep powder, gently forcing the deranged bug-type warrior into a dreamless sleep. Even in its dreams, Heracross twitched and trembled, cold sweat pouring from its body. It was clearly reliving a nightmare. Within minutes, it awoke again, shaken and broken. When it saw its incinerated home, its spirit crumbled. Kneeling on the scorched earth, it began to sob uncontrollably. Heracross, your home is gone. No amount of crying will change that. You're too weak. You can't defeat a swarm like the Pinsir tribe. Pull yourself together. Your fallen kin wouldn't want to see you like this. If you trust me, come with me. I'll train you, make you stronger. Then, one day, you'll personally drive all the Pinsir out of this forest and rebuild your tribe. Sato walked over and kicked the despondent Heracross aside, his voice cold and commanding. His words struck like thunder. Heracross sat up, dazed, staring at Sato. Slowly, the light began to return to its dull eyes. Good. But first, allow me to settle this score on your behalf. Swampert, get ready for battle. Use earth power. Let's flush fucking these rats out of the ground and raise hell. Seeing that Heracross had begun to regain its will, Sato's worries eased. Turning to Swampert, he gave his next order with murderous intent. The commotion Heracross had made earlier had long since alerted the forest's true rulers. As soon as they identified Heracross and Sato as enemies, they sprang into action. By now, the surrounding forest was teeming with Pinsir. They had completed their encirclement and were ready to strike. Chapter 535, Chapter 534, The Demon God in the Rain. Swampert. Upon receiving Sato's command, Swampert let out a thunderous roar as its overwhelming presence erupted in full. It then slammed its fist heavily into the ground beneath it. In an instant, the earth within a 30-meter radius trembled violently. Cracks spread outward from Swampert like a spiderweb, and beams of earthy yellow energy burst forth from the fissured terrain. That one punch from Swampert not only triggered a resonance with the massive ground-type energy beneath the surface, it also mimicked the effects of a localized earthquake. Immediately, dozens of Pinsir that had been burrowing underground in ambush were struck by the violent quake. Many were crushed to death before they could even escape to the surface. Those that did make it above ground were gravely injured, their bodies riddled with horrifying cracks, as fragile as shattered porcelain dolls. With that single move, Swampert had taken down more than 30 Pinsir in one fell swoop. But Pinsir weren't the type of Pokémon to shrink away just because they'd taken heavy losses. Especially when they still had numbers on their side. The deaths and injuries of their comrades only ignited their fury further. As one enraged Pinsir charged out of the bushes toward Swampert, a red-eyed horde emerged from the forest all around, storming in from every direction. Swampert, rain dance. Heracross, take me into the air. Kecleon, use roleplay to copy Heracross's Moxie ability, then use skill swap to pass it to Swampert. Seeing the situation intensify, Sato quickly returned Arcanine to its Pokeball and barked out new commands to his other Pokémon. Swampert responded immediately. Raising its glowing, sky-blue arms to the sky, it summoned water-type energy from the surroundings within a 100-meter radius. Dark clouds quickly began to gather above Swampert, thickening at a visible pace. Within seconds, a massive black cloud blanketed the battlefield, and a torrential downpour began to fall. By then, the mini Heracross had already carried Sato into the air, and Kecleon had successfully used role-play and skill swap to transfer Heracross's Moxie ability to Swampert. At the same time, the first wave of Pinsir reached within a meter of Swampert, unleashing their signature move Brick Break, aiming to tear the water/ground type apart. But they were doomed to fail. Once nearly 100 Pinsir entered the 30-meter range around Swampert, it once again raised a massive fist and slammed it into the now soaked earth, unleashing the full might of earth power. The drenched battlefield fractured again, sinking inwards as violent tremors and surging energy beams rippled outward from Swampert's position. With its monstrous strength and mastery over ground-type energy, Swampert once again combined the earthquake-esque earth power into a devastating area attack. Agonized howls echoed across the field. Nearly 100 Pinsir were gravely wounded in an instant. Those farther from Swampert fared slightly better, sustaining only moderate injuries. But the vanguard, the first wave that had rushed in, were all lying motionless in pools of blood. Swampert. With so many enemies defeated, Moxie triggered again, and Swampert's aura surged even higher. It roared triumphantly, its momentum climbing to terrifying heights. In that moment, Swampert looked every bit like a demon god standing amidst the rain, its pressure as vast and immovable as a mountain. The remaining Pinsir, still standing but not yet beaten, were visibly trembling under the weight of that aura. Many had already realized the terrifying truth: they had provoked an enemy far beyond their league. Their eyes filled with dread. Rain continued to fall. The muddy battlefield pooled around Swampert's feet, gradually rising until its lower body was submerged. The remaining Pinsir stood frozen in fear, as if petrified. None dared to move forward. They could only watch helplessly as the demon-like figure of Swampert was slowly engulfed by muddy water. Hera. Mini Heracross, carrying Sato high above the battlefield, shrieked in awe and admiration. Seeing Swampert instill fear into an entire swarm of wild Pinsir was a shock to its core. But the stalemate didn't last long. Suddenly, a furious roar pierced the air, shaking every Pinsir out of their trance. Soon after, a rhythmic slapping sound echoed across the battlefield, like a war drum. It was the sound of something massive striking its body, over and over again. The effect was immediate. The Pinsir seemed invigorated by the sound, their bloodshot eyes grew even more feral, and an uncontrollable bloodlust surged from them. With savage roars, they charged Swampert again like a mindless horde. Repel them with muddy water. Don't let them get close. Seeing the tide turning, Sato shouted from above. Then, following the direction of the roar and the rhythmic slapping, he spotted it, a monstrous Pinsir easily 3 to 4 times the size of a normal one, radiating overwhelming pressure. What a giant Pinsir, and level 65, no less. This must be their leader. Using the system's scan, Sato confirmed his suspicion. This Pinsir wasn't just any strong Pokemon, it was the sovereign of the Pinsir forest, the undisputed ruler of this swarm. Sato became alert. The moment this Pinsir showed any signs of entering the battle, he'd order Swampert to use dig and retreat. But the leader Pinsir was clearly proud. In the eastern region of the Mystery Island, it was a known and feared presence. It would never stoop to bullying the weak, let alone ganging up on them. The battle had already drawn the attention of countless wild Pokemon in the area. If it joined the fight against a lone Swampert, its reputation would be in ruins forever. So despite its seething anger, the Pinsir boss did not move. It merely stood at the edge of the battlefield, beating its body like a war drum, cheering on its kin. Unfortunately for it, this gesture changed nothing. The battlefield had already been transformed by Swampert's rain dance and earth power. The terrain was a swamp now, a perfect environment for Swampert. While the Pinsir became sluggish and blinded by the mud, Swampert only grew faster, more agile, and harder to spot. It used the murky water as cover to evade attacks and launch devastating counter-strikes. The Pinsir's siege turned into a joke. They were like muddy puppets trying to catch a phantom. And now, with the rainy weather enhancing it, Swampert's muddy water had become a force of nature. Many Pinsir were swept away before they even got close, some disappearing beneath the mud, their fate uncertain. Those that did reach Swampert were instantly knocked away by its empowered punches, each blow a culmination of boosted physical strength under Moxie. Every strike launched a Pinsir skyward in a brown blur, smashing through trees like battering rams. 10 minutes later, the battlefield had turned into a swampy graveyard. Not a single Pinsir remained standing. And those that arrived late to reinforce didn't dare step forward. They stood in silence, eyes fixed on the demon-like silhouette still standing in the muddy battlefield, daring anyone to move a step forward. Chapter 536, Chapter 535, Enthusiastic Thomas. At night, beneath a large tree in a small forest at the foot of Toro's Mountain, a place inhabited by many Apom, Sato and his Pokemon were enjoying a hearty dinner. As Sato's temporary ally, Thomas and his team of Pokemon were also taking advantage of the calm evening to relax. However, Thomas barely had any time to eat during the meal. He was busy playing the role of a professional grill master, running around multiple campfires with barely a moment's rest. If Thomas was the grill master, then his Rapidash and the newly captured Pinsir were his assistants. Rapidash supplied the perfect flame control, while Pinsir used the sharp horns on its head to slice and prepare the ingredients spread across the ground. Thomas would then eagerly deliver the grilled delicacies to one particular guest with an astonishing appetite. Surprisingly, Thomas had no complaints about this physically taxing and thankless task. Neither did his 2 Pokemon assistants, or the mini Heracross. The main reason for their diligence was simple: the burly figure who was happily feasting on the food pile. That guest, Swampert, was deeply satisfied with Thomas's grilled meat. That satisfaction alone was enough motivation to keep Thomas and his team working non-stop. Swampert looked delighted as it devoured the mountain of barbecue before it. After nearly 3 days of eating nothing but junk food at the base, it didn't care that these grilled dishes were a bit inferior in flavor compared to what it had eaten before under Sato's care. All it cared about now was eating to its heart's content. After such an exhilarating battle during the day, nothing pleased Swampert more than gorging on grilled meat that evening. Its only regret was the lack of good drinks. For now, it had to settle for the fruits and berries offered by a group of enthusiastic Apom from nearby. Swampert had dealt a crushing blow to the Pinsir swarm during the daytime battle, crippling nearly half of the group. Even for a large species like Pinsir, the damage was severe. Eventually, the Pinsir leader realized that sheer numbers alone could not defeat Swampert on the muddy terrain. Further fighting would only result in pointless casualties. Plus, his clan had already developed deep fear toward Swampert. So, he finally ordered a retreat. But the Pinsir leader, being a sly and experienced chief of a large group, wasn't done yet. Before retreating, he had the audacity to propose a one-on-one duel with Swampert. Faced with such an unreasonable challenge, Sato immediately restrained his eager Swampert and firmly rejected the offer on its behalf. Although Swampert had leveled up to 51 after the fight, it was still a dozen levels lower than the Pinsir leader. Moreover, Swampert had exhausted a significant amount of stamina battling so many Pinsir. While it still seemed imposing, it was clearly close to its limit. Had Swampert accepted the duel, it would have walked right into a trap, the Pinsir leader would have had a legitimate excuse to kill it, and no one would have been able to object. After all, no one mourns the dead in these brutal matches. The leader's challenge was clearly opportunistic, but it gave his wounded clan a way to retreat with their dignity under the eyes of the various Pokemon. Even though Sato rejected the duel, the Pinsir leader had already achieved his goal. His clan now had a reason to save their reputation. As they withdrew, their morale was somewhat lifted, and they even looked a bit cocky. Swampert's appetite remained as monstrous as ever. After the heavy consumption from the earlier battle, it devoured over 10 golden roasted mountain antelopes and a mountain of fruit. Burp. After swallowing one final portion of its special custom-made Pokemon food, handed to it by Sato, Swampert let out a long, satisfied burp. It stretched out comfortably on the ground and, within moments, began snoring loudly. Few times. Gulp times. Seeing that Swampert was finally full, a sweat-drenched Thomas and his 2 Pokemon let out sighs of relief. When they glanced at the towering pile of bones left in front of Swampert, their throats twitched, and they swallowed hard with a mixture of awe and fear. Thomas had witnessed the entire battle against the Pinsir horde earlier that day. He had been there, and the very Pinsir now helping him grill, at level 43, was caught during that fight. That Pinsir had been brave. It was one of the few who managed to push through the layers of muddy terrain and reach Swampert, but just like its stronger kin, it nearly became another victim of Swampert's fists. It was just luck that Swampert happened to knock it in Thomas's direction. That allowed Thomas to swoop in and snag a strong new ally for free. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Thomas would never have believed that the Swampert in front of him had the power to single-handedly challenge and defeat an entire powerful Pokemon group. Even though the group's formidable leader never stepped in, Swampert's feat still stunned Thomas beyond belief. It completely overturned everything he thought he knew about Sato and his Pokemon. At that moment, Thomas realized he'd truly latched onto a powerhouse, a partner with thick thighs strong enough to carry him through this competition to the end. He no longer thought Sato's plan to go up against Ranka was crazy. In fact, after their tactical discussion before dinner, he believed Sato had a very real shot at success. To be honest, Thomas had been genuinely shocked by the plan Sato devised to counter Ranka's aggron. From that detailed strategy, Thomas immediately understood that Sato wasn't just powerful, he was also a skilled and knowledgeable trainer, capable of flexibly applying deep knowledge of Pokemon mechanics. Otherwise, how could he have devised such a precise and targeted plan with only minimal intelligence on Ranka's aggron? If the plan succeeded, it would cripple most of Agron's combat capabilities. But what stunned Thomas most of all was that Sato actually owned such a rare Kecleon, a Pokemon capable of swapping abilities. That Kecleon was the linchpin of the entire operation. If the plan wasn't so complex and required coordinated teamwork, Thomas felt Sato could have easily ditched him and gone solo. After all, his role in the plan was mostly to support and distract the enemy. That thought left Thomas uneasy. So to make himself indispensable, he volunteered to take on the responsibility of preparing dinner for Sato's Pokemon. Sato was quite satisfied with Thomas's initiative, especially with Swampert around. The workload for dinner was immense. Of course, his wariness toward Thomas hadn't diminished. He had Bellisum keep a close watch on all the food, just in case someone tried to sneak in poison or tampering. Thanks to Bellisam's healer ability, no matter what trickery Thomas might have tried, she could easily cure any resulting status effects. But so far, Thomas hadn't shown any sign of being that kind of underhanded fool. He truly seemed to be doing his best to help and make his presence and value known. Because of Thomas's tact and effort, and to ensure the plan went smoothly, Sato decided to share more of the plan and give Thomas a larger role in it. Sato had long realized that going it alone wouldn't get him far in Team Rocket. But since he hadn't been part of the organization long, and his status was still low, he hadn't yet begun building a network of his own. However, the tournament, and Thomas's appearance, offered him hope. Perhaps he could use this competition to start secretly developing a few subordinates. Now free from food prep, Sato took the opportunity to check on Mini Heracross, who had officially joined the team. Though initially thrilled by Swampert's solo victory over the Pinsir horde, Heracross quickly sank back into grief over its lost family, its spirit once again subdued. Sato understood completely. Anyone who had suffered such a loss would find it hard to recover. Even humans, let alone Pokemon, might fall apart after something like that. It was a wound deeper than heartbreak, one that couldn't be healed with a few words of comfort. If Heracross was ever going to bounce back, it had to find that strength within itself. Chapter 537, Chapter 536, Initiating the Plan. Early morning, a little past 7 a.m., after Sato and Thomas swiftly finished feeding their Pokemon, they began executing the plan they had drafted the previous day. According to the intelligence Thomas had gathered, Ranka's recent activity had mostly taken place in the western section of the eastern region of the mysterious island. The most recently spotted location was called Primate Forest. Looking at the map, Primate Forest was located northwest of the Tauros mountain foothills. The straight-line distance between the two areas was at least over 200 kilometers, with several large Pokemon groups' territory scattered along the way. If they wanted to travel from Tauros Mountain to Primate Forest, even at the speed of Arcanine and Rapidash, it would take at least over an hour, and that was assuming the journey went smoothly. But based on Thomas's previous escape route, that was practically impossible. He had trespassed into the territory of several different wild Pokemon clans and had been ambushed no fewer than a dozen times along the way. To shake off his pursuers, Thomas had pulled out every trick he had. It was only because of his exhaustion that Sato was able to catch him so effortlessly. Thomas being able to make it this far on his own was a testament to his strength. If his Rapidash hadn't been completely worn out at the time, and he'd managed to gain a bit more distance using agility, Sato's Arcanine likely would have been left eating dust. Long-distance high-speed pursuits weren't Arcanine's specialty. Rapidash, with its exceptional stamina, could maintain high speeds over long durations, something Arcanine simply couldn't compete with. But time was of the essence. Ranka's current whereabouts were unknown, and in order to track him down quickly, they had to rush to the last location he was seen. Thus, after carefully examining the map, Sato ultimately decided to travel to Primate Forest via the water route. Like other forests dominated by large Pokemon groups, Primate Forest also had a river flowing through it, one that happened to be another tributary of the Crescent River. Sato planned to travel down the Carvana River, also a Crescent tributary, and follow the shortest possible water route to reach the river running through Primate Forest. It was worth mentioning that, under Sato's guidance, Thomas had successfully captured a Seismitoad with the swift swim ability in Poliwag Lake. That level 41 Seismitoad now served as his aquatic mount. Though the water route was significantly longer than the direct land route, thanks to the presence of the red shiny Goridos and Swampert, it was clearly a safer and more efficient choice. There was no need to elaborate on the red Goridos. Its notorious reputation as a tyrant of the water meant almost no Pokemon dared block its path. As for Swampert, it had just crushed hundreds of Pinsir the day before, many of which it had personally buried. With its overwhelming aura at its peak, no water-type Pokemon in its right mind would dare to challenge it now. With two terrifying Pokemon traveling together, unless they actively provoked trouble, no wild water type wanted anything more than for these two monsters to leave their territory as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, as Sato and Thomas made their way toward Primate Forest by water, their target, Ranka, was just waking up, leisurely stretching in bed. "You're awake, Lord Ranka. I've prepared your breakfast, I hope it meets your satisfaction," said a burly man standing beside a campfire, frying an egg in a pan. The moment he saw the fully dressed Ranka step out of his pink, luxurious tent, he stopped what he was doing, picked up a carefully prepared breakfast plate, and eagerly presented it. "You eat it. I'm doing my skincare routine first. Bring me a freshly made one afterward." Without even glancing at the ordinary-looking man before him, Ranka turned his head away and spoke dully, eyelids half lowered. As soon as he finished, he pulled out a chair, crossed his legs, and began applying skincare products to his fair, delicate complexion. "Understood, Lord Ranka. If you need anything, I'm at your service," the burly man said, initially showing a flash of disappointment before quickly forcing a smile and continuing his obsequious tone. His name was Yosuke Noda. Like Aoki, who had previously been captured by Sato, he was also a member of Team Rocket who had submitted to Ranka. Unlike Noda, However, Noda's loyalty stemmed not only from Ranka's strength but also from his feminine beauty. From the moment he first laid eyes on Ranka's ethereal appearance, he had fallen deeply in love. Noda was no weakling. He was also clever. Like Sato, he had chosen a fire-type Pokemon as his starter on the island. His Typhlosion was now level 49. He had been teleported into the heart of a Bellsprout colony but had managed to escape. Over 3 days of exploration, he'd added a Victreebel, Ninjask, Poliwrath, and Dodrio to his team. Just the day before, he encountered Ranka. Upon meeting him, Noda immediately pledged his loyalty and began serving Ranka with utmost dedication. Ranka found Noda's appearance utterly distasteful. But since he lacked a servant to manage his daily needs, he begrudgingly kept Noda around rather than trade his trainer ID number to reclaim one of his Pokemon from the base. So far, Noda's service had met Ranka's standards. In particular, the way he looked at Ranka, like a dog in heat, seemed to feed Ranka's ego and make him feel especially attractive. By the time Ranka finished his morning skincare ritual, over half an hour had passed. Noda had reheated the breakfast multiple times by then. But when Ranka finally gave him a faint smile, Noda felt all his effort had been worthwhile. Lord Ranka, which direction are we heading next? I came up from the southern region, and aside from you, I haven't encountered any other participants so far. Noda asked eagerly, handing over a freshly squeezed glass of juice. They were currently camped in Sunflora Forest, located northwest of Primate Forest. Yes, Ranka had never continued pursuing Thomas and Maitel, those two defeated runaways. Instead, he had steadily moved toward the island's central region. Faced with his servant's question, Ranka didn't respond right away. He accepted the juice, took out a detailed map, and sipped his drink with refined grace while studying the map spread across the table. Here. Let's head here today. I heard there's a large open-air gemstone mine in this place, and a colony of carbink nearby. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? Ranka said leisurely, his eyes tracing from their current location to a place marked Diamond Canyon on the map. Chapter 538, Chapter 537, Pursuit and Misfortune. After nearly 2 hours, Sato and Thomas finally made their way through the complex network of waterways and arrived at the heart of the Primate Forest. By this time, it was already past 9 a.m. Thomas, relying on his vivid memories, led Sato to the site where he had previously fought against Ranka. The battlefield, once a lush forest, was now nothing more than a devastated wasteland. Trees had been leveled, vegetation utterly destroyed, and the ground was covered in deep fissures and cracks. Ranka clearly wasn't the type to clean up after himself, nor did he show any respect for his enemies. His fallen opponents now lay silent and lifeless, mingling with the blood-soaked soil and mud. The air still carried the stench of blood and despair. Seeing his former comrades in such a miserable state filled Thomas with sorrow. He and his Pokemon solemnly buried the teammates who had fought alongside him the day before. Meanwhile, Sato carefully surveyed the area, hoping to find something that could lead them to Ranka. He was mounted on Arcanine, a canine Pokemon renowned for its exceptional tracking abilities. As long as he could find something Ranka had left behind, such as a scrap of fabric or a used tissue, Arcanine could pick up the scent and track him. Judging from the current environment, it hadn't rained last night, so any residual scent should still be present. With Arcanine's powerful nose, following Ranka's trail wouldn't be a problem. In fact, Sato had overestimated Ranka's anti-tracking skills, or perhaps Ranka was simply too arrogant to care. He wasn't worried at all about someone tracking him through his belongings. A pink woman's handkerchief, clearly used to wipe his hands, had been casually discarded on the ground. The soft pink color stood out starkly amid the ruins of the battlefield. From the handkerchief's relatively clean state, Sato deduced that Ranka had only used it once, likely to wipe away some splattered enemy blood. After using it, he had simply tossed it aside. Besides the faint trace of blood, the handkerchief carried an alluring scent of perfume. Arcanine, use scent tracking. Try to follow the smell on this handkerchief. Sato picked up the handkerchief and held it in front of Arcanine's snout. Arcanine leaned in and sniffed it, clearly disliking the sharp fragrance, but still carefully sorted through the various scents embedded in the fabric. A few seconds later, Arcanine stepped back, raised its head, and sniffed the air sharply before lowering its head again and tracking the scent on the ground. Woof. Woof. As expected of the trusted police dog of the Jennies, Arcanine quickly found the direction Ranka's scent was headed and barked excitedly at Sato. Well done, Arcanine. You're amazing. Sato's expression brightened as Arcanine successfully picked up the trail. He gave its head a fond rub and praised it. It's time to move out, Thomas. We'll finish things here on the way back. He then remounted Arcanine and turned to Thomas, who was still tending to the fallen. Yes, Lord Sato. I'll be right there. Thomas, who'd clearly changed his way of addressing Sato, responded loudly, quickly finished covering the final mound of earth, then climbed onto his Rapidash and galloped after Sato. However, just as Sato and Thomas were about to leave the ruined battlefield, the original owners of this forest came looking for them. The Mankey tribe, who ruled the primate forest, had taken notice of their presence. Sato and Thomas's arrival had not gone unnoticed by these native residents. Several Mankey who lived nearby immediately recognized Thomas from the previous day's battle with Ranka. They let out strange cries to alert the rest of the forest. Yesterday's battle had caused widespread destruction, with homes and territories of many Mankey ruined, and some even caught in the crossfire. The Mankey had tried to confront Ranka, but were easily defeated by his powerful Agron with its overwhelming area of effect attacks. Mankey are short-tempered Pokemon, and their evolved form Primeape is even more explosive, more so than even Pinsir. After suffering such a humiliating defeat, they weren't about to just let it go. They couldn't do anything to Ranka, but they could vent their fury on others. And to them, Sato and Thomas, humans who looked similar enough to Ranka, were perfect targets. As the two prepared to leave, the surrounding branches became crowded with Mankey and Primeape, all glaring down at them with hostile eyes. Unlike Pinsir, Mankey and Primeape were exceptionally agile in dense forests, leaping through the trees with ease. They also specialized in a unique long-range move. The Dark-type move Fling. The power of Fling varies depending on what object the user throws, and its effects change based on the item. For example, if a Pokemon flings a Lumberry, Fling only has 10 power, but it cures the target's status condition if it hits. Of course, Mankey and Primeape wouldn't waste food like berries as weapons. They much preferred using rocks as their projectile of choice. Though simple, stones were highly effective for Fling, granting the move a power of 80. Note, this is based on Happany's oval stone being used with Fling, which is just a regular stone but still reaches 80 power. Disaster from above. The moment one furious Mankey couldn't hold back and hurled a small rock at Sato and Thomas using Fling, the rest followed suit. In an instant, a hailstorm of rocks infused with Dark-type energy rained down on them. Bellossom, use Protect to shield me and Arcanine. Arcanine, follow the scent and charge forward with extreme speed. Seeing the massive ambush unfold, Sato's scalp went numb. He immediately released Bellossom and issued his commands in the quickest voice possible. At Bellossom's command, a shimmering energy barrier formed around Arcanine and Sato, successfully blocking the first wave of stone projectiles. However, there were simply too many rocks. Even with all her strength, Bellossom's Protect began to crack under the barrage of dark-energized stones. Arcanine knew time was of the essence. Flames of white-hot fire burst from its limbs as it activated extreme speed to dash forward at top speed. In the blink of an eye, Arcanine, with Sato and Bellossom in tow, became a red streak cutting through the dense forest. Chapter 539, Chapter 538, Strong Soldier, Thomas. Seeing Sato's actions up ahead, Thomas, who was following closely behind, quickly copied him. However, the only Pokemon he had that knew Protect was Rapidash, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and have Rapidash take on the roles of both Bellossom and Arcanine. Fortunately, Rapidash didn't disappoint him. In the face of danger, the timid Pokemon unleashed a burst of surprising strength. It simultaneously used Protect and Agility, carrying Thomas as it followed closely behind Arcanine. In just a few seconds, Arcanine and Rapidash had successfully carried their trainers out of the range of the Mankey and Primeape's Fling-induced stone rain and broken through the blockade. Seeing their targets fleeing in panic only fueled the rage of the Mankey and Primeape. They leapt through the treetops in hot pursuit, determined not to let the humans get away. At the same time, they let out calls for reinforcements, summoning others from the forest to intercept Sato and Thomas. After dodging the first wave of long-range Fling attacks, the pressure on Sato and Thomas dropped significantly. The Primeape and Mankey couldn't immediately launch a second long-range stone barrage. Though still in pursuit, the wild Pokemon were forced to watch helplessly as Arcanine and Rapidash steadily pulled ahead. But as expected of such hot-headed species, the Mankey and Primeape refused to give up and stubbornly continued chasing. A few minutes later, Arcanine and Rapidash burst out of the dense, perilous forest into a relatively open grassy field. You've done well, Arcanine. Stop and rest. Bellossom, hurry and use grassy terrain to heal Arcanine. Come out, Swampert, Goridos, Heracross, Ariados. Prepare for battle. Upon reaching the clearing, Sato immediately commanded Arcanine to stop, then had Bellossom begin healing the heavily injured Arcanine with grassy terrain. He quickly released the rest of his Pokemon. Bellossom's Protect simply couldn't withstand the full power of the earlier stone rain. Arcanine had taken damage from the barrage of Fling attacks. Worse, its wounds had worsened from the constant high-speed movement, several cuts had torn open and were now bleeding profusely. If it kept going like this, its life would be in danger. Sato would never allow that to happen. He had known they'd need to stop and heal somewhere, and now that they were out of the dense forest, he knew it was time to fight back. Sato was not the kind of person to suffer a beating without retaliating. Getting attacked for no reason and just swallowing it down. That wasn't his style. His back was still stinging painfully from the multiple stone impacts earlier, likely already bruised. Seeing Sato come to a stop, Thomas also ordered the heavily injured Rapidash to halt. He brought it over to Arcanine and Bellissime, thick-skinned enough to ask Bellissime to let Rapidash enter the grassy terrain for healing too. As for Sato's Bellissime, Thomas couldn't help but envy it immensely. As a trainer from a civilian background, he understood better than anyone the true worth of a healing-type Pokémon. It was like owning a mountain of gold. With a healing Pokémon, the growth rate of any team increased dramatically. Thomas was certain that Sato's strength was, in no small part, thanks to Bellissime. Especially now, in a near-isolated environment like this mysterious island, a healing Pokémon like Bellissime was simply priceless. In truth, one major reason Thomas had followed Sato so loyally, aside from the fact that Sato was currently carrying all his belongings, was precisely because of Bellissime. Thomas knew that sticking close to Sato would bring all sorts of benefits. At the very least, he wouldn't have to constantly worry about his Pokémon being injured. There were no Pokémon centers on this island. Once a Pokémon was hurt, the only options were to burn through precious healing supplies or rely on the Pokémon's own natural recovery. But medical supplies were limited. On this danger-filled island, if participants didn't find a way to grow stronger, they would either be eliminated or die. And to grow stronger meant fighting, which meant getting hurt, which meant needing healing. Without fast recovery, a Pokémon would be out of action for too long, which in turn meant death in most cases. So no matter how many healing supplies a contestant had, it was never enough here. Thomas was certain that once the tournament reached the later stages, players would start actively hunting each other down. He had already realized this island was a goldmine for quickly strengthening one's team, and the other contestants likely knew it too. But to gain strength here, one first had to secure a foothold. And to do that, unless you had a special method, the only way was to take resources from others. But with Sato's Bellissime, that major hurdle was already resolved. Add in powerhouse Pokémon like Swampert, and Sato's rise on this island was practically guaranteed. Honestly, Thomas wanted to tell Sato, if they just kept surviving like this, even without stealing from others, their strength would still far outpace the rest by the end. Of course, Thomas had enough self-awareness not to say such a lazy, loser-like thing out loud. He knew full well that he and Sato weren't even in the same league. This was a guy who, upon hearing about how terrifying Ranka was, still wanted to go hunt him down. If Thomas dared utter such a defeatist suggestion, Sato might kill him on the spot. A strong general doesn't tolerate weak soldiers. And Sato was absolutely a strong general. If Thomas exposed his cowardly nature now, Sato wouldn't hesitate to cut him loose. Right now, this moment, was the perfect chance to prove that he wasn't dead weight. There was no room for cowardly thoughts. Come out, Houndoom, Pinsir, Seismitoad. Prepare for battle. Seeing the wave of Mankey and Primeape charging across the field, Thomas, whose scalp was tingling with nerves, forced himself to suppress the urge to flee. His expression went cold, and he released his other Pokémon with resolve, ready to fight alongside Sato against the advancing horde. Note, guys, I've amended the wordings of the previous chapter. Ranka's Aggron after Mega Evolution is at the Elite 4 level in strength, not at the near pseudo-champion level. I guess the wordings did make it seem like it, and I admit it was my mistake, trying to hype up its strength before the inevitable clash, but I want to make this distinction clear before moving forward. Chapter 540, Chapter 539, Crushing the Mankey Tribe. Compared to fighting in the forest, the agility and speed of the Mankey and Primeape were significantly reduced. Without the tall trees to leap from, they were forced to run on their short legs across the ground. Swampert, don't hold back, take them out. Use Earth Power combined with Earthquake to perform a wide area strike. Wipe out all enemies approaching from the front. Goridos, use Aqua Tail. You're in charge of holding down the enemies on the left flank. Heracross, take to the sky. You're on the right flank, use Aerial Ace to keep them in check. Ariados, use Sticky Web to trap the enemies, then follow up with Swords Dance and Focus Energy. Support Goridos and Heracross. Kecleon, use Roleplay to copy Heracross's ability, then use Skill Swap to pass it to Swampert, Goridos, and Ariados. Watching the relentless pursuers ahead and the Arcanine still being treated at his side, Sato's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he rapidly issued orders to all his Pokémon. The Mankey tribe's unprovoked aggression had pushed him past his limit. Sato hated nothing more than hot-tempered, unreasonable Pokémon, and the fact that they had attacked him for no reason only made it worse. So, he decided to teach the Mankey tribe a lesson they wouldn't forget, one so brutal they'd avoid him at all costs from now on. Swamp. As soon as Sato finished speaking, Swampert let out a thunderous roar and charged into the oncoming horde. When the dozens of Mankey at the front lines entered his range, he smashed the ground with his fists and unleashed Earth Power. In the next instant, under Swampert's master-level control of ground-type energy, Earth Power exploded forward in a fan-shaped shockwave across the ground. Starting from Swampert's fists, the earth in front of him cracked open in a wide fan-shaped zone. The ground trembled violently as yellow-brown energy beams burst from the fissures. Caught in the combined zone of earth power and earthquake, nearly every Mankey and Primeape within range was struck hard. In an instant, aside from a few high-level Primeape who managed to endure, nearly all the Pokémon hit by Swampert's assault collapsed to the ground, unconscious or worse. It's worth mentioning that thanks to yesterday's intense battle with the Pinsir tribe, Swampert had finally mastered Earthquake, a powerful, large-scale ground-type physical move, through intense practice and his own excellent aptitude. He had now become highly skilled in combining Earthquake with Earth Power, forming a new, wide-range combo move. From that moment on, Swampert had successfully learned a new combo attack, which Sato temporarily named Raging Earth. Swampert's instant defeat of dozens of enemies was a massive blow to the Mankey tribe's morale. Worse still, they could feel that this terrifying opponent's aura kept intensifying. It was like facing a mountain pressing down on them. Kecleon, ever the clever one, had learned from yesterday's battle that Swampert was the golden key to victory. The moment Sato ordered him, he quickly copied Heracross's Moxie ability and passed it to Swampert. With the Moxie ability now active, Swampert's aura surged rapidly as he defeated more and more enemies, reaching a new peak. While the Mankey tribe's morale plummeted, Sato's Pokémon were getting fired up, especially Heracross. It was like he had been injected with adrenaline, tearing through enemy lines like a high-speed fighter jet. After just one night, Heracross had shaken off the sorrow that once weighed him down. He was back to being a tenacious warrior, driven by an intense desire to grow stronger, a true bug-type fighter. Heracross. Heracross roared at the sky like Swampert, rapidly flapping the wings on his back as he flashed through the horde using Aerial Ace, sending Mankey and Primeape flying one after another. Each enemy he defeated only boosted his momentum. Eventually, hardly any Mankey or Primeape could withstand even a single Aerial Ace. He was in full-on bulldozer mode. No one would have guessed that the one who finally helped Heracross out of his slump would be Swampert, and he did it with one heavy punch. Such a blunt method would normally have backfired. But for some reason, when Swampert did it, it worked perfectly. Maybe this really was the proper way warriors communicated. Now, Heracross had become Swampert's #1 fan. To rebuild his home and grow stronger, he had set a lofty goal, to surpass Swampert. He would chase after Swampert and push himself harder every day. Swampert's other fan, the red shiny Goridos, had also entered full rampage mode on the battlefield. Among Pokémon, Goridos' fearsome reputation was widely known. Even the normally hot-headed Mankey and Primeape grew terrified when they came face-to-face with the Goridos. His Intimidate, boosted by the Tyrant's special ability field, was a weapon of mass destruction in group battles. Nearly every Mankey and Primeape weaker than him couldn't withstand the mental pressure and collapsed in fear, foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes before fainting. Thanks to Intimidate, even when surrounded by dozens of enemies, Goridos remained unshaken. One devastating Aqua Tail was all it took to sweep away an entire cluster of foes. And after receiving the Moxie ability via Kecleon, and defeating dozens more enemies, Goridos' invisible aura became even more terrifying. Under his piercing gaze, many Mankey and Primeape felt their fur stand on end. It was as if death itself was staring at them. Terrified, they turned tail and fled. Finally, even Ariados began to shine. The sticky webs it spun played a crucial role in the battle, significantly slowing down the Mankey tribe's movements. With Swampert, Goridos, and Heracross dominating the battlefield, Ariados finally had enough time to complete Sword's Dance and focus energy. After 3 rounds of setup, Ariados transformed into a lethal turret. The pin missile shots it fired from its horn and legs now had enough power to pierce thin steel plates. Under this barrage, the Mankey and Primeape hit by the pin missiles were shredded like targets on a range, dropping like harvested wheat. Gulp. I absolutely must not become his enemy. Otherwise, I'll die a horrible death. Watching Sato crush nearly the entire Mankey tribe with just 5 Pokémon, Thomas, who had barely done anything during the fight, gulped nervously and thought with a shiver. Another 10+ minutes passed before the Mankey tribe finally broke. Unable to bear the heavy losses, they began to retreat in fear. Even the level 58 Primeape leader, who had been barking orders from the rear, couldn't stop the panic. In the end, that Primeape leader, seeing Swampert, Goridos, and Heracross now standing like gods of destruction before him, felt his hackles rise. Swallowing his pride, he turned and fled without hesitation. Thus ended the half-hour-long melee, an overwhelming victory for Sato and his team. Chapter 541, Chapter 540, Closer and with Purpose. Wild Pokémon that survive in nature are, for the most part, creatures that respond instinctively. As long as you are strong enough and clearly demonstrate that strength, they will back down and show deep reverence. After Sato successfully repelled the infamous Mankey tribe using his team of powerful Pokémon, his reputation spread like wildfire throughout the nearby Pokémon habitats. Because of this, Sato and his team made smooth progress while tracking Ranka. Aside from the occasional rash wild Pokémon that popped up only to flee in panic, their path remained unimpeded. Moreover, when passing through territories of various wild Pokemon tribes, they even received small gifts as a sign of goodwill. Along the way, Sato's backpack quickly filled with all sorts of edible fruits and berries. Thanks to Bellisum's healing, Arcanine recovered from its injuries quickly. With its keen sense of smell, it successfully led Sato and the others to the Sunflora forest where Ranka had recently stayed, even locating the exact campsite Ranka had used the day before. Lord Sato, the campfire in the campsite is still fresh, and there's a faint residual warmth in the ashes. I believe Ranka didn't leave too long ago. Also, judging by the traces left when the tent was dismantled, it seems he wasn't alone, someone else was with him. Having once again witnessed Sato's strength with his own eyes, Thomas had fully stepped into the role of a loyal subordinate. He took the lead in investigating the campsite thoroughly before respectfully reporting his findings to Sato. You're right. We're getting closer to our target. Stay sharp. We could encounter them at any moment. If we do engage, your main task is to stall that other companion of his. Can you do that? Sato had also carefully assessed the campsite and came to the same conclusion as Thomas. Expressionless, he nodded and replied calmly, acknowledging Thomas's noticeably improved attitude. In truth, one of the main reasons Sato had kept Thomas around was to deal with exactly this kind of unpredictable variable. Otherwise, as Thomas had initially believed, this mission could have been completed solo. But the unexpected had occurred. Ranka now had a companion. The difficulty of the mission had clearly increased, making Thomas, previously a dispensable piece, suddenly quite vital. If Sato wished to proceed with the plan, he would now need Thomas to share the burden. I guarantee I'll get it done. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let that other person interfere with you, Lord Sato. Hearing Sato's words and seeing the expression on his face, Thomas immediately straightened up and gave a firm nod in reply. Inside, Thomas was filled with anxiety. He too understood that Ranka having a companion drastically changed the stakes. If the plan previously had a 70% success rate, now it wasn't even 50%. But considering his earlier involvement in the ambush against Ranka, and the strength and potential Sato had displayed, he gritted his teeth and decided to follow Sato to the bitter end. He had no way out anymore. Good. I'll end this quickly. You only need to hold out for a short time. After it's over, whether we win or lose, I'll return what's yours. And if we win, the rewards will definitely include your share. Sato smiled faintly at Thomas's resolute answer. Patting him on the shoulder, he made a solemn promise. While Sato and Thomas were examining the campsite Ranka had used, Ranka and Noda had already flown several dozen kilometers away on Yen Mega and Dodrio, arriving at the Diamond Canyon. A wide river cut through the long gorge, but the waters were thick with mud and silt, making them extremely murky. Despite the flowing river, the tall cliffs on either side showed almost no greenery. The reason for the Diamond Canyon's barren appearance lay in its vast mineral resources. In fact, the Diamond Canyon didn't just host a massive open-pit diamond mine, it also contained many other large mineral deposits, including iron, copper, gold, silver, and tungsten. Naturally, a place so rich in mineral resources would attract countless rock-type Pokemon that feed on ores. Within this immense gorge lived 6 major wild Pokemon tribes, including Onix, Aron, Geodude, Roggenrola, and Rhyhorn. These rock-type Pokemon dug relentlessly through the mines in search of food, which severely damaged the local vegetation and led to serious soil erosion. Ranka had 3 goals for coming to this place. First, to find iron ore for his ace Pokemon, Agron. Agron's main diet consists of iron ore. They extract the iron to reinforce and repair their steel armor, increasing their defensive power. The iron also strengthens their bodies over time. High-grade iron ore is Agron's favorite food. If it goes several days without eating, its already short temper gets even worse. Naturally, Ranka didn't want his ace Pokemon getting upset, so he personally came to this pitted and barren landscape to help Agron find iron ore. The second reason was to search for beautiful diamonds. The reason Ranka transitioned from a man to a woman had everything to do with his mindset. He had always possessed a woman's heart. He was absolutely obsessed with gemstones. From rocket veterans at various bases, he'd learned rumors that someone had once retrieved a rare pink diamond from the Diamond Canyon. Pink was Ranka's favorite color. Naturally, this made his desire for a pink diamond, especially a large, sparkling one, overwhelming. The third reason was to search for Larvitar, a Pokemon from a pseudo-legendary evolutionary line. With its abundance of mineral resources, the Diamond Canyon was a paradise for rock-type Pokemon. Naturally, Pokemon like Tyranitar, who loved devouring rare ores, would be drawn to it. In fact, many rocket veterans who had once been to the Diamond Canyon reported sightings of Larvitar and its evolutionary line, but due to various reasons, all had ultimately failed to catch one. Of course, that failure was a blessing in disguise, because those who didn't fail were usually buried beneath layers of mud and rock. Ranka was unquestionably an ambitious person. He longed to possess another pseudo-legendary like Larvitar. And if an opportunity arose, even knowing the risks, he wouldn't hesitate to take it. Iron ore is one of the most abundant minerals in the Diamond Canyon. So once Ranka and Noda entered the area, they quickly found an open-pit iron mine. However, the mine was already occupied by a small tribe of Eren, who greeted the strangers with clear hostility. "Come out, Agron. Your favorite iron ore is right in front of you, go ahead and enjoy." Ranka completely ignored the Eren tribe's hostility. He immediately released Agron and let it act freely. Rayaref. As soon as Agron caught the scent of iron from the mine, it let out an excited roar. But when it saw the unwelcoming Eren blocking its path, its eyes immediately gleamed with bloodlust. In the next second, Agron charged in like a tiger among sheep, beginning a brutal rampage through the open-pit iron mine. Chapter 542, Chapter 541, The Dragon Duo. The Eren tribe occupying the small iron mine was just a minor group. Their strongest member, an Agron, was only level 52. Compared to Ranka's level 61 Agron, one that had been carefully trained since birth and had mastered numerous moves, the strength gap was enormous. In just a few minutes, even with support from its fellow tribe members, the strongest Eren in the group was cleanly and decisively defeated by Ranka's Agron. Seeing this, the other Eren, Lyron, and Agron instantly realized they were facing an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Panic-stricken, they scattered and fled in all directions. What a bunch of trash. Agron, hurry up and eat. Don't dawdle, we still have a long way to go. Ugh, this place is absolutely filthy. Ranka sneered as he watched the fleeing Pokémon, his face twisted in disdain. He looked in disgust at the muddy filth clinging to the hems of his pants and the soles of his shoes, then barked at his Agron, which was munching down chunks of iron ore. Agron knew his grumpy trainer all too well and ignored him entirely, continuing to slowly chew through the iron ore, using its powerful stomach to swiftly digest the metal. Ranka's frustration surged at Agron's slow pace, but despite his annoyance, there was nothing he could do about his ace Pokémon. In the end, all he could do was walk over and kick Agron a few times to vent, then wait patiently on the side. Nearby, Noda rushed over to serve Ranka attentively, holding an umbrella, offering him water, acting like a completely devoted attendant. Meanwhile, because Agron's meal had temporarily halted Ranka's journey, Sato and Thomas were swiftly closing in on Diamond Canyon with the help of Arcanine and Rapidash. However, Sunflora Forest was still several dozen kilometers from Diamond Canyon, with the territories of several wild Pokémon tribes lying in between. It would be a while before Sato and his team arrived. At that same moment, in an open-air gem mine somewhere in Diamond Canyon, a tan-skinned beauty dressed in a wild, tribal-style outfit was forcefully striking the ground with a mining pick. Her delicate face was lit with excitement. Each time she unearthed a particularly fine gemstone, her eyes sparkled brightly, and she carefully placed the gem into a large animal hide bag beside her. Next to her, a massive dragon-type Pokémon, towering like a small mountain, was also digging into the ground with its claws. Like the girl, every time it uncovered a high-quality gem, it would stare at it with obsessive fascination. Aside from the girl and the hulking dragon-type, there were other creatures around the open-air mine, most of whom were trembling on the ground. Some even had massive lumps on their heads. Only a few strong wild Pokémon dared to remain standing, but all of them wore wary expressions, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the mountain-like figure beside the girl. Indeed, this wild beauty and the dragon-type Pokémon beside her were none other than Vanna and her brother, Kamou. The two of them were currently stockpiling wealth here to one day build their grand dragon lair. Unlike most of the other contestants, this mysterious island posed virtually no threat to Vanna, a dragon princess raised among wild Pokémon habitats. Here on the island, Vanna was like a dragon returning to the sea. With her superb wilderness survival skills, treasure hunting instincts, and sheer power, she had already uncovered a wealth of treasures on the island. Thanks to the aggressive nature of dragons, she and her brother had also challenged many leader Pokémon from major tribes over the past few days. Though they were occasionally chased off, they usually emerged victorious, and their strength had grown rapidly. While ordinary trainers might struggle to heal injured Pokémon, Vanna was a different case altogether. Raised by experienced Dragon Elder mentors, Vanna, though not the best in combat, was her tribe's foremost healer. She was well versed in herbs and medicines, able to easily find potent healing herbs in any forest and concoct highly effective salves. Her field mixed remedies were in no way inferior to what Team Rocket supplied, in fact, they were often better. On top of that, her brother Kamou possessed pure dragon lineage and an incredible natural healing ability. No matter how badly he was wounded, as long as he was still breathing, Vanna's healing skills could help him recover rapidly. In fact, most wild Pokémon who encountered Kamou, a dragon type of such terrifying might, would immediately try to flee, even when he was gravely injured. No one dared to try taking advantage of a wounded dragon. Vanna had first appeared on the island in a forest over 100 kilometers southwest of Diamond Canyon. Following dragon tradition, she began expanding outward, establishing her dominance through strength. Every powerful dragon-type Pokémon had its own territory. Though they often traveled alone, beneath them was a sizable army of Pokemon they had conquered through battle. So, for any trainer hoping to catch a dragon type in the wild, they'd first need to defeat its elite entourage. Currently, Vanna and Kamao had already defeated several major tribe leaders, converting them into vassals via dragon tradition. Vanna rarely used maps. She and her brother had returned to Diamond Canyon only because they'd interrogated and looted a Murkrow tribe leader the day before, and that leader had mentioned a place full of glittering treasures. Early this morning, Vanna and Kamao arrived. While challenging local wild Pokemon, they also began their treasure hunting expedition. So far, they'd discovered many gems to their liking. This open-air gem mine, in particular, had yielded huge rewards and sparked hope that they could build a luxurious dragon lair before reaching adulthood. Their only headache now was the limited space in their bags. They couldn't take all the glittering stones they'd found. "Bro, my bag's almost full. Stop shoving those junk stones in here." Vanna pouted as she looked at the overstuffed hide sack. Unhappy, she began preparing to toss out the lower-quality gems. Ruhar. When it came to treasure, Kamao wouldn't give an inch, not even to his own sister. Hearing her plan to toss out his hard-won loot, he roared anxiously. For a moment, the two glared at each other, and the atmosphere turned tense. Around them, the wild Pokemon quickly lowered their heads and trembled even harder. But the awkward tension didn't last long. A series of beep 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 sounds suddenly drew both Vanna's and Kamao's attention. Oh right. Those guys should have storage devices with plenty of room. Bro, let's go track them down. Vanna pulled a palm-sized scanner from her pocket. Upon checking it, she seemed to remember something, and her previous frustration vanished in an instant. Excited, she turned to Kamao, Ruhar. Kamao's eyes lit up at her words. He crouched down to let Vanna hop onto his back, then grabbed the hide sack from the ground. With Vanna pointing the way, he dashed off at top speed. Chapter 543, Chapter 542, Abandonment. The constant beep 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 sound echoed without pause. Sato's expression turned extremely grave as he stared at the signaling detector in his hand. His sharp eyes remained fixed ahead, making sure he didn't miss anything important. The detector going off meant that other contestants had appeared within a 10-kilometer radius. Judging by the increasingly rapid blinking of the red signal light, they were drawing closer at a fast pace. This surge in signal was likely caused by Arcanine following Ranka's lingering perfume sent all the way to their location. Thus, Sato was certain they had found the right person. A fierce battle was now inevitable. At the same time, Ranka and Noda were also staring seriously at their own detector, which was constantly issuing warning beeps. Lord Ranka, the intruder is moving fast. The frequency of the signal blinking is increasing rapidly. We need to prepare for battle at once. We're currently in a low-lying area with uneven terrain. If the enemy launches an attack from higher ground, we'll be at a significant disadvantage. I suggest we move quickly to that flat, open stretch of sand ahead. That way, we won't be cornered. Noda put away the detector, surveyed the surroundings, and respectfully offered his suggestion to Ranka. No. That's a riverside terrain, and it puts Agron at a serious disadvantage in battle. I remember we passed a rocky area on our way here. It's also fairly level and has few obstructions that could be used for cover. That's a much better battlefield for Agron. As a core member nurtured by Athena, Ranka was no fool. He glanced at the lowland by the river, instantly dismissed Noda's suggestion, and decisively made up his mind. But, that rocky terrain is over 1,000 meters away, and we'd have to pass through the territory of a large Aran tribe. We only just scattered a smaller tribe earlier. I remember the fleeing Aran, Lyron, and Agron all ran in that direction. Heading back now might not be a good idea. Noda's face darkened when he heard Ranka's reply. He lowered his head and mumbled hesitantly. Thanks to the highly detailed map Ranka carried, Noda knew that the large Aran tribe included Pokemon at the Elite Four level. They had just attacked one of their smaller kin. If they returned now, retaliation was almost guaranteed. Ranka simply smiled and said nothing more. He immediately released his Yanmega and mounted it to fly toward the rocky battlefield, leaving the stunned Noda behind. Ranka's grasp of the terrain far exceeded that of Noda, who had only glanced at the map. He knew full well that flying back meant entering hostile territory, and that vengeance might follow. But even so, Ranka refused to stay and battle near the riverbank, because his Agron was terrified of water. If the fight took place near a water source, Agron's map-dominating combat style would be seriously limited and vulnerable to long-range suppression from water-type Pokemon. Sure, Agron had powerful physical defenses, but its special defense was just average at best, and most water-type moves relied on special attack. Moreover, Ranka was well aware of a major weakness shared by many water types: they struggle on land. Their mobility drops drastically. So, unless he had lost his mind, he would never let Agron battle near water. As for the threat of retaliation from the large Aran tribe, Ranka didn't even care. As Agrun's trainer, he understood the tribe's biggest weakness: they were slow. Even moderately fast Pokémon could outrun them, let alone Yanmega with its speed boost ability. As long as he flew low and carefully, he was confident there would be no real danger. Damn it. He actually left me behind. Watching Ranka leave without a word, Noda's expression turned pitch black. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately gave up on following Ranka. Humans are like that: when faced with situations, they always prioritize their own perspective first. Noda was no exception. Nor was Ranka. Noda's main reason for urging Ranka to stay and fight was because he didn't want to pass through the large Aaron tribe's territory. He wasn't confident he could make it through safely. He did have a Ninjask with speed boost, but its body was too small to carry his 98 kilograms frame at high speeds. His land mount, Dodrio, was a great runner, but once someone his size got on, Dodrio's leg strength would be strained. If the Aaron tribe gave chase, they might catch him. And if they caught him, the consequences would be fatal. But Ranka was in a completely different position. His Yanmega was large enough to carry him with ease. And more importantly, it had speed boost, making it a breeze to shake off pursuit from the Aaron tribe. What Noda could figure out, Ranka had already anticipated. That's why, after hearing Noda's stammered protest, Ranka didn't waste time explaining. He just left him behind. To Ranka, Noda was nothing more than a disposable tool. Now that his usefulness was exhausted, he discarded him without hesitation. In truth, there was another reason Ranka abandoned him so quickly. Because they hadn't encountered any contestants recently, Ranka assumed the enemy was approaching from the opposite direction. Leaving Noda behind was his way of using him as a shield, someone to absorb the first strike. Even if Noda couldn't stop them, maybe he could at least weaken the enemy a bit, making it easier for Ranka to swoop in and take advantage of the situation. After a recent ambush by a team of opponents, which he had easily repelled, killing one in the process, Ranka had become more cautious. He suspected this new group might be larger than before. Ranka wasn't stupid. Sato had guessed that unaffiliated contestants might start forming alliances. Ranka, having learned the rules early, had already anticipated this as well. He might be arrogant, but not to the point of blind arrogance. If 7 or 8 contestants ganged up on him at once, with no strong subordinates to rely on, he would definitely be in trouble. However, what Ranka hadn't yet realized was that the ones pursuing him were 2 of the strongest opponents on the island, Vanna and Sato. And one of them was already fully prepared for battle. As fate would have it, Ranka was about to run right into Sato, who was approaching from behind, while the abandoned Noda was going to encounter Vanna head-on. Chapter 544, Chapter 543, the battle begins. Although Noda had lost the unreliable Ranka as a powerful backer, he was by no means a weak trainer. He wouldn't just sit and wait for defeat. Come out, Typhlosion, Victreebel, Ninjask, Poliwrath. Typhlosion, dig and hide underground. Victreebel, disguise yourself as a plant in the thick vegetation to the left. Ninjask, take to the skies and stay hidden. Poliwrath, dive into the nearby river. Listen carefully. Stay hidden and wait patiently for my command. Do not expose yourselves without my order. Immediately after arriving at the flat riverside terrain atop Dodrio, he released all his Pokémon and rapidly issued commands to each of them. Soon, all but Dodrio had gone into hiding around the area in accordance with his instructions. Then, Noda also led Dodrio to a concealed spot nearby, where he crouched down and waited patiently for the enemy to appear, ready to launch a fierce ambush. Just in case, he clutched a palm-sized device tightly in his hand, prepared to send a distress signal to the base the moment he was defeated. However, perhaps because he was too tense, Noda had forgotten a crucial fact: it was currently the 4th day since arriving on the island. And according to protocol, the base's teleportation gate underwent maintenance and recharging every 3 days. Which meant today was a recharge day, also known as a danger day, a time when contestants on the island could kill without consequence. They're finally here. Let's see who you are. Even if you're one of those damn rocket elites, if you think you can take my badge without a fight, you'd better be ready to lose some flesh. A few minutes later, as the ground vibrated ever so slightly beneath him, Noda, hidden beneath a thick cluster of vegetation, held his breath, grim resolve flashing in his eyes. Then, just over 10 seconds later, a thunderous rumble shook the ground, boom boom boom, growing louder by the second. And soon enough, following the sound, Noda saw the figure of his oncoming enemy. It was a massive Kamao, tall and overwhelmingly built. Noda's heart sank completely. He immediately recognized the identity of his opponent. It was the very person even Ranka didn't dare provoke, Vanna. Right then, Noda felt like a complete fool. He knew the ambush he had carefully prepared had absolutely no chance of success. The overwhelming dragon's presence radiating from the Kamao was too terrifying. He could already see that both his Victreebel and Dodrio had fallen into a flinch state, unable to withstand the pressure. Those two were among his strongest Pokemon, only slightly weaker than Typhlosion. If even they couldn't handle it, then Poliwrath and Ninjask stood no chance at all. Perhaps only the fiercely combative Typhlosion might be able to stand firm against that Kameo. Noda himself was no better off. Especially when the Kameo locked its cold, merciless eyes on him and began walking toward him step by step, it felt like the creature was stomping directly on his heart. I surrender. At last, drenched in sweat and pale as a ghost, Noda couldn't take the psychological pressure anymore. He leapt out of the vegetation with both hands raised and shouted at the Kameo, now less than 5 meters away. While Noda was surrendering to Vanna, Ranka finally crossed the territory of the large Aaron tribe and arrived at the rocky terrain, just in time to run into Sato. It's you, Sato. You actually had the guts to come find me. And you, stray dog. Looks like you're the one who helped him track me down. Unbelievable. You want to taste death again, huh? Hehehe. Ranka looked surprised to see Sato riding Arcanine, then turned his gaze toward Thomas on Rapidash. His expression darkened, and he growled with killing intent. Come out, Swampert, Bellossom, Goridos, Golduck, Ursaring, Ariados, Heracross, battle formation. Swampert, Mud Bomb. Arcanine, Flamethrower. Bellossom, Energy Ball. Goridos, Hydro Pump. Golduck, Hydro Pump. Ursaring, Hyper Beam. Ariados, Pin Missile. Heracross, Pin Missile. Strike first. Sato didn't waste time talking. The moment he saw Ranka, he released all his Pokemon and immediately issued attack orders. Let's go, Houndoom, Pinsir, Seismitoad, Slakoth. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Pinsir, Rock Slide. Seismitoad, Rain Dance. Slakoth, head to Lord Sato. Thomas had been ready to shoot back with a retort, but seeing Sato move instantly, he wisely kept quiet and followed suit, releasing all his Pokemon and giving them immediate commands. You're all looking to die, come out. Agron, Zweilous, Victreebel, Houndoom, Ludicolo. Seeing the sudden coordinated assault, Ranka immediately had Yanmega dodge while hurling his Pokeballs in several different directions to release his own Pokemon. In the next second, Sato and Thomas's Pokemon launched a full barrage of attacks at Ranka's position. Boom. A massive explosion tore through the ground where Ranka had just been standing, creating a wide crater. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been blown to bits on the spot. At the same moment, as Seismitoad's rain dance took effect, dark clouds rapidly gathered over the battlefield. A steady drizzle began falling. Meanwhile, Kecleon, resting on Sato's shoulder, used roleplay to copy Slakoth's Truant ability, now that Slakoth had climbed onto Arcanine's back. But due to Truant, Kecleon became lethargic and couldn't even maintain its invisibility. Zweilous, sweep the field with Dragon Rage. Yanmega, Air Slash, target the one on Arcanine's back. Victreebel, Houndoom, protect. Cover Agron. Ludicolo, take advantage of the rain. Kill that guy on Rapidash. Looking at the devastation where he once stood, Ranka broke into a cold sweat. Then, his face twisted with rage. With murder in his eyes, he shouted commands at his Pokemon. Roar. Zweilous, freshly released, let out a fearsome bellow. Twin orange-red energy spheres launched from both of its mouths, blanketing Sato's team in a barrage of Dragon Rage. Simultaneously, Yanmega and Ludicolo shot forward like arrows, one aiming at Sato, the other at Thomas, killing intent rolling off them like a storm. Agron, Mega Evolve. On the other side, with Victreebel and Houndoom in position and their protect barriers fully deployed around Agron, Ranka finally reached his partner's side. He solemnly pressed the keystone on his neck. In an instant, multicolored energy ribbons shot out from the keystone, linking with the Mega Stone on Agron's forehead. Chapter 545, Chapter 544, Mega Evolution. Mega Evolution, this mysterious form of evolution is still a little-known phenomenon across the world. Only recently has it begun to surface in the distant Kalos region, where a few trainers have started to harness its power. However, such a powerful force as Mega Evolution was already known to those standing at the pinnacle of the Pokemon world, top-tier trainers and elite factions, who had long been researching it in secret and had even achieved certain breakthroughs. Of course, no wall in the world is completely airtight. With Professor Sycamore in the Kalos region making a major breakthrough in the field of Pokemon Mega Evolution and publishing his findings, coupled with a mysterious organization in Kalos secretly pushing the spread of information, the power of Mega Evolution has gradually become more widely known. Team Rocket, the strongest dark organization in Kanto, was ranked among the top global powers. Naturally, the Team Rocket executives were already aware of this new power known as Mega Evolution. Ranka was a fortunate individual. Born into a large aristocratic family, though slightly fallen from grace, he still lived a life free of worry. As the youngest son in a family without daughters, his mother, who had always wanted a girl, raised Ranka as one. It was largely due to her influence that he developed a woman's heart. His mother was a noble heiress from the Kalos region. The Key Stone and Mega Stone in his possession were actually part of her dowry, passed down to him personally. As for the secret of Mega Evolution, Ranka only discovered it after joining Team Rocket. It was precisely thanks to his noble heritage and access to Mega Evolution that he was favored and recruited by Athena as one of her core subordinates. Although Agron wasn't Ranka's first Pokemon, it was one that he had raised personally from an egg since he was little. Though the two often argued over trivial matters, the bond between them was undeniably strong. Through this powerful bond, Ranka successfully triggered the Mega Evolution energy linking the Key Stone and Agron's Mega Stone. Bathed in a radiant and immense surge of Mega Evolution energy, Agron began transforming into a new form. Stop him, Swampert, Raging Earth. Note, change this combo name to Raging Earth, a combo move of Earthquake plus Earth Power. Bellossom, Maximum Powered Energy Ball. Goridos, Hydro Pump. Golduck, use Disable to stop Zweilous' Dragon Rage. Ariados, set up with Swords Dance and Focus Energy, then attacks Zweilous with Pin Missile. Ursaring, Arcanine, Heracross, Protect Me. Seeing Ranka activate the Key Stone and Mega Stone to trigger Agron's Mega Evolution, Sato immediately commanded his Pokemon to interfere. At his command, Swampert slammed its fists into the ground, expertly manipulating massive amounts of ground-type energy with its master control, causing the earth to quake and resonate. The ground beneath Agron erupted with intense vibrations and split open, releasing dozens of yellowish energy beams that struck the protect shields generated by Victreebel and Houndoom. Bellossom's energy ball followed from the right, glowing with a terrifying aura of power, and slammed into the same shield. Then came Goridos' Hydro Pump, surging from the left like a high-pressure cannon. Meanwhile, under the protection of Ursaring, Arcanine, and Heracross, Sato easily evaded attacks from Zweilous and Yanmega. Following his orders, Golduck used its psychic powers to levitate into the air and cast Disable on the raging Zweilous. Note, Disable is a normal-type status move that prevents the target from using certain moves for a set period. A black sigil appeared over Zweilous, and the two-headed dragon, previously firing Dragon Rage like a turret, immediately sputtered to a stop. No matter how hard it tried, it could no longer unleash the move. At the same time, Ariados successfully completed a Swords Dance and began preparing Focus Energy. Facing the combined assault of Swampert, Goridos, and Bellossom, three powerful Pokemon, Victreebel and Houndoom's protect shields began to fracture under the strain. Cracks spread rapidly across the barrier, it was on the verge of collapse. Hold the line. Victreebel, Leaf Storm. Houndoom, Overheat. Knowing he couldn't allow any external force to interfere with Agron's Mega Evolution, Ranka had no time for hesitation. He decisively sacrificed both Victreebel and Houndoom to buy the time Agron needed. Both Pokemon had been carefully selected from many wild Pokemon he'd defeated, high-level and possessing powerful stab moves. Having suffered a humiliating loss to Agron in the past, they didn't dare defy Ranka's orders again. Immediately, both Pokemon unleashed their power. On the left, Victreebel cast Leaf Storm to clash with Goridos' Hydro Pump. On the right, Houndoom released explosive black flames of Overheat, overwhelming Bellossom's energy ball thanks to type advantage. For a moment, countless glowing leaves blocked Goridos' attack, while the scorching flames crushed Bellossom's. But the moment they released their ultimate moves, both Pokemon could no longer maintain the protective shield. The already ruptured barrier finally shattered under Swampert's Raging Earth combo move. In the blink of an eye, both Victreebel and Houndoom were engulfed by a torrent of Earth energy. They barely had time to scream before collapsing to the ground, their fate uncertain. Even so, they had completed their mission, buying Agron enough time to fully Mega Evolve. The instant the transformation was complete, an overwhelming pulse of Mega energy surged outward. A massive shockwave followed. Before Sato and the others now stood an even larger steel beast, one similar to Agron's previous form but far more imposing. Bathed in Mega Evolution energy, a gigantic multicolored spiral symbol appeared in front of it. At that moment, Mega Agron seemed utterly invincible. Even Swampert's devastating combo attack couldn't penetrate the swirling rainbow-colored energy shroud surrounding it. Roar! With the spiral finally dissipating, Mega Agron opened its piercing blue eyes and let out a roar that shook the battlefield. At once, a dreadful aura burst forth from its towering body. The oppressive force bearing down on the battlefield was suffocating, every creature present felt it pressing heavily on their chests. So he completed it after all. Mega Agron, huh? Let's see just how strong you really are. Sitting tall on Arcanine's back, Sato stared solemnly at the fearsome steel titan ahead. Sato's current Pokemon team on the island. Pokemon, Swampert. Level. Type, Water/Ground. Ability, Damp, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Mud Shot, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mud Slap, Foresight, Endure, Mud Bomb, Hammer Arm, Rock Slide, Muddy Water, Takedown, Earthquake. Egg moves, Refresh, Mirror Coat. Tutor moves, Ice Punch, Dig, Rain Dance, Earth Power. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Flying, Rock Tomb, Icy Wind, Iron Tail, Aqua Tail, Surf. Held item, Mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone. IVs. HP, 31, 31. Attack, 31, 31. Defense, 31, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP Def, 31, 31. Speed, 31, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, 186. Combo moves. Earth Ice Hammer, Hammer Arm plus Earth Power plus Ice Punch. Raging Earth, Earthquake plus Earth Power. Pokemon, Bellossom. Level. Type, Grass. Ability, Healer, Hidden Ability. Gender, Female. Known moves, Magical Leaf, Leaf Storm, Leaf Blade, Mega Drain, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Lucky Chant, Sunny Day, Quiver Dance. Egg moves, Synthesis, Nature Power. Tutor moves, Secret Power, Grassy Terrain, Energy Ball. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Rock, Teeter Dance, Swords Dance. Held item, Miracle Seed. IVs. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 28, 31. Defense, 30, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP Def, 29, 31. Speed, 28, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, 176. Pokemon, Arcanine. Level. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bite, Roar, Ember, Leer, Odor Sleuth, Helping Hand, Reversal, Fire Fang, Take Down, Flame Burst, Agility, Retaliate, Crunch, Heat Wave, Outrage, Thunder Fang, Extreme Speed. Egg moves, None. Tutor moves, Flame Charge, Flame Wheel, Overheat. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Grass, Double Team, Fire Spin, Flamethrower. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 31, 31. Defense, 28, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP Def, 27, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, 177. Special Fire-type ability. Thermal Control, a Fire-type Pokemon with this ability can manipulate the temperature of surrounding flames by consuming its internal Fire-type energy. The degree to which heat can be raised or lowered depends on the Pokemon's fire control prowess. Pokemon, Goridos, Shiny. Level. Type, Water/Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Splash, Tackle, Bite, Thrash, Leer, Twister, Aqua Tail, Scary Face, Dragon Rage, Crunch, Hydro Pump. Egg moves, None. Tutor moves, Bounce, Hyper Beam. TM moves, None. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 28, 31. Attack, 31, 31. Defense, 28, 31. SP ATK, 29, 31. SP Def, 31, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, 177. Special ability, Tyrant. When Goridos' Intimidate activates, it amplifies the fear effect and continually exerts mental suppression on all creatures within range. Any being whose will fails to resist the pressure will fall into a state of psychological unconsciousness. Pokemon, Ariados. Level. Type, Bug/Poison. Ability, Insomnia. Gender, Male. Known moves, Swords Dance, Focus Energy, Toxic Thread, Fell Stinger, Bug Bite, Poison Sting, String Shot, Constrict, Absorb, Wrap, Scary Face, Shadow Sneak, Fury Swipes, Sucker Punch, Spider Web, Agility. Egg moves, Twin Needle. Tutor moves, Venoshock, Pin Missile. TM moves, None. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 27, 31. Attack, 26, 31. Defense, 27, 31. SP ATK, 25, 31. SP Def, 26, 31. Speed, 28, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, 159. Pokemon, Ursaring. Level. Type, Normal. Ability, Guts. Gender, Male. Known moves, Hammer Arm, Covet, Scratch, Leer, Lick, Fake Tears, Fury Swipes, Faint Attack, Sweet Scent, Play Nice, Slash, Scary Face. Egg moves, Belly Drum, Double Edge. Tutor moves, Hyper Beam, Fire Punch. TM moves, none. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 29, 31. Attack, 27, 31. Defense, 25, 31. SP ATK, 26, 31. SP Def, 28, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, 165. Pokemon, Kecleon. Level. Type, Normal. Ability, Protean, Hidden Ability. Gender, Female. Known moves, Thief, Astonish, Tail Whip, Lick, Scratch, Bind, Shadow Sneak, Feint, Fury Swipes, Faint Attack, Psybeam, Ancient Power, Slash. Egg moves, Nasty Plot. Tutor moves, Skill Swap, Trick, Roleplay. TM moves, none. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 19, 31. Attack, 26, 31. Defense, 20, 31. SP ATK, 23, 31. SP Def, 20, 31. Speed, 27, 31. Overall 4 rating, Blue, 135. Pokemon, Golduck. Level. Type, Water. Ability, Damp. Gender, Male. Known moves, Aqua Jet, Water Sport, Scratch, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Confusion, Fury Swipes, Water Pulse, Disable, Screech, Zen Headbutt, Aqua Tail, Soak, Psych Up, Amnesia, Hydro Pump. Egg moves, Hypnosis. Tutor moves, Psychic Terrain, Protect, Light Screen, Hyper Beam, Rain Dance. TM moves, none. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 24, 31. Attack, 23, 31. Defense, 25, 31. SP ATK, 26, 31. SP Def, 21, 31. Speed, 23, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, 142. Pokemon, Heracross. Level. Type, Bug/Fighting. Ability, Moxie, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Arm Thrust, Bullet Seed, Night Slash, Tackle, Leer, Horn Attack, Endure, Feint, Aerial Ace, Brick Break, Counter, Fury Attack, Close Combat, Pin Missile, Takedown, Megahorn. Egg moves, Focus Punch. Tutor moves, Reversal, Bulldoze, Stone Edge. TM moves, none. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 19, 31. Attack, 21, 31. Defense, 18, 31. SP ATK, 17, 31. SP Def, 21, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Blue, 126. Chapter 546, Chapter 545, Joining Forces Against the Enemy. Wipe them out, Agron. Use Stone Edge and Earthquake. Hiding behind Agron, Ranka was overjoyed to see it successfully complete its Mega Evolution. He quickly climbed onto Mega Agron's back, returning the defeated Victory Bell and Houndoom into their Pokeballs while coldly issuing commands to the newly evolved Steel Titan. Roar. At his command, Mega Agron pounded its chest with a metallic clang, then stomped the ground hard and let out a deafening roar. Instantly, countless sharp stones materialized around it and, under its control, launched like a rain of stone arrows toward Sato's Pokemon. At the same time, a violent tremor erupted outward from Mega Agron's position, unleashing powerful ground-type energy in an indiscriminate assault against all creatures on the battlefield. Mega Agron's Stone Edge and Earthquake, a devastating area of effect combo, immediately put Sato's side under tremendous pressure. Just as Thomas had said earlier, Mega Agron's Stone Edge and Earthquake were chained attacks with barely any gaps, surging forward like relentless waves. Within seconds, the massive red Goridos, heavily countered by rock-type attacks and too large to evade, was struck down by the barrage of stones and severely wounded. It was the first to fall under the assault of Ranka's Mega Agron. Next was Ariados. Already weak to both ground and rock types, it couldn't withstand the dual assault of Stone Edge and Earthquake. Like Goridos, it lasted less than a minute before collapsing. Arcanine, also weak to ground and rock, didn't fare much better. Though Heracross and Ursaring helped shatter some of the incoming stone spikes, the tremors from the earthquake still inflicted serious damage. With no other choice, Sato had Arcanine retreat from Mega Agron to minimize further damage from the earthquake. In just a few minutes, under the onslaught of Mega Aggron, 3 of Sato's main Pokémon were rendered unable to battle. Now, only Swampert, Bellossom, Golduck, Kecleon, Ursaring, and Heracross remained standing. No wonder it's his ace Pokémon, just like that, it severely injured 3 of mine. As Sato returned the fainted Goridos and Ariados to their Pokeballs, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he looked at the rampaging Mega Aggron. Honestly, when he used his system to skin Ranka's Aggron, Sato was shocked by the amount of time and effort invested into it. Pokémon, Aggron, Mega Form. Level. Type, Steel. Ability, Filter. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Harden, Headbutt, Mud Slap, Metal Claw, Rock Tomb, Protect, Roar, Iron Head, Rock Slide, Take Down, Metal Sound, Iron Tail, Iron Defense, Double Edge, Autotomize, Heavy Slam. Egg Move, Outrage. TM Moves, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail. TM Moves, Hidden Power, Ground, Stone Edge, Ice Beam, Blizzard, Hyper Beam, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Solar Beam, Brick Break, Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Smart Strike, Stomping Tantrum, Earthquake, Flash Cannon, Dragon Pulse, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Iron Tail, Surf, Water Pulse. Held Item, Aggronite. IVs. HP, 30/. Attack, 31/. Defense, 31/. SP ATK, 27/. SP Def, 31/. Speed, 29/. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total 4, 179. From this data, it was clear how troublesome Ranka's Aggron was. Its level was 8 higher than Swampert's, its stats were outstanding, and it had an enormous arsenal of moves. In a one-on-one match, Sato had no Pokémon that could currently stand against it. Swampert, don't give Aggron any chance to control the battlefield. Use your masterful ground-type energy control to suppress its Earthquake. Charge in and meet it head-on. Golduck, use all your strength, seal off Stone Edge with Disable. Bellossom, use Grassy Terrain. Heal Ursaring and Heracross. Ursaring, Heracross, get ready to support Swampert when the time comes. Though Aggron was powerful, Sato remained confident in his plan. Without delay, he began issuing rapid-fire commands to his Pokémon. Kecleon, jump onto Swampert's back and wait for the right moment to use Skill Swap on Aggron. Finally, he whispered an instruction to the Kecleon perched on his shoulder. The moment Sato finished speaking, Kecleon, now free from the Truant ability's drawback, cloaked itself and leapt onto Swampert's back. As long as it didn't use another move, the Truant trait wouldn't reactivate. Swampert then charged at Mega Aggron, smashing incoming stone spikes with its fists while stomping the ground. With every step Swampert took, the earth trembled, and streams of brown energy surged forth, clashing directly with Aggron's Earthquake. To everyone's surprise, Aggron's Earthquake was weakened by more than half. The range of its effect shrank from nearly 100 meters to just 20, and was still shrinking as Swampert approached. Meanwhile, Golduck, perfectly aligned behind Swampert, unleashed an intense wave of psychic energy, casting Disable on the still reigning Stone Edge attack from Mega Aggron. A black sigil suddenly appeared over Mega Aggron's body. Like Zweilous before it, its assault abruptly stopped. The rain of stone arrows vanished instantly. Humph. You think you can suppress my Aggron's assault? Aggron, Metal Claw. Take down that Swampert. Zweilous, Dark Pulse. Take out that annoying Golduck. Yent Mega. Go harass the guy riding the Arcanine. Ranka's pupils shrank when he saw Sato using Swampert and Golduck to suppress Aggron's attacks, but he didn't panic. Calmly, he issued another string of swift countercommands. Mega Aggron, even when facing Swampert, held the upper hand. Seeing Swampert charging forward, it stomped and rushed out to meet it with claws glowing silver. Unfazed, Swampert retaliated with Ice Hammer, a combo of Ice Punch and Hammer Arm. Boom. 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 Claw met fist. Mega Aggron and Swampert locked into a fierce melee brawl, ace versus ace. Although Aggron, with its higher level and mega form, had the advantage, Swampert used its type advantage and brute strength to push back. While it was still being suppressed, it had not yet lost. Even Ranka couldn't help but glance at Swampert in surprise, slightly astonished that a Pokémon could go toe-to-toe with his Mega Aggron. Meanwhile, Zweilous had been idle since Dragon Rage was sealed by Golduck's Disable and Ranka hadn't commanded it. But it was still a level 51 Dragon-type Pokémon. Even though it hadn't reached its final evolution, Sato had previously relied on Ariados and Heracross, both having type advantage, to keep it occupied. Now, with Ariados defeated and Heracross unable to handle it alone, Zweilous was finally unleashed. At Ranka's command, Zweilous targeted the floating Golduck, who was fully focused on suppressing Stone Edge. Within seconds, dark energy beams erupted from both of its mouths, streaking toward Golduck in the air. Just as Golduck prepared to cancel, disable and evade, Sato's reinforcements arrived at last. A torrent of high-pressure water and a massive rock intercepted the dark pulse from either side, nullifying the attack midair. It was Thomas, who had just defeated Ludicolo and arrived in time to help, commanding Seismitoad and Pinsir to support Golduck. At that moment, Kecleon, hidden on Swampert's back, found his opening. Leaping onto Mega Aggron, it used Skill Swap to transfer its truant ability to the enemy. Seconds later, just as Mega Aggron struck Swampert with Iron Tail, forcing it back with visible wounds, it suddenly hesitated. A strong wave of lethargy swept over it. The aggressive momentum vanished without a trace. Aggron, now burdened with the truant trait, lost all intention to pursue the retreating Swampert. Chapter 547, Chapter 546, Ferocious Blow. What's going on, Aggron? Hurry and press the advantage, use Iron Head. Seeing his Mega Aggron suddenly stop and adopt a lazy demeanor, Ranka felt a bad premonition rise in his chest. He immediately shouted at Aggron to continue the attack. Unfortunately, under the influence of the truant ability, slothful emotions clouded Mega Aggron's mind. It had no desire to keep fighting, its fighting spirit had completely dulled. Taking this chance, the Kecleon that had been hidden on Aggron's chest by camouflage stuck out its long tongue towards Swampert. Once its tongue successfully latched onto Swampert's arm, it snapped back, yanking Kecleon through the air and back onto Swampert's body. Even Swampert, known for its incredible physical endurance, was covered in wounds after engaging Mega Aggron in close combat. Several deep gashes marked its body, Aggron's steel claws and horns had left brutal damage. Blood continued to drip from torn wounds as Swampert panted from the exertion. Thankfully, Swampert bore a mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone, an exceptionally rare treasure among water types, that granted a continuous Aqua Ring effect, slowly regenerating its injuries. Note: Aqua Ring is a water-type status move. Effect: restores 1/18th of the Pokémon's HP at the end of every turn. This mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone had already developed a kind of symbiotic relationship with Swampert. During battle, it continuously supplied healing water-type energy. Outside of battle, Swampert would channel natural water-type energy back into it, further refining the crystal's quality. While Aggron was affected by Truant, the mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone's continuous release of healing energy washed over Swampert's injuries, soothing and mending them. Soon, Swampert's torn flesh began to knit back together rapidly, and its previously fading vitality started to recover. Come back, Swampert. Heracross, Ursaring, you're up. Sato had also noticed Aggron's abnormal state. A faint smile appeared on his face. He knew Kecleon had completed its mission, transferring the Truant ability to Mega Aggron. The plan was more than halfway complete now, only a few steps remained. Damn it, what are you doing, Aggron? The enemy's approaching, attack, now. Still unaware that Aggron's ability had been changed, Ranka was fuming. He'd just watched Swampert stroll off the battlefield unhindered, only to be replaced by Ursaring and Heracross. Furious, he shouted at Mega Aggron from above. Opportunities in battle disappeared in a blink. If Aggron had just followed up, Swampert would have been finished. Now it had escaped. Watching a cooked duck fly away left Ranka fuming. What worried him most was Aggron's current state. If this happened again, the tide of battle could turn against him. And he wasn't blind, he'd seen that Sato's Bellisum had healing capabilities. If Swampert fully recovered and rejoined the fight, especially with support from the other Pokémon, there was no guarantee even his Mega Aggron could win. Yes, Swampert had been seriously injured by Aggron, but Aggron wasn't in great shape either. Its powerful physical defense was impressive, but Swampert's Ice Hammer and Raging Earth combos weren't purely physical attacks. Especially Raging Earth, a special combo move, Mega Aggron's special defense wasn't nearly as strong as its physical defense. It had taken substantial damage, and now the steel armor on its body was riddled with fine cracks. Its defensive power had dropped significantly. Roar. Responding to Ranka's angry outburst, Mega Aggron, finally free from the effects of Truant, let out a furious roar. With rage flaring in its eyes, it launched a heavy iron tail straight at the approaching Ursaring. After Mega Evolution, Aggron's body size had nearly doubled. It now stood close to 7 meters tall, its body encased in thick steel plating. It looked like a towering steel tyrant. The over 3-meter-tall Ursaring looked like a child standing before a giant. In truth, only Swampert, with its raw power, could face Mega Aggron head-on. Any other Pokémon would be crushed by sheer size and weight alone. But Ursaring was ready. During the healing provided by Bellisum's grassy terrain, it hadn't just stood idly, it had used Belly Drum under Sato's command, maximizing its attack stat. Roar. Faced with the oncoming Iron Tail, which swept across the air with terrifying momentum, Ursaring's muscles bulged as it let out a roar of its own. It met the attack head-on with a powerful hammer arm. The next moment, Aggron's Iron Tail collided with Ursaring's hammer arm boom. A deafening crash echoed through the battlefield. The ground beneath their feet cracked and split, sinking slightly under the force of the impact. Immediately after, 2 deep fist marks appeared on the steel tail of Mega Agron. Ursaring, with a roar of pain, was sent flying by the sheer force and collapsed unconscious upon landing. Its arms hung limply, bent at unnatural angles. Although Ursaring had been knocked out with one iron tail, it had clearly inflicted real damage on Mega Agron. The twin fist dents on its tail throbbed, sending waves of pain through Agron's body. And more importantly, Ursaring's brave frontal clash had bought the perfect opening for its teammate. Up in the air, Heracross had completed its charge up for Focus Punch. Hireya. With a fearsome roar, Heracross, bursting with intense fighting-type energy, descended from the sky. Enraged by its fallen comrade, it drove its right fist, cloaked in explosive power, straight into Mega Agron's head. Boom. The impact rang out like a thunderclap. Caught completely off guard, Mega Agron's massive head was smashed into the ground with full force. The earth around them trembled from the strike. A moment later, a faint cracking noise could be heard. The steel helmet encasing Agron's head now bore a deep fist-shaped dent. A hairline crack appeared at the edge of the dent, then quickly began spreading outward. Chapter 548, Chapter 547, Seeds of Retreat. Heracross, with a base 125 attack stat, unleashed a same-type move, Focus Punch, with 150 base power, all amplified by the fury of its rage. In the end, despite only being level 37, Heracross managed to land a devastating punch on Mega Agron, enough to leave it temporarily dazed. However, Mega Agron's physical defense was monstrous, and the level gap between it and Heracross was a full 24 levels. So Heracross's Focus Punch only barely cracked the steel helm protecting Mega Agron's head, doing far less damage than Ursaring, who had previously enhanced its power using Belly Drum. Moreover, force begets force. While Heracross did manage to injure Mega Agron, its own right arm broke during the impact. Don't just stand there, finish him off, Agron. Use Fire Punch. Zweilous, Yen Mega, return, now. Seeing his Mega Agron once again falter inexplicably and allow an enemy to land a clean hit, Ranka, who had been thrown off by Agron's fall, shouted furiously. Damn it. What the hell did Sato do to my Agron? 1 delayed reaction could be luck, but 2. There's something seriously off here. Ranka had become completely alert now. A sliver of hesitation crept into his mind. Although he didn't yet know what was going on, it was clear Agron wasn't in fighting shape anymore. If this continued, he'd lose. Better to retreat now than die a fool's death. Though boiling with rage and deeply ashamed at the idea of retreat, Ranka couldn't ignore the very real possibility that he might die here. He forced down his pride and fury. Mega Agron, too, was fuming. Normally, with its explosive close-range power, a small fry like Heracross wouldn't have even touched it, much less struck its head. But after it took down Ursaring with Iron Tail, a strange sense of lethargy had surged up from deep within. That moment of sluggishness was what gave Heracross the opening to strike. Now, with a single fire punch, Mega Agron sent Heracross flying far away. Like Ursaring before it, Heracross collapsed unconscious upon landing. On the other side of the battlefield, Thomas was still engaged in an intense battle against Zweilous. As expected of a pseudo-legendary dragon type nurtured with great care by Ranka, Zweilous was a force to be reckoned with. With 2 heads capable of using different moves simultaneously and a wide move pool across multiple types, even while outnumbered 4-1, it held the upper hand. So far, Thomas's Pinsir and Houndoom had both been defeated. Only Rapidash and Seismitoad remained in the fight. Rapidash relied on its high speed and used Fire Spin to harass Zweilous from a distance. But due to the rain-weakening fire-type moves and the move's poor effectiveness, it barely scratched Zweilous. The true main force was Seismitoad, who, thanks to its swift swim ability, had become blindingly fast in the rain. Its superior mobility allowed it to consistently dodge Zweilous's attacks. And when Seismitoad couldn't evade, Thomas would quickly direct Rapidash to support it, helping Seismitoad escape danger. Seismitoad's Ice Punch and Mud Bomb were crucial. Ice Punch delivered solid damage, while Mud Bomb drastically reduced Zweilous's accuracy. Although Zweilous appeared dominant, raining down a barrage of moves on Rapidash and Seismitoad, a closer look revealed that 90% of its attacks were missing completely. The other 10% were being smoothly countered under Thomas's expert guidance. In reality, Thomas had taken full control of the battle. While he couldn't defeat Zweilous quickly, stalling it was no problem. Zweilous, clearly frustrated by the stalemate, let out a relieved growl the moment it heard Ranka's command. Abandoning Thomas's team, it hurried toward Ranka. Umph. You're not going anywhere. Rapidash, Seismitoad, block it. Thomas wasn't about to let his advantage slip away. He'd finally found a soft target, and he had no intention of letting it go. He quickly ordered Rapidash and Seismitoad to intercept Zweilous. At the same moment, Yen Mega, which had been struggling against Arcanine, also disengaged upon receiving Ranka's command and flew toward his position. With 6 stacks of speed boost, Yanmega was blisteringly fast. Only a Pokemon like Arcanine, with access to extreme speed, could keep pace even briefly. Without a move like Mean Look, few could stop Yanmega once it decided to flee. It shot into the air, shedding Arcanine's pursuit, and raced back to Ranka. Now, Kecleon, use roleplay to copy Seismitoad's ability, then swap it to Bellossom and Swampert using skill swap. Golduck, use Soak on both Zweilous and Agron, then keep Disable active to prevent Agron from using Stone Edge. Bellossom, your turn, use Quiver Dance, then fire a max-powered energy ball at Zweilous. Swampert, I'm counting on you again. Lock down Agron, don't let it get away under any circumstances. Sato had been watching Ranka closely and immediately noticed the signs of retreat. He whispered orders to the returning Kecleon and rapidly gave commands to his other Pokemon. Kecleon shifted its gaze to the other side of the battlefield. It used roleplay to copy Seismitoad's rain-enhanced Swift Swim ability, then leapt beside Bellossom and used Skill Swap to grant her the same ability. Immediately after, Kecleon used roleplay again to copy Bellossom's new Swift Swim, then jumped to Swampert and transferred the ability to it as well with Skill Swap. At the same time, Golduck, floating midair, disengaged Disable from Agron. It then sprayed a blast of special water at both Zweilous and Agron. Zweilous, still engaged with Rapidash and Seismitoad, was caught off guard and struck by the Soak attack. Its body and fur were instantly drenched in a watery sheen, and its type temporarily changed to water. Agron, still struggling with its lack of speed, was unable to dodge the fast, forceful Soak blast either. Like Zweilous, its entire body turned bluish with moisture, its typing also temporarily shifted to water. Chapter 549, Chapter 548, Complete Victory. Agron, use Hyper Beam, target the human behind Zweilous. Yanmega, stop Bellossom. Use Air Slash. Zweilous, retreat immediately. The moment Ranka saw both Zweilous and Agron covered in a watery blue sheen, and heard Sato's commands, his expression changed drastically. He instantly realized what Sato intended and frantically issued countercommands to his Pokemon. Mega Agron immediately charged up a massive orange energy sphere in its mouth. Then a huge orange beam, pulsing with terrifying destructive force, blasted toward Thomas. Rapidash, use Protect. Seismitoad, counter Agron's Hyper Beam with Muddy Water. Seeing that dreadful Hyper Beam fired in his direction, Thomas's face went pale. He quickly called Rapidash, who knew Protect, back to defend him, and ordered Seismitoad to launch a powerful Water-type move to weaken the beam. At the critical moment, Rapidash didn't hesitate. Abandoning the fight against Zweilous, it rushed to Thomas's side at high speed and deployed Protect, generating an energy shield to block the incoming blast. Seismitoad also darted over, taking advantage of its 148 base speed stat under the rain-boosted Swift Swim ability. It positioned itself to Thomas's right and used the rainwater on the ground to unleash Muddy Water, clashing with the incoming Hyper Beam. A second later, Agron's beam struck. Thanks to the rain, Muddy Water had increased power. Though Agron's orange beam eventually pierced through it, its strength was greatly reduced by the time it hit Rapidash's Protect shield. Moreover, Hyper Beam is a special move, and Mega Agron's special attack isn't high to begin with. With Rapidash giving everything it had, Thomas narrowly survived. Meanwhile, the level 49 Yanmega, now with 6 boosts from Speed Boost, beat its insect wings at blinding speed and turned into a blur as it rushed at Bellossom, who was dancing gracefully through her third Quiver Dance while closing in on Zweilous. In the blink of an eye, Yanmega appeared directly above her and slashed down with a blade-like air slash that stretched 7 to 8 meters long. The white energy blade split into countless smaller ones mid-flight, blanketing Bellossom's entire evasion range. Faced with this imminent threat, Bellossom remained calm and composed. In fact, thanks to the Swift Swim ability she had recently acquired, her speed had doubled. On top of that, after 2 successful Quiver Dances, her agility, even if not quite on par with the 6 times boosted Yanmega, was still enough for her to move like a fluttering butterfly and perform maneuvers that would normally be impossible. Bellossom gracefully danced mid-rain, evading nearly every mini-blade in a dazzling display that left Yanmega in disbelief. By the time she dodged most of the assault, she was less than 10 meters away from the retreating Zweilous. At that moment, an energy ball infused with frightening grass-type energy began forming in her hands. Countless verdant energy leaves also swirled around her body. Yanmega, seeing its target preparing to attack Zweilous, immediately attempted to intercept. But just as it turned to chase Bellossom down, it spotted Swampert, now empowered by Swift Swim, rushing at blinding speed toward the defenseless Ranka. Mega Agron was still immobilized due to Hyper Beam's recovery time, and Zweilous was in no shape to protect its trainer. For a moment, Yanmega hesitated. But between saving Zweilous and saving Ranka, it didn't hesitate for long. It immediately abandoned the chase after Bellossom and sped toward Ranka. Swampert's feint had succeeded, Bellossom was now free to act without worry. She closed in on Zweilous, then launched both her charged energy ball and the swirling magical leaf barrage straight at him. Due to Golduck's earlier soak, Zweilous had temporarily become a water type. Now, facing Bellossom, who had completed 3 quiver dances, its instincts screamed danger. Rag. Driven by the threat of death, Zweilous roared. Its normally squinted eyes flew wide open and turned bloodshot with rage. It let out a feral cry and erupted with draconic energy. Zweilous used outrage, becoming a rampaging dragon as it charged madly at Bellossom. Though grievously wounded, Zweilous withstood Bellossom's energy ball and magical leaf onslaught and emerged in front of her. Unfortunately for it, Bellossom was now far too fast. Even with the power surge from outrage, Zweilous couldn't keep up. Bellossom spun gracefully away from the dying charge with elegant ease, then appeared instantly behind it. From her leafy skirt, she drew 2 long leaves, infusing them with pure grass-type energy to form a pair of razor-sharp leaf blades. In the next moment, her dance shifted from elegance to a flurry of killing intent as a storm of blades followed her every motion. With her twin leaf swords, Bellossom unleashed Leaf Blade, combined with Swords Dance, carving crisscrossing sword slashes across Zweilous' back in the blink of an eye. As the waltz of blades ended, Zweilous collapsed in a pool of blood. Right as Zweilous fell, Yanmega managed to grab Ranka away from Swampert's reach, and Mega Agron also recovered from Hyper Beam's cooldown. Zweilous. Ranka could only watch helplessly as the Pokémon he'd raised with so much care was felled by Bellossom's dual blades. His anguished scream tore through the rain. Yanmega. Get me out of here. Agron, return, now. But Ranka wasn't a fool. He knew the battle was already lost. With no way to save Zweilous, he decisively abandoned it and ordered Yanmega to retreat with him, raising a Pokeball to recall Agron. Trying to run now. Too late. Swampert, block the red recall beam with your body, don't let him withdraw Agron. Arcanine, use Flame Charge with extreme speed. Stop Yanmega. Bellossom, fire an energy ball at Agron. Of course, Sato wasn't about to let Ranka off the hook. He swiftly issued new orders to Swampert, Bellossom, and Arcanine, who still had fight left in them. In the rain, the swift swim-boosted Swampert moved like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Agron to block the red recall beam from Ranka's Pokeball. He entangled Agron again, preventing its escape. Meanwhile, Bellossom, now with swift swim and triple quiver dance boosts, closed in and fired a barrage of energy balls like a living turret, targeting the immobilized Agron. At the same time, Arcanine used extreme speed combined with flame charge, cutting off Yanmega and Ranka's retreat path. Ranka had no choice but to dodge and could no longer attempt to recall Agron. Agron, still under the effects of the Truant ability, had just clashed with Swampert's hammer arm using Metal Claw. But almost immediately, the laziness returned, making it sluggish again. Worse still, Agron was still under the effect of Soak, temporarily making it a water type. Now, facing Bellossom's rapid fire, grass-type energy balls enhanced by 3 quiver dances, it felt the same mortal fear that Zweilous had felt. In the next second, Bellossom's barrage slammed into it. A violent explosion of energy erupted. With a pained wail, Agron, scorched black by the powerful blast, collapsed helplessly, reverting from its mega form back to its regular form. But Sato wasn't done. Swampert, Bellossom, finish it. Following his cold command, Swampert and Bellossom mercilessly launched another round of attacks on the fallen Agron. Before long, the once unstoppable Agron was reduced to a lifeless husk. Sato. I'll kill you. Seeing even his ace Pokémon slain, Ranka's elegant face twisted in fury. Bloodshot eyes full of hatred, he screamed like a madman woman at Sato. But he retained just enough sanity not to charge blindly at him. Instead, he commanded Yanmega to turn and flee with him. Perhaps due to panic, or simply losing his senses, he fled in the exact direction he had come from. Chapter 550, Chapter 549, Ranka's End. When Sato saw Ranka choose to flee, his expression darkened. But in the end, he decided not to pursue him and instead quickly led Swampert and Bellossom toward the area where Ursaring and Heracross were currently located. The reason Sato didn't choose to chase after Ranka was actually quite simple. First, at the moment, he didn't have a single Pokémon fast enough to match the speed of the 6 times boosted Yanmega, let alone one that could effectively stop it. Under such circumstances, trying to catch up to Ranka would be nearly impossible. Besides, most of his current Pokémon were severely injured. If Ranka were to lure him into some deadly trap in a desperate bid to go down with him, he might very well fall for it and die along with him. Sato was a cautious man. He wasn't about to make such a reckless trade. His plan had already reached a high degree of completion, there was no need to risk his life to finish off Ranka. The second reason, and the most important one, was that Sato had already taken down Ranka's Agron and Zweilous, effectively crippling him. From this point forward, he no longer posed any real threat to him. Whether it was Agron or Zweilous, Ranka had undoubtedly poured immense effort and resources into raising those 2 Pokémon. The amount he had invested was unimaginable, and now, both had been destroyed by Sato. Especially the Mega Stone on Agron, its loss was a significant blow. Without that rare item, he could no longer harness the power of Mega Evolution, weakening his overall strength by at least 30%. This battle had essentially reset Ranka to square one. His total combat power was at least halved. Without 2 to 3 years of rebuilding his team and some major stroke of fortune, there was no way he could return to his peak. And by that time, Sato was confident he would have long surpassed him, leaving him far behind. In truth, Sato was even a bit relieved that Ranka had escaped. If he had actually killed him on the island, it was very likely that Athena, a major Team Rocket faction leader, would have held a grudge against him. Although Sato had Giovanni backing him, being targeted by a high-ranking faction leader was no laughing matter. After all, Giovanni wasn't his father. He couldn't protect him every minute of the day. If Athena really wanted him gone, a single word from her would send countless rocket operatives, eager to earn her favor, to cause him trouble. But things had turned out well. Sato hadn't killed Ranka, he'd only defeated his ace Pokemon. From a rules and reasoning standpoint, this was within the bounds of a legitimate match. Athena wouldn't have any grounds to come after him. If he had killed Ranka, Athena could have used the excuse of avenging her beloved subordinate to make a move, an excuse that many in the organization might accept. But now, Ranka wasn't dead. He had simply lost his trump cards due to inferior skill. No matter what, Athena wouldn't dare to go to war over something like that. Team Rocket was a group ruled by the law of the jungle. Power was everything. As a Rocket elder, Athena knew this better than anyone. Since Ranka had been outmatched, then a loss was a loss. There was nothing more to say. Even if he had died, Athena might have resented Sato for killing someone she raised, but she would never pity Ranka. If anything, she'd see him as a useless failure. Besides, now that Ranka had lost both Agron and Zweilous, Sato was sure that even if he managed to leave the mysterious island alive, his days in Team Rocket were numbered. Ranka was the kind of person who took what he wanted by force. Sato was certain he'd made many enemies along the way. If it weren't for his own strength and Athena's backing, he probably would have died countless times already. Now his power was crippled, and he no longer had Mega Evolution. Athena would undoubtedly stop giving him the special treatment he once enjoyed. When that happened, even if Sato didn't lift a finger, those who had suffered under Ranka's abuse would come after him on their own. While Sato was clearing the battlefield and treating his Pokemon, Ranka had already escaped more than a kilometer away with Yanmega's help. His expression was one of complete defeat. It was easy to talk tough. But as his emotions cooled, Ranka quickly realized just how dire his situation had become. As a core member groomed by Team Rocket, he fully understood the organization's survival rules. In fact, it was by following those very rules that he had risen to his current position, stepping over countless others to become one of Athena's chosen. Along the way, he had made more enemies than he could count. And now, with both Agron and Zweilous lost, once his enemies found out, he'd be torn apart with no place to bury his body. I can't go back. I need to find a place to hide immediately, and somehow recover at least some strength. Otherwise, even the people around me will start turning against me. Sato, you and I are sworn enemies now. As he thought about the chain reaction caused by losing Agron and Zweilous, a deep heaviness settled in Ranka's chest, and his hatred for Sato grew even stronger. But while he was lost in grim thoughts about how to escape his current crisis, he failed to realize that he had once again entered the territory of a large Aaron colony, and this time, he was following Yanmega deeper and deeper inside. By the time he noticed, he was already well within the heart of their domain. It was too late to turn back. Not long ago, Ranka had passed through the same area on his way to the gravel plains. His earlier intrusion had already startled the local Aaron population. However, because he had arrived so suddenly, and because of Yanmega's incredible speed, the Aaron group hadn't had time to respond and stop him. Letting an enemy swagger away right under their noses had been an incredible embarrassment. Because of that, the large Aaron colony had been ridiculed by several neighboring rock-type Pokemon groups. Their leader, an Agron at level 79 and of Elite 4 level, had been enraged by this humiliation and had personally emerged from the heart of their territory to admonish the others. Now, Ranka had once again charged straight into their land, as if mocking them. The Aaron colony exploded with fury. Under the thunderous rage of the Elite 4 level Agron leader, the entire colony sprang into action. Dozens of Aaron, Lyron, and Agron unleashed a barrage of powerful rock-type moves to intercept him. As he fled, Ranka was bombarded by relentless rock slide attacks, and every now and then a dozen orange beams, Agron's terrifying hyper beams, lit up the sky. Faced with an all-out assault from the entire colony, even a powerhouse like Yanmega couldn't protect him. Eventually, under the wide area rock slide attack, Yanmega collapsed after just 10 seconds, unable to hold out. Ranka's end had come. My journey can't end here. I haven't had my revenge. I can't die like this. No. 7 or 8 seconds later, Ranka lay badly wounded on the ground. A massive shadow loomed over him. As he looked up at the approaching, ever-deepening footprints, he let out a desperate scream. Squash. With the sound of something being squashed, the elite Agron leader stepped forward like it was squashing a bug. Ranka's scream came to a sudden, permanent halt. Chapter 551, Chapter 550, A Great Harvest. Sato quickly finished cleaning up the battlefield. He didn't choose to linger there even for a moment. Instead, he immediately took Thomas and left the area, stopping to rest in a small forest about 7 or 8 kilometers away from the site of the battle. Although Sato had achieved ultimate victory in that battle, more than half of his Pokémon had lost their ability to fight, and the remaining ones were severely injured, not fit to engage in combat again anytime soon. Among them, Ursaring and Heracross, who had directly clashed with Mega Agron, were in the worst condition. Many of the bones in their bodies had been broken, and their internal organs had suffered varying degrees of damage. It was only because Pokémon had physical constitutions far beyond that of ordinary humans that they had survived. If it had been humans suffering the same injuries, they would have been long dead. As expected, even with Bellisum's help, if Ursaring and Heracross didn't want to be left with long-term lingering damage, they would need extended rest to recover, at least 3 to 4 days of healing. But it was all worth it. After this battle, the greatest threat Sato faced on the mysterious island was now eliminated. To be honest, ever since Aoki had told him that Ranka had placed a bounty on him, Sato had been living in fear. He hadn't even dared to sleep soundly at night. Now, finally, he could rest easy. At this point, Sato firmly believed that even if Ranka managed to survive and leave the island, he no longer had the power to rally his subordinates against him. In Team Rocket, the weak have no right to command the strong. And even if a weakling held great wealth, they might not even get a chance to use it to hire help, because by then, the strong would have already turned the tables and devoured them whole. Ranka had even abandoned his Zweilous and Agron just to save his own life. That's why Sato believed Ranka was a shrewd survivalist. Without enough strength, he would never proactively contact his subordinates, he would avoid them like the plague, afraid they'd discover how badly he had been weakened. Of course, Sato didn't yet know that Ranka had already been squashed to death under the foot of the Elite 4-level Agron leader. If he did, he would feel even more at ease. Aside from eliminating Ranka as a major threat, Sato also reaped tremendous rewards from the battle. The first prize, naturally, was the Mega Stone from Ranka's Agron. As soon as the battle ended, Sato immediately retrieved this rare Mega Stone from Agron's corpse. This was the first Mega Stone Sato had ever obtained, and its significance was self-evident. Like Ranka, Sato also had a key stone. As long as he trained an Agron properly and built a strong bond with it, he could gain the power of Mega Evolution too. According to what he knew, there was a large Aran colony in Diamond Canyon. If he searched carefully, finding a high-potential Aran/Larion worth raising wouldn't be too difficult. In short, the power of Mega Evolution was now within Sato's reach. Of course, if Sato found that he didn't need this Agronite, he could always trade it with other trainers in exchange for another Pokémon's Mega Stone. It would make for an excellent bargaining chip. Between this Agronite and other possibilities, Sato would actually prefer to get Swampert's Mega Stone, since Swampert was a core member of his Rain Team strategy and its Mega Evolution was essential. The second reward was the abandoned Zweilous. True to its reputation as a pseudo-legendary dragon type, Zweilous had a tough body. Even though it had been severely injured by Bellisum's attacks and had suffered massive recoil from using Outrage, it had still clung to life. There was no doubt that a living dragon-type pseudo-legendary was far more valuable than a dead one. After some consideration, Sato decided to let Bellisum administer basic treatment to stabilize it, then he captured it using a black Pokeball. From the list in his possession, Sato had already learned that this Zweilous had been raised by Ranka since it was small. Its loyalty to him was undoubtedly extremely high, which meant it was unlikely to ever serve Sato willingly. Dragon types were famously proud creatures. They wouldn't submit just because their life was threatened, especially not to an enemy. The relationship between Sato and Zweilous was clearly one of hostility. It was easy to imagine that once its injuries healed, the first thing Zweilous would do would be to target the very person who had helped save it, Sato himself. Still, Sato's first instinct was to try and fully subdue it. After all, this was a dragon-type pseudo-legendary. Though not raised by Sato personally, its physical development and mastery of numerous moves clearly showed how well Ranka had trained it. Most importantly, this Zweilous was already level 51, well into maturity. With just a bit more training to raise it to level 64, it would evolve into the powerful Hydreigon. So, if Sato could somehow get Zweilous to yield, he would instantly gain a Pokémon capable of becoming one of his aces. That kind of temptation was enormous, and even he couldn't resist. Of course, Sato knew that the odds of a dragon-type pseudo-legendary raised by someone else from childhood willingly obeying him were extremely slim. If Zweilous still refused to cooperate by the time they left the island, Sato would give up on it and sell it on the black market instead. Since Zweilous insisted on being his enemy, Sato wouldn't show any mercy, he'd wring every last drop of value out of it. A high-level dragon-type pseudo-legendary was worth a fortune, even if it was disobedient. If Sato could sell it successfully, the wealth he'd earn would be unimaginable. All in all, Sato's takedown of Ranka had yielded an extremely generous haul. He'd acquired not only a precious mega stone, but also a dragon-type pseudo-legendary worth a massive fortune. Shame I couldn't take him down in person. That drag queen must have had loads of good stuff hidden on him. Sato leaned against Arcanine's side, gazing at the Agronite in his left hand and the black pokeball containing Zweilous in his right, unable to help but feel a little regret. Meanwhile, as Sato and his team rested and recovered from battle, Vanna, dressed in her wild, savage outfit, was entering the territory of the large Aaron colony with her newly recruited subordinates in tow. Chapter 552, Chapter 551, A Rebellious Servant and the Dominant Vanna. Compared to Ranka's tragic end, the situation of Noda, who had a good sense of timing, was undoubtedly far better. The moment he saw Vanna and Kamou, he surrendered without hesitation. Although both Vanna and Kamou looked down on Noda for being such a coward, they held back from beating him to death since he surrendered willingly and handed over all his valuables. Still, while he was spared death, he wasn't spared punishment. After obtaining his space backpack to temporarily resolve her inventory shortage, Vanna and Kamou returned to Diamond Canyon to continue mining gems. As for Noda, his plan to use a special device to return to base fell through. Due to his sturdy and robust build, he was instead forced by Vanna and Kamou to work as a miner and servant. So, while Ranka was battling Sato, Noda was miserably digging for gems on Vanna's orders. With an additional miner like Noda, who actually understood the difference between good and bad gem quality, Vanna and Kamou's gem collection speed increased considerably. Not long after Ranka was defeated and fled, the two once again faced the issue of running out of storage space. It was then that Noda, who harbored deep resentment toward Ranka, immediately tattled to Vanna. He told her that Ranka possessed an even larger capacity space backpack and that he carried many items far more precious than gems. Vanna didn't care much about the treasures Ranka carried. In her eyes, high-quality gems were the real treasures. But the large capacity space backpack on Ranka, that caught her interest immediately. Her mining operation was severely hampered by lack of storage. If she could obtain that oversized backpack from Ranka, it would be perfect. So, Vanna ordered Noda to lead the way in tracking down Ranka, which was how the two of them ended up in the territory of the large Aaron colony. Unfortunately, the Aaron colony had just killed Ranka, a human they hated with a vengeance, so the two intruders ended up bearing the consequences. Without a doubt, Noda had dragged Vanna into a trap. Shortly after entering the Aaron territory, they were surrounded by a swarm of Aaron, Lyron, and Agron. The situation was grim. "Lady Vanna, we have to run now. These Aaron, Lyron, and Agron have totally lost it, they're in a full-scale frenzy." Protected by his polyrath, Noda barely avoided a massive boulder flying at high speed toward him. He rolled across the ground and landed next to Vanna, his face full of fear as he spoke. But behind that fear, a faint flicker of delight gleamed in his eyes. In truth, Noda had anticipated this. The reason he told Vanna about Ranka's large space backpack wasn't just to pit her and Ranka against each other, it was also to regain his freedom. Though Vanna hadn't killed him, Noda realized she had no intention of letting him go either. Other than the clothes on his back and his Pokémon, everything else, his number badge and the special device used to provide the base with his coordinates, had been confiscated by her. He was basically her mining slave now. At the slightest misstep, Vanna and Kamou would beat and berate him. He had no dignity left, no human rights to speak of. Noda had come to understand that despite Vanna's outwardly innocent and straightforward demeanor, her personality was just like most dragon-type Pokémon, prone to bursts of violence and utterly dismissive of the weak. She only showed proper respect to equals. To those weaker than her, unless she happened to like or value them, she treated them as disposable slaves, unworthy of mercy. As a budding powerhouse in Team Rocket, Noda naturally had no intention of living a humiliating, precarious life as a slave. That was a fate worse than death. So when Vanna began complaining about running out of space for her high-grade gems, Noda immediately came up with the scheme to pit her against Ranka in a mutually destructive trap. Of course, being ambushed by the large Aaron colony was also part of his plan, though he was a bit surprised by how extreme their reaction was. Still, Noda welcomed this unexpected outcome. Compared to him, Vanna and her brother Kamou were far more dangerous in the eyes of the Aaron. As a result, Vanna and Kamou attracted over 90% of the enemy's firepower, giving Noda hope of escape. Though he regretted not seeing Vanna and Ranka tear each other apart, an opportunity like this wouldn't come twice. Noda had already made up his mind to flee while he could. "Humph. What are you so afraid of, you coward? Just hold the left flank, and leave the rest to me. Brother, take down that Agron giving out orders up ahead. Kingdra, use Rain Dance again and expand the rain clouds, follow it up with a sweeping hydro pump. Drampa, go for a wide area surf. Ampharos, hit that commanding Agron with thunder. Executor, keep the grassy terrain up, and use grass knot on those Agron whenever you can. Sceptile, keep moving through the battlefield while scattering leech seeds. When she heard Noda's spineless plea, Vanna, wielding a long black and blue whip, shot him an annoyed glare and barked the command. Then she swiftly issued orders to her team of Pokémon in a calm and orderly manner. Despite the severe situation, Vanna remained completely composed. She had far more experience in large-scale battles than Noda, who was clearly lacking in wilderness survival skills. In fact, she had subdued many Pokémon colonies before, always winning despite being outnumbered. Her vast experience in swarm battles told her it wasn't time to retreat yet. If they could take out that larger-than-average Agron leading the enemy, the tide of the battle would turn. Once combat began, Vanna seemed to transform. If she was a naive dragon princess before, she now radiated the authority of a dragon queen, exuding overwhelming pressure. Roar! Kamao, now at level 59, let out a mighty roar in response to Vanna's command, instantly stunning the enemies before him. Then, with a single focus blast, he blasted aside all the Aaron and Lyron blocking his way. Immediately after, he charged at the leading Agron, which was heavily protected by numerous Aaron, Lyron, and a few fellow Agron. At the same time, Kingdra and Drampa provided support from the rear. Kingdra used Hydro Pump to blow away any enemies in Kamao's path, while Drampa took advantage of the rain-soaked terrain to unleash a wide-area surf, drawing enemy attention away from Kamao. Meanwhile, the level 51 Ampharos floated via magnet rise, her two antennae sparking with massive electrical current. She directed the charge skyward into the rain clouds overhead. Amplified by the storm clouds, the charge grew rapidly and gathered above the head of the commanding Agron. With a single thought from Ampharos, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel crashed down, striking the Agron directly. Instantly, the 62-level Agron, one of the sub-leaders of the Aaron colony, screamed in pain from the thunder attack and was left unable to continue commanding its troops. With their leader incapacitated, chaos broke out among the Aaron ranks, relieving much of the pressure on Vanna's side. Meanwhile, the Alolan Executor, with its long neck and tall body, maintained grassy terrain to heal allies while using its height advantage to launch grass knot attacks at other Agron still trying to command their kin, further deepening the chaos. Lastly, the fast-moving green blur weaving through the Aaron and Lyron was Sceptile. Following Vanna's instructions, it used Leaf Blade and Giga Drain to take down enemies while scattering large amounts of leech seeds along its path. The moment those seeds hit the rain-soaked ground, they absorbed moisture and nutrients rapidly, sprouting instantly and entangling many of the Aaron and Lyron in their vines. Chapter 553, Chapter 552, The First Follower. While Noda was scheming his escape and Vanna was commanding her powerful team of Pokémon against the Aaron swarm, Sato was fulfilling his promise and speaking candidly with Thomas. This operation's success is thanks in no small part to you, Thomas. Here, your number tag and space backpack. Returning them to their rightful owner. Still bandaged in many places, Sato walked over to the equally bandaged Thomas and handed over a number tag and space backpack with a warm smile. Thomas had played a crucial role in the battle against Ranka. It was his all-out effort to stall Ranka's wireless that allowed Sato's plan to be carried out successfully. Because of that, Sato's impression of Thomas had greatly improved. After what they went through together, the two could be considered comrades who had faced life and death together. Their bond had grown much closer. At the very least, Sato no longer considered Thomas an outsider, and he had begun to think about accepting him as a trusted companion. Thank you, sir. I only did what little I could. This operation only succeeded because you turned the tide yourself. Seeing Sato return his number tag and space backpack, Thomas, who had still been a little on edge, felt deeply reassured. His faith in Sato was now fully justified. Smiling gratefully, he took the items and responded modestly. After this battle, Thomas had completely submitted to Sato's strength. This was the man who had practically taken down Ranka single-handedly. Thomas believed that in time, Sato would rise to greatness. He had made up his mind to cling tightly to Sato's rising thighs. From now on, he would follow him no matter what, even if Sato tried to push him away, he'd shamelessly stay by his side. No need to be modest. You really made a big contribution in this fight. If you hadn't risked everything to hold back Ranka's wireless, I couldn't have defeated him so smoothly. I saw everything you did. But now that Ranka, our biggest threat, is gone, our collaboration ends here. So what are your plans from here on out? If you want to leave now, I won't stop you. In fact, I'll help you catch a few high-potential Pokémon as extra compensation for helping me defeat Ranka. I might not be that impressive overall, but I have a good eye for Pokémon. I guarantee they'll all be top tier with excellent potential. If you train them properly, making a name for yourself in Team Rocket won't be difficult. Of course, if you don't mind, you can continue traveling with me. But think carefully, I'm not going to sit around and wait for this tournament to end. I'll be actively seeking out other contestants to battle. Dangerous fights like today's will only become more frequent. If you choose to follow me, you'll be constantly walking into danger. You could die any day. But I promise you this, as long as you don't betray me, I'll never abandon you. Sato, seeing Thomas's modest demeanor, smiled even more warmly. After praising his contribution in the battle again, he grew serious and offered Thomas two choices. At this moment, Sato was being completely honest with Thomas, and for the first time, officially extending an olive branch. Lord Sato, please allow me to continue following you. From now on, I'll take your lead in everything. Hearing Sato's words, Thomas's face lit up with excitement. He didn't even hesitate, he chose the second option immediately, dropping to one knee to show his loyalty and sincerity. To Thomas, the two options Sato offered were really just one. He knew very well that Ranka's strength was among the top tier of all the contestants, one of the rare elites. This island was vast, encountering an opponent like that again wouldn't be easy. And now that Sato had even defeated Ranka, with the way his strength had been growing on the island, even if he ran into another Ranka-level opponent later, he could always escape easily, if not win outright. Aside from trusting Sato's strength, Thomas also had great faith in Sato's ability to pick Pokemon. Take his own Seismitoad, for example. It had been handpicked by Sato, and in the recent battle, it had played a critical role in holding back Ranka's Zweilous. The fact that his Seismitoad had held its own against a specially trained Zweilous spoke volumes about its potential. After the battle, Thomas had already decided to make Seismitoad one of his core Pokemon. Thomas believed that if he stayed loyal and worked hard, Sato would continue helping him find excellent Pokemon, and maybe even take the initiative to do so. In other words, the second choice included all the benefits of the first, plus more, and carried little added risk. If all it took was some danger to gain a steady supply of excellent Pokemon and steadily grow stronger on this island, anyone with a functioning brain wouldn't pick the first option. Good. You've made the right choice. I guarantee you won't regret this. Seeing Thomas accept without hesitation, Sato was clearly pleased. Smiling with satisfaction, he solemnly helped Thomas to his feet and patted his shoulder firmly. From this moment on, he was no longer a lone commander. He had begun building a force of his own in this world. Though that force was still very small, just himself and Thomas, still under Team Rocket's umbrella, he believed that one day, this strength would grow. One day, it would become his foundation for standing tall within Team Rocket, and maybe even the world. Thomas was just as thrilled. While he wasn't sure if he was Sato's very first subordinate, he knew for certain that he was among the first to follow Sato before he rose to power. And once Sato secured a high-ranking position in Team Rocket, there was no way he'd forget him. He'd ride those coattails right to the top. As the saying goes, when one person ascends to heaven, even their pets are blessed. That's exactly how it worked. Lord Sato, what should we do next? Should we return to the temporary camp at the foot of Toro's Mountain, or stay here and continue exploring? Having now officially become Sato's subordinate, Thomas quickly slipped into his role. He looked at Sato respectfully and waited for instructions. The big battle just ended, and our Pokemon aren't in top condition. To be safe, we'll head back first. After a few days of rest, we'll resume exploring the uncharted areas. Sato smiled slightly at the question and offered a response that Thomas thought was incredibly wise. Chapter 554, Chapter 553, Progress over Time. In the blink of an eye, 2 more weeks had gone by. Including the initial 4 days, less than 3 days now remained in the island survival trial. During the first 3 days, Sato and Thomas had mostly spent their time recovering. However, much had happened in that span, chiefly concerning the future of several Pokemon. After asking his Pokemon for their preferences, Golduck, Ariados, and Ursaring expressed their desire to part ways. Golduck didn't want to leave the group it had long protected, while Ariados and Ursaring wished to remain on the mysterious island, their native homeland. Since it was their decision, Sato didn't force them to stay. He personally escorted Golduck, Ariados, and Ursaring back to the places where they had once lived peacefully. Another pressing matter was Heracross's condition. Due to the long-term abuse he'd suffered in the Heracross horde, he had already been carrying numerous internal injuries. And after taking a direct fire punch from Ranka's Mega Agron, those hidden injuries began to erupt all at once. Faced with this situation, even Bellisum was helpless. To save Heracross, Sato had no choice but to teleport him to the base for treatment. The cost. Heracross would be unavailable for the rest of the survival trial. This left Sato with just Swampert, Arcanine, Bellisum, the red shiny Goridos, and Kecleon. His overall strength had taken a serious hit. After 3 days of rest, Sato and Thomas resumed their exploration, this time venturing into yet uncharted areas. At first, Sato again chose to explore the western side of the island. As a result, he unexpectedly ran into Vanna, who had recently lost her servants and was rapidly expanding her territory. Even though Sato had previously gifted her a massive amount of treasure, Vanna, ever dominant on the mysterious island, showed him no leniency. Enraged over Noda escaping from her clutches, she launched a fierce assault the moment she saw Sato. Ever since arriving on the island, Vanna had been in constant combat, frequently engaging in large-scale battles. By then, her Kamou had already reached level 60, and her other Pokémon were mostly above level 50. Meanwhile, despite Swampert having faced off against Ranka, its level remained unchanged at 53. Unsurprisingly, Sato suffered a devastating defeat in his battle against Vanna. Thankfully, with Thomas's support, and the fact that Vanna lacked a Pokémon capable of long-distance pursuit, Sato and Thomas managed to escape unscathed thanks to Arcanine and Rapidash. However, to save the red shiny Goridos, who had been pushed to the brink of death by Vanna's Ampharos, Sato had to use his last emergency revival serum. After this crushing loss, Sato and Thomas had to spend 2 full days nursing their Pokémon back to health. With Vanna blocking the western path, Sato had no choice but to redirect his exploration northward. He began training through constant battles with the wild Pokémon of the northern region to strengthen his team. This time, Sato and Thomas encountered no threats on the level of Vanna, who was arguably even more dangerous than Ranka. In the first week of their northern exploration, they successfully eliminated 6 contestants. As a result, Sato used 4 number tags to retrieve his Crobat, Shiny Beautifly, Ditto, and a fresh emergency revival serum. Meanwhile, Thomas recovered his Magnezone and Weezing with 2 number tags. With the return of Crobat, Shiny Beautifly, and Ditto, Sato's overall strength saw a massive boost. During their northern expedition, Sato single-handedly drove off multiple Pokémon groups, earning himself a formidable reputation in the region. By now, Sato had personally defeated 16 contestants. After giving 2 number tags to Thomas, his official count stood at 14. Through intense battles with strong wild Pokémon, his team had grown significantly over the past 2 weeks. The one who improved the most was undoubtedly Swampert. After being defeated head-on by Vanna's Kamou, the proud Swampert began rigorously pushing itself, training through relentless combat to unleash its full potential in hopes of redeeming that defeat. With Sato's guidance and Bellisum's support, Swampert repeatedly fended off small and mid-sized wild Pokémon groups and battled their leaders. Thanks to its perfect IVs, its strength grew rapidly. Swampert had now reached level 59, just 1 short of the level 60 milestone. Leveling up gets harder at this stage. Even on an island teeming with powerful wild Pokémon, Swampert could no longer be called weak. It was now comparable in level to the leaders of many Pokémon groups. Next in line was Bellisum, the team's healer. Although the island was home to countless grass and bug-type Pokémon, once she found the right training spot, Bellisum's progress was impressive. Armed with Quiver Dance and Swords Dance, her leveling speed actually surpassed most of Sato's other Pokémon. She too could now solo small groups, especially those of ground or rock types. Thanks to Synthesis, her stamina far outclassed her teammates. If she weren't constantly healing the others, her level might have overtaken even Swampert's. Still, despite the time lost to healing duties, Bellisum had successfully reached level 52. Then there was the Shiny Beautifly, the Insect Queen. As a bug/flying type Pokémon on an island overflowing with grass and bug types, she held a significant advantage. Initially at level 37, she leveled rapidly among wild Pokémon typically in the 30 to 40 range. Once she reached level 40 and learned her signature move Quiver Dance, her growth accelerated further. Unlike Bellisum, who still hadn't fully mastered Quiver Dance despite rigorous training, Shiny Beautifly seemed to learn it as naturally as breathing. Combining Quiver Dance, a mutated Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone, and Stun Spore, she soon gained the power to solo small wild Pokémon groups. After defeating several bug and grass-type groups on her own, Shiny Beautifly had reached level 49. Interestingly, perhaps due to her status as the Bug Monarch, many strong bug types had tried courting her, including a level 75 Elite 4 level Scyther. Shiny Beautifly turned most suitors away with disdain, though she did show some interest in the Scyther. Still, interest didn't mean acceptance. She had them compete against each other, stating that only the strongest would earn a date. After fierce competition, the Elite 4 level Scyther emerged victorious and earned a date with her. Unfortunately, that Scyther already had a mate, one nearly as powerful as himself. In the end, he was dragged home by his furious partner and forced to grovel. Following Swampert, Bellisum, and Shiny Beautifly, the red Goridos also saw massive improvement. Thanks to its Intimidate ability and its special ability, Tyrant, it became a highly efficient predator of the week. The red Goridos became the 4th of Sato's Pokémon capable of soloing small wild Pokémon groups. Especially after hitting level 45 and unlocking Dragon Dance through its bloodline, it even gained the power to challenge medium-sized groups. Now at level 52, the red shiny Goridos had completed its transformation from a bullied golden Magikarp into a fearsome crimson dragon known throughout the region. That left Arcanine and Crobat. Because Sato couldn't risk burning down the forest and inciting mass retaliation from the island's wild Pokémon, he rarely let Arcanine fight at full power, even though it could take on bug or grass-type groups on its own. As a result, Arcanine's leveling lagged behind the others and had only just reached level 50. As for Crobat, due to his recent return and his inability to solo wild Pokémon groups, his growth naturally fell behind his teammates. His current level was only 48, but that was completely understable. Chapter 555, Chapter 554, a new member in the Central Region. During this period, aside from collecting number tags and strengthening his Pokémon, Sato had also been searching the mysterious island for Pokémon with exceptional potential and training value. Among the Pokémon that caught his attention were Slakoth and Aaron. The former was the key to initiating his adaptive training plan for a Slaking with the Truant ability after entering the island, while the latter was essential to helping him quickly acquire the power of Mega Evolution. Unfortunately for Sato, finding a naturally diligent Slakoth, or even obtaining a top-quality Slakoth egg, was incredibly difficult. The former was akin to winning the lottery, one of those rare chance encounters. The latter was even harder, as Slakoth eggs were typically kept deep within territories protected by multiple powerful Slaking. Even getting close, let alone obtaining one, was no easy feat. As for Aaron, the only place Sato had found where they lived was the Diamond Canyon. But for some unknown reason, all the Aaron clans in that canyon were deeply hostile toward humans. Whenever a human entered their territory, they would immediately swarm together and attack. Because of this intense hostility, and the fact that Vanna, a major threat, often roamed the Diamond Canyon, Sato's plan to seek out a suitable Aaron in their habitat had to be abandoned. Still, there was a silver lining. Although he hadn't found a suitable Slakoth or Aaron, Sato did discover a Grass-type starter Pokémon with excellent potential. While exploring the northern region of the mysterious island, Sato stumbled upon a valley not marked on any map. Due to the terrain, this valley was almost completely isolated from the outside world, accessible only through a narrow path hidden behind a waterfall. Sato only discovered it by accident while chasing a rare herd of Gogot. The hidden path behind the falls led to a secret garden built by an entire community of Grass-type Pokémon, led by a level 83 high Elite 4 level Venusaur. There, Sato encountered a Bulbasaur who longed to see the outside world. But this Bulbasaur was no ordinary one. She was a direct descendant of the Venusaur leader and possessed excellent stats along with several powerful Grass-type moves. These included moves like Grassy Terrain, Leaf Storm, and Power Whip. Bulbasaur information. Pokémon, Bulbasaur. Level. Type, Grass/Poison. Ability, Chlorophyll. Gender, female. Known moves, Tackle, Growl, Vine Whip, Leech Seed. Egg moves, Grassy Terrain, Giga Drain. Tutor moves, Leaf Storm, Power Whip, Solar Beam, Energy Ball, Seed Bomb, Worry Seed, Ingrain. Held item, Miracle Seed. IVs. HP, 29, 31. Attack, 28, 31. Defense, 31, 31. Special Attack, 29, 31. Special Defense, 30, 31. Speed, 31, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs equals 178/186. Sato was overjoyed when he found this Bulbasaur in the secret garden. But the moment he tried to catch her, he realized he had kicked a hornet's nest. In this garden, practically a kingdom of grass types, the Bulbasaur was like a little princess. Trying to take her away was like challenging the wrath of the entire realm. Soon, the whole garden of grass-type Pokémon swarmed out to attack. Despite Sato and Thomas giving it everything they had, they were still effortlessly captured by the high Elite 4 level Venusaur. It was, without question, the most dangerous situation Sato had ever faced. If not for the Bulbasaur, who longed for adventure and spoke up for him, having taken a liking to Sato, he might never have made it out alive. In the end, after passing a series of hellish trials imposed by the high Elite 4 level Venusaur, Sato finally earned its approval. He not only kept his life but also earned the right to bring the adventurous Bulbasaur with him. Currently, Sato and Thomas were in a place called the Withered Forest. This location marked the entrance to the central region of the mysterious island. Wild Pokémon here were almost all in the level 40 to 50 range, with the occasional pseudo-Elite 4 level or Elite 4 level Pokémon appearing. As Sato's Pokémon continued to grow stronger, the wild Pokémon in the island's outer zones no longer provided sufficient training. What's more, ever since Swampert and Red Shiny Goridos earned a fearsome reputation, most wild Pokémon in the outer zones began avoiding battle altogether, no matter how much Sato provoked them. With little choice, and eager to raise his team's strength before the trial ended, Sato ventured into the perilous central region of the island. In truth, most wild Pokémon lived in the outer regions. In the center, their numbers thinned, but their strength soared. It was almost a rule, any wild Pokémon in the central zone had to be at least level 40. Seeing a Pokémon under level 40 here was rare, and if you did see one, you had to be extremely cautious. If they could survive here at a lower level, it meant they had the power to fight above their weight class. To Sato, the central region seemed like a training ground for elite wild Pokémon seeking further evolution and strength. Most were loners, former elites of outer region groups who had come to the center to train and grow stronger. As such, these Pokemon were far more cunning and aggressive than your average wild Pokemon. 2 days ago, Sato and Thomas had entered the central region. But within half a day, they were forced into a messy retreat, ambushed by a furious Elite 4-level wild Pokemon who'd apparently just woken up on the wrong side of the bed. Thankfully, Thomas's Magnezone used Thunder Wave to paralyze it temporarily, and Weezing deployed Smokescreen to help them escape. Now, Lord Sato, I think we're surrounded again. What do we do, fight or flee? Thomas asked in a low, tense voice as he stood back to back with Sato, scanning the twitching grass around them. Even as he spoke, his hands were already gripping the Pokeballs of Magnezone and Weezing tightly. Before Sato could answer, a snarling Weevil suddenly leapt from the grass on Thomas's right, its metallic claws gleaming as it swiped viciously at his head. At the same time, a sharp tremor ran through the ground beneath Sato, and a jagged spike burst from the earth, aimed directly at a vital point. Chapter 556, Chapter 555, When One Rises, All Rise. In the wild, aside from carefully observing the battlefield and issuing precise commands to their Pokemon, the most important skill for a trainer is learning how to protect themselves. Because in the eyes of wild Pokemon, physically frail trainers are always the top priority targets for attacks. The wild Pokemon operating in the central region of the mysterious island were not only high-level but also possessed considerable combat experience, enough to make them prioritize attacking the trainers first in any skirmish. Take this moment for example, a level 47 Weevil was responsible for ambushing Thomas, while a level 46 Drapion struck from the ground in an attempt to take out Sato. In addition to the two attackers, a level 44 Houndoom and a level 43 Leopard were lying in wait within the nearby grass, prepared to provide long-range fire support if Weevil and Drapion failed. Despite the sudden ambush, neither Sato nor Thomas showed any change in expression. Instead, a hint of mockery flashed in both their eyes. Since entering the island's central region, they had grown used to attacks of this caliber. Through countless real-life combat scenarios, they had developed reflexive instincts to evade fatal strikes. In truth, these wild Pokemon had acted a bit too hastily. Had they waited just a bit longer, Sato and Thomas might have let their guard down while taking out Pokeballs to summon their Pokemon, potentially exposing a critical opening. But now that their opponents had made the first move, Sato and Thomas no longer had to guess where the attack was coming from. In perfect sync, the two rolled forward, cleanly dodging Weevil's and Drapion's surprise strikes. Swampert, Hammer Arm. Seismitoad, Drain Punch. While evading, the two trainers simultaneously tossed the Pokeballs already in their hands toward the blind spots behind Weevil and Drapion, issuing their commands mid-throw. In the next instant, the Pokeballs burst open behind the two ambushers, releasing white beams of light. Swampert and Seismitoad emerged from behind, squarely in their enemies' blind spots. Thanks to Sato and Thomas's precision throws, both Pokemon appeared in the optimal position for a sneak attack, catching their foes completely off guard. There was no need to elaborate on Swampert's power. With a mighty hammer arm, Drapion, being part Dark-type, was instantly knocked into a crater, defeated in one blow. Seismitoad wasn't far behind. Benefiting from a quadruple-type advantage, its Drain Punch easily knocked out the unsuspecting Weevil. Ever since the battle against Ranka, Thomas had prioritized training Seismitoad as one of his main Pokemon. He also frequently let Seismitoad spend time with Swampert to build rapport. As for Houndoom, Heracross, and Slacketh, just like Sato, Thomas had consulted them and ultimately released them back into the wild. Perhaps due to their shared typing or Seismitoad's respectful attitude, Swampert had a favorable impression of Seismitoad. Not only did it accept him as a follower, but Swampert often brought Seismitoad along in battle to assist with interference or finishing blows. Thanks to this, Seismitoad's level had risen rapidly, now reaching level 53. Under Swampert's guidance, it had even learned powerful ground-type moves like Earth Power and Earthquake. In just a few seconds, the ambushing Drapion and Weevil were both down. The waiting Houndoom and Leopard, hiding in the grass, were stunned. They exchanged glances, then turned and fled in opposite directions without hesitation. This Weevil's not bad. Thomas, you should consider capturing it. If you use it well, it'll be a sharp blade against Psychic and Dragon-type Pokemon. Sato didn't bother having Swampert pursue the fleeing Houndoom and Leopard. Instead, he activated his system's scanning function to analyze the two defeated Pokemon. Upon discovering Weevil's impressive stats, he made the suggestion to Thomas. The central region of the mysterious island was home to its elite wild Pokemon. Any creature that survived the harsh natural trials here was bound to possess solid potential. Take this Weevil for instance, level 47, individual value, 4, of 162, only 13 points shy of the golden grade threshold. That already made it a high-quality Pokemon. If Thomas could successfully tame it and do some fine-tuning, Weevil could immediately join the front lines as a powerful asset. That said, in Sato's view, the Pokemon roaming the central region had rather high levels and were generally older. Their battle styles were well developed, but many carried long-term injuries from constant fighting, injuries that had stunted their growth potential. Because of this, high-level wild Pokémon from the central region were actually less valuable for training than lower-level, high-4 Pokémon from the island's outer regions. All in all, these Pokémon were the kind that Sato found hard to make use of himself, yet too good to simply discard, perfect candidates for strengthening his subordinates. After all, for most trainers, these were outstanding Pokémon. They required little effort or resources to train before becoming reliable combatants. Thank you, Lord Sato. In that case, I won't be shy. Upon hearing Sato's advice, Thomas's face lit up with joy. He immediately thanked him, then pulled out a black Pokeball and tossed it toward the unconscious Weevil. Since becoming Sato's subordinate, Thomas had already captured 2 excellent Pokémon on his recommendation, Zangoose and Rhyhorn. After some training, Thomas realized both Pokémon not only leveled up faster than average but also possessed remarkable traits. Zangoose was extremely combative and had a unique ability: it grew stronger when poisoned. Several times, it had staged miraculous comebacks using pre-prepared poison berries. As a result, Thomas had developed the habit of always carrying both poison-inducing and Pecha berries. Then there was Rhyhorn, who, thanks to its Rockhead ability, turned out to be far more extraordinary. It had draconic blood in its lineage, which granted it superior physical stats and innate strength, several tiers above average. It had also learned Dragon Rush, a powerful physical dragon-type move. It speculated its father was a high-level dragon-type Pokémon. After Sato encouraged Thomas to capture Rhyhorn, he even gave him a tailored training strategy based on Rhyhorn's abilities and moves. That strategy involved combining Double Edge and Dragon Rush into a synergized combo move. Given how exceptional the advice was, especially coming from his superior, Thomas had adopted it without hesitation. As a result, Rhyhorn had become the most explosively powerful Pokémon in his lineup. When Rhyhorn performed a full-speed Dragon Smash, Double Edge plus Dragon Rush, its destructive force could shake a small hill. Even a light Pokémon over 10 levels higher struggled to withstand the blow. With Zangoose and Rhyhorn as success stories, Thomas now had full confidence in Sato's eye for Pokémon. So when Sato recommended that he capture Weevil, Thomas didn't hesitate in the slightest. In fact, he was currently lacking a Dark and Ice-type Pokémon. A dual-type like Weevil was exactly what he needed. Not long ago, Sato had battled a powerful Psychic user. The opponent was so agile that Thomas was reduced to dead weight for most of the fight. It was only when Sato's Crobat used Taunt to seal the opponent's annoying teleport that his Swampert, with the Protean ability gained through Kecleon, was able to instantly take down the opponent's Ace Alakazam and reverse the situation. Had Thomas possessed a Weevil then, he could have at least taunted the opponent's Psychic-type Pokémon and prevented them from repeatedly dodging attacks via teleportation, providing vital openings for Sato's Pokémon to strike. Also, during several of Sato's battles with Vanna, Thomas's Pokémon couldn't withstand direct engagements. They could only provide limited long-range support. But most of Vanna's Pokémon were Dragon types. Without moves that directly countered their typing, it was difficult to do any real damage. Had he possessed a Weevil back then, he could have unleashed a Icy Wind to hinder her dragons and pressure them with this dragon-slaying blade, forcing them to fight more cautiously. In any case, with Weevil now in his ranks, Thomas would be able to offer much more substantial support to his boss in future battles. Chapter 557, Chapter 556, Only the Strong Remain. Sato and Thomas wandered through the forest, stopping now and then. Along the way, they encountered powerful wild Pokémon, leading either to battles or wise retreats. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Before sunset, the two of them successfully withdrew from the withered forest and returned to their temporary campsite on the edge of the central region of the mysterious island. After today, they only had to spend 2 more days on the island to complete the stage of the competition and advance to the final phase. In fact, after 19 days of surviving the mysterious island, only 63 participants remained from the over 1,000 who originally entered. Over 500 had been eliminated during the pre-island aerial challenge. Sato had learned this exact number from a gluttonous Zatu in exchange for 10 packs of premium Psychic-type Pokémon food. A third of the participants were eliminated on the very first day due to various unfortunate reasons. Not everyone had Sato's ability to escape from a nest of toxic Ariados, especially when everyone only had one Pokémon at the start. That first day was also the deadliest. Nearly half of the eliminated contestants didn't even get the chance to use their emergency transmitter before being torn apart by swarming wild Pokémon using various moves. Everything on them met the same fate. Then came the next week, a period meant for adapting to life on the island, also the time when most participants were at their weakest. During this stage, many were eliminated due to encounters with wild Pokémon too strong to handle, injuries, illness, or the lack of medical supplies. The number of participants soon dropped by another third. In just 1 week, the number fell to around 300. In the second week, the remaining participants, now acclimated to island life, entered a golden period of rapid growth. They began to realize that the mysterious island was a great place to strengthen themselves. Of course, they also discovered that power required resources. Without them, they'd be eliminated before they ever got stronger. The shortage of medical supplies was especially critical. Those who had started to benefit from the island began hunting other participants, trying to take their number tags in exchange for vital resources, sometimes settling personal scores along the way. In this survival of the fittest game, the numbers dropped again, until now, only 63 remained. There was no doubt that, even if some survived purely out of luck or sheer stubbornness, lasting this long proved that each remaining contestant was no ordinary trainer. Lord Sato, are we heading back to the Withered Forest tomorrow, or somewhere else? At the campsite, under the crackling firelight, Thomas served a roasted chicken he had grilled himself and asked Sato attentively. After 2 weeks of training and cooperation, Thomas had become a fairly skilled barbecue chef and had grown used to deferring decisions to Sato. Each night, he would ask about their plan for the next day. Let's go to Diamond Canyon. The Pokémon have been fighting continuously in the Withered Forest for days. It's time to ease up a bit. We'll wander around and see if we run into a Pokémon worth catching. Tearing off a drumstick and taking a few bites, Sato made up his mind and answered Thomas. Perhaps it was because he carried a Mega Stone for Agron, Sato kept feeling a growing desire to catch an Aron. Unfortunately, for various reasons, he hadn't encountered one he liked so far. Ever since his Swampert had grown significantly stronger, Sato no longer feared ambushes from the large Aron horde in Diamond Canyon, unless their leader, an Elite 4-tier Agron, personally appeared. But so far, he hadn't managed to get into the heart of their territory. Every time he got close, the Elite 4-level Agron would appear with a whole group of high-level Agron, forcing him to retreat. Because of this, Sato could only search around the outskirts of their domain for a suitable Aron. But realistically, how good could the Arons surviving on the fringes really be? Sato knew that if he wanted a truly outstanding Aron, he'd have to enter deep into the Aron tribe's territory, where their most promising newborns were raised. He had made several attempts to lure the Elite 4-level Agron out, hoping to sneak inside during its absence, but it seemed to anticipate his goal. Unless he approached the core area, the Agron wouldn't show up at all. It was incredibly frustrating. Upon hearing they'd be going to Diamond Canyon, Thomas's face instantly soured. But not daring to defy Sato, he simply nodded and returned to his grill. Sato noticed Thomas's expression but only smiled playfully without changing his decision. He knew exactly what Thomas feared. Every time they visited Diamond Canyon, there was a high chance of running into Vanna while she was digging for gems. Which inevitably meant a battle. Thomas had nearly been killed several times by Vanna's Pokémon. But Sato was no longer afraid of her. His current strength was enough to stand on equal footing with her, no longer worried about being chased down. Sato had come to firmly believe that Vanna was a gem-obsessed maniac. Ever since she and her Kamao seized control of several gem mines in the canyon, they had been mining day and night, collecting as many high-quality gemstones as they could. Because of this, her Pokémon had barely grown stronger these past 2 weeks, while Sato had improved dramatically. The gap between them was narrowing. Still, it was undeniable, Vanna remained one of the top contenders. She was one of 4 participants Sato had encountered on the island whom he still couldn't defeat entirely. Yes, by this point, more and more participants had gathered in the island's central region. Over the past few days in the Withered Forest, Sato and Thomas had run into more than 20 of them. Sato managed to defeat 3 after hard-fought battles. Most of the others weren't as strong as him but still capable enough to escape. Among them were 3 individuals Sato had no choice but to avoid. Their names were Tomoki, Ailes, and Rin Akikes. Tomoki didn't need much introduction, he was the nephew of Giovanni himself, wielding a terrifying Garchomp. He was probably the strongest participant on the island and had 5 other powerful trainers allied with him. Together, they formed the most formidable faction on the island. Tomoya seemed to know who Sato was, and when their groups crossed paths, he chose not to make a move. That decision spared Sato from elimination. Still, it was the biggest humiliation Sato had faced since entering the island. Technically, Tomoya had already defeated him, and that stung. As for Ailes, he was a powerful psychic and the same person Maya had once vowed to take revenge on. But seeing as Maya was still missing and Ailes remained perfectly fine, Sato could only assume Maya had either been eliminated or suffered a worse fate. Sato had recently clashed with Ailes, whose Alakazam and Goller were both level 59, matching his Swampert. However, because of their mastery of teleport, they managed to suppress both Swampert, who temporarily had the Swift Swim ability, and Bellissum. Had Crobat not caught Alakazam off guard with Taunt, allowing Swampert to land a critical blow, and had Ailes not chosen to retreat in concern for Alakazam, Sato and Thomas might have lost. The last was Rin Akikes, a ruthless woman and core member of the Apollo faction, wielding a level 63 Salamence. In terms of strength, Sato believed she was only slightly behind Tomoki. When they encountered her, Rin's Salamence almost annihilated Sato and Thomas's team with a single Draco Meteor. She even had her Pokémon directly attack the trainers without hesitation or remorse. Had they not been saved mid-battle by two wild Elite Four level Pokemon arriving at the time to find the arrogant intruders, Sato and Thomas might not have lived to tell the tale. That day marked the beginning of a deadly grudge between Sato and Rin. She was now at the very top of his personal hit list. Time ticked by quietly. Dinner came and went in good spirits, but just as the pleasant moment drew to a close, an uninvited guest who hadn't been seen for some time silently arrived. You. Sato shot to his feet the moment he saw the figure emerge from behind the bonfire, his face filled with shock. Chapter 558, Chapter 557, A Strange Ally. The visitor was neither Sato's enemy nor a stranger, it was a long-lost ally. That's right, the uninvited guest who arrived in the dead of night was none other than the psychic-type trainer, Maya. However, even though they were allies, Sato hadn't seen her in so long that he couldn't help but be on guard now. After all, judging by her outfit and complexion, she was clearly doing just fine, yet she had never once sought him out. That alone made Sato deeply suspicious. He clearly remembered her saying she had the ability to locate him within a short period of time. She had even asked for his help in restraining the psychic twin sisters who accompanied Ailes, so that she could create an opportunity to get revenge on him. Since Maya never showed up, Sato had assumed she had either been eliminated or tragically met her end. After all, fate was unpredictable. Even psychic-type trainers weren't particularly powerful at the beginning of this perilous island trial. One wrong move could lead to a swift and brutal death. And yet, just 2 days before the end of the survival trial, a supposedly eliminated or deceased ally suddenly reappeared. Why had she waited so long to find him? Was she still an ally? Or had she become an enemy? Why had she come now? All these questions flooded Sato's mind in the first few seconds of their reunion. As the doubts grew, the look in his eyes toward Maya turned colder. Swampert and the rest of Sato's Pokemon instantly sensed his distrust and faint hostility toward this sudden visitor. Without hesitation, they quickly surrounded Maya, their expressions turning stern and unfriendly. Thomas also took action. He put down what he was doing and led his Pokemon silently to Maya's rear, closely watching her every move. Humph, Sato, you really are a suspicious man. Just a little time apart and you're already doubting an ally like me, Maya said with a calm expression despite being surrounded. Still, there was a trace of dissatisfaction in her eyes. She stroked the Nada perched on her shoulder, trying to soothe its nerves, then crossed her arms and spoke in a clearly displeased tone. People are unpredictable. If being suspicious can help me live longer, I don't mind being that way, Sato replied flatly, ignoring her tone. He glanced at the Natu on her shoulder, then briefly locked eyes with Crobat flying overhead. With that silent cue, Crobat's eyes began to gleam faintly with black light, ready to use taunt on Natu if Maya made a wrong move, sealing off her ability to teleport. You should know how unfriendly this island is toward outsiders like us. I've had bad luck and ran into some really troublesome problems. Only recently, thanks to a benefactor, did I recover. It wasn't that I didn't want to find you, there just wasn't a way, Maya said, noticing the silent signal but choosing not to react aggressively. Her eyes momentarily filled with seriousness before she looked back at Sato, her expression turning bitter with a hint of self-pity. I'm sorry to hear about your misfortune. So what's your purpose in coming here tonight? Are you still asking for help against Ailes? If that's it, I'm willing to assist. My promise still stands. But I'd suggest you temporarily set aside your grudge. I fought him, he's not someone easy to deal with, Sato said, showing a hint of sympathy before getting straight to the point. No one comes for no reason, especially not at such a crucial moment. If she was still seeking revenge on Ailes, Sato was happy to help. He had grievances with that man too. But if she came with some other motive, that was a different story. His promise only extended to helping her with Ailes, nothing more. You don't need to be so polite about it. You can just say I'm no match for Ailes, Maya replied with a self-aware nod. In fact, I do know my limits. I'm not his equal right now, so I didn't come to discuss that. I actually... Enough, Sato cut her off coldly. If you didn't come to ask for help against Ailes, then I'm not interested. I don't want to know. You can take your leave now. He didn't want any more complications with only 2 days left in the island's survival trial. Any extra risk was unnecessary. Sato, I know you're strong. My master told me that with your current strength, you could easily rank in the top 10 of this rookie competition. I don't entirely believe it, but since it came from him, I'm willing to take it seriously, Maya said, her tone suddenly sharpening. But even so, didn't you obediently back down in front of him 2 days ago? If my master hadn't shown mercy, you'd already be back at the base. Yes, we met 2 days ago. Don't you remember? Sato's pupils narrowed. He immediately recalled the masked figure standing beside Tomoki during their encounter, someone whose body outline had seemed eerily familiar. That masked figure had a Nada perched on their shoulder too. That masked person, that was you. So your so-called benefactor was him. You're with him now. Sato said in shock, watching the image of the masked person overlap with Maya in his mind. As far as he knew, Maya should have been one of Sabrina's people. And now she had switched sides. Yes, that was me. I now serve Lord Tomoki. I survived this island's perils thanks to his great kindness, Maya said directly. Actually, this visit is on his behalf. So, are you willing to hear what I have to say now? Now that Sato knew her true allegiance, Maya didn't bother hiding anything. She gave him a playful look. Sato fell silent. He could ignore Maya, but not Tomoki. Speak. What is it that you want, he finally said, waving for Swampert and the others to disperse while his face remained grim. Chapter 559, Chapter 558, Unknown Ruins. After receiving Sato's confirmation, Maya immediately revealed a proud smile and began explaining the true purpose of her visit in detail. The more Sato listened to her, the deeper the furrow between his brows became. His expression grew increasingly solemn, and a look of astonishment began to surface in his eyes. That's the whole story. This is merely an invitation from Lord Tomoki to you. Whether or not you choose to accept it is entirely up to you. That's all I was asked to relay. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. A few minutes later, Maya finished conveying Tomoki's message. Without lingering, she promptly commanded the Natu on her shoulder to use teleport, disappearing from Sato's and the others' view with elegant flair. Soon after, the campsite fell back into silence. Thomas and the Pokémon around them kept as quiet as possible to give Sato a peaceful environment to process everything. Sato stared quietly at the dancing flames in the campfire ahead. His expression remained calm on the outside, but inside, the waves stirred violently from Maya's words. He tried to maintain composure, but it was difficult to hide the glint of excitement flickering in his flame-reflecting eyes. Although Maya hadn't said much, her words had clearly conveyed Tomoki's intent. In short, Tomoki and his team had discovered an ancient underground ruin on the island. Due to the presence of powerful guardians within, they lacked the strength to explore it alone and thus wished to invite Sato to join them. From Maya's explanation, Sato learned that the underground ruin was enormous in size. Moreover, it clearly contained something of great value, since during their initial exploration, they were attacked by the ancient guardians, Regirock, Regice, and Registeel. Although Sato had never explored any ancient ruins in the world himself, he had at least seen their effects. He had frequented places where antiques were bought and sold, and profited handsomely from it. Most of those antique dealers had once ventured into real ruins themselves, and they loved to recount their glorious tales and experiences within, partly to build trust with buyers and partly to inflate the price of their relics. As a well-funded patron with an eye for authenticity, Sato was naturally well-liked by these vendors. With his ability to discern genuine artifacts, he had easily obtained quite a bit of information about ancient ruins from those who had actually visited them. Because ancient humans had once existed, the world certainly contained many ruins from their era. But it was extremely rare to encounter ancient guardians like Regirock, Regice, or Registeel. These three, often called the legendary titans, were considered mythical Pokémon by most trainers. According to legend, they were created by Regigigas, another legendary Pokémon, using stone, ice, and molten metal. Compared to other legendary Pokémon, the legendary titans were encountered more often. But to any trainer, running into them was rarely a pleasant experience. Perhaps due to commands left by their creator Regigigas, these nearly immortal beings were typically found in ancient ruins, acting as loyal protectors. The titans would proactively attack any intruders. Unless the intruder left voluntarily or defeated them, the battle would not stop, it would be a fight to the end. Though they were a nightmare for archaeologists and tomb raiders alike, there was no doubt that any ruin protected by the titans held rare and powerful treasures. Of course, it was also likely to contain dangerously sealed objects, otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of protection from legendary Pokémon like the titans in the first place. As for Tomoki's message relayed by Maya, Sato only half believed it. The part about them exploring ruins was probably true, but whether they were the ones who discovered the ruin in the first place was another matter entirely. South. Tropical jungle. Mysterious island. Why does that sound so familiar? Could this actually be the mysterious island where Mew appeared in the special chapter? If so, then this ruin must be the Mew ruins. What shocked Sato most wasn't that the ruin held legendary titans, but that Maya's words had awakened a sudden realization about the island's deeper secrets. Although it was still just a personal theory, as a transmigrator with foreknowledge, Sato had great confidence in his guess. He somewhat remembered that Team Rocket had discovered the Mew ruins within a southern tropical jungle and had obtained a Mew fossil from it. It was also recorded in the special chapter that Mew's habitat was a mysterious island, and Team Rocket had been the first to locate its coordinates. Stringing these clues together, Sato finally realized that the mysterious island he was currently on might very well be Mew's homeland, and the location of the Mew ruins. If I'm right, then this place is the starting point of Team Rocket's entire artificial legendary Pokémon project. This island holds the key to the creation of Mewtwo. Once that thought formed, Sato couldn't stop thinking further, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. In the world of Pokemon, the creation of Mutwa was undoubtedly one of humanity's greatest miracles. Its birth symbolized humankind's further wresting of creation rights from the creator god, Arceus, cementing human supremacy in the Pokemon world. At the same time, Sato's interest in the ruin hidden on this mysterious island was growing stronger and stronger. Even though he knew the ruin was incredibly dangerous, the possibility that it was connected to Mew made him itch to explore it. He still vividly remembered the miraculous effects of the Mew gene enhancement serum, an incredibly valuable item. If this really was the Mew ruins, then it was highly likely that the site held items related to Mew, such as its primal life force or other secrets. Of course, aside from wanting Mew's origin energy, Sato had another dream. He was someone with aspirations. He sincerely hoped that he could find a usable Mew fossil within the ruins. Chapter 560, Chapter 559, Decision and Search. After much careful consideration, Sato ultimately decided to change his plans for the next day and instead join Tomoki's team to explore the ruins. In truth, Sato hadn't let himself be blinded by temptation, he had assessed the risks thoroughly. Based on his evaluation of Tomoki and the others' strength, as well as the fact that they had managed to leave the ruins unharmed, Sato came to the conclusion that the ancient guardians in this particular ruin weren't overwhelmingly powerful. If the exploration team could work together with full cooperation, their chances of defeating the Reggie trio were fairly high. And even if they couldn't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Maya had previously mentioned that in addition to inviting him, Tomoki had also extended invitations to Vanna, Ailes, and Rin Akike's well-known strong trainers. Among them, Vanna and Ailes had already confirmed their participation. Sato was very familiar with Vanna and Ailes's capabilities. With them on board, the risk of the ruins expedition could easily be reduced by at least 50%. That wasn't an exaggeration, it was backed by fact. While Vanna didn't possess the same psychic abilities as Ailes, her wilderness survival skills were far beyond those of Sato and the rest. She'd grown up in the wild and was a born tracker, exceptionally skilled in navigation and pursuit. With her around, even if the ruins were as complex as a labyrinth, the team didn't have to worry about getting lost. And thanks to her heightened instincts and keen intuition, she had a high chance of detecting hidden dangers within the ruins, further minimizing the risk. Moreover, Vanna was a fierce fighter. She owned a tremendously powerful Kameo, considering Regirock, Regice, and Registeel were all weak to fighting types, her Kameo was guaranteed to shine in the upcoming battles. As for Ailes, there was no need to elaborate, he was an exceptionally powerful psychic. He could teleport and use telekinesis to levitate objects with ease. Additionally, he had several psychic-type Pokemon capable of teleportation, such as Alakazam, Gallade, and Xatu. His participation was undoubtedly a morale booster for the team. If they encountered an overwhelmingly powerful enemy or an extremely dangerous situation, Ailes would serve as the team's last line of defense. However, as far as Sato was concerned, placing his life in someone else's hands was not an acceptable strategy. For that reason, he was seriously considering whether he should capture a psychic-type Pokemon that could use teleport. If he had one of those, the danger of the ruins expedition would be significantly reduced. Maya had said the deadline to join the team was 5 p.m. the next day. That gave Sato ample time to find a psychic-type Pokemon that could use teleport. In fact, during this island exploration period, Sato had already encountered quite a few psychic-type Pokemon. The problem was, none of them showed any interest in joining a trainer with such a low level of psychic power. Not a single one had voluntarily approached him. Sato couldn't do much about that. He didn't want to force these proud psychic types. But since he was heading into a high-risk ruin, he had no choice but to resort to more assertive methods for now. At the moment, Sato knew of a few locations where psychic-type Pokemon regularly appeared. All of them could use teleport proficiently. Every time he ran into one, they vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving him with no chance at all. Tomorrow, I'll go searching again. Hopefully I can catch one this time. Having made up his mind, Sato, now nestled in his sleeping bag, stopped overthinking and gradually emptied his mind. With the help of the high-tech sleeping bag's sleep-inducing function, he quickly drifted into slumber. Thanks to the presence of Swampert and the other Pokemon, the camp remained quiet through the night. Nothing unexpected occurred. The night passed uneventfully. At 7 a.m. the next morning, Sato and Thomas woke up promptly to the sound of their alarms. The two of them quickly handled breakfast for themselves and their Pokemon, then began another day of exploring the island. Riding on Arcanine and Rapidash respectively, Sato and Thomas soon arrived at a place known as the Misty Fog Forest. This forest was so named because every morning, from pre-dawn to early light, it would be shrouded in thick fog. It was still early, and Misty Fog Forest was still cloaked in a blanket of white mist. However, with the blazing sun rising overhead, signs of the fog dispersing were already visible. It would likely clear up completely within 10 minutes or so. Misty Fog Forest was a place where Sato had repeatedly spotted psychic-type Pokemon. It seemed to be a particularly favored location for them. Here, he had seen Abra, Ralts, Spoink, and Slowpoke, among others. Spoink and Slowpoke had even formed a small colony in the forest. In fact, Sato had considered capturing a high-potential Spoink or Slowpoke from those groups to resolve his embarrassing situation of having no Psychic-type Pokemon despite being a Psychic himself. But when he saw how all the Spoink and Slowpoke looked equally blank and dopey, he gave up on the idea. Currently, the dominant Pokemon group in Misty Fog Forest was a flock of Spearow. As such, the moment Sato and Thomas, two strangers, entered the forest, they were immediately targeted by these bad-tempered birds, who clearly had forgotten their past beatings. Spearow were aggressive, but they were also the classic bullies, bold against the weak, but fearful of the strong. They also held grudges and were selectively forgetful. Soon, under the electric onslaught of Sato's Crobat's hidden power, Electric and Thomas's Magnezone's Thunderbolt, the aggressive flock chose to make a hasty, though likely temporary, retreat. Sato and Thomas spent quite some time circling around Misty Fog Forest. They ran into numerous Spoink bouncing through the trees and Slowpoke dawdling beside small streams, but they didn't even catch a glimpse of other types of psychic Pokemon. Lord Sato, aside from Spoink and Slowpoke, these psychic types are sharp. I bet they know we're out to catch them. They're probably all in hiding. After several fruitless rounds, Thomas, his legs sore from riding, spoke with some discouragement. Let's make one more round. If we still don't find anything, we'll head somewhere else. Sato responded, his tone tinged with helplessness. Just as Thomas had said, most Psychic-type Pokemon were extremely sharp. With their incredible powers, it wasn't impossible they had sensed what Sato and Thomas were up to. 10 minutes later, after yet another sweep of the forest, they were still empty-handed. Just as they were preparing to leave Misty Fog Forest and check out other known Psychic-type locations. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed from the central lake of Misty Fog Forest. The entire forest shook with the sound. Sato and Thomas exchanged glances and instantly urged their Arcanine and Rapidash to sprint toward the source of the blast. Chapter 561, Chapter 560, A Haughty Little Thief. The central lake of Misty Fog Forest was the main habitat of the Slowpoke clan. Since Slowpoke disliked conflict, this area was typically the most peaceful part of the forest. But today was clearly different. A loud explosion was coming from the lake, and based on the wild Pokemon frantically fleeing outward from the forest center, it was evident that something terrible was happening there. Boom. 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 Thunderous explosions continued to echo intermittently from the central lake. When Sato and Thomas reached the lake's edge, just as they had suspected, the explosions were caused by a clash between two powerful Pokemon. Hovering above the now violently disturbed central lake were two Psychic-type Pokemon, each radiating powerful psychic waves as they repeatedly clashed. Their moves collided and triggered terrifying energy explosions. Slowking and Alakazam. Why are they fighting? Sato looked up at the fierce mid-air battle and exclaimed in surprise. He recognized both of the Psychic-type Pokemon currently exchanging attacks. Slowking was the leader and guardian of the Slowpoke clan in Misty Fog Forest. The reason the normally docile and low-combat Slowpoke clan was able to claim this prime spot at the lake center wasn't just because they were water types, Slowking was the true key. This guardian of the Slowpoke clan was a powerful level 67 Psychic-type Pokemon, just 3 levels shy of ascending into the Elite Four level that could dominate an entire area. Perhaps due to its wisdom and long lifespan, this naturally insightful Slowking had mastered many moves of various types, making it one of the most powerful Pokemon in the entire forest. However, Slowking had retained the Slowpoke clan's disinterest in conflict. Despite its great strength, it never sought to expand its territory and instead led a slow, peaceful life guarding its little domain at the lake center. On most days, Slowking's favorite thing to do was stand with its hands behind its back atop a tiny island in the middle of the lake, gazing at the sky in meditation. As for Alakazam, it was a powerful level 64 Psychic-type Pokemon that had taken up seclusion in Misty Fog Forest. Sato had previously encountered this Alakazam once. The powerful Psychic-type had shown no hostility, and even engaged in a calm telepathic exchange with him. From that brief conversation, Sato had come to see Alakazam as a wise and kind elder. After offering it some rations as a sign of respect, he had unexpectedly gained valuable intel about the mysterious island from Alakazam. Sato later verified much of the information through first-hand experience. Though the details had been vague, most of it proved accurate. Thanks to that intel, he had managed to avoid several dangers and even obtained rare treasures otherwise impossible to find. Among those, the most precious was a tri-leaf revival herb, a miraculous plant capable of reviving a dying Pokemon without any side effects. Sato had retrieved it from a ferocious Victreebel clan, and it was now his ultimate trump card for survival. But now, these two normally peace-loving psychic Pokemon were going all out, seemingly ready to fight to the death. Why? The cause deeply puzzled Sato. After observing carefully, Sato found nothing nearby that seemed worth such a ferocious fight. Instead, he noticed many Psychic-type Pokemon he hadn't encountered earlier in the forest. These psychic types made no real effort to conceal themselves. They were spread out among the trees surrounding the lake, intently focused on Slowking and Alakazam's battle. Their eyes burned with intense longing. Judging by their expressions, they're all hoping to obtain something from Slowking and Alakazam's fight. What could be so valuable that it's drawn nearly all the strong psychic-type Pokemon in Misty Fog Forest here? Sato scrutinized the surrounding psychic types, all of which were at least level 40. His suspicions only deepened. Something about the situation felt off. A familiar sense of danger began rising in his chest. Long time no see, human. Since you fed me good food last time, here's a warning, run. If you stay in the treasure surfaces, you'll be the first target these locals attack. You won't even get the chance to escape. Just as Sato was beginning to feel the situation had gone awry and was about to signal Thomas to retreat, a childish voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Startled by the familiar voice, Sato looked around and soon spotted a small knot with a black star-shaped spot on its yellow beak perched on a tree branch to his back left. The moment she noticed Sato's gaze land on her, the Nada tilted her head up haughtily and stared at him with a proud expression. So it's you, little one. Tell me, what exactly is happening here? Sato's eyes lit up when he recognized the haughty female Natu. He quickly had Arcanine move beneath the tree, then looked up and asked with a smile. This female Natu was a psychic-type Pokemon he had once encountered and taken a liking to in Misty Fog Forest. She was still young and low-leveled, around level 15 back then, and still the same now, nearly a week later. Despite her low level, she had outstanding talent. Even at her young age, she could already communicate telepathically. In terms of aptitude, she ranked among the top 3 psychic types Sato had encountered in the forest. Her individual value was an impressive 172, just shy of qualifying for the Golden Tier category. She was also one of the very few psychic-type Pokemon in the forest who didn't immediately teleport away upon seeing Sato. In fact, this Nata was both a glutton and a master thief. Thanks to her teleport and mastery of trick, she once stole Sato's storage backpack by replacing with a piece of wood while he was preoccupied commanding his Pokemon in battle, and made a clean escape. Fortunately, she was more greedy than malicious. Only interested in the high-grade psychic-type food in Sato's backpack, she had eaten 5 packs, and after satisfying herself, returned the backpack. Because of this, Sato had a lasting impression of her. When she returned the bag, she even used telepathy to toss a few proud remarks his way before teleporting off again. Later, she seemed to develop a fondness for the food in Sato's backpack. But due to his heightened caution, she never managed to steal again. Eventually, Sato used a few packs of high-grade food to exchange some brief telepathic chats with her. Over time, he and this Nada became somewhat familiar with one another. Sadly, she showed no desire to join him, something that Sato deeply regretted. I'm not telling you anything. Hurry up and leave, human. Her tone grew even more tsundere as she responded via telepathy, tilting her head higher with a huff. But her beady little eyes were locked onto Sato's spatial backpack, gleaming with mischief and hunger. Here, consider this payment. Sato couldn't help but laugh. Understanding her perfectly, he reached into his backpack, pulled out 2 packs of high-grade psychic-type Pokemon food, and offered them with a grin. Chapter 562, Chapter 561, The Slowpoke Tribe's Treasure. When Nada saw Sato take out 2 packs of premium psychic-type Pokemon food, its little head, which had been held high, immediately drooped slightly, but quickly lifted again as it turned its face away, refusing to look at Sato. How about 5 packs? Look, they're all waiting for your answer. Seeing Natu act this way, Sato silently cursed the little rascal for taking advantage of the situation. Still smiling, he cheerfully pulled out 3 more packs of premium psychic-type food from his space backpack, opened one, and said with a grin. The moment the premium psychic-type Pokemon food was unwrapped, a delicious aroma wafted out, so enticing that any psychic-type Pokemon would be deeply drawn to it. With its sharp sense of smell, Nada caught the scent immediately. Its eyes, now sparkling with foodie delight, locked onto the open pack in Sato's hand. You're giving it to me, right? I'm not stealing or forcing you to hand it over. Nada wiped its beak with a wing, then fluttered down from the tree branch to perch atop Sato's head. Raising its head again and still eyeing the open pack of premium food, it spoke to Sato in a tsundere tone via telepathy. Yes, I'm giving it to you. But if you want to thank me, why don't you tell me what Slowking, Alakazam, and the other psychic Pokemon are all fighting over? Hearing Nata's haughty tone, Sato smiled helplessly. As he guided Arcanine to circle away from the central lake with Thomas, he held out the open pack of food to Natu and said somewhat wearily. Though Natu was clearly tsundere, Sato trusted its word. He chose not to linger near the central lake. It's nothing too special, Natu replied between satisfied pecks of food. I heard from my parents that around this time every year, the wisdom lotus that the Slowpoke tribe carefully cultivates reaches maturity. The wisdom lotus is a treasured item of the Slowpoke tribe. Legend says Lord Slowking brought it back from a forbidden zone a long time ago. Normally, it's hidden deep within the lake, under constant care. Only when it's about to bloom does it rise to the surface. The lotus seeds it produces can help those dull-headed Pokemon get a little smarter. Though honestly, no matter how many they eat, none of them are ever going to be as smart as me. For other Psychic-type Pokemon, the lotus is still a valuable item. It can slightly increase mental strength and even help heal psychic injuries. But Lord Slowking is way too powerful. They can't beat him, so they asked Grandpa Alakazam to hold him off. That way, the others can try to grab a seed when the Wisdom Lotus blooms and rises out of the water. Oh, and humans like you can eat it too. Even though your mental power is laughably weak, you barely meet the minimum requirement to absorb the lotus. If you did eat one, your psychic power would definitely increase. But you probably won't get one. The others trying to steal the seed are really strong, and their escape skills are just barely worse than mine. A human who doesn't even know teleport like you stands no chance, fufufu. While munching gleefully on the premium food, Natu explained via telepathy everything going on at the lake. Every now and then, it'd sneak in a boast about itself or mock Sato's inadequacies. During this conversation, while Natu's guard was down, Sato casually released Crobat into the air, instructing it to tail the bird from above. So that's what's going on. And earlier, you were flying over there to try and steal a Wisdom Lotus seed, weren't you? Sato's expression turned contemplative after hearing Natu's explanation. Then, giving a signal to Crobat mid-air, he waited for the moment when Crobat used Taunt on Natu, causing it to lose access to its teleport. Seizing that instant, Sato gently grabbed the suddenly speechless Natu from the top of his head and smiled sweetly. You villain. You weren't like this before. What did that bat do to me? Why can't I use teleport? I won't badmouth you anymore, just let me go. Panicking upon realizing it couldn't use teleport, Natu tried to look as pitiful as possible, using telepathy to whimper at Sato. Natu actually really wanted to smack Sato with a strong psychic attack, but when it saw both Crobat overhead and Kecleon on Sato's shoulder staring at it with ill intent, it gave up immediately and wisely chose to beg for mercy. Weren't you just calling me names a second ago? What, scared now? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. But for the time being, you'll be coming with me. If you behave, I'll let you go. Seeing Natu finally looking scared and pitiful, Sato flicked her beak with a finger and said with a smile. Sato was currently in need of a Pokemon that could use teleport, and this little thief Natu fit the bill perfectly. After all, it wasn't like he forced her, Natu had flown straight into his hands. It would be ridiculous not to take advantage of the opportunity. Kecleon, lick. Without hesitation, Sato commanded Kecleon on his shoulder to attack. A tongue laced with ghost-type energy instantly struck the struggling Natu in Sato's grip. Though Kecleon wasn't known for its battle prowess, it had participated in nearly every battle and often landed finishing blows. Over time, it had quietly reached level 37. Thanks to its Protean ability, the moment it used the Ghost-type move Lick, it transformed into a Ghost-type itself. With the same type attack bonus and type advantage, the level 15 Natu couldn't withstand the hit. Letting out a Tsundere cry, it fainted on the spot. Immediately afterward, Sato pulled out a black Pokeball, gently tapped the button against the unconscious Natu in his hand. A beam of red light shot out from the open Pokeball and enveloped Natu, drawing it inside. A moment later, thud, the black Pokeball shook a few times in Sato's hand before the red light on the button went out. Sato had successfully captured Natu. Next is the Wisdom Lotus seed. Natu was right, there's no way I'm missing out on a treasure like that. Arcanine, turn around, we're going back. Tossing the Pokeball up and down with a grin, Sato's cheerful expression quickly faded into a serious one. He put the black Pokeball away and patted Arcanine beneath him. At that moment, Slowking and Alakazam had stopped fighting. They hovered silently above the lake, along with a crowd of Psychic-type Pokemon surrounding the area, all of them gazing solemnly at the surface of the water. From beneath the lake, a white lotus slowly began to emerge. As it floated upward, it gradually bloomed in full, eventually revealing a massive, fragrant flower, as large as a millstone, radiating a gentle and soothing aroma across the entire lake. Chapter 563, Chapter 562, The Wisdom Lotus Seed Breakout Battle. Once the Wisdom Lotus floated to the lake's surface and fully bloomed, a massive energy vortex, over 10 meters in diameter, gradually formed in the sky above the water. The center of this funnel-shaped vortex was none other than the now gloriously blooming Wisdom Lotus. At that moment, the lotus was greedily absorbing the pure energy dripping from the swirling vortex. Bit by bit, the white petals began to take on a soft pink hue, and a radiant pink glow shimmered around the flower. Simultaneously, a wave of psychic energy began to emanate from the lotus, gradually growing stronger with each passing moment. This process continued for about 10 minutes. As the vortex overhead slowly dissipated, the lotus had fully transformed from pure white to vibrant pink. Then, just like a fleeting bloom of a night flower, the pink lotus only maintained its peak for around 10 seconds before it began to wither rapidly. Within moments, the beautiful pink lotus vanished completely, leaving behind a bare lotus pod floating on the surface of the lake. At that moment, the pod was densely packed with lotus seeds that emitted a soft pink glow. From these unusual seeds, waves of pure psychic energy began to radiate outward. The moment the surrounding psychic-type Pokémon saw the lotus seeds, their eyes lit up with blazing desire. If not for the presence of Slowking and Alakazam hovering above the pod, both motionless yet exuding tremendous pressure, some of the more impatient Pokémon would have already made their move. So those are the Wisdom Lotus Seeds. What a treasure! Sato, perched high atop a large tree about 10 meters from the lake's edge, was observing everything through a pair of binoculars. When he saw the glowing lotus pod in the lake, a similar heat lit up his eyes as he muttered to himself. Unlike Natu, who had only heard about the wisdom seeds from its parents, Sato, with his system's appraisal function, was fully aware of just how powerful the wisdom seeds really were. Their effects far surpassed what Natu had previously described. Item: Wisdom Seed. Effects: increases the user's maximum mental strength by 1 to 10 points. Slightly repairs psychic damage. Restrictions: only beings with innate mental strength of 10 or more may use it. Effectiveness diminishes with repeated use. Becomes ineffective for users with mental strength over 200. Description: a gift from nature itself. There was no doubt, for someone like Sato, whose psychic aptitude was extremely low, the wisdom seeds were of tremendous value. With enough of them, Sato could rapidly boost his psychic power, no longer having to live like some useless psychic type who couldn't even use the most basic psychic skills. More than 2 weeks ago, Sato had become a psychic after using an awakening serum. At the time, his mental strength stat was 10. And now, over 2 weeks later, it was still 10. To say this was discouraging would be an understatement. Sato didn't harbor any grand ambitions to become someone like Sabrina, just being able to use telepathy to communicate with Pokémon was his biggest hope. With telepathy, he could give silent commands, significantly enhancing his ability to lead in battles, and in turn, greatly boosting his team's combat efficiency. But telepathy required a minimum of 50 mental strength points. For most psychics, that wasn't a hard milestone, but for Sato, it might as well have been a mountain crushing down on him. Given his poor innate aptitude, he'd need 5 to 6 years of intense meditation training just to reach that goal, unless something miraculous happened. And now, the wisdom seeds offered him that miracle. Though their effectiveness diminished with repeated use, if he could consume 7 or 8 of them, he might just reach that 50-point threshold. Sato had quickly counted, there were at least 50 seeds in that massive lotus pod. Although nearly 100 psychic-type Pokémon were watching the pod closely, he was confident that with his current strength, he could still seize a share of the prize. A minute or two passed. Some of the wisdom seeds within the pod appeared to ripen. Just like overripe fruit falling from a tree, the matured seeds popped out on their own. However, the wisdom lotus didn't intend to let its offspring be eaten so easily. With an instinctive desire to spread its kind, it launched the ripened seeds like bullets from a gun. The first volley consisted of 8 wisdom seeds. Without any warning, they shot out from the pod in all directions like cannon fire. But the psychic-type Pokémon around the lake had been watching the pod closely. The moment the first volley fired, some of the quicker Pokémon reacted instantly. The fastest to act were Slowking and Alakazam, floating directly above the pod. As soon as the seeds moved, both unleashed powerful psychic waves. With a flash of movement, each used psychic to bind and capture 1 seed midair. The remaining 6 seeds continued to shoot off in different directions, and in the blink of an eye, they were already over 100 meters away. But there were simply too many psychic-type Pokémon surrounding the area. Pokémon like Kadabra, Ralts, and Kirlia, all proficient in teleport, reacted swiftly, instantly jumping into the flight paths of some seeds and using psychic to restrain them. In the end, not a single seed from the first batch escaped. Each one was captured by a capable psychic-type Pokémon. The failure of the first batch seemed to greatly frustrate the Wisdom Lotus. Within a few seconds, a second volley burst out, this time with 23 wisdom seeds. Like petals scattering in the wind, the 23 glowing pink seeds shot out in all directions. In that instant, chaos erupted among the psychic-type Pokémon around the lake. Many of them collided midair in a scramble for the seeds. Boom, a loud crash rang out. 2 Grumpig, flying at high speed, collided while chasing the same seed. Tumbling through the air, they hit the ground hard and could only stare helplessly as the seed sailed away. Just as they thought the seed had escaped and would vanish into the distance. A ripple of spatial distortion suddenly appeared ahead of the flying wisdom seed. Then, Fwhip, a Natu, with a star-shaped mark on its beak, appeared out of nowhere. With perfect timing, it reached out 1 small claw and snatched the seed out of the air. Chapter 564, Chapter 563, Forceful Seizure. Finally got it, my feet hurt so much. That bad guy is so mean. Always bossing me around. I'm still so little, how could he make me join such a terrifying scramble? Having successfully retrieved a wisdom seed from the wisdom lotus, the Nada furrowed her brow and gingerly moved her aching little claws. Glancing up at the light drizzle falling from the sky, she grumbled with frustration. But as soon as she remembered that she had already been caught by Sato using a pokeball, her spirit deflated completely. Once again, she felt bitter regret for letting her guard down, inwardly scolding herself for eating and ranting so carelessly. If not for that, even with her ability to foresee the future, she wouldn't have been caught off guard so easily. After being captured in a pokeball, Nada realized she had formed a strange bond with it. But rather than calling it a connection, it felt more like a terrifying shackle. With her precognition, she could sense clearly that if she remained outside the pokeball for too long, something dreadful would happen to her. At some unknown point, a dark cloud had gathered over the central lake, and light rain had started to fall quietly during the second wave of the Wisdom Seed battle. When Natu, under Sato's command, successfully snatched a Wisdom Seed, both Crobat and the shiny Beautifly had also managed to grab seeds from other Psychic-type Pokémon. At that moment, both Crobat and the shiny Beautifly were temporarily granted the Swift Swim ability with the help of Kecleon and Thomas's Seismitoad. Both Pokémon were already incredibly fast, especially Crobat. With a base speed stat of 130, it far outclassed most other Pokémon. Even the shiny Beautifly, equipped with a Mutant Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone, wasn't as fast as Crobat unless she used Quiver Dance. Now, in the rain, Crobat with Swift Swim practically became a streak of purple lightning across the sky. Using Echolocation, it quickly locked onto a Psychic-type Pokémon that had just secured a Wisdom Seed. That unfortunate Kadabra didn't even have time to warm the seed in his hands before Crobat ambushed him. First, Crobat used Taunt to disable Kadabra's ever-reliable teleport, then followed up with a powerful Shadow Ball, seriously injuring him. With Kadabra down, Crobat swooped in and snatched the Wisdom Seed from his limp hands without resistance. Elsewhere, the shiny Beautifly had already completed 2 Quiver Dance boosts in mere seconds and identified her own target, a Chimecho that had just wrested a Wisdom Seed from another Psychic type. Chimecho's tail was one of its brains and allowed it to monitor behind itself. This high-level Chimecho, already level 46, was just about to lift the seed when he sensed the shiny Beautifly attempting a sneak attack from behind. Instantly, Chimecho halted his grab, spun around with lightning speed, and fired a dazzling Psybeam from the twin white horns atop his head. Unfortunately for him, the shiny Beautifly, now boosted twice with Quiver Dance, was even faster than Crobat. Unless Chimecho had clairvoyant foresight, he wouldn't be able to track her movements. Swish. Her wings flapped, and she became a blur, a streaking Z-shaped lightning bolt, evading the Psybeam and slamming into Chimecho's flank with an accelerated aerial ace. Before the still-conscious Chimecho could counterattack, a wave of sound rippled through the air, bug buzz. It struck him head-on, knocking him out and ending the battle. At the same time, Thomas had also dispatched his newly caught Sneasel to help Sato seize a Wisdom Seed. Though he didn't know exactly what the seeds were for, he could tell they were rare and valuable. Now that his superior Sato was after them, he naturally gave it his all. Soon, Thomas set his sights on a Slowpoke who had, luckily, obtained one of the Wisdom Seeds. Before the Pokémon could eat it, Thomas ordered his Sneasel, who had recently been persuaded by Swampert, to snatch it away. This Slowpoke hadn't yet evolved into a Slowbro due to not catching a Shelder, but it was already level 43, clearly a cut above the average. At least it was much more alert. The moment it saw Sneasel charging toward it, it shoved the seed in its mouth and tried to dig into the ground using Dig to escape. But Sneasel now had the Swift Swim ability too, and with the rainy weather, its speed was absurdly fast. Before the Slowpoke could fully disappear underground, Sneasel had already reached him and slashed at his exposed rear with a powerful claw. A deep gash appeared on the Slowpoke's backside, and the poor creature yelped in pain but clenched his teeth and kept digging. Unfortunately for him, Sneasel was a cunning predator. At this moment, Slowpoke was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, there was no way Sneasel would let him go. Blue Ice-type energy surged over Sneasel's claws. With a sly grin, Sneasel pressed his frost-covered claws against the Slowpoke's rear end and began vigorously rubbing. A layer of icy frost quickly formed on the Slowpoke's butt, sending chills across his entire body. He trembled violently, goosebumps covering every inch of his skin. Within moments, the exposed half of Slowpoke's body had been completely frozen. Finally, pushed to the brink, the tormented Slowpoke gave up resistance. Eyes vacant, he crawled out from the hole and meekly spat out the Wisdom Seed. As Thomas successfully delivered a Wisdom Seed for Sato, Sato himself stood by the lake, orchestrating a cinematic battle scene. His leads were Swampert and a red shiny Goridos. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the red Goridos as it crashed into the lake. The shockwave rippled across the water and shoreline, and its Intimidate ability, bolstered by its special Tyrant ability, activated. Instantly, many Psychic-type Pokémon with weaker wills fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, loud booming impacts echoed along the lakeshore. In the rain, Swampert, now empowered with Swift Swim, became a blue blur darting across the shoreline. With blazing speed and immense strength behind its punches, Swampert knocked out several psychic types before they could react, those who hadn't been felled by Goridos Intimidate and lacked teleport. In just a few seconds, 9 massive craters appeared on the lakeshore. In each pit lay a strong psychic-type Pokemon, and each of them, without exception, had been holding a wisdom seed before being knocked out. Chapter 565, Chapter 564, Dominating Presence. Sato's sudden emergence, like a dragon crossing into enemy waters, especially in such an overwhelmingly forceful manner, left the many psychic-type Pokemon by the lakeshore utterly stunned. Their gazes toward him were instantly filled with dread. However, when they saw Sato commanding his Pokemon to collect the wisdom seed from the defeated psychic types, that fear quickly turned into seething resentment. Although the wisdom lotus itself did not technically belong to them, it was a treasure of the Slowpoke clan. Over the years, it had become a shared sacred item for all the psychic types living here. No outsider was allowed to touch it unless they had resided here for 3 to 5 years. More importantly, while the wisdom seed no longer enhanced their mental capacity, they were still critically useful. They could heal deep psychic trauma, the kind that was difficult to treat by any other means. In fact, the very reason why Misty Fog Forest had attracted so many psychic-type Pokemon to settle in it was because of the wisdom lotus cultivated by the Slowpoke clan. Mental wounds are notoriously harder to heal than physical ones. Even with a Pokemon's natural recovery ability, the process can be painfully long, sometimes even lifelong. Psychic-type Pokemon rely on their immense mental power to survive and battle. Injuries are inevitable, and while physical wounds can often be mended with moves like Recover, mental trauma is another matter entirely. This type of damage usually occurred during intense psychic duels. The most commonly used move by psychic types, Psychic, was a brutally direct manifestation of their mental force. Psychic types, by nature, have an overwhelming desire for control. The psychic move perfectly satisfied their urge to manipulate opponents at will. They used their powerful minds to bind foes, controlling their actions like puppets. It gave them immense satisfaction. However, while Psychic worked well on weaker Pokemon, using it on powerful opponents was asking for trouble. Those strong Pokemon possessed a wide range of battle experience and tricks. Many could easily break free of psychic restraints using Dark-type energy, for example. And once a Psychic-type Pokemon's psychic hold was forcibly broken, it often inflicted serious psychic backlash, deep trauma. Just like humans have their youthful recklessness, Psychic types, who are inherently proud and arrogant, experience multiple psychic injuries in their development. Such stubborn mental scars are like psoriasis, unsightly, persistent, and notoriously difficult to heal. Even after apparent recovery, they could easily resurface with the slightest provocation, like an annoying PTSD. For the psychic types living in Misty Fog Forest, the wisdom seed were akin to medicine that alleviated symptoms, if not the root cause. Just one seed could suppress their mental wounds for a while. Of course, with long-term use, full recovery was possible. This was why so many psychic types flocked here each year to compete for the seeds. Due to their limited supply, and the peculiar method by which the wisdom lotus produced them, there simply weren't enough to go around. Even strong psychic types often couldn't secure more than 3 seeds per cycle. And now, this outsider, Sato, had swept in and collected 9 wisdom seed in one go. That was enough to make many long-time, powerful psychic-type residents burn with envy. Almost immediately, some of the more unbalanced and overly confident psychic types launched attacks on Sato. Among them was one that Sato had previously viewed quite favorably. Yes, it was the level 64 Alakazam who had previously shared a pleasant conversation with him. This powerful psychic type abandoned his standoff with Slowking and, like the others, teleported straight to Sato's side. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful mental wave, attempting to use Psychic to bind Sato. Alakazam had only settled in Misty Fog Forest 5 years ago. Like most others, he had come in search of Wisdom Seed to heal his severe psychic trauma. However, because of the scarcity, even with his strength, he had never secured more than 5 seeds at a time. He had once sustained massive trauma in a battle against a formidable foe. An excruciating headache had haunted him for years. Only after finding the seeds did he start to feel some relief. Still, at 5 seeds per year, it would take many more years to fully recover. Sato's sudden appearance was an unexpected development, but one Alakazam welcomed. It gave him new hope that his wounds might heal sooner. To Alakazam, Sato was just a trading partner, there was no emotional connection. So when he made his move, he didn't hesitate. He intended to crush Sato using overwhelming psychic force. Unfortunately, dreams are one thing. Reality is another. Just as Alakazam teleported next to Sato, he was struck by a wave of mortal danger. Crobat suddenly burst from a tree behind Sato and appeared in front of him in a blink, launching a taunt attack. Immediately, Alakazam realized he could no longer use teleport. A chill ran down his spine, he could feel the imminent threat. Without thinking, he fired a psychic wave to drive Crobat back and turned to flee. But he had only moved a short distance when a massive, blue figure blocked his path. Before him loomed a huge fist, frost-covered and crackling with ice punch energy, radiating both fighting and ground-type power. Hrag! Swampert roared as he appeared, launching a crushing combo move, Ice Earth Hammer. Alakazam, now panicked, let out a scream and unleashed his strongest psychic move, Light Screen infused with all his remaining energy. But to his despair, that seemingly solid psychic barrier couldn't even slow the oncoming blow. Swampert's punch smashed through it like paper. A second later, his icy fist struck Alakazam square in the face, sending him hurtling into the lake below. Boom. A massive splash erupted from the lake's surface. Who's next? Sitting atop Arcanine, Sato crossed his arms and swept a cold gaze across the stunned crowd of psychic types. His voice echoed over the lakeshore, loud, domineering, and full of fury. Chapter 566, Chapter 565, A Deal Between Human and Pokemon. As one of the most powerful psychic-type Pokemon participating in the contest, the defeat of the level 64 Alakazam was a wake-up call to all the arrogant psychic types on the battlefield. At the same time, it further cemented Sato's status as a top contender in this competition. Psychic-type Pokemon are highly rational beings. When they realize they're up against a foe they cannot defeat, especially one both fierce and relentless, they wisely choose to retreat. As for teaming up against a common enemy, it wasn't that the psychic types hadn't considered it. In fact, after Alakazam was defeated, some of them used telepathy to rally the others to unite and confront Sato together. However, most psychic-type Pokemon are far too individualistic, or far too proud. Without a powerful leader with sufficient prestige to command respect, coordinating them into a cooperative force was virtually impossible. In the end, Sato, backed by his team of powerful Pokemon, defeated the disunited psychic types one by one during the battle for the Wisdom Seeds and walked away with the greatest spoils of the clash. 21 Wisdom Seeds, along with a level 64 Alakazam, this was the full bounty Sato reaped from this short but intense conflict after fully demonstrating his overwhelming presence. After the battle ended, Sato took Thomas and his Pokemon away from Misty Fog Forest. They retreated to a temporary camp located over 10 kilometers to the east. Now, Sato was inside a secret space created by Bellisum using secret power, built within a sturdy little hill. Illuminated by a solar-powered incandescent lamp, the small underground room, about a dozen square meters in size, was clearly visible. Apart from Sato, the only other ones present were Swampert and Crobat standing guard at the entrance. Thomas, being tactful, waited outside without questioning anything. He had already sent Seismitoad and the others to gather food and firewood nearby in preparation for lunch. Come out, Natu. You too, Alakazam. After a short meditation to restore himself to peak condition, Sato released the newly captured Natu and Alakazam. You bad guy. When are you letting me go? Human, what do you want? I'll tell you clearly, just because you defeated me and trapped me inside that strange ball doesn't mean I'll obey your commands. The next moment, Natu and Alakazam's voices echoed simultaneously in Sato's mind. Both psychic types looked displeased, especially Alakazam, whose eyes were full of disdain. But when Alakazam noticed the pile of pink glowing wisdom seeds on the wooden table in front of Sato, he couldn't look away. Relax. Unless something unexpected happens, I'll let you both go the day after tomorrow. But for now, you'll have to stay with me, and help me with a few things tomorrow. I keep my word. That said, before that, I'd like to ask, what's the most effective way to use wisdom seeds? How can I maximize their effects? Sato ignored their disgruntled attitudes and once again explained how he intended to handle them, then directly asked about the optimal method of using the seeds. Sato already knew that consuming the wisdom seeds directly could boost one's mental power, but he also understood that this method was crude and wasteful. It was like using a revival herb. Sure, chewing one directly could fully restore a fallen Pokemon, but if refined into a medicine, such as the Team Rocket's revival serum, the effect could be multiplied, potentially restoring more than one Pokemon to full health. In fact, based on the ingredients used in those formulas, the tri-leaf revival herb in Sato's possession could be turned into one high-grade revival medicine, 3 mid-grade ones, or even 10 low-grade ones. Additionally, the usage instructions for the wisdom seeds were clear. Each time you consume one, the effect diminishes slightly. Sato didn't want to waste such valuable items on inefficient use. Though he had little hope that a Pokemon would know the most effective way to use the seeds, since Pokemon typically lacked the alchemical skills humans had, he still wanted to try. Alakazam, being both long-lived and immensely knowledgeable, might just know something. When it came to raw intelligence, there were few humans in the world who could match an Alakazam. The Abra line, however, tended to be loners and had very low reproductive rates, otherwise, they might have ruled the Pokemon world already. For that reason, Sato pinned high hopes on this high-level Alakazam before him, hoping it knew how to unlock the full potential of the wisdom seeds. This was also why Sato had ordered his shiny Goridos to rescue Alakazam from the lake after the battle. I don't know. I've never obtained one before. Hearing Sato's promise again, Natu, innocent, young, and more easily swayed, quickly dropped her grudge. She flew onto the table, pecked one of the seeds lightly with her beak, scratched her head with a wing, and responded through telepathy. As for Alakazam, he said nothing, but his eyes flickered as he looked at the seeds. He lifted himself off the ground using psychic power, crossed his legs in midair, and rested one hand under his chin, clearly deep in thought. If you know anything, I ask you to please share it with me. I'll pay you. How about 5 wisdom seeds? Seeing Alakazam's thoughtful gesture, Sato's eyes lit up. It seemed the Alakazam really might know something. He immediately softened his tone and made the offer. Due to the limited number of wisdom seeds he received each year, and his own desperate need to recover from lingering psychic injuries, Alakazam had, in recent years, conducted detailed research on the seeds. Thanks to his extraordinary intellect, he had indeed made some breakthroughs, which allowed him to speed up the healing of his psychic wounds to a certain degree. According to his estimate, if he could get 10 more wisdom seeds, he could fully mend the spiritual scar in his mindscape. 10. Alakazam had long grown resentful of the psychic wound that flared up inside him daily. Upon hearing Sato's offer to pay with wisdom seeds, he was immediately tempted and responded through telepathy, trying to negotiate. Though Alakazam disliked Sato, he remained rational. As a powerful psychic-type Pokemon, he could detect lies and knew that Sato's promise was genuine. Thus, he didn't mind exchanging his research for compensation. No way. 10 is too much. 6 at most. Sato wasn't upset by the negotiation, on the contrary, he was inwardly thrilled. But on the surface, he put on a face as if he were being terribly wronged and began bargaining. After a heated back and forth, the two finally came to an agreement. Sato would exchange 8 wisdom seeds for Alakazam's help and research findings. Chapter 567, Chapter 566, Hope for Advancement. Once Alakazam received Sato's promise, it immediately used teleport to leave the secret chamber and raced through misty fog forest toward its secluded hideout. It wasn't fleeing, it was retrieving the materials it had long since collected to help boost the efficacy of the wisdom seeds. Indeed, Alakazam had always been deliberately collecting such auxiliary ingredients. Over time, it had accumulated a decent stock, and now was the perfect opportunity to use them. In fact, the reason Sato was willing to make such a major concession was closely tied to these special supplementary materials Alakazam possessed, which could enhance the effectiveness of the wisdom seeds. Roughly 7 to 8 minutes later, Alakazam returned to the secret space carrying a pile of flowers, herbs, and berries that Sato didn't recognize. These are the basic steps. As long as you blend the auxiliary ingredients with the wisdom seeds properly, the seeds' effects will be significantly improved. Also, pay attention to. Then, over the next 5 or 6 minutes, Alakazam used telepathy to explain in detail how to enhance the effects of the seeds. You could have just said to grind the stuff with the wisdom seeds into a powder, then simmer it all together into a potion. Why go through the whole monologue? After listening to Alakazam's lengthy explanation, Sato couldn't help but retort with a hint of exasperation. I've said what I needed to say. Now hand over my wisdom seeds. Hearing Sato's dismissive tone, Alakazam grew irritated and immediately tried to use telekinesis to levitate 8 wisdom seeds off the table. Not happening. Once your method is proven effective, I'll give you the reward. Rushing only leads to regret. Sato's face immediately darkened. He coldly warned Alakazam, who still hadn't fully grasped its current situation. Not only had it shown no gratitude for being rescued, it continued to act arrogant simply because it was a high-level psychic-type Pokemon. Sato found this attitude increasingly unpleasant. In terms of emotional intelligence, Sato actually thought Nata was leagues better. At that moment, Swampert and Crobat also glared coldly at Alakazam. Crobat had already successfully used Taunt on it once again. Sensing the hostile intent from Sato, Swampert, and Crobat, the previously disgruntled Alakazam finally snapped back to its senses. Though still annoyed, it wisely halted its use of telekinesis and obediently stepped aside. Once Sato saw it back off, he waved to Swampert and Crobat to stop and turned his attention to the pile of auxiliary ingredients Alakazam had brought. Although Alakazam had exceptional intelligence, it wasn't human. It couldn't manufacture or operate complex scientific instruments to synthesize advanced potions. So, its method of enhancing the seeds' effects relied entirely on primitive techniques, identifying natural herbs and fruits that complemented the seeds, grinding them all into powder, and simmering them to create a basic potion. Alakazam called the resulting concoction a tranquilizing tonic. After hearing this rudimentary method, a different idea sparked in Sato's mind: why not use the technique for making poke blocks to blend the wisdom seeds with the auxiliary materials? After all, poke blocks were created by highly refining and blending the essences of various berries. The first step of Alakazam's potion making was conceptually similar, but compared to making poke blocks, Alakazam's technique was clearly cruder. Therefore, Sato believed that by adapting the poke block method for the initial blending stage, he could create an even more effective tranquilizing tonic. Without hesitation, Sato retrieved the high-end portable berry mixer that Wallace had gifted him, solar-powered, and placed one wisdom seed along with some auxiliary materials inside to begin processing. Having long since mastered the poke block process, Sato quickly refined a batch of energy blocks unlike any other. These were clearly not berry-based poke blocks. Likely due to the concentrated wisdom lotus essence, they were translucent and emitted a soft pink glow. Using his system's appraisal ability, Sato analyzed this new type of poke block, and what he discovered thrilled him. Item: Unknown Poke Block. Effects: 1. Increases the user's mental power by 2 to 12 points. 2. Slightly repairs deep mental trauma. Restrictions: 1. Only usable by beings with innate mental power greater than or equal to 10. 2. Repeated use will cause diminishing returns on Effect 1. Effect 1 does not activate if user's mental power greater than or equal to 200. Description: a poke block made with wisdom seed as the primary ingredient, supplemented with rare auxiliary materials. Its highly condensed form gives it significantly stronger effects than ordinary wisdom seeds. My instincts were right. Only through deep processing can the wisdom seed's effects be truly enhanced. Not only did the mental power cap boost gain 2 extra points, but the trauma repair effect also improved. Looking at the pink glowing poke block in his hand, Sato was overcome with excitement. Even more thrilling, one wisdom seed and a single portion of auxiliary ingredients could produce 3 such potent poke blocks. Soon after, Sato hesitated, should he proceed with the final simmering step from Alakazam's method. But that hesitation didn't last long. He decided to try it out. He pulled a glass bottle and an alcohol lamp from his storage backpack, tossed the 3 unknown poke blocks into the bottle, and lit the lamp to begin crafting Alakazam's so-called tranquilizing tonic. Perhaps the materials were too pure, or maybe his timing was just a little off. Sato failed 3 times in a row, each failure more painful than the last. Finally, under Alakazam's guidance, he succeeded in producing the first bottle of tranquilizing tonic. My goodness, this is unbelievable. Human, how in the world did you do this? It's far purer than any tonic I've ever made. It's beautiful. Alakazam stared in awe at the pink, transparent liquid glowing faintly in Sato's hand, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. His voice echoed in Sato's mind via telepathy. This, my friend, is the wisdom of humanity. Carefully holding the glass vial, Sato responded with pride at the stunned look on Alakazam's face. Then he used the system's appraisal ability again. This time, the information made his heart race even faster than when he analyzed the unknown poke block. Item: Tranquilizing Tonic. Effects: 1. Increases the user's mental power by 5 to 15 points. 2. Slightly repairs deep mental trauma. Limitations: 1. Only usable by beings with innate mental power greater than or equal to 10. 2. Repeated use will cause diminishing returns on Effect 1. Effect 1 does not activate if user's mental power greater than or equal to 200. Description: the crystallization of wisdom. From the data, it was obvious, the tranquilizing tonic was significantly more effective than the unknown poke block. The upper limit of the mental power increase was 3 points higher, a massive improvement over eating the wisdom seeds raw. This meant Sato now had a much better chance of significantly boosting his mental power without worrying about the diminishing return penalty from eating 7 or 8 raw wisdom seeds without much result. Because of that restriction, if Sato had poor luck, even consuming all of his wisdom seeds might only raise his mental power by 70 or 80 points at best. But now, with the help of the tranquilizing tonic, Sato finally saw hope of breaking past 100 points in mental power. And once his mental power exceeded 100, he would no longer be a mere apprentice-level psychic, but officially step into the ranks of beginner psychics, gaining the ability to truly defend himself. Note, for a quick recap in case you guys forgot, psychics are divided into the following ranks. Apprentice, 10 to. Beginner, 100 to. Intermediate, 500 to 5. Advanced, 5,000 to 20. Master, over 20. Chapter 568, Chapter 567, Advancing to a Beginner Psychic. Excluding the first 3 failed attempts and the 8 wisdom seeds he had promised Alakazam as payment, Sato ultimately succeeded in producing 10 bottles of tranquilizing tonic. However, what surprised Sato was that after seeing him produce a tranquilizing tonic of higher quality than his own, Alakazam suddenly seemed distracted, his eyes fixed intently on the softly glowing pink potions on the table. In the end, just as Sato was preparing to hand over the 8 wisdom seeds, Alakazam seemed to make a great decision. He actually humbled himself and asked Sato to craft the potions for him. Technology, after all, was the core and most valuable asset. Sato seized the opportunity to strike a hard bargain with Alakazam. He used the 8 wisdom seeds meant as payment to make 8 bottles of tranquilizing tonic, and kept 4 of them for himself. Alakazam didn't object. On the contrary, he seemed quite satisfied, suspending the 4 bottles with telekinesis around him before promptly drinking each one down. Shortly after, Alakazam looked as though he were intoxicated, his yellow face flushed bright red, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Moments later, Alakazam collapsed as if overcome by alcohol, a blissful expression on his now crimson face. Judging by that look of bliss, these tranquilizing tonics must be incredibly effective. I bet after drinking those 4, most of his mental trauma will be healed. Watching the willing guinea pig before him, Sato rested his chin in one hand, muttering as he took out a pokeball and recalled Alakazam. Sato had already heard plenty about Alakazam's mental trauma from Natu, the little gossip. In fact, even if Nata hadn't told him, he could still have guessed the reason a powerful psychic type like Alakazam had gone after the Wisdom Lotus. After all, 4 psychic types as powerful as Alakazam, whose mental strength had long since surpassed 200 points, the Wisdom Lotus no longer served to raise their cap. Its only remaining value was in healing mental wounds. Sato's tranquilizing tonic, with its superior healing effect on psychic trauma, clearly surpassed even the potions Alakazam had once made himself. That likely explained why Alakazam had willingly allowed himself to be taken advantage of. If I have extras, these potions could be extremely useful to win over psychic-type Pokemon or psychics suffering from mental trauma. But for now, the priority is to use them to increase my own mental strength. 100 points is the threshold. Once I cross it, I'll be able to use many psychic techniques. Gazing at the 14 neatly arranged tranquilizing tonics on the table, Sato smiled brightly at the thought. Before drinking, however, he retrieved an exquisite glass box from his bag. Inside were many blue marbles the size of beans, mind beads, a tool used to measure the mental strength of psychics. Previously, Sato had only been able to levitate 10 mind beads using his psychic power, which meant his mental strength was at just 10 points. Now, he tried again, and could still levitate only 10. I really do need to rely on potions to get stronger. Looking at the 10 mind beads glowing blue before him, Sato sighed in resignation. Hee. Standing on the table, Nada burst into laughter upon seeing that Sato could only levitate 10 beads. She lay down, kicking her stubby legs and clutching her belly with her tiny wings as she laughed uncontrollably. Then, right in front of Sato, she casually used her psychic power to lift a whole handful of beads from the box and arrange them into various shapes, showing off with a smug expression. Watching Nata effortlessly levitate over 200 mind beads and manipulate them into precise shapes, Sato felt a deep, indescribable sense of defeat, as if a stampede of Mudsdale were galloping through his soul. Quack gawk quack. Seconds later, Sato, now calm again, picked up the nearest bottle of tranquilizing tonic and, without hesitation, uncapped and downed it in one gulp. The taste was similar to a slightly sweet, ice-cold spring water. After finishing it, Sato felt his head swell slightly and his vision blur. Just like Alakazam, he slipped into a tipsy state. However, the dizziness came and went quickly. Soon, a wave of refreshing coolness surged through his brain, sending a shiver of delight through his whole body. The sensation was even better than drinking a cold watermelon smoothie under the blazing sun, or the post-workout euphoria after intense aerobic exercise. For a moment, Sato closed his eyes in pleasure, his flushed face beaming with delight. After about a minute or two, the slight throbbing and intense euphoria faded. Sato opened his eyes, and a flash of blue psychic light shone within them. He could feel a distinct enhancement in his sensory perception. It almost felt as if he could sense movement around him without using his eyes at all. This is incredible, so this is what power feels like. Fully adjusting to his strengthened mental state, Sato sighed in amazement. Then, he focused his mind again on the mind beads. In the next moment, one by one, the blue glowing beads flew out of the box and hovered around him, dancing at his command. This time, he successfully levitated 25 beads. His first dose of tranquilizing tonic had increased his mental strength by 1.5 times. This bad guy just got stronger. Those bottles are really something. Sensing the change in his aura, Nata looked at Sato with astonishment, then turned her gaze toward the remaining pink glowing bottles, her eyes filled with wonder. Now that Sato had tasted the benefits, his eyes burned with desire as he glanced at the remaining 13 bottles. Without much hesitation, he grabbed another and drank it down. In an instant, the same sensation as before returned. 10 minutes later, only 2 bottles remained on the table. At that point, Sato was seated comfortably in his wooden chair, wearing a blissful expression. Around him, 108 mind beads floated in midair, glowing blue as they spun and formed various shapes under his mental/psychic control. What a wonderful feeling. So this is the perception of a beginner psychic. With subtle mental projection, I can sense everything in this secret space. No wonder psychics like Maya always act so aloof in front of normal people, because ordinary folks can't hide anything from them. Sato slowly opened his eyes, which were glowing with a soft blue hue, and murmured softly. At this point, he had successfully surpassed 100 mental strength points and officially advanced to the level of a beginner psychic. With a single thought, the 108 mind beads surrounding him instantly formed a perfect ring, then rearranged themselves into a towering spire in the palm of his hand. Chapter 569, Chapter 568, The Mysterious Song. In fact, by the time Sato drank the 10th bottle of tranquilizing tonic, he had already successfully broken through the 100-point threshold in mental strength, officially becoming a genuine beginner psychic. Just as stated in the restrictions section of the tranquilizing tonics documentation, the more one drank it, the less effective it became at enhancing mental strength. By the time Sato drank the 12th bottle, he clearly felt that the potion's effects had dropped to rock bottom. Using mind beats to test his mental strength, he found that this time he had only gained 3 points. Because of this, Sato stopped drinking the potion and carefully stored away the remaining 2 precious bottles for future use, perhaps as valuable bargaining chips in trades with others. Bad guy, it seems like you've gotten a lot stronger now. Of course, you're still far below my level, but I suppose you're finally worthy of standing alongside me. Sensing the waves of psychic energy now emanating from Sato, Nata's gaze softened with a rare trace of respect. She flew up to his left shoulder, lifted her tiny beak proudly, and spoke to him via telepathy in her usual haughty tone. Is that so? Well then, I truly appreciate your recognition. Hearing Nata's words and seeing her actions, Sato couldn't help but show a wry smile. He gently poked her on the head, and with a faint flicker of blue psychic light in his eyes, responded to her via telepathy as well. After advancing to a beginner psychic, Sato found that basic psychic techniques such as psychic sensing, telepathy, and telekinesis seemed to come naturally. He mastered them almost effortlessly. Now, whenever he wished, he could communicate with any surrounding creature. Just earlier, he had tested it on Swampert and Crobat, nearly giving them both a fright. After completing his advancement, Sato left the secret space with Swampert, Crobat, and Natu, and joined Thomas, who had already prepared lunch, for a belated but satisfying meal. By around 3 p.m., Sato, riding his Arcanine, and Thomas, riding his Rapidash, were journeying westward through thick forests. As they advanced deeper into the western region of the mysterious island, the terrain began to shift, from dense woods to low grasslands, then to dry earth, and finally to a vast desert swept with swirling yellow sand. According to the map, this sparsely vegetated desert area was known as the Shifting Sand Sea. It was the largest desert on the island and the greatest habitat for ground and rock-type Pokémon. Last night, Maya had told Sato that the rendezvous point was somewhere within this desert. However, despite having been in the sweltering desert for quite a while, the two of them still hadn't found the oasis she had mentioned. Lord Sato. Arcanine and Rapidash have been running for over 2 hours. They're both exhausted. Why don't we rest up for a bit over there in that rocky area and then continue on? Thomas, sweating profusely under the blazing sun, finished off the last bit of water in his flask. Dizzy and lightheaded, he looked ahead at Sato and spoke wearily. After over an hour of exposure to the scorching heat, he felt as though all the moisture had evaporated from his body. His whole system seemed off, clearly showing signs of dehydration and heat stroke. All right, let's rest for a while. Hearing Thomas's weakened voice behind him, Sato used a sweep of psychic sense to assess his condition. Then, he calmly replied via telepathy. Although becoming a beginner psychic hadn't visibly improved his physical stats, Sato's mental strength had increased significantly. Even after being baked under the sun for more than an hour, his mental clarity remained excellent. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Sato's voice directly in his mind, Thomas perked up and straightened his back. Without needing Sato to even turn around, he respectfully responded. Though some time had passed since he'd learned the news, Thomas was still struggling to process the fact that Sato had become a psychic. Lord Sato really has become a psychic. That was telepathy just now. Amazing. Anyone who has to face him in battle from now on is doomed. As that voice echoed once again in his mind, Thomas's respect and awe for Sato deepened. His gaze toward him became filled with reverence. A few minutes later, Sato and Thomas arrived in a rocky wasteland full of ruined walls and crumbling stones. They found shade behind a rock formation and began taking a short break. It was almost 4 p.m. now. With less than an hour left before the deadline to join the ruins exploration, they had to make haste to reach the rendezvous point at the oasis. But as the saying goes, man proposes, but nature disposes. The desert weather was notoriously unpredictable. Sato and Thomas had barely rested for a few minutes when a sudden gust of wind carrying large amounts of sand blew in, and the winds only kept getting stronger. From the abruptness of the situation, it was clear, a desert sandstorm was incoming. At that moment, many wild Pokémon living in the rocky area didn't even bother with the two strangers. They all scattered and began taking action to shield themselves from the approaching storm. Come out, Swampert. Use this rock wall as a support and build a simple earthen shelter. Sensing the oncoming sandstorm, Sato promptly released Swampert and gave it the command. Swamp. Swampert nodded and summoned a surge of pure ground-type energy from its body, injecting it into the earth. Moments later, 3 sturdy walls of compacted soil rose from the ground and seamlessly connected with the stone wall behind them, forming a small open-roofed shelter. Then, under Swampert's control, the 3 walls grew upward until they fused into a dome, forming a fully enclosed mud hut, with small air vents for breathing. Shortly after Swampert completed the shelter, the sandstorm arrived in full force. Blasting winds and gritty sand slammed against the walls, producing a dull thudding sound. Thanks to the howling wind, some fine particles still managed to sneak in through the gaps. About 10 minutes later, the raging sandstorm began to weaken, and its power gradually faded across the rocky terrain. But just then, a melodious song suddenly echoed through the sandy wasteland. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, almost magical in nature. Soon, many of the wild Pokémon who had been hiding began to emerge, one by one, as if entranced. Like sleepwalkers, they stepped out from their shelters and slowly wandered into the direction from which the song came, straight into the sand-laden wind. Chapter 570, Chapter 569, The Desert Dragonfly Embracing the Sandstorm. The moment the mysterious singing voice echoed out, Sato, whose head suddenly felt drowsy, immediately opened his eyes, ending his meditation. He then channeled his psychic power within to resist the intrusion, swiftly suppressing the sleepiness brought on by the mysterious melody. What a terrifying song. If one keeps listening, it can deeply lure and hypnotize any creature lacking strong willpower. Sato, unsettled, used his psychic sensing ability to scan the outside of the clay hut and instantly detected an unusual disturbance among a large number of wild Pokémon and desert creatures. His heart sank at the realization. Shortly after, he noticed something wrong with his teammate beside him, Thomas. Under the influence of this enchantingly seductive melody, Thomas's eyes gradually dulled, and he began to stand up in a trance, walking unconsciously toward the hut's exit. Clearly, this elite Team Rocket rookie did not possess the same strong mental fortitude as Sato, and his not-so-strong willpower was quickly crumbling before the sustained temptation of the strange singing voice. Just like the wild Pokémon outside, he was now trying to mindlessly move toward the source of the sound. Thomas. Wake up. Don't give in. Sato tried shouting and even slapped Thomas hard across the face, but nothing could wake him. In the end, with no other option, he had to knock Thomas out cold to keep him from wandering off. What annoyed Sato was that the owner of this mysterious singing voice didn't stop even after drawing in so many wild Pokémon and creatures. Instead, they sang louder and with even more enthusiasm. Judging by the growing volume of the voice, Sato quickly realized that the singer was headed in their direction. Using his psychic sensing, he finally caught sight of the figure within the swirling sandstorm. It was a Flygon, the Pokémon known across the world as the Desert Spirit. So it's a Flygon. No wonder the song is so hypnotic. That's its signature hunting technique. Sato's expression shifted with realization as he confirmed the identity of the mysterious singer in the storm. But when he noticed that this powerful and well-developed Flygon seemed to sense his probing and was now glaring malevolently in the hut's direction, his face darkened. Flygon data. Pokémon, Flygon. Level. Type, Ground/Dragon. Ability, Levitate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Dance, Sand Attack, Sonic Boom, Feint Attack, Endure, Mud Slap, Bulldoze, Sand Tomb, Rock Slide, Supersonic, Screech, Earth Power, Dragon Tail, Earthquake, Sandstorm, Uproar, Hyper Beam, Dragon Rush. Egg moves, none. Flygon does not learn any egg moves. Tutor moves, Heat Wave, Iron Tail, Fire Punch, Hyper Beam, Protect, Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Steel Wing, Solar Beam. Held item, none. IVs, out of 31. HP, 27, 31. Attack, 26, 31. Defense, 24, 31. SP ATK, 28, 31. SP Def, 26, 31. Speed, 27, 31. Overall 4 rating, purple, total IVs, 158. Sato, highly perceptive as always, quickly deduced from the Flygon's expression and posture that he had now become the target. Most likely, the Flygon's hostility stemmed from Sato's interference in its hunt. That makes sense. Since Thomas fell under the influence, by all rights he already belonged to Flygon. Me stepping in would naturally provoke its ire. Watching the aggressive Flygon charging toward the clay hut through the sandstorm, Sato sighed in resignation. He was quite familiar with desert-dwelling Pokémon like Flygon. A ground/dragon type, Flygon was a dragon Pokémon with formidable strength. And now, with the sandstorm still raging outside, its power would be significantly amplified in such an environment. Though Swampert's ground typing made it immune to sandstorm damage, its water typing made battling in such a dry, dusty environment a disadvantage. What made Sato even more frustrated was that Flygon had excellent aerial maneuverability. Even though Swampert had a quadruple type advantage with Ice Punch, if Flygon remained airborne the entire time, Swampert would be helpless. As for Crobat and the shiny Beautifly, both of whom could fly, their relatively small size made it extremely risky for them to face off against the large, airborne Flygon in a sandstorm. One wrong move could be fatal. Flygon, I mean no harm. He's my companion. I saved him not to offend you. How about this, I'll offer this food as an apology. After weighing his options, Sato decided to attempt a peaceful resolution first. He had Swampert push aside the wall of sand at the front of the hut, then took out 2 roasted venison legs from his storage backpack and used telepathy to communicate with Flygon. Rah. Unfortunately, Flygon was clearly not interested in Sato's peace offering. It roared in fury and immediately responded with a blazing pillar of fire directed at him. In fact, Sato's guess was only partially correct. Flygon was targeting him, but not because he interrupted the hunt. From Flygon's perspective, Sato had stolen its prey. As a Pokémon with real dragon lineage, Flygon was incredibly proud. Sato's act of rescuing Thomas was a direct challenge to its dominance. Now, it was thirsting for vengeance. You think I'm some helpless and easy prey? Swampert, use muddy water. Seeing that Flygon had chosen violence, Sato, wearing his goggles, let his expression go cold and immediately ordered Swampert to counterattack. Swamp. Swampert needed no extra prompting. Outraged that Flygon rejected the truce, it let out a furious roar. A surge of murky water burst from its mouth, colliding head-on with Flygon's flamethrower. Water and fire clashed violently, resulting in a massive explosion of energy. A cloud of white steam engulfed the area. But under the influence of the storm winds and the desert's blistering heat, the steam vanished in seconds, and sand quickly returned to cover the battlefield. The first clash between Flygon and Swampert ended in a draw. Roar. In the next instant, Flygon, enraged that its flamethrower was blocked, let out another roar. Its wings flared with a dazzling brown light as powerful rock-type energy erupted from its back. In that moment, the weakened sandstorm around them surged violently once more. The entire battlefield was swallowed by a swirling vortex of flying sand and stones. Sato's current Pokemon team on the island. Pokemon, Swampert. Level. Type, Water/Ground. Ability, Damp, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Mud Slap, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mud Shot, Foresight, Endure, Mud Bomb, Hammer Arm, Rock Slide, Muddy Water, Takedown, Earthquake, Flail. Egg moves, Refresh, Mirror Coat. Tutor moves, Ice Punch, Dig, Rain Dance, Earth Power. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Flying, Rock Tomb, Icy Wind, Iron Tail, Aqua Tail, Surf. Held item, Mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone. IVs. HP, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. SP ATK, 31. SP Def, 31. Speed, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 186. Combo moves. Earth Ice Hammer, Hammer Arm plus Earth Power plus Ice Punch. Raging Earth, Earthquake plus Earth Power. Pokemon, Bellossom. Level. Type, Grass. Ability, Healer, Hidden Ability. Gender, Female. Known moves, Magical Leaf, Leaf Storm, Leaf Blade, Mega Drain, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Lucky Chant, Sunny Day, Quiver Dance, Petal Blizzard. Egg moves, Synthesis, Nature Power. Tutor moves, Secret Power, Grassy Terrain, Energy Ball. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Rock, Teeter Dance, Swords Dance. Held item, Miracle Seed. IVs. HP, 31. Attack, 28, 31. Defense, 30, 31. SP ATK, 31. SP Def, 29, 31. Speed, 28, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 176. Pokemon, Arcanine. Level. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bite, Roar, Ember, Leer, Odor Sleuth, Helping Hand, Reversal, Fire Fang, Takedown, Flame Burst, Agility, Retaliate, Crunch, Heat Wave, Outrage, Thunderfang, Extreme Speed. Egg moves, None. Tutor moves, Flame Charge, Flame Wheel, Overheat, Flare Blitz. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Grass, Double Team, Fire Spin, Flamethrower. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 28, 31. SP ATK, 31. SP Def, 27, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 177. Special Fire-type ability, Thermal Control. A Fire-type Pokemon with this ability can manipulate the temperature of surrounding flames by consuming its internal Fire-type energy. The degree to which heat can be raised or lowered depends on the Pokémon's fire control prowess. Pokémon, Goridos, Shiny. Level. Type, Water/Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Splash, Tackle, Bite, Thrash, Leer, Twister, Scary Face, Dragon Rage, Ice Fang, Aqua Tail, Crunch, Hydro Pump, Dragon Dance, Hurricane, Rain Dance. Egg moves, None. Tutor moves, Bounce, Hyper Beam, Surf. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 28, 31. Attack, 31, 31. Defense, 28, 31. SP ATK, 29, 31. SP Def, 31, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 177. Special ability, Tyrant. When Goridos' Intimidate activates, it amplifies the fear effect and continually exerts mental suppression on all creatures within range. Any being whose will fails to resist the pressure will fall into a state of psychological unconsciousness. Pokémon, Kecleon. Level. Type, Normal. Ability, Protean, Hidden Ability. Gender, Female. Known moves, Thief, Astonish, Tail Whip, Lick, Scratch, Bind, Shadow Sneak, Feint, Fury Swipes, Feint Attack, Psybeam, Ancient Power, Slash, Camouflage, Shadow Claw. Egg moves, Nasty Plot. Tutor moves, Skill Swap, Trick, Roleplay. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 19, 31. Attack, 26, 31. Defense, 20, 31. SP ATK, 23, 31. SP Def, 20, 31. Speed, 27, 31. Overall 4 rating, Blue, total IVs, 135. Pokémon, Crobat. Level. Type, Poison/Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Known moves, Cross Poison, Screech, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Air Cutter, Swift, Poison Fang, Mean Look, Leech Life, Haze, Venoshock, Air Slash. Egg moves, Hypnosis. Tutor moves, Shadow Ball. TM moves, Gust, Protect, Steel Wing, Hidden Power, Electric, Aerial Ace, Taunt. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 21, 31. Attack, 23, 31. Defense, 25, 31. SP ATK, 22, 31. SP Def, 27, 31. Speed, 25, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 143. Pokémon, Ditto. Level. Type, Normal. Ability, Limber. Gender, None. Known moves, Transform. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 27, 31. Attack, 28, 31. Defense, 27, 31. SP ATK, 26, 31. SP Def, 25, 31. Speed, 22, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 155. Pokémon, Beautifly, Shiny. Level. Type, Bug/Flying. Ability, Swarm. Gender, Female. Known moves, Tackle, String Shot, Poison Sting, Bug Bite, Gust, Absorb, Stun Spore, Morning Sun, Air Cutter, Silver Wind, Attract, Whirlwind, Giga Drain, Bug Buzz, Rage Powder, Quiver Dance. Egg moves, None. Tutor moves, Aerial Ace. TM moves, Shadow Ball, Electroweb, Safeguard. Held item, Mutated Supreme Sky Splitting Stone. IVs. HP, 31, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 31, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP Def, 30, 31. Speed, 31, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 184. Special trait, Bug Monarch, a natural-born ruler of bug types, possesses extended lifespan and a 50% increase in base stats compared to normal Beautifly. Pokémon, Bulbasaur. Level. Type, Grass/Poison. Ability, Chlorophyll. Gender, Female. Known moves, Tackle, Growl, Vine Whip, Leech Seed. Egg moves, Grassy Terrain, Giga Drain. Tutor moves, Leaf Storm, Power Whip, Solar Beam, Energy Ball, Seed Bomb, Worry Seed, Ingrain. Held item, Miracle Seed. IVs. HP, 29, 31. Attack, 28, 31. Defense, 31, 31. SP ATK, 29, 31. SP Def, 30, 31. Speed, 31, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 178. Pokemon, Natu. Level. Type, Psychic/Flying. Ability, Synchronize. Gender, Female. Known moves, Peck, Leer, Nightshade, Teleport, Lucky Chant. Egg moves, Ally Switch, Skill Swap. Tutor moves, Calm Mind, Trick, Psych Up. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 29, 31. Attack, 27, 31. Defense, 27, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP Def, 28, 31. Speed, 31, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 172. Pokemon, Alakazam. Level. Type, Psychic. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Known moves, Kinesis, Teleport, Confusion, Disable, Psybeam, Miracle Eye, Reflect, Psycho Cut, Recover, Telekinesis, Psych Up, Ally Switch, Psychic, Future Sight, Calm Mind, Trick. Tutor moves, Light Screen, Hyper Beam, Shadow Ball, Reflect, Focus Blast, Gravity, Role Play, Magic Room, Psyshock. Held item, Twisted Spoon. IVs. HP, 28, 31. Attack, 23, 31. Defense, 23, 31. SP ATK, 30, 31. SP Def, 29, 31. Speed, 28, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 161. Chapter 571, Chapter 570, The Yielding Alakazam and the Gravity Breakthrough. Under the control of Flygon, a massive wave of sand and wind violently surged towards Swampert and Sato on the ground. The overwhelming sandstorm severely disrupted their visibility. At the same time, hidden within the storm, Flygon continued unleashing blazing pillars of fire from the sky, intending to burn Swampert and Sato alive in the whirlwind. In an instant, the surrounding temperature rose dramatically. The scorching heat generated by Flygon's flamethrower rapidly heated the airborne sand. Under this onslaught of burning winds, Swampert's originally moist body began to dry out rapidly. The heat and sand absorbed and evaporated the water within him, gradually pushing him into a dehydrated state. Facing an airborne opponent concealed by the storm, Swampert could still track Flygon's movements using the radar-like gills on his face. But Flygon was too agile in the sandstorm, and the swirling sands made it difficult for Swampert to land a successful long-range hit. Moreover, this Flygon's combat instincts were razor-sharp. It had seemingly identified Swampert's potential for devastating power and fully exploited its aerial advantage and the environment to wage a hit-and-run battle, constantly avoiding close combat. This rendered Swampert's raw strength practically useless. To make matters worse, Flygon repeatedly used Dragon Dance to boost its stats, lying in wait for the perfect moment, when Swampert was weakened by dehydration, to deliver a killing blow. Soon, Swampert was panting heavily. His skin had become visibly dry. It was clear he was dehydrated, and his once overwhelming strength had already diminished significantly. Fortunately, the mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone embedded in his body continued to provide him with pure water-type energy, preventing him from becoming completely incapacitated. Damn it. I have to find a way to bring that thing down, or Swampert's going to get dragged to death, Sato thought anxiously. He was being protected from the high temperatures by Arcanine's temperature control, but even so, he could clearly see the situation was dire. Wait, that move. Maybe he can help Swampert turn this around. Suddenly, a memory fragment flashed through Sato's rapidly turning mind, reminding him of a little-used Psychic-type Pokemon in his team, one that possessed a move capable of breaking through this dilemma. The next moment, Sato quickly pulled out a black Pokeball and released a spoon-wielding Psychic-type Pokemon. Yes, under these desperate circumstances, Sato had remembered Alakazam, the very Pokemon he had kept under tight supervision. This proud and rebellious Psychic-type had never truly submitted to Sato. Even after Sato advanced to a beginner Psychic, Alakazam showed no signs of loyalty. As such, Sato had never factored him into battle strategy before. Help me this once, Alakazam, use Gravity. If the situation weren't so urgent, Sato would never entrust such a vital move to a disobedient Pokemon. But now, he had no choice. With a tense expression, he shouted the command at the newly released Alakazam. The moment Alakazam emerged from the Pokeball, it teleported into midair. Using telekinesis, it suspended itself above the ground, while conjuring a powerful psychic barrier to completely block out the incoming sandstorm. As a battle-hardened Pokémon, Alakazam instinctively scanned the environment with psychic sensing. It quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, when Alakazam heard Sato's urgent command, a hint of hesitation flashed across its face. Though it couldn't understand how Sato knew it could use the high-level move gravity, just as Sato predicted, Alakazam harbored deep resentment toward both Sato and the Swampert that had once seriously injured it. Thus, the idea of standing by and watching Swampert be worn down and killed by Flygon was not entirely unwelcome. But when Alakazam met Sato's killing intent-filled eyes, its entire body trembled. It suddenly remembered that its life was still in Sato's hands. If it disobeyed now, it might never see the day Sato fulfilled his promise to set it free. Besides, Sato still had a Natu who could teleport. Even without Alakazam, he had options. Alakazam, realizing he was replaceable, finally gave in. With cold rationality, he obeyed the command. A powerful psychic aura erupted from his body, and both of his spoons began to glow intensely. The next instant, the spoons bent sharply, and within a 100-meter radius, gravity intensified by several times. At that moment, Flygon, who had thought victory was assured, suddenly panicked. The sudden spike in gravity completely threw off its rhythm. Unable to adapt, it dropped from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Thud. Flygon crashed heavily into the ground. Well done. Swampert, take the opportunity. Finish it with Ice Punch. Seeing Flygon grounded by Alakazam's gravity, Sato's heart surged with excitement. He immediately commanded Swampert to strike. Roar. Swampert, long infuriated by Flygon's kiting tactics, roared furiously. With a stomp, he launched forward like a blue blur, surging toward the fallen Flygon. Noticing the terrifying Ice-type energy gathering in Swampert's fist, Flygon instantly sensed a mortal threat. Without hesitation, it buried itself into the ground, trying to evade the incoming strike. Foolish. Finish it, Raging Earth. Sato scoffed at Flygon's desperate escape and ordered Swampert to use Raging Earth, a powerful ground-type combo move. Following Sato's command, the enraged Swampert slammed the earth with overwhelming force. Under his master-level control of ground-type energy, the terrain within a 100-meter radius instantly erupted. A tremendous shockwave burst outward from Swampert, shaking the ground violently. Beams of earth-colored energy shot from the cracked terrain. Flygon, who had foolishly dug into the ground, took double damage from the combo attack of Earthquake and Earth Power. Covered in injuries, it was blasted out of the fissures like garbage and slammed once more into the still trembling ground. But even now, Flygon hadn't completely lost its ability to fight. Gritting its teeth, it staggered to its feet, then turned in panic and tried to flee. Unfortunately, now grounded, Flygon was like a cub before a lion. It barely made it a few steps before Swampert caught up. In the next instant, a sandbag-sized fist smashed into its head, then pinned it down and began to drag it mercilessly across the earth. Chapter 572, Chapter 571, Gathering of the Strong. After Flygon was defeated by Swampert, the raging sandstorm in the surrounding environment quickly dissipated. Soon, the blazing sun and blue sky reappeared above them. Swampert was clearly furious at Flygon's earlier tactics. Even after Flygon had lost the ability to battle and fallen unconscious, Swampert didn't stop. It continued pummeling Flygon with fists the size of sandbags. Although Sato himself had been quite disgusted by Flygon's underhanded behavior, he still stepped in to stop Swampert out of consideration for Flygon's value as a rare dragon-type Pokémon, and one that would be particularly useful in the desert. Eventually, with Sato's full efforts to calm him, the enraged Swampert gave up on the idea of beating Flygon to death. By that point, Flygon's face had already been turned into a swollen mess. Still, at least it survived. Now, when it looked at Swampert, its eyes were filled with fear. Gone was any trace of the earlier arrogance it had shown while soaring through the skies. Flygon had truly felt the presence of death and had experienced firsthand just how terrifying Swampert's punches were. If not for the strength of its dragon-type lineage, which gave it far greater durability than most Pokémon, and the fact that the skull was one of the sturdiest parts of its body, it likely wouldn't have just received badly swollen bruises, it would have had its head crushed entirely. As a result, Flygon developed a grudging admiration for Sato, who had stopped Swampert just in time. So, when Sato took out a Pokeball to capture it, Flygon didn't resist in the slightest. It allowed itself to be caught without struggle. Meanwhile, Thomas, who had earlier been knocked unconscious by Sato, also came to, groaning and shaking sand off as he sat up. In truth, he had regained consciousness more than once during the battle between Sato and Flygon. However, due to Flygon's constant singing, he had chosen to knock himself out again to avoid being lured into another trance and becoming a liability. Soon, with help from Bellisum, the team's medic, and some rare medical supplies Sato had taken out, Flygon's injuries rapidly healed to a great extent. As for Swampert, thanks to the continuous healing effect of the mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone embedded in its body, its wounds and dehydration symptoms quickly disappeared, and its skin regained its usual moist luster. Flygon, you're the local here. You should know this place well. Take us to the nearest oasis. Once Flygon had recovered most of its strength, Sato and Thomas mounted it, and Sato instructed it to fly them to a nearby oasis. Row. A dragon-type Pokemon submits only to those who defeat it. Naturally, Flygon respected the trainer who could command such a powerful Swampert. With a nod and a call, it flapped its wings and carried Sato and Thomas into the sky. Flygon was truly the king of the flowing desert. With its help, it took less than 10 minutes for them to arrive in the skies above an oasis. That's it, Flygon. Land near the oasis. Using his binoculars, Sato surveyed the area. When he spotted Maya and Tomoki among those at the oasis, he patted Flygon's side and signaled it to descend near them. As Sato and Thomas arrived in the air above the oasis riding Flygon, the Team Rocket elite recruits stationed there quickly noticed their presence. Immediately, chatter began to stir among the various smaller groups in the oasis. Tomoki had invited many people for this expedition, and quite a few had chosen to join the ruins exploration team for various reasons. But people are naturally social creatures. Once the numbers grew, they inevitably formed cliques. Currently, there were a total of 35 Team Rocket elites at the oasis. Among them, 3 leaders had formed distinct groups, Tomoki, Ails, and Rin Akikes. Of the 3, Tomoki had the largest following, as he was both the strongest contestant in the rookie competition and the one with the most knowledge about the ruins. Aside from himself, 12 others had chosen to gather around him. 13-member group. Next was Ails. Though his personality was a bit twisted, as a powerful psychic, he naturally possessed both the strength and charisma to attract followers. He had 8 people by his side, half of whom were psychics aligned with Sabrina's faction. 9-member group. Last was Rin Akikes. Though known for her ruthless and abrasive personality, Team Rocket had never lacked people of her kind. As the infamous villain of the rookie competition, her unique charm had drawn in like-minded Team Rocket elites. Coupled with her overwhelming strength, nearly all of them had chosen to follow her lead. Now, the 5 Team Rocket thugs under her command exuded an unmistakable stench of blood. Both they and their Pokemon clearly weren't the kind you'd call good people. 6-member group. As for the remaining 7 Team Rocket elites, they, like Vanna, were currently unaffiliated lone wolves. However, without exception, each of these solo trainers possessed extraordinary strength, commanding several pseudo-elite 4-level Pokemon all above level 50. Lord Tomoki, it's Sato. He's arrived. Maya, now Tomoki's most loyal follower, immediately informed him via telepathy the moment she saw Sato descending on Flygon. I see. Go greet him first. I'll be right there. Sato is incredibly strong, and we need capable people right now. We must do everything we can to win him over. Sir, you are very powerful, but this ruins expedition is filled with dangers. It would be much safer with a team watching your back. If you don't mind, my group would be honored to welcome you. Tomoki, who was chatting with a scar-faced loner at the time, quickly exchanged a mental message with Maya, then casually continued his conversation with the visibly intrigued man. Yes, my lord. Receiving the order, Maya bowed respectfully and called over 2 female companions before heading in the direction of Sato's landing spot. Meanwhile, both Ails and Rin, noticing Sato's arrival, paused what they were doing to turn their attention toward him as he descended on Flygon. Lord Ails, is that the so-called trash psychic you mentioned before? He doesn't seem all that bad. Indeed. Judging from his mental fluctuations, he's already at the level of a beginner psychic. For someone untrained, that's quite decent at his age. Standing behind Ails were 2 beautiful girls dressed in identical maid outfits, distinguished only by the different colors of their hair. They stared curiously at Sato while sending telepathic messages simultaneously. How many times have I told you, Isa, Misa? Don't use telepathy on me at the same time, I get dizzy. I don't know what happened, maybe he had some kind of miracle breakthrough. When I first met him, his mental strength was terrible, worse than even that wretched Maya. Ails rubbed his temples and responded to both girls at once via telepathy, a bit irritated. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Maya, who was now approaching Sato. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Don't be angry, Lord Ails. With us by your side, that's all you need. The twin sisters ignored Ails' annoyance, stepped forward in unison, took one arm each, and sent their thoughts together once more. Lady Rin, should we find a chance to off that pretty boy later? Meanwhile, over on Rin's side, a bald thug with a brutish face leaned in and spoke suggestively. His eyes were glued shamelessly to Rin's voluptuous figure. A sharp smack. Echoed a second later. Humph, don't provoke him. None of you are his match. Rin cracked her whip brutally across the bald thug's face, then glared coldly at the 5 Team Rocket Grunts, each of whom showed a mix of fear and lust toward her. Ahahaha. Sounds like the kid really is something. Now I really want to fight him. Yeah, I want to have some fun with him. It's settled, once we're in the ruins, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Far from extinguishing their interest, Rin's warning only seemed to ignite it further. The 5 thugs grinned eagerly, their bloodthirst and twisted nature barely restrained. Seeing their reactions, Rin smirked in satisfaction, then turned around and walked off toward her salamence. As she moved, her amber eyes remained locked on Sato, filled with cold and murderous intent. Sato, you won't escape this time. I will not let you slip away again, Rin murmured under her breath. Chapter 573, Chapter 572, Contest of Power and Balance. With Flygon's help, Sato and Thomas landed from the sky about 100 meters east of the oasis. After that, Sato released Swampert, and Thomas also released his Seismitoad. The two then proceeded toward the oasis at a steady pace with their Pokémon by their sides. He might have lost the match earlier, but he wouldn't lose face. Surrounded by a group of unfamiliar Team Rocket elite recruits in the oasis, Sato couldn't afford to show any weakness in demeanor, otherwise, if these people looked down on him, there would inevitably be trouble during the upcoming Ruins expedition. Swampert understood Sato's intent. In fact, the moment it saw the presence of Kommo-o, Alakazam, Salamence, and Garchomp in the oasis, its massive, mountain-like aura silently began to rise. At the same time, it utilized its master-level command of ground-type energy. With every step it took, it felt like it was treading directly on the Earth's pulse. In that moment, Swampert seemed to transform into a prehistoric beast exuding terrifying pressure. Each of its steps caused subtle tremors across the ground within 100 meters. As Swampert's momentum reached its peak, several Pokémon in the oasis responded in kind. Ruhr, Ruhar, Ruhar, Kommo-o, Salamence, and Garchomp, all dragon-type pseudo-legendaries, let out thunderous roars, instantly surging their own aura to the maximum, then took positions to clash with Swampert's towering presence. VMMM. At that moment, Ailsa's Alakazam also erupted with a frightening psychic fluctuation. Its aura climbed to its zenith as it joined the battle of pressure with the 3 dragon types and Swampert. Sato's Swampert, Vanna's Kommo-o, Rin's Salamence, Ailsa's Alakazam, and Tomoki's Garchomp, these 5 Pokémon were not only the highest-level Pokémon in the entire oasis but also the most powerful. All 5 were battle-hardened veterans capable of facing 100 opponents alone. Each could feel mortal danger from the others, meaning any of them had the potential to defeat the rest. None of them were willing to concede in terms of presence. They began competing, pressuring one another, plunging the oasis into a tense and oppressive atmosphere. As for the other Pokémon in the oasis, many of them, though strong, tried to flare up their own strength to join this contest of dominance. Unfortunately, while their strength wasn't bad, they couldn't compare to the top 5. One by one, they were overwhelmed and forced to lower their proud heads in defeat. In the end, only a handful of Pokémon managed to withstand the pressure from the 5, and without exception, each of them looked at the top 5 with deep respect and fear in their eyes. So the one uncle had high hopes for really is that strong. He's grown fast. That ugly thing got even stronger. Fine. As long as he doesn't try to steal my treasures, I won't mess with him. Not only has his mental power reached that of a beginner psychic, but even his Pokémon's strength has risen to such a level, what a headache. That guy's Swampert is even deadlier now. I have to find a chance to eliminate it soon. Tomoki, Vanna, Ails, and Rin each watched their strongest Pokémon clash with Swampert in a contest of aura and pressure without falling behind. Their expressions turned grim, and deep wariness filled their eyes. With those 4 already on edge, it was only natural that the rest of the members in the oasis wouldn't dare to treat Sato lightly. The 5 Team Rocket thugs who had earlier boasted to Rin were now drenched in cold sweat, shocked by their own arrogance. They had thought Rin was just scaring them, but now they realized she had been stating the plain truth. If they'd really gone after Sato on their own, considering Swampert was capable of holding its ground against the 4 most powerful Pokémon in the competition, they likely wouldn't have made it back alive and would have been buried 6 feet under. At this point, many in the oasis had already mentally elevated Sato to the same level of danger as Tomoki and the others. Even if not quite equal, he was no less dangerous. The clash among the 5 Pokémon didn't last long. Once they realized none of them could suppress the others, they simultaneously withdrew their pressure. Though they continued glaring at one another, the look in their eyes held a slight mutual respect. As the brief contest of power came to an end, Sato and Thomas entered the oasis, where they were met by Maya. Lord Sato, welcome. That journey must have been tiring. Please come with me, your camp for tonight has already been prepared in advance. Maya was not someone who failed to read the room. Having now witnessed the sheer strength of her former ally, she quickly adjusted her attitude. To carry out Tomoki's orders, she lowered her posture considerably and even addressed Sato with formal honorifics. Is that so? I appreciate the effort. But before that, please take me to meet Mr. Tomoki. Sato nodded slightly at her words, somewhat surprised. But rather than heading to the prepared campsite, he requested to be taken directly to her current superior. Ugh, all right, I'll guide you right away. Hearing Sato outright refuse the camp invitation, Maya, who had already taken a step forward, froze. Her smile stiffened, and a trace of irritation flickered in her eyes, but she quickly masked it and kept smiling pleasantly at him. Did you think I was stupid? If I walked into that setup, I'd be trapped before I even stepped off the boat. Heh. Amateur. Sato had noticed Maya's awkward expression and chuckled to himself inwardly. After all, this ruins expedition had been initiated by Tomoki. Though he hadn't personally invited Sato, since Sato had come, it was only proper to meet him face to face. Yet Maya had tried to get him to head directly to the campsite prepared by Tamanari. What kind of plan was that? Sato knew perfectly well. If he had gone there publicly, in front of everyone, it would have essentially meant he had chosen to join Tomoki's group, an association that would be hard to explain away later. Though he had only just arrived and hadn't spent time in the oasis yet, Sato had already observed the general layout on the way in. To be precise, there were 4 main factions in the oasis, the group led by Tomoki, the one led by Ails, the one under Rin, and a looser group of soloists like Vanna. Of these 4 factions, Tomoki's was undoubtedly the strongest. The other 3 couldn't resist him individually. However, due to fear of Tomoki becoming too dominant, the remaining 3 had formed an uneasy alliance. Though tenuous and superficial, it had created a fragile balance in the oasis. Now, with Sato's arrival, this fragile balance could be shattered at any moment. If he were to join Tomoki's side, the other 3 factions likely wouldn't stand a chance. Sato didn't want to see that happen, for 2 key reasons. First, the one he truly was a subordinate to was Giovanni, not Tomoki. While Tomoki was Giovanni's nephew, that didn't make them the same person. If Sato joined Tomoki's faction now, it would be equivalent to declaring allegiance to him, someone who was a rising force in Team Rocket and wouldn't be satisfied with subordination for long. And if Giovanni learned of that, what would he think? Sato didn't even want to imagine the answer. Loyalty is a rare and precious virtue, especially for those in power. Loyal subordinates are something all leaders crave. But if they suspect even the slightest betrayal, the consequences are often severe. Sato knew Giovanni was a good and generous leader, which also meant he clearly understood the price of betrayal, one he wasn't willing to pay. Second, Sato personally didn't want Tomoki to dominate this expedition. While the ruins were dangerous, they also held great opportunities. If Tomoki monopolized everything, it would be extremely difficult for Sato to swoop in and snatch opportunities for himself. And Sato had no intention of risking his life just to do free labor for someone else, no matter who their uncle was. Chapter 574, Chapter 573, Cooperation. Sato didn't make any effort to lower his voice, so many people nearby in the oasis clearly heard what he just said to Maya. In an instant, a sense of relief spread through the hearts of many within the oasis. They now understood that Sato wasn't on the same side as Tomoki and the others. After all, Sato's Swampert had just put on such a dazzling display, which indirectly confirmed that Sato currently belonged to the same power tier as Tomoki, Vanna, Ails, and Rin. If Sato had chosen to join forces with Tomoki, then even if Ails and Rin joined forces themselves, they still wouldn't have been able to overcome the group led by Tomoki. As for Vanna, most people in the oasis didn't factor her in. This wild dragon princess was a notoriously stubborn person. With her headstrong nature, she wouldn't help anyone. Under Maya's guidance, Sato soon met with Tomoki inside a small wooden cabin in the oasis. By that time, Tomoki had already brewed a pot of fine tea and was waiting for Sato. "Please have a seat, Mr. Sato. This is a top-quality calming tea I brought from the outside. You must be tired after your journey, this tea will both quench your thirst and restore your energy. Come now, allow me to drink first as a gesture of respect." Wearing a loose white suit, Tomoki gestured for the others in the room to leave as soon as Sato arrived. He then stood up and motioned for Sato to sit, all while warmly introducing the fragrant tea laid out on the table. "As expected of good tea. 1 cup and I feel refreshed already." Sato nodded and pulled up a chair, meeting Tomoki's gaze directly, neither humble nor arrogant. He waited for Tomoki to take a sip of tea before casually picking up the cup in front of him and downing it in one go, returning a bright smile as he spoke. "I'm glad you like it, Mr. Sato. But truly, you've given me quite the surprise today. Your strength has progressed by leaps and bounds. I must admit, I'm impressed." Although Tomoki had a burly appearance, his manners were refined, and every movement carried the air of confidence and power. The sincere praise he offered, accompanied by a warm and honest smile, earned Sato a touch of goodwill. "You flatter me, Mr. Tomoki. But we both know this island is a sacred land for training. If we don't seize the opportunity to improve ourselves here, it'd be a shameful waste. That said, the island is full of peril. I've only gotten this far through near-death experiences, walking a tightrope where the slightest misstep means total annihilation." Sato didn't smile at the compliment. Instead, recalling the storm of trials he'd endured over the past 20 days, he offered a bitter smile and spoke with deep emotion. First, he was hunted by Ranka and barely survived a life-or-death pursuit. Then, on the western path, he was overwhelmed by Vanna's raw strength and fled for dozens of kilometers. After that, during his journey north, he slowly built his power, only to stumble into the mysterious garden and nearly be wiped out by a high Elite 4-level Venusaur. Later, though significantly stronger, he faced off against both Ails and Rin in the central zone. Only by a stroke of luck did he escape. One could say that while Sato had made it this far through caution and strength, sheer luck played a huge role. In his battle with Ranka, had Ranka realized the danger and fled earlier, Sato might never have had time to develop on the island. In his clash with Vanna, had she pursued him relentlessly, his team would likely have suffered heavy losses, and he himself might never have recovered. In the mysterious garden, if not for the kind persuasion of a Bulbasaur, Sato would have become fertilizer. And against Rin, if 2 Elite 4-level Pokémon hadn't interfered at the last second, Sato would have died on the spot. Tomoki's expression turned serious as he heard Sato's words and saw the look on his face. Reflecting on how he'd spent the past several days focused solely on the ruins and neglecting his own training, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Truth be told, Tomoki felt both amazed and jealous at how fast Sato had grown. But hearing this heartfelt reflection, his jealousy and surprise faded away. As a core member of Team Rocket's inner circle, Tomoki was well aware of the dangers lurking on the island. He knew that Sato's words were genuine. Just as Sato had said, this place was filled with lethal traps. A single misstep could spell certain death. Anyone who could survive even 1 or 2 weeks here was bound to be reborn stronger. After all, over 1,000 people had landed on the island initially, and only 63 remained. That's a survival rate of less than 7%. If Team Rocket didn't possess long-range teleportation technology, there would have been even fewer survivors. Environment shapes people, it was no empty phrase. Mr. Sato, your journey sounds truly extraordinary. I must admit, I pale in comparison. But rest assured, if you and I work together from here on out, our expedition into the ruins is practically guaranteed to succeed. And I promise, your share of the rewards will be more than fair. Tomoki, a man of great political shrewdness, quickly collected his thoughts and flashed another sincere smile as he smoothly transitioned into his proposal. Cooperate. Did I hear that right? Sato's pupils shrank slightly. His expression showed surprise, and he asked Tomoki in a doubtful tone. To be honest, Sato had not expected Tomoki to suggest cooperation. After all, Sato and his partner were a two-man team, clearly at a disadvantage, while Tomoki had a large and powerful group behind him. By comparison, there was no equality at all. In such a lopsided power dynamic, what did cooperation even mean? That's right. You're immensely strong, Mr. Sato. My camp is small, I couldn't possibly contain an elite like you. Besides, we don't have any conflicts of interest, and you're also one of my uncle's subordinates. That makes us part of the same faction, family even. Naturally, we should cooperate. This is a detailed map of the ruins. If you agree to cooperate, Mr. Sato, feel free to take it and study it at your leisure. Seeing the suspicion in Sato's expression, Tomoki simply smiled and calmly explained his reasoning. Then he took out a detailed map and gently pushed it across the table toward Sato. In truth, Sato's earlier thoughts had been correct. In a power-imbalanced situation, there could be no real cooperation. Tomoki had initially intended to bring Sato under his command, he had never planned to treat him as an equal. But Sato's strength had grown too fast. Tomoki wasn't confident he could keep him under control. And in Team Rocket, where strength was everything, he knew better than anyone that power ruled all. Faced with a rising elite like Sato, whose strength was close to his own and whose growth was terrifyingly rapid, even if Sato had agreed to join, Tomoki wouldn't have dared fully trust him. Simply put, as a relative newcomer, Tomoki still lacked the tolerance and confidence of someone like Giovanni. Unable to control Sato, and knowing full well that recruiting him would shift the balance of power in the ruins expedition, Tomoki had no choice but to propose a compromise, cooperation. What really sealed his decision was Sato's earlier, heartfelt reflection. It confirmed one thing, Sato was not someone who could be bought with cheap offers or short-term benefits. To Tomoki, a man like Sato, who had braved storms to get this far, was clearly not someone willing to work under another. And since Sato was favored by his own uncle, there was no way he'd throw his lot in with Tomoki. After listening carefully, Sato's eyes sparkled with contemplation. He wasn't naive, he quickly discerned the true reason behind Tomoki's proposal. Though he knew Tomoki might still have ulterior motives, as long as the agreement was limited strictly to cooperation and didn't require allegiance, then it wasn't a bad idea. Besides, Tomoki had gone as far as to share such a crucial ruin map with him. If Sato rejected him outright, he'd be making a powerful enemy within Team Rocket. I see. Since Mr. Tomoki holds me in such high regard, it would be rude of me to refuse. Let's cooperate. Seeing Tomoki's sincerity, Sato had no reason to reject him. Without even glancing at the map, he tucked it away and extended his right hand with a smile. Ha ha ha, cooperation it is. Tomoki's eyes narrowed with delight. His grin widened as he reached out with his own hand to shake Sato's, laughing heartily. Chapter 575, Chapter 574, Real Information. After Sato agreed to the cooperation, Tomoki became noticeably more cordial toward him and formally began discussing the upcoming ruin expedition. Naturally, Sato was delighted by this, but as the conversation deepened, he quickly realized that Tomoki wasn't being honest. Out of every 10 things Tomoki said, at least half contained false or misleading information. Sato also began to feel that the map in his possession was burning a hole in his pocket. Tomoki only spoke of relatively common topics related to the ruins. As for his true goal in exploring the ruins and other vital intelligence, no matter how carefully Sato listened or probed, Tomoki never said a word. Instead, he tried to instill the idea that the ruins were quite safe as long as one remained cautious. Sato had expected there wouldn't be full transparency, but it still left a bitter taste in his mouth. The more Tomoki chose to conceal, the more dangerous this ruin expedition was likely to be. However, considering he'd already received a detailed ruin map and a good amount of intel for free, Sato managed to let it go. He understood that unless he offered some real value in return, he wouldn't gain access to the more critical information. After some thought, Sato decided to reveal that he was a psychic, and that he had 2 psychic-type Pokemon capable of using teleport, Xatu and Alakazam. To be honest, I'm now a beginner psychic myself. I also have 2 psychic types capable of using teleport. I might be able to contribute to the team's safety. Sato picked up his tea as he used telepathy to communicate this directly to Tomoki. Ha ha ha, it seems I was right to propose a partnership. With your help, brother Sato, our team's chances of survival just improved significantly. By the way, may I have the honor of meeting your psychic-type Pokemon? The voice suddenly echoing in his mind startled Tomoki. His expression turned to one of surprise, but he quickly recovered and let out a hearty laugh. He had heard from Maya that Sato had become a psychic, but he believed it was due to sheer luck, a low-grade awakening brought on by a mysterious potion. With only 10 points of mental power, Sato had been dismissed as a weak psychic and hadn't warranted much attention. But now he was genuinely shocked to learn that Sato was already a beginner psychic and, more importantly, had 2 psychic-type Pokemon capable of using teleport. This immediately elevated Sato's standing in Tomoki's eyes, and his wariness. Psychics were a rare resource within Team Rocket. Aside from those under Sabrina's command, most internal factions lacked such talent. In Tomoki's own group, he had only managed to recruit Maya as a psychic. And it was thanks to her and her 2 teleport-capable Pokemon that they weren't wiped out during the last ruin expedition. Her ability was limited, though, she could only evacuate up to 6 people at a time. Tomoki's current team, himself included, had 13 members. In a worst-case scenario, some people would inevitably be left behind. That's one reason why he had invited Ails to join. Aside from Ails' strength as a combatant, he had a number of powerful psychic-type Pokemon capable of using teleport, which could greatly reduce the risk of ruin exploration and boost team morale. In fact, it was only because of Ails and the psychics he brought that Tomoki had managed to recruit so many people for this expedition. Come out, Natu, Alakazam. Hearing Tomoki's request to verify, Sato didn't hesitate. He immediately released Natu and Alakazam from their Pokeballs. Excellent. With Brother Sato here, we can rest easy on this ruin expedition. Now we won't have to rely on Ails and his lot. I promise, you'll get an extra share of the spoils this time. Tomoki, a discerning man, immediately recognized the value of Alakazam. His eyes lit up with excitement as he walked over to Sato, clapped him on the shoulder, and spoke with a wide smile. I'll thank you in advance then, Mr. Tomoki. Let's get back to the ruins talk, I have some questions I'd like to clarify. Sato nodded slightly, smiling naturally. As he recalled Natu and Alakazam into their Pokeballs, he continued the conversation. Feel free to ask whatever you like. As long as it's something I know, I'll tell you everything. Tomoki's eyes gleamed slightly as he heard Sato's words and saw his calm expression. After taking a deep breath, he resumed his affable smile and nodded. Now that Sato had provided real value, Tomoki finally began offering real intel in return. As Sato gradually learned the truth about the ruins from Tomoki's explanations, his expression grew more serious. Just as Sato had suspected earlier, the ruin they were about to explore was none other than the Mew ruins, or, more precisely, one of them on this mysterious island. So far, Team Rocket had discovered 4 ancient ruins on the island, each somehow connected to Mew. That's because the ancient people who had built these ruins had all regarded Mew as their guardian deity. The particular ruin they were headed to had not yet been fully explored and was currently buried under thick desert sand. To gain access, ground-type Pokemon skilled in digging would be essential. According to Tomoki's description, the Mew ruins resembled a high-rise building buried under layers of sand. It consisted of multiple levels, with only one passage connecting each floor to the next. Every floor of the Mu ruins was riddled with traps and mechanisms. It was also patrolled by ancient puppet soldiers such as Baltoi, Claydol, Gollet, and Goller. These puppets patrolled the ruins day and night, and the moment intruders were detected, they would immediately call for reinforcements and attack. In addition to the puppet soldiers, the ruins also contained a large number of ghost-type Pokémon. These had spawned from the remains and burial sites of the ancient people, and were deeply hostile toward the living, often attacking relentlessly once they sensed life. And most troubling of all, were the Regis. There were far more than just 3. These legendary titans possessed immense strength. Though they had slumbered for ages, each of them was at least Elite 4 level in power. So far, Tomoki's group had only managed to reach the 3rd level of the ruins before they were ambushed by 6 of the Regis. They lost many teammates in the ensuing chaos before managing a narrow escape. The discussion between Sato and Tomoki lasted over an hour. When it concluded, Sato stepped out of the cabin with a satisfied look and left Tomoki's camp with Thomas. Throughout, Sato had never set foot in the camp Tomoki had prepared for him. Instead, he and Thomas established their own independent base on a stretch of open land in the oasis. Perhaps because of this, and because Tomoki hadn't publicized their partnership, many in the oasis believed that Sato had not allied with him. As a result, not long after Sato left Tomoki's camp, a few individuals in the oasis began trying to make contact with him. Chapter 576, Chapter 575, The Future Ace MT and the Mysterious Stranger. Sato ignored the people who came to test the waters and directly released Swampert and the rest of his Pokémon to stand guard like gatekeepers. Seeing this, the expressions of those people instantly stiffened, and they backed away without daring to approach. In the end, one by one, they left with reluctant and unwilling looks. Sato knew full well that these people were likely subordinates of either Ailes or Rin. Their purpose was simple, to probe him for information and see whether he had formed an alliance with Tomoki. In truth, Sato was quite pleased that he had managed to forge a cooperative relationship with Tomoki. This was undoubtedly the best possible choice for him in the current ruin expedition. He was already on bad terms with both Ailes and Rin, especially the latter, whose attempt to kill him had turned them into mortal enemies. Thus, there was no way Sato could ever join forces with either of those two. He had originally planned to go it alone and form his own faction, but Tomoki's unexpected offer had surprised him. No matter how he looked at it, this was shaping up to be a dreamlike start to the ruins expedition. Being part of Tomoki's team gave him a high level of security. Moreover, after revealing his status as a novice psychic, he was certain to receive special protection from the group. Unnoticed, the time had passed. It was now past 6 in the evening. The sun had set, the sky darkened, and soon the vast, cloudless sky was lit with a canopy of dazzling stars. At the moment, Sato and Thomas had set up a makeshift camp near the oasis lake. They were carefully preparing dinner for their Pokémon and making thorough preparations for the final day of the island expedition. The main dish for tonight's dinner was fish. The oasis was enormous and home to a special species of fish, not only large in size, but with incredibly tender, flavorful meat. With the help of Goridos and Swampert, they had hauled in several large baskets of fish. The grill at the camp was working overtime, and under the expert hands of Thomas, the team's professional barbecue chef, the mouth-watering aroma of grilled fish was wafting throughout the oasis. Shiny Goridos still preferred raw food, so it had already eaten its fill in the lake earlier. Now it was lying at the bottom of the lake, fast asleep, its loud snoring creating ripples that echoed out and kept the local aquatic Pokémon on edge. Most of the delicious grilled fish ended up in the bellies of Swampert, Arcanine, and Flygon, the 3 biggest eaters of the group. The rest of the Pokémon had already eaten their fill and were now playing around joyfully. Among them, Bulbasaur, the youngest and most energetic member of the team, was being doted on by her older brothers and sisters. She was having a blast, laughing in delight, her sweet giggles ringing through the air. This Bulbasaur, whom Sato had brought back from the secret garden, had not undergone any training yet. As a result, she was still only at level 8. The reason Sato hadn't started training Bulbasaur was simple: she hadn't yet finished absorbing the blessing she received from the secret garden. The gift she received was a drop of extremely rare essence of life, a treasured substance produced by the high Elite 4 level Venusaur, level 83, after absorbing vast quantities of life energy from the garden. This drop greatly enhanced Bulbasaur's physical constitution and laid a solid foundation for her future growth. That high Elite 4 level Venusaur had specifically instructed Sato not to subject Bulbasaur to intense training until she had fully absorbed the essence. Sato had faithfully honored that promise. The essence of life was the main material used to craft the precious item Life Orb. Typically, it only formed in places where life energy had gathered to extremely high concentrations. Alternatively, aged normal Elite 4 level grass-type Pokémon could also create it by drawing in tremendous life energy from nature, but at a cost. The surrounding environment would suffer large-scale vegetation die-off and be unable to recover for some time, and the Pokémon itself would become severely weakened. The Venusaur had been bold enough to create this drop only because of its immense power and because the secret garden's life energy far surpassed that of the outside world, ensuring it wouldn't become barren. Of course, such forcibly condensed essence of life was nowhere near as potent as the kind that formed naturally over thousands of years. At most, it had only 1/10 of the effectiveness of a natural one. Even so, thanks to this weakened version, Bulbasaur's body was constantly being nourished by life energy. Her constitution was continuously being refined and strengthened. As a result, she was growing rapidly in size. When Sato had first met Bulbasaur, she had been about the size of a volleyball. Yet within less than a week, she had grown to the size of a basketball. Despite the size increase, Bulbasaur's speed hadn't decreased at all. In fact, her physical fitness had steadily improved alongside her growth. Thanks to her chlorophyll ability, she could even keep up with Arcanine for short bursts under sunlight. Unless something unexpected happened, Sato planned to develop Bulbasaur into the team's tank, its MT, main tank, in fact. He believed she would eventually become an exceptional MT, and one with high mobility at that. Soon, their happy dinner came to an end. The night deepened, and the oasis gradually fell into silence. All living creatures drifted into sleep. By the time the clock struck past 2 a.m., it was the dead of night. And yet, Sato remained awake. He was still sitting in front of the campfire, which hadn't yet gone out. He sat cross-legged, eyes half closed like a meditating monk, completely motionless. Gentle waves of psychic energy occasionally pulsed from his body. That's right, Sato hadn't gone to sleep because he was still engaged in meditation training. Ever since becoming a beginner psychic, he had noticed a dramatic increase in his energy levels, as if his body brimmed with endless vitality. His recovery rate had also improved several times over. Whereas he previously needed 7 or 8 hours of sleep to feel refreshed, now he only needed 2 or 3. Because his energy was so abundant, Sato found it difficult to fall asleep. With nothing else to do, he chose to settle into his first session of focused meditation since awakening his psychic abilities. Unfortunately, his psychic aptitude was poor, and this being his first attempt, the results were less than ideal. He had great difficulty maintaining a deep meditative state, and even minor disturbances from the environment could snap him out of focus. Another failure. It's just too hard to sustain deep meditation. My efficiency is terrible. After nearly 2 hours, I only managed a single cycle of spiritual circulation, that's slower than the slowest case recorded in the book. As I thought, with my talent, I'll never develop my psychic strength quickly without external help. Becoming an intermediate psychic through meditation alone. I'd be old and gray before that ever happened. After completing his first full spiritual cycle, Sato slowly exited his meditative state and opened his eyes with a bitter smile, clearly a bit disheartened. Come out now, friend. If you have something to say, how about facing me directly? Suddenly, Sato's expression changed. He turned his head sharply and used telepathy to address someone hiding in the shadow of a large tree about 10 meters ahead. He had no idea how this mysterious figure had managed it, but somehow, they had crept this close without alerting Crobat, who was on night watch. If not for a stray ripple of psychic power he'd released that picked up on something odd, Sato might never have realized they were there until it was too late. The person hidden in the shadows was clearly surprised that Sato had detected them. But since they'd been exposed, they made no further attempt to conceal themselves. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes appeared within the shadow of the tree. A faint distortion rippled across the air, and the figure of a person dressed in dark night gear emerged from the darkness without warning. Chapter 577, Chapter 576, A Terrifying Deal. As the mysterious figure stepped out from the mist-like shadows, Sato finally got a clear look at this highly skilled infiltrator, someone he actually recognized. The late-night visitor turned out to be none other than Janine, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Sato hadn't seen any sign of this dangerous female ninja during the day, but it was now obvious that she had arrived at the oasis earlier and had simply remained in hiding. After 20 days on the island, Janine's strength had clearly increased to an astonishing degree. The Jengar hiding within her shadow, its crimson eyes now glowing ominously, radiated a powerful sense of danger that Sato could feel vividly. That Jengar had reached level 61. Whether she had captured it before coming to the island or tamed it here remained unclear. Even when hidden within Janine's shadow, its presence felt chillingly close, as if it were right behind one's back, unsettling and eerie. Moreover, Janine herself exuded a threat level that Sato found difficult to ignore. He had no idea how many foes she had eliminated during her time on the island. Standing in front of him now, she radiated a thick, metallic scent of blood, even though her clothing appeared perfectly clean. Particularly intimidating was the sheathed blade strapped to her back. Though the sword was no longer drawn, a murderous aura still emanated from it, making one feel a deep sense of threat. In that moment, Sato instantly classified Janine as the most dangerous type of enemy. Her sudden appearance had also roused his Pokémon. Alarmed by her presence, they quickly surrounded Sato, staring her down with fierce vigilance. But even with his Pokémon nearby, the sense of threat in Sato's heart did not subside. It was only when he had widened the gap between them to around 7 or 8 meters that the warning bells in his mind eased slightly. "It's you. Coming to see me at this hour, what do you want?" Sato asked solemnly through telepathy, his gaze fixed on Janine, who wore her usual expressionless face. At the same time, he remained internally alert, using telepathy to issue silent coordination commands to his Pokémon. The moment she made any suspicious move, he was prepared to strike first and kill her then and there, consequences be damned. Sato and Janine weren't exactly close. They had very few past interactions and had never clashed directly. However, from what he knew of this cold-blooded kunoichi, her reason for seeking him out was likely one of two things: his numbered badge, or his life. A deal. During the Ruins expedition, if your psychic-type Pokémon saves my life at a critical moment, in return, I'll kill someone for you. This is the deposit. True to her taciturn nature, Janine skipped the pleasantries and went straight to the point. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled out a black parcel and tossed it in front of Sato. Sato didn't touch the bundle himself, nor did he instruct any of his Pokémon to open it. Instead, he used a psychic technique he had only recently learned, telekinesis. His eyes glowed with a faint blue light as his psychic power activated. The black package was quickly enveloped in a shimmering blue aura. Under Sato's control, it slowly unfolded. Once opened, the contents shocked Sato, a blood-stained outfit and a neatly severed arm with a horizontal cut. "You erased him." Seeing what was inside, Sato drew a sharp breath. His expression darkened as he asked Janine telepathically. He remembered very clearly that blood-stained outfit belonged to Marlos, an arrogant and unruly second-generation rocket recruit. And those unconventional tattoos on the severed arm. Marlos had them too. With just these two items, it wasn't hard to guess that Marlos was most likely dead, slain by the icy assassin standing before him. Come to think of it, Sato did have a bit of history with Marlos. After all, it was his tip-off that had cost Marlos his newly acquired Mega Stone and Key Stone. However, Marlos never found out who had betrayed him. From his point of view, their conflict was mostly due to Sato rejecting his offer to cooperate. Of course, Sato knew that even such a minor grudge would have made someone like Marlos determined to kill him on the island. In that sense, Sato did have some desire to see him gone. That said, no one hated Marlos more than the woman in front of him. After all, he had nearly gotten her killed. Judging by the current situation, it was clear Janine had settled that score, blood for blood. Deal or not? Janine didn't respond to Sato's question. Still curt with her words, she simply repeated her proposal. However, she likely hadn't noticed it herself, but when Sato had asked that question, the corner of her mouth had curled ever so slightly, and a flicker of satisfaction gleamed in her otherwise cold eyes. Looks like Marlos really didn't make it out alive. But honestly, he brought it on himself. He overestimated his strength and paid the price. What kind of idiot tries to mess with someone twisted like her? As a psychic, Sato had exceptional observation and insight. He immediately caught the subtle change in Janine's expression that even she hadn't noticed. He sighed inwardly, sparing half a second of silent condolence for Marlos. A moment later, he began seriously considering the deal Janine had just laid out. Clearly, she already knew he was a psychic, and that he had a psychic-type Pokémon capable of teleport. It was equally clear that she had her eyes set on the upcoming Ruin expedition. But for someone with such incredible survival skills to feel the need for a backup plan, it showed just how dangerous she expected the Ruins to be. There were quite a few psychics at the oasis, and many of them also had teleport-capable Pokémon. Yet for some reason, she had chosen him. That was what Sato couldn't figure out. Why me? Since he didn't understand, he decided to ask outright. He also didn't want to blindly enter into a deal with a dangerous kunoichi without knowing why she picked him. The question seemed to stump Janine slightly. She stayed silent for a moment before finally answering. "You're the most normal." After her brief pause, she looked at Sato seriously, and then delivered a line that left him speechless in a weirdly disheartened sort of way. Chapter 578, Chapter 577, Taking Sides and Setting Out. In the end, after careful consideration, Sato agreed to Janine's offer. Once she achieved her goal, she didn't linger to chat with him. Without a word, she simply vanished. So strange. How did she leave? This time, even my externalized psychic perception couldn't pick up a trace. What a terrifying assassin. I really don't know whether making this deal with her was the right choice or not. Sato watched with twitching brows as Janine was enveloped by her own shadow and then eerily melted into the earth below, disappearing from sight. The wariness in his heart surged. After Janine's departure, the camp received no other visitors. Time passed quickly, and soon it was dawn. A fiery red sun rose slowly from the eastern desert horizon. The elite Team Rocket recruits stationed in the oasis had already fed their Pokémon and were now gathering under the leadership of Tomoki, the initiator of this ruins expedition, for final preparations before departure. That covers most of the basics. If anyone feels this expedition is too risky, now's the time to leave. No one will fault you for it. Since everyone seems prepared, I won't ramble on. I hope we can cooperate sincerely and all walk away with great gains. Lastly, let me be absolutely clear, if anyone disobeys orders or acts recklessly during the expedition, putting the team in danger, I, Tomoki, will personally deal with them. Tomoki stood atop a temporary earthen platform, addressing the crowd with a broad grin as he laid out the plan. But his tone turned cold at the end, and his sharp gaze pierced through the crowd, his warning crystal clear. Sato stood beside him on the high platform, silent the entire time, like a statue. But no one below dared to treat him as a mere decoration. Seeing him stand shoulder to shoulder with Tomoki made everyone's expression turn solemn. During Tomoki's speech, the entire crowd listened intently, not daring to make a sound. Even Ails and Rin were no exception. Their faces were unsightly as they glared hatefully and helplessly at Sato and Tomoki on the platform. Though Sato and Tomoki hadn't openly declared anything, the fact that they stood together already signaled their alliance. They would advance and retreat as one. The elite Team Rocket recruits below were no fools. Anyone who'd made it this far in the island survival trial had sharp instincts. In an instant, everyone understood what Sato's position meant. The command of this ruins expedition had fully shifted to Tomoki. It was time to pick sides again. After the speech, even the independent loners who had hesitated the day before now decisively chose to join Tomoki's camp. Even Vanna, carefree as ever, came over cheerfully after exchanging a few words with Tomoki. She now stood at his other side, grinning, shoulder to shoulder with him and Sato. Just like that, the three powerhouses stood together. Their team now had more members than the combined forces of Ails and Rin. Some who had previously sided with Ails and Rin were shocked by this turn of events. Eventually, several gritted their teeth and defected to Tomoki's side, despite the burning glares from their former leaders. With the sides chosen and alignments clear, many Team Rocket recruits now looked at Ails and Rin with less reverence and more amusement. Ha 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 ha. Thank you all for your trust. As elite recruits of Team Rocket, your futures are limitless. I, Tomoki, promise that no one will be left behind during the expedition. Alright, let's move out. Seeing his dominance established, Tomoki was full of confidence. After laughing boldly at the sour-faced Ails and Rin, he turned and addressed the elite recruits behind him with a hearty laugh. He then nodded to one of his trusted men. Come out, Onyx X2. The men stepped forward and released two massive Onyx, each larger than average and darker in color. Tomoki was the first to climb aboard. Built like a bear, he strode with commanding presence toward one of the Onyx's heads. With a stomp, he leapt over 2 meters high and landed steadily on its head. Everyone, get on. The ruins are quite far from here, and the terrain is rough. These two Onyx know the path and can move easily through the quicksand. They'll take us safely to the Mirage ruins. Stabilizing himself atop the Onyx, Tomoki gently tapped his foot, prompting the giant to raise its head. Once it stopped, he looked down at the crowd and addressed them with a smile. Hearing this, Tomoki's loyal team climbed aboard the Onyx without hesitation. Some of the newly converted loners and defectors from Ails and Rin's camps followed suit. As for the others on Ails and Rin's side, they chose to release their own desert-riding Pokémon and followed behind the Onyx. Ails and his group all used Camerupt as their mounts, fiery-tempered camels with powerful legs ideal for desert travel. They followed the two leading Onyx at a steady pace. Rin, on the other hand, went big. She released her Salamence and led her group from the air. Sato did not ride the Onyx either. Instead, he released his Flygon, a Pokémon even more suited for desert travel than Onyx, and set off with Thomas riding behind him. Maya, too, opted for her own ride. She was atop an Altaria, floating gracefully beside Sato's Flygon, following the team in a relaxed fashion. Tomoki hadn't lied, the journey to the Mirage ruins was perilous. Around 80% of the route involved shifting sands and sandstorms. Without knowledge of the terrain or a suitable mount, it was easy to get lost in the vast desert. Note, they didn't know it was the Mew ruins yet and are calling it the Mirage ruins. And if the desert wasn't enough, wild Pokémon posed another threat. For reasons unknown, several large Pokémon colonies surrounded the Mirage ruins. Entering their territory meant inviting a vicious attack. Sure enough, the expedition team was now under assault from a massive group of wild Sandile. Chapter 579, Chapter 578, Valkyries of the Battlefield. The Sandile evolutionary line is one of the most common Pokémon species in the desert, alongside the Numel line, the Rockruff line, and the Hippopotas line. Together, these four clans form the dominant Pokémon tribes of the desert. Like the Rockruff, the habitat of the Sandile line are not fixed. This is largely due to their dependence on the migratory patterns of the Numel and Hippopotas lines. Whenever those two larger lines migrate, the Sandile and Rockruff lines inevitably follow. Facing the team's doubts, Tomoki clarified that the current Sandile group they had encountered was not originally part of the direct path to the Mirage Ruins. It was very likely the earlier encounter with the large Numel group had somehow triggered this unexpected ambush. But regardless of the reason, the expedition team was already deep within the Sandile territory, and to the large desert crocs, these intruders were now nothing more than delicious prey. The Sandile species were apex predators in the desert. They liked to lie in wait beneath the thick sand, patiently watching for prey to walk into their trap. Their eyes were uniquely adapted, they could see clearly through layers of sand and observe movement on the surface. The reason the expedition team hadn't noticed them sooner was because they were simply too well hidden. By the time the team realized what was happening, they were already surrounded. With the combined sand tomb and sandstorm attacks unleashed by the many Sandile, a massive whirlpool of quicksand formed across a 100-meter radius, pulling in the two onyx that had been leading the way. At the same time, a violent sandstorm began brewing above the quicksand vortex, forcing many team members flying on aerial mounts to make emergency landings. Caught off guard, several members were thrown from the onyx and swept into the fast-moving sands. Still, these were elite recruits of Team Rocket who had survived the perils of the mysterious island. The moment the danger struck, each began taking immediate action to save themselves. So far, not a single person had died. But the situation was far from optimistic. Numerous Sandile, Krokorok, and even a few Crocodile began appearing from the sand vortex, launching attacks on the trapped members. These crocodilian Pokémon moved through the quicksand like fish in water. The swirling sand posed no obstacle to them, if anything, it enhanced their ability to hunt. In an instant, many of the struggling members, and even the Pokémon protecting them, were dragged into the sand by these cunning predators. Come out, Garchomp. Eliminate the enemies controlling the quicksand underground. Faced with an urgent crisis, Tomoki, as the expedition's temporary leader, acted decisively. He released his trump card, Garchomp. Ruhar. As a pseudo-legendary dragon/ground type, Garchomp was utterly unaffected by the sand tomb and sandstorm. With a mighty roar, it released an invisible burst of draconic pressure. Under the wrath of this desert tyrant, the frenzied whirlpool of sand and howling storm both briefly stalled. Many Sandile lurking beneath the sands shuddered with fear. Then, Garchomp dove straight into the vortex, following Tomoki's command, and began rampaging underground, slaughtering the ones manipulating the sands. Soon, the whirlpool began to slow. Come out, Venusaur, Victreebel, Cacnea. Use Ingrain to stabilize the quicksand around us. Sandslash, Dugtrio, Marowak. Go assist Lord Tomoki's Garchomp and eliminate those pests beneath the surface. Golduck, Poliwhirl, Quagsire. Use Rain Dance to weaken the sandstorm as much as possible. With Tomoki initiating the counterattack, the other Team Rocket elites quickly coordinated their responses, working to stabilize the chaotic battlefield. Thanks to the Ingrain used by numerous grass-type Pokémon like Venusaur, Victreebel, and Cacnea, parts of the quicksand vortex were locked in place by their deep roots and could no longer shift. These stable sand patches gave many trapped members the footing they desperately needed. They released their own Pokémon, joining the battle and helping comrades escape the danger. Elsewhere, with the aid of many ground types from the Rocket team, Garchomp's mission to wipe out the subterranean Sandile accelerated. As more of the vortex-controlling Sandile were taken out, the quicksand whirlpool continued to slow. Meanwhile, the combined rain dance of Golduck, Poliwhirl, and Quagsire summoned thick storm clouds above. A light but steady rainfall, rare in this desert, began to fall. The downpour weakened the sandstorm almost immediately. And as rainwater soaked into the quicksand, large clumps of sand began to clump and harden, further halting the whirlpool's motion. Within just a few minutes, through the joint efforts of Team Rocket recruits, the Sandile line's sand trap was dismantled. However, the Sandile were not willing to give up their prey so easily. Worse still, with many of their kin now injured or dead, their rage knew no bounds. This time, they chose to abandon subterfuge. Roar. A terrifying crocodile burst from the sand with a furious roar. In its wake came swarms of Sandile, Krokorok, and a few more crocodile, surrounding the now thinned-out Rocket members and launching a full-scale assault. Perfect timing. Come out, Bellossom, Beautifly. Show them your elegant battle dance. Kecleon. Copy Bulbasaur's chlorophyll ability with role play, then transfer it to Bellossom and Beautifly with skill swap. Seeing the enemy army approaching, Sato, who had been cruising leisurely on his Flygon, was not afraid, but instead delighted. He immediately released Bellossom and his shiny Beautifly, two Pokémon well-suited for countering the crocodilian threat. He followed up by sending out Bulbasaur, then used telepathy to direct Kecleon to copy chlorophyll and pass it on to Bellossom and Beautifly. In Sato's eyes, this Sandile assault was the perfect opportunity to grind levels. The moment Bellossom and shiny Beautifly took the field, they began their graceful assault. With Quiver Dance boosting their speed and power, the two flitted across the battlefield like dancers of war, mowing down enemies as they moved. No Sandile could withstand Bellisom's energy ball after 6 stacks of Quiver Dance. Nor could any withstand Shiny Beautifly's Bug Buzz after the same. On top of that, both Pokémon had outstanding sustain. Bellisom could restore itself with Synthesis, while Shiny Beautifly absorbed energy with Giga Drain, tearing through enemies while healing. For a time, Bellisom and Shiny Beautifly were like true Valkyries on the battlefield, radiant, elegant, and utterly unstoppable. Everywhere they danced, only fallen foes remained. Chapter 580, Chapter 579, A Stunning Breakout. Under the scorching sun, both Bellisom and Shiny Beautifly, with the Chlorophyll ability, saw their speed skyrocket. Especially after stacking Quiver Dance 6 times, they became the fastest forces on the battlefield. At this point, the two of them moved like streaks of light, weaving through the enemy's backlands in the blink of an eye. Before the enemies could even react, they gracefully dodged a flurry of concentrated attacks with an elegant, fluid rhythm, like vanillaflies dancing in the rain without ever getting wet. In the end, many of the enemy's attacks hit their own allies, immediately throwing their formation into chaos. Under Sato's command, the duo began by using their overwhelming speed to scatter Stun Spore across the battlefield. Once the enemies were paralyzed en masse, they launched a systematic and relentless sweep. Cries of pain and panic echoed non-stop through the enemy's rear lines as Bellisom and the Shiny Beautifly zipped through like reapers. Gulp, N. This is insane. How can that Bellisom and Beautifly be so fast? They're practically holding down a quarter of the enemy forces on their own, and their sweep efficiency is even higher than Lord Tomoki's Garchomp. Sure, type advantage plays a role, but this kind of sustained offensive is terrifying. It feels like, given enough time, just those two could wipe out hundreds of enemies by themselves. Who is this guy, really? Why was he so unknown until now? First there was that Swampert strong enough to rival pseudo-legendary Pokémon, and now even these two, clearly not his strongest, are overwhelming. He's terrifying. I can never afford to make an enemy of him. On the battlefield, many of the Team Rocket elite recruits were left stunned as they watched Bellisom and the Shiny Beautifly run rampant. They couldn't help but swallow nervously, minds reeling with shock. These Rocket elites had survived the grueling island survival trial, so their Pokémon were no pushovers. Each one was at least level 45 or higher, with enough strength to fight 10, or even 20, enemies at once. Yet when they asked themselves honestly, not a single one could say their Pokémon could do what Bellisom and the Shiny Beautifly were doing, facing down hundreds alone. And it wasn't just 1 versus 100. The two Pokémon were absorbing a quarter of the battlefield's firepower and were still completely unscathed. Combined, they had already taken down over 400 Sandile. This guy's insane. Is he not worried his Pokémon will be targeted and taken out? Ails floated in midair with psychic power, watching from above as Sato commanded his Pokémon to blitz through the enemy. Every charge resulted in the defeat of dozens. He, too, was shaken. But when he saw that, instead of being overwhelmed, the two Pokémon seemed to grow stronger with each clash, hounding the enemy relentlessly, his shock deepened into awe. Especially when he saw the Shiny Beautifly glowing constantly with Protect, Ails's expression turned grim. From this beautiful Vanillafly, he sensed a deadly threat. Living on the edge, huh? No wonder his strength improved so fast. With that kind of wild fighting style, of course his Pokémon evolved quickly. Compared to him, I'm soft. Tomoki had just ordered his Garchomp to defeat another crocodile. Shifting his attention to Sato, he couldn't help but offer a wry smile upon seeing the brilliant performance of Sato's two Pokémon. TCH, nothing special. Sceptile, don't just stand there, get in there and fight. You've got what it takes. Don't let those two hog all the glory. Vanna scowled at her own Sceptile, clearly annoyed at being outshined, and pointed toward the fray. The Sceptile, who already had a record of over 100 KOs, showed a helpless expression but didn't dare disobey. Bracing itself, it charged into the densely packed Sandile horde like a warrior heading to its last battle. After all, unlike Bellisom and Beautifly, it didn't have blazing speed or agile maneuvers. Charging in headfirst might very well get it obliterated within seconds. Meanwhile, Rin hovered above the chaotic battlefield on her Salamence. But her gaze remained fixed on Sato and his two Pokémon below. Too fast, and too dangerous. This guy can't be allowed to live. He'll be a major threat in the future. Rin clenched her fists tightly, eyes filled with murderous intent. Her face was twisted with complex emotions, already regretting ever picking a fight with Sato. Damn it. He hid his strength way too well. She seethed inwardly. If he hadn't concealed his power so well, her intelligence network never would have made the mistake of targeting a madman like him. Sato, meanwhile, paid no attention to the looks or judgments of others. He had Flygon circling in the sky, tracking Bellisom and Beautifly as he directed them with full concentration. At the same time, he kept a firm grip on the pokeballs of Swampert and shiny Goridos, ready to deploy them at any sign of danger or misstep. The battle raged for over half an hour. Eventually, under the fierce counterattacks of the elite Team Rocket Pokemon, the vicious Sandile horde finally broke. Unable to bear any more casualties, they began to retreat. The Ruins Exploration Team had secured final victory. It's worth noting that the retreat signal came from the area being decimated by Bellossom and Beautifly. After losing over 600 members to the duo's relentless assault, the cunning desert predators finally lost their nerve and fled in terror. In essence, they had been scared off by just 2 crazily boosted Pokemon. With the battle over, the Rocket members began tending their wounds and sweeping the battlefield. Sato was no exception. He fed both Bellossom and Beautifly some gem-grade Pokeblocks to quickly restore their energy, then returned them to their Pokeballs. After that, he began wandering the battlefield with Thomas, looking for suitable spoils. During this time, every Team Rocket recruit who crossed paths with Sato quickly paused and lowered their heads, expressions filled with deep reverence. After this battle, everyone in the expedition team now fully understood Sato's strength. And they also understood, this man was both ruthless and insane. Chapter 581, Chapter 580, Survival of the Fittest. Since the shifting sand sea wasn't part of the mysterious island's central region, just a vast desert situated in its midwestern zone, the average level of the Pokemon living there was only around level 30. Throughout the entire battle, Bellossom and the shiny Beautifly together defeated over 600 enemies. However, their own levels were already quite high, and since most of the enemies were lower leveled, their experience gain wasn't tremendous. Bellossom gained 2 levels, reaching level 54, and the shiny Beautifly gained 3 levels, reaching level 52. At this moment, the battlefield was in complete disarray. Injured Sandile line lay scattered everywhere, and a thick scent of blood lingered in the air, quickly carried off by the strong desert winds. Most of these Pokemon weren't dead, just heavily injured and incapacitated. Thanks to Pokemon's naturally resilient bodies, they still clung to life, and if they received treatment in time, they had a chance to survive. But in a harsh desert environment like this, food and water were incredibly precious. So shortly after the battle ended, some Lycanroc and Rockruff were already approaching the battlefield's edges, drawn by the scent, while flocks of Mandibuzz circled ominously overhead. Tomoki's expression turned grim as he noticed the Lycanroc and Mandibuzz. He knew the smell of blood had already alerted other predators of the desert. If they didn't leave soon, they might be dragged into another unnecessary battle. Everyone, move quickly. It's getting late, and the predators of the desert are already gathering. We should leave as soon as possible. Worried about a prolonged stay attracting wild Pokemon attacks, Tomoki raised his voice, calling out to the members of the expedition still combing through the battlefield for loot. In truth, he didn't need to say it. These Team Rocket recruits had survived on the mysterious island long enough to develop a sharp sense of danger, and they too were growing uneasy. However, upon hearing Tomoki's command, most of them didn't react immediately. Instead, they all turned, seemingly in sync, to look at Sato, who was still wandering the battlefield. Tomoki may have performed well in the recent battle, but compared to Sato, the difference was night and day, completely incomparable. Within Team Rocket, strength was the highest law. So ever since the battle ended, most of the expedition team members had subconsciously elevated Sato's status to the top of the group. And now that Sato hadn't made a move, none of them dared act hastily. In a place like this, following the strongest was always the safest bet. Tomoki, highly observant as he was, quickly noticed the change in the team's dynamic. He realized that the expedition's internal leadership structure had subtly shifted, but he said nothing, maintaining a stoic expression. Still, when his eyes once again landed on Sato, a deep sense of wariness stirred in his heart. All right, Mr. Tomoki. I'll be done soon. As a psychic, Sato's perception was at least equal to Tomoki's. He, too, had noticed the shift within the team, but he wasn't interested in becoming the de facto leader just yet. After thinking it over, he responded to Tomoki clearly, making his stance known. With that, most of the rocket recruits visibly relaxed and began moving in Tomoki's direction. Tomoki nodded in return, also letting out a silent breath of relief. It was clear that Sato wasn't interested in a power grab. The caution in Tomoki's heart faded considerably. Due to time constraints, Sato gave up on picking out the absolute best spoils. Instead, he quickly selected a Krokorok with decent ratings and a good set of learned moves nearby on the battlefield. He also helped Thomas pick out a well-qualified Krokorok. The reason Sato put so much effort into choosing a Krokorok was largely due to their upcoming exploration of the Mirage Ruins, Mew Ruins, where they would likely face many Ghost-type Pokemon. Ghost types were notoriously tricky. Without a Pokemon that could effectively counter them, their journey would be nothing but trouble. Krokorok, being a ground and dark-type Pokemon, was perfect for this role. It also had the Moxie ability, an outstanding trait. When Sato had seen the ambushing Sandile line from the air earlier, he had been thrilled. He had already made up his mind then to capture one for the ruins ahead. Even if a Sandile couldn't deal major damage, its Moxie ability could greatly benefit other teammates, especially someone like Kecleon with transformation utility. Moxie was practically made for group battles and worked especially well with physical powerhouses like Swampert. The only regret Sato had was failing to catch a gold-grade Sandile this time. In the end, he settled for a slightly lesser Krokorok with the crucial Moxie ability. Krokorok's data. Pokemon, Krokorok. Level. Type, Ground/Dark. Ability, Moxie. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Bite, Sand Attack, Torment, Sand Tomb, Assurance, Mud Slap, Swagger, Crunch, Dig. Egg move, Taunt. Tutor moves, Power Trip, Sandstorm, Snarl, Firefang, Uproar, Protect. Held item, None. IVs, out of 31. HP. Attack. Defense. Special Attack. Special Defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, 155, purple grade quality. This Krokorok had been carefully selected by Sato. Although its potential wasn't the highest, it came with several very useful moves, especially the combination of Taunt, Snarl, and Uproar. Taunt was a given. It shut down all kinds of flashy enemy tactics. Ghost types were notorious for their tricky status and illusion moves, and Taunt was their worst nightmare. Snarl was also extremely effective. While its power was spread across a wide area and thus lower in damage, it guaranteed a reduction of the opponent's special attack by 1 stage, perfect against ghost types that often relied on special moves. Finally, Uproar, while a normal type move that didn't harm ghost types directly, had a unique benefit due to being sound-based. It could affect a large area. Any Pokemon caught in Uproar would be unable to fall asleep, and even those already asleep would instantly wake up. This was crucial. Most ghost types excelled in illusions and hypnosis-based abilities. Their ability to put enemies to sleep was one of their core strengths, and Uproar was the perfect counter. If Sato and his team encountered a large swarm of ghost types in the ruins, Uproar might very well be the key to turning the tide. Note, Taunt was listed twice, both in Egg move and in Tutor moves, likely as a mistake/oversight in the original text. I temporarily changed it to Power Trip for the time being, but I might change it later if I find that it was something else. Chapter 582, Chapter 581, Entering the Mew Ruins. After Sato captured the Krokorok, the large expedition team once again resumed their journey. This time, everything went smoothly along the way, they didn't encounter any major trouble. Finally, around 10 a.m., the ruin exploration team arrived at the stretch of desert that concealed the Mew ruins. Judging from the barren surroundings, it was clear that the entire ruin was buried beneath layers of yellow sand. If Tomoki hadn't confidently declared this as the burial site of the Mew ruins, it would have been hard for Sato and the others to believe it. However, as the expedition team ventured deeper into the sandy desert, Sato gradually became convinced that there truly were ancient ruins hidden beneath the dunes. He saw several half-buried remnants of ancient puppet soldiers poking out of the sand, specifically, shattered parts of Baltoy, Claydol, and Gollet. Judging by the degree of weathering on these ancient puppet remains, it was clear they had been destroyed not long ago. If Sato guessed correctly, the ones responsible were none other than Tomoki's group, who had narrowly escaped from the Mew ruins earlier. Clearly, the ancient puppet soldiers within these ruins were extremely tenacious, pursuing intruders relentlessly, even after they'd fled. The entrance to the ruins is right beneath me, Tomoki declared as he walked a circle across the sandy terrain and finally stopped at one spot. But it's once again been buried by sand. We need to clear the sand above the entrance and allow air to circulate with the inside of the ruins. Otherwise, the oxygen levels inside won't be enough to support exploration. Everyone had worked hard to get here, hoping to gain something from the ruins, so of course, they weren't going to turn back just because of a little sand. Once Tomoki pinpointed the entrance location, the group released several strong Pokemon and began directing them to dig up the sand covering the entrance. With the combined efforts of their Pokemon, it wasn't long before they uncovered severely weathered mud bricks. As they expanded the excavation, a thick brick wall emerged at the site. Good. Timos, it's your turn. Tomoki's eyes lit up at the sight of the ancient wall. He gestured for the excavation crew to halt and turned to a masked Team Rocket operative beside him. Yes, sir. Come out, Victreebel, Arbok, Vileplume. Use acid on that brick wall. The man, called Timos, bowed respectfully before releasing 3 poison-type Pokemon, all above level 45, and ordered them to corrode the ancient wall. As soon as Timos gave the command, the 3 poison types spewed pungent black liquid from their mouths. As soon as the acid hit the brick wall, thick white smoke began to rise. Soon enough, under the effects of the acid attacks from Victreebel, Arbok, and Vileplume, a large hole was corroded into the wall. From it oozed a sinister black mist along with the stench of rot, gases that had been sealed in the ruins for who knew how long. Everyone stepped back. The gas coming out of the hole is toxic. It's not highly poisonous, but better not to breathe it in, Tomoki shouted as he quickly backed away from the dig site. The rest of the team immediately ran toward the upwind direction, afraid of inhaling the ancient, stagnant air released from the ruins. What do you mean, the entrance is here? He's obviously tunneling in like a thief. Still, Tomoki is clearly skilled at this. Looks like this isn't his first time entering ruins this way. Watching from a distance, safely upwind, Sato couldn't help but mutter silently to himself while staring at the dark opening. The venting of toxic gas continued for over 2 hours. Eventually, the stench began to fade, but the eerie black mist continued to seep from the hole. Clearly, it wasn't something ordinary, and even the harsh sunlight couldn't quickly purify it. During this period, the exploration team rested and conserved their strength. Once one of Tomoki's subordinates confirmed that the toxic gases had mostly dissipated, the team prepared to officially begin their ruin expedition. Looking down from the entrance, even sunlight could only form a bowl-sized glow on the floor, showing how deep the shaft truly was. Thus, everyone had to rely on small flying-type Pokémon to descend through the tunnel into the ruins. Before entering, Sato released Natu and Alakazam, both telekinesis-type Pokémon capable of teleportation, and instructed them to plant a psychic anchor at the entrance. This anchor would serve as a vital safety measure for Sato. If he encountered an overwhelming enemy or found himself trapped deep in the ruins, the psychic marker would function as a precise spatial coordinate, allowing Natu or Alakazam to teleport him back to safety. Of course, each psychic marker only covered a range of a few dozen meters. If Sato wanted to ensure safe teleportation back to the entrance, he would need to place new markers every few dozen meters, creating a linked chain of teleport points. Once the psychic anchors were established, Sato had the powerful Alakazam use telekinesis to levitate both himself and Thomas down through the opening into the ruins. By the time they descended, more than a dozen members of the expedition team were already inside. They had scouted the surrounding area and confirmed it was safe, according to returning scouts. The passage below the shaft appeared to be a wide corridor within the ruins. It was spacious enough for 7 or 8 people to walk side by side without issue. Both sides of the hallway were flanked by thick stone walls. With the help of flashlights, everyone could clearly see countless ancient carvings on the stone, though many had been worn away by time. This area was the first floor of the Mu ruins, which Tomoki was clearly familiar with, having explored it before. Moreover, the ancient puppet soldiers patrolling this level had evidently been cleared out. The expedition team encountered no dangers on their way in. Before long, Tomoki confidently led them through the maze-like corridors into a mysterious grand hall. The scene inside was one of chaos. Broken pieces of ancient puppet soldiers littered the floor, and the ground was riddled with craters, evidence of a fierce battle. Stay alert. The real trouble is about to begin, Tomoki warned grimly, glancing around the intact walls of the chamber. Just as he finished. Bang. A loud crash echoed behind them. The stone door they had just passed through slammed shut, on its own, and at an alarming speed. At that moment, strange creatures began to emerge from the surrounding walls. They looked like letters, but each had a single eye in its center. These mysterious beings descended from the walls and quickly assembled in midair, lining up in a deliberate sequence. Chapter 583, Chapter 582, A Colossal Enemy. Unknown. 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 As those mysterious creatures shaped like letters with a single eye in the center appeared, many members of Team Rocket in the expedition team screamed in alarm, a trace of fear flashing in their eyes. This is bad. Even unknown, those troublesome ruin Pokémon, are showing up. That means the danger level of this ruin just jumped several times over. Tomoki definitely left this part out on purpose. Although Sato had already anticipated the possibility of encountering unknown, strange Pokémon with extremely high risk factors, seeing them with his own eyes still sent a chill down his spine. Individually, unknown might not amount to much. But once they appear in groups, things turn terrifying. Especially when they begin aligning in strange patterns, that's when unknown inevitably unleash their incredible powers. Sato had heard from relic-hunting antiquarians who'd explored ancient ruins before, if you ever run into a large swarm of unknown inside a ruin, the first thing to do is run as far away as possible. Otherwise, you might face something truly terrifying. Whatever you do, do not attack them or the stone door behind us. If you do, something much worse will happen. Hearing the panicked shouting, Tomoki quickly raised his voice and barked a command at the others. Those Team Rocket members who had originally wanted to disrupt the unknown formation, or try breaking down the stone door to escape, froze in their tracks, immediately abandoning any thoughts of attacking. The unknown moved rapidly, aligning into formation at breakneck speed. Once they were arranged, intense waves of energy and blinding white light burst from their bodies. In an instant, the dimly lit hall lit up like it was midday. And then, before the horrified eyes of Sato and the many Team Rocket members entering the Mu ruins for the first time, the shattered remains of the ancient puppet soldiers scattered around the hall began to rapidly piece themselves back together under the influence of the unknown's mysterious power. Soon, complete Gollet, Goller, Baltoy and Claydol began to reform. Finally, under the combination of countless stone blocks and mud, a massive Gollerk, easily 5 times larger than its typical kin, formed in front of them. This enormous Gollerk not only dwarfed its peers in size but had a different appearance as well. Both shoulders were fitted with cannon-like armor, and in its hands it wielded a massive halberd that gleamed cold and sharp. The halberd was inlaid with numerous unknown gems, glowing brilliantly in dazzling colors, casting a multicolored sheen across the weapon's entire surface. As the gigantic Gollerk finished forming, the eyes in its enormous head blazed with a blinding red light. A terrifying aura instantly erupted from its massive frame. Then it slammed its halberd down onto the floor. Boom. The entire hall trembled violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Holy crap, the unknown summoned reinforcements, and not just one, but a whole army. Sato's eye twitched as he stared at the army of ancient puppet soldiers, led by the towering Gollerk. The sheer force of it made his heart skip a beat. Thanks to the detection capabilities of his system, he could clearly assess the power levels of this ancient puppet army. Leaving the giant Gollerk aside for a moment, even the numerous ancient puppet soldiers surrounding it were no joke. Each one was at least level 45. There were nearly 200 of these soldiers in total, and among them, the Gollerk and Claydol variants were all over level 50. As for that unique, giant Gollerk at the center, it was a puppet soldier comparable to an Elite 4 level Pokemon. Not only did it have a level of 70, but the system's data also revealed it possessed multiple powerful special abilities. Giant Gollerk, Ancient Titan. Pokemon, Gollerk, Ancient Titan. Classification, Man-made Alpha Pokemon, Ancient Projection. Level. Type, Ground/Ghost. Ability, Iron Fist. Gender, none. Known moves, Shadow Punch, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Drain Punch, Dynamic Punch, Shadow Ball, Hyper Beam, Bulldoze. Held item, Titan Halberd. When Giant Gollerk wields this weapon, all of its punching-type moves can be converted into long-range energy slashes. IVs. HP. 31. Attack. 31. Defense. 31. Special Attack. 31. Special Defense. 31. Speed. 31. Overall 4 rating, unknown. Special abilities. Puppet Command. While Giant Gollerk is present, all ancient puppet soldiers are under its control. Energy Shield. When its energy is full, excess energy manifests as a powerful shield that absorbs damage. Legion Boost. While Giant Gollerk is present, all puppet soldiers gain a 20% boost in combat strength. Legion Reassembly. Giant Gollerk can use its energy to resurrect fallen puppet soldiers. Energy Absorption. When its energy drops below 10%, it absorbs ghost and ground-type energies at twice the normal speed to replenish itself. Once the Giant Gollerk fully formed, the energy stored within the massive unknown seemed to deplete. They immediately flew back to the walls on either side of the hall and returned to lifeless stone statues. Quick, hit it first. Everyone, attack the Giant Gollerk. Once it's defeated, the passage to the second level will appear. Tomoki clearly wasn't seeing this monster for the first time. As soon as the unknown reverted to stone, he shouted loudly to the surrounding Team Rocket members. Garchomp, Dragon Pulse. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Ice Beam. With that, he hurled 3 Pokeballs and issued swift commands to his Pokemon. Blastoise, Hydro Cannon. Victreebel, Leaf Storm. Cloyster, Icicle Spear. Vileplume, Energy Ball. Following Tomoki's lead, his subordinates released a flood of water and grass-type Pokemon and ordered them to join the barrage against the Giant Gollerk. In an instant, a barrage of powerful water and grass-type moves surged toward the Titan. The scene was overwhelmingly intense. If even a few of those attacks landed, the monster would likely fall despite its incredible strength. But the Giant Gollerk didn't panic at all. Its eyes suddenly flashed red, and all the previously motionless Baltoy, Claydol, Gollet and Gollerk scattered around the battlefield lit up with the same terrifying crimson glow. Suddenly, the entire puppet army turned into suicide defenders, rising into the air and placing themselves between the oncoming attacks and their commander. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the chamber. The puppet soldiers were shredded by the onslaught, instantly reduced to scattered debris raining down onto the floor. But thanks to their sacrifice, the Giant Gollerk remained completely unharmed. Even the shockwaves from the explosion were nullified by a newly formed black energy shield. Before the smoke cleared, the Titan's counterattack had already begun. It gripped the Titan halberd with both hands, charging it with terrifying electric-type energy. The blade began to emit a blinding electric glow. Then, with a wide horizontal swing aimed at a cluster of Team Rocket members roughly 7 or 8 meters away, the Titan released a gigantic slash of raw electricity. KRRAKKOOM. A massive thunderclap roared through the hall as the electric energy slash surged forward like a bolt of divine judgment. Chapter 584, Chapter 583, Combined Assault Against a Mighty Foe. The massive Goller, wielding Thunder Punch and its gigantic halberd, unleashed a massive electric-type energy slash with blinding speed and intensity. In the blink of an eye, the energy wave crossed more than 7 or 8 meters, cleaving down directly toward the group of Team Rocket members and their Pokémon. There was no question, this electrified slash, amplified by Goller's immensely powerful physical strength and its Iron Fist ability, was absolutely devastating. Even if the damage were shared, it could still severely injure or outright kill the enemy. Note, Iron Fist increases the power of punching moves by 20%. The deadly strike came so suddenly that the Team Rocket members couldn't even recall their Pokémon in time. In a panic, they commanded their bodyguard Pokémon to use Protect, while hastily sending out Ground-type Pokémon to serve as shields in front. At that moment, Sato had already released Swampert and hid behind it. For additional safety, he also had his Ditto, currently transformed into a Pelipper, use Protect. Boom, rumble. The moment the electric slash struck the first Team Rocket Pokémon, it detonated in a thunderous explosion, producing a storm of deafening thunderclaps. Silver arcs of lightning snaked outward, surging toward every creature within range. In an instant, the area occupied by Team Rocket became a hellscape of crackling lightning. The electrified slash unleashed by the massive Goller was as brief as it was brutal. After several seconds of furious discharge, it finally dissipated from energy exhaustion. But the damage was already done. Every water-type Pokémon the Rocket members had released was knocked out by the attack. Even the grass-type Pokémon, usually resistant to electric-type moves, were left charred black by the violent surge. Only the ground types fared better, having taken minimal damage. Thanks to the shielding provided by their bodyguard Pokémon, the Team Rocket members themselves escaped without casualties. However, many of them looked visibly shaken, fear etched across their faces. The giant Goller, however, didn't slow its assault simply because its enemies were terrified. Seeing that its attack hadn't completely wiped out the opposition, it suddenly gathered intense fire-type energy in its weapon, and the blade burst into eerie black flames. Clearly, this Goller possessed intelligence. It noticed that all the water types were already down and immediately prepared to use Fire Punch to eliminate the remaining grass types. Meanwhile, the ancient puppet Pokémon still standing on the battlefield began to move again under its command, charging toward the Team Rocket members like a pack of wild beasts. Don't just stand there, scatter. Sato, Vanna, Ails, Rin, you four, with me. We're taking down that giant Goller. Everyone else, hold off the ancient puppets, don't let them interfere. Tomoki finally showed a measure of authority as the commander. Seeing the Goller and the puppet army preparing to attack, he barked coldly at the others. Garchomp, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, break the path ahead. With that, he charged forward behind his 3 Pokémon, taking the lead himself. Garchomp, Nidoking, and Nidoqueen were his long-trained powerhouses. Each of them was over level 60 and possessed exceptional talent. As soon as Tomoki gave the order, Garchomp stomped the ground and launched into the air, beginning to fly in rapid arcs. Dragon Pulse after Dragon Pulse shot from its mouth, relentlessly bombarding the black energy shield protecting the giant Goller. Under the onslaught, the shield trembled violently, its energy level dropping rapidly. The towering Goller, over 10 meters tall, couldn't ignore the aerial assault from the comparatively small Garchomp. It immediately halted its Fire Punch charge up and redirected its shoulder-mounted cannons toward the sky. In a flash, shadow balls, each a meter in diameter, launched like rapid-fire artillery from the twin cannons, forming a barrage aimed at the airborne Garchomp. While Garchomp drew Goller's fire, Nidoking and Nidoqueen advanced side by side, like 2 armored tanks. Using Ice Punch, they shattered the puppet Pokémon in their path and quickly approached Goller. Upon reaching the giant, they combined forces and used Earth Power to further weaken its shield. The Rocket members were inspired by Tomoki's courage. Their morale rose sharply. True to their reputation as elite recruits in this year's competition, they didn't need further orders. They quickly spread out and focused on attacking the puppet Pokémon, creating the best possible combat environment for the 5 strongest team members. At the same time, Sato, Vanna, Ails, and Rin sprang into action. Vanna released her agile and enduring Sceptile and commanded it, alongside Kamou, to charge at the Goller. During the approach, the pair's Leaf Blade and Ice Punch tore through the ground-type puppet Pokémon with ease, reducing them to heaps of scrap. After closing the distance, Sceptile began a hit-and-run assault, circling the giant Goller and unleashing Bullet Seed from all angles. Kamou, a master of close-quarters combat, slipped into Goller's blind spot and struck its shield repeatedly. Ails released his strongest Pokémon, Alakazam, and had it coordinate with Garchomp from the air, using Shadow Ball to pester the Goller from another angle. Though the Shadow Ball barrage from Goller was dense, Alakazam's mastery of teleport kept it safe and mobile, much like Kamou in the blind zone. Rin didn't stay idle either, but she didn't send out her Salamence. Instead, she released a level 57 Bisharp and had it attack Goller with powerful Dark-type moves. With Tomoki, Vanna, Ails, and Rin all launching a concerted assault, even a Goller with champion-tier strength found itself overwhelmed. Its black energy shield began to rapidly thin under the combined pressure. Sato didn't send Swampert in immediately. Instead, he released Krokorok and Crobat, and had his Kecleon, perched on his shoulder, use roleplay and skill swap to copy Krokorok's Moxie ability onto Swampert. Then he had Crobat carry him into the air, while Swampert and Krokorok handled the puppet Pokemon on the ground. Compared to Goller, the sluggish puppets posed far less threat. Even Krokorok, despite its lower level, was able to defeat a Gollet with its agility and dark-type moves, perfect against ghost types. Swampert needed no introduction. With foresight, it didn't even need to rely on type advantages. Using pure brute strength, Aqua Tail, and sheer fists, it obliterated any puppet in its way. After Swampert defeated 6 puppet Pokemon in a row, the Moxie boost stacked 6 times, its attack stat hit the maximum. A mighty aura surged from Swampert's body, reaching an absolute peak. Now. Shatter its shield, Earth Ice Hammer. Knowing the timing was right, Sato gave the command. Swampert. Swampert roared and leapt into the air, slamming its soil-colored, ice-wreathed fist down on the back of Goller's shield. Crack! With an earth-shaking impact, the empowered Earth Ice Hammer, amplified by 6 boosts, tore through Goller's black shield like shattered glass. But Swampert wasn't done. Its punch continued through, smashing directly into Goller's back. In the next second, under the awed gazes of the Rocket members, Swampert knocked the towering Goller flat onto the ground. Chapter 585, Chapter 580, All-Out Strike. Sato's Swampert smashed through the giant Goller's energy shield with a single punch and knocked it to the ground, which massively boosted the morale of the Team Rocket members and their Pokemon gathered inside the hall. Yeah. Well done. Venusaur, use Petal Dance, tear those scrap heaps apart. Nice. Charge. Tauros, Iron Head. Mo. In an instant, the energized Team Rocket members and their Pokemon exploded with double their usual fighting strength, quickly overwhelming wave after wave of ancient puppet Pokemon. Their eyes then locked onto the fallen giant Goller, and they eagerly joined the siege. However, the giant colossal Goller was clearly not so easy to defeat. Even with the combined assault of the 5 main powerhouses, all they had managed so far was to shatter its energy shield, not enough to truly bring it down. Very soon, the giant Goller climbed back to its feet under the relentless pursuit of Swampert, Garchomp, Kommo-o, and other powerful Pokemon. It now moved with far greater agility, as if it had just finished warming up. Despite the intense barrage from all directions, the Goller suddenly erupted with a wave of strange, dark energy, which it then channeled into the ground beneath it. In the next second, the dark energy spread out across the hall's floor like a black tide, quickly making contact with all nearby objects and living beings. When it touched the scattered remains of the previously defeated puppet Pokemon, a terrifying thing happened: they were reactivated. Rapidly absorbing earth from the ground, the puppets began repairing their broken bodies. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 of them were back on their feet. What's worse, these reawakened puppets were clearly tougher than before. Their eyes glowed with a violent red light, as if driven into a berserker rage. They now fought with coordination and focused attacks. Caught off guard, 7 or 8 Team Rocket members and their nearby Pokemon were instantly taken out by the concentrated onslaught, falling to the ground in unknown condition. The number of casualties continued to rise. With this terrifying resurrection ability, the giant Goller had completely turned the tide of a battle it was on the verge of losing. However, this ability clearly came at a great cost. Its natural regeneration, once so rapid, had weakened considerably. The damage from earlier concentrated attacks had left its body severely battered and uneven. Its right leg, especially, was in critical condition. After being hammered by Swampert, Kommo-o, Sceptile, and Bisharp in unison, its knee joint was nearly shattered, drastically affecting its mobility. What a golden opportunity. It just drained a huge amount of energy to revive its army. This is the weakest it'll be. Everyone, concentrate your attacks. Once it falls, those resurrected puppets will collapse on their own. Tomoki clearly anticipated this move. Gritting his teeth, he shouted loudly to the panicked Team Rocket members around him. Garchomp, Dragon Rush. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, helping hand each other, then use Ice Beam on it. Without delay, he commanded his 3 ace Pokemon to launch another wave of attacks. Roar. Responding instantly, the airborne Garchomp let out a deafening cry as it burst forth with draconic energy, turning into a comet-like dragon silhouette that crashed straight into the back of the giant Goller's head. The full-force Dragon Rush from the pseudo-legendary Pokemon was no joke. The back of Goller's head immediately cracked under the impact, and the enormous figure staggered forward several steps from the blow. At the same time, Nidoking and Nidoqueen clasped hands and used Helping Hand on each other, imbuing their partner with synchronized support energy. The ice beam they each fired next surged into ice lances, piercing cold, amplified by teamwork. Both beams struck the giant Goller, inflicting massive damage. Perhaps even more terrifying was the enhanced freezing effect. Half of Goller's body was quickly encased in solid ice. The sudden burst of power from Tomoki's trio stunned all the surrounding Rocket members. Although the resurrected puppets were still attacking with deadly force, everyone realized this was a rare chance. They each left one Pokémon to guard themselves and turned their remaining forces toward the now frozen Goller. In a flash, a mass of rocket Pokémon converged on the frozen giant in a relentless wave of attacks. Swampert, again. Earth Ice Hammer, aim for its right knee. Brother, Dragon Rush. Sceptile, Leaf Storm. Alakazam, Maximum Power Shadow Ball. Bisharp, Night Slash, aim for a vital spot. Sato, Vanna, Ails, and Rin didn't hesitate either. They immediately ordered their main Pokémon to deliver their most brutal attacks against Goller's already critically damaged right knee. Perhaps the Goller never expected its enemies to go completely all in, sacrificing most of their defenses just to break it. Its eyes flashed erratically in alarm. Faced with this crisis, the not-so-intelligent Goller followed its instincts. It once again commanded the ancient puppets to shield it. At its command, the puppets obeyed without hesitation. Abandoning their current targets, they flew to Goller's side and threw themselves in front of the oncoming attacks. Boom boom boom. A string of explosions rocked the battlefield. The puppet Pokémon fulfilled their purpose and were blasted into scrap metal under the onslaught. But that wasn't all. Under the concentrated barrage from Swampert, Kommo-o, Sceptile, and Bisharp, Goller's right knee finally shattered, and the massive creature collapsed once more. This time, it didn't get up. Its revived puppet army had already been decimated, shielding it from the last attack, and could no longer assist it. Worse still, its right leg was completely broken, and with its energy reserves now dangerously low, there was no way it could repair itself quickly. And so, under the fierce bombardment from the rocket Pokémon, the mighty Goller finally followed its soldiers, reduced to nothing more than a shattered heap of scraps. Chapter 586, Chapter 585, Trial Grounds of the Ancients. Something was very strange. After the defeat of the massive giant Goller, its remains faded away like a mirage, leaving not a single trace behind. As for the ancient puppet Pokémon that had been revived twice, they returned to the exact formation they were in when Sato and the others had first entered the Grand Hall. Even the battlefield debris and damage seemed to reset, unchanged. If not for the persistent pain in their bodies still jolting their nerves, everyone might have thought the entire ordeal had just been a dream. Of course, it wasn't a dream. Dreams don't kill people. During the final stage, the giant Goller's ability to resurrect the ancient puppet Pokémon had caught the Team Rocket recruits completely off guard. Of the 8 recruits who collapsed during the fight, 3 permanently closed their eyes then and there. The remaining 5 were gravely injured. If not for their life-saving measures, and a bit of sheer luck, they might not have survived either. Many others also sustained injuries of varying severity, and their Pokémon were in even worse shape. In this brutal battle, several Team Rocket recruits lost 2 Pokémon each while fighting off the hordes of high-level ancient puppets. The rest were left with wounded partners, and their overall combat strength dropped by 20 to 30%. Still, none of the Team Rocket recruits complained. After all, they had willingly come on this expedition, fully aware it could cost them their lives. In fact, this was how they'd survived up until now on this mysterious island. Danger was a daily affair. But if they were going to face such extreme danger without any worthwhile reward, then these battle-hardened operatives wouldn't stay so agreeable. To the crowd, the giant Goller had clearly been a major boss. Yet now that it was defeated, no gear dropped, not even a pile of remains. It simply vanished like an illusion, and that left many of the recruits frustrated and dissatisfied. For a moment, many of the newcomers who had never been inside these ruins before turned questioning eyes toward Tomoki. But in the face of those suspicious stares, Tomoki looked completely relaxed and rather expectant. He was gazing up at the ceiling of the Grand Hall, as though waiting for something valuable to appear. Even his subordinates wore the same eager expressions, suggesting there truly was something up there worth the attention. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but feel curious as well. One by one, they looked up to see what exactly had captured Tomoki's interest. Sato also shifted his gaze upward. When he saw what lay above the hall, his expression turned contemplative. He'd been suspicious of this ancient hall from the beginning. Buried under layers of desert sand for who knew how long, it was simply too well preserved. Even after such an intense battle, not even a crack had formed. In the end, he attributed the hall's resilience to the mysterious unknown that slumbered within. At some point, these enigmatic Pokémon had reawakened and were now converging high above in the chamber. Upon seeing them again, many of the first-time entrants felt a chill run down their spines. Cold sweat broke out across their bodies, and the urge to flee gripped their hearts. But when they looked back and saw that the grand gate behind them remained tightly shut, and remembered what Tomoki had said earlier, they forced themselves to suppress the instinct to run. Still, everyone stood tense as though facing a deadly enemy, afraid the unknown might summon another terrifying creature. Ha ha ha, relax. We've passed the first trial. The unknown won't be summoning any more enemies. What comes next is the reward. Seeing the nervous expressions of the newcomers, Tomoki gave a sly grin and laughed heartily. Sure enough, as he said, the unknown did not summon any new monsters this time. Instead, under the stunned gazes of Sato and the others, ornate silver treasure chests appeared out of thin air and floated toward the Team Rocket recruits who had just completed the ruins trial for the first time. As one such chest stopped before Vanna and her partner, Kamao, they couldn't contain their excitement. They opened the box immediately, and were greeted by a brilliant flash of dazzling light. Inside was a collection of vibrant, precious gems, glimmering beautifully. Vanna and Kamao's eyes instantly lit up with joy. The other Team Rocket recruits, seeing this, eagerly opened their own treasure chests. As they beheld the wealth inside, all previous discontent from the hard-fought battle vanished. The entire group erupted in cheer. I forgot to tell you all, this place isn't just any ruins. According to our research, this was once a trial ground built by Mew for ancient humans. The enemies we fought earlier were merely phantom illusions of Pokemon, summoned across time by the mysterious power of the unknown. Defeat them, and they vanish. Only by defeating these illusions can one earn the right to proceed to the next level of the trial grounds. Of course, since this is a trial site, rewards are guaranteed. But each person only gets one shot at treasure. These silver chests are your rewards for passing the first layer of the trial. Now that the threat had been defeated, Tomoki stopped hiding what he knew and began explaining the true nature of the ruins to everyone. So what you told me earlier, about encountering the 3 legendary titans in the ruins, was just you guys facing phantom illusions on the 3rd floor. Not real Pokemon. Sato didn't open the treasure chest in front of him like the others. Instead, he stored it inside his storage backpack and turned to Tomoki with a questioning look. That's where you're wrong, Tomoki replied with a bit of exasperation. Our encounter with the Reggie trio on the 3rd floor was real. There are countless ancient puppet Pokemon stationed in this place. What do you think our identity is here? We're intruders, outsiders breaking into a trial site. If we want to participate and earn the rewards, the only way is to fight our way through. You newcomers only made it to the 1st level so easily because of the scouting and groundwork we did beforehand. Without our knowledge and experience, it wouldn't have gone half as smoothly. Honestly, the reason I invited you all here is very simple. I want your help completing the 3rd floor trial. Hearing this, Tomoki gave Sato an unamused look and explained bluntly. Chapter 587, Chapter 586, Forgeries and Doubts. After hearing Tomoki's explanation, Sato nodded without asking further questions and, like the other Team Rocket recruits, found a place to begin treating his injuries and healing his Pokemon. However, during this process, Sato's gaze frequently drifted toward Tomoki, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Though he had outwardly accepted Tomoki's story, deep down, Sato remained skeptical. He firmly believed Tomoki still wasn't telling the full truth. A trial ground built by Mew for ancient humans. That sounded far too conveniently structured. While everything Tomoki had said seemed to align with what they had encountered so far, Sato simply didn't buy it. If he hadn't already known what Mew looked like, he might have been fooled. But as a reincarnated person with foreknowledge, he could now be certain this ruin, unlike what he had originally thought, had very little to do with Mew. In fact, Sato had been carefully observing the ruins throughout their exploration, particularly the murals etched into the stone walls and the shattered statues lining the corridors. These were his primary focus. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a single depiction of Mew among the murals or statues. If Tomoki's claim were true, that these ruins were trial grounds built by the powerful being known as Mew for ancient people, then, based on ancient cultural practices, Mew would have been venerated as a guardian deity. There would surely be murals and statues depicting it all over the place. And so, Sato was convinced that Tomoki was lying. That said, Sato also confirmed one important point: Rocket Team had discovered Mew-related ruins somewhere on this island. That much could be inferred from Tomoki, a person with deep insider knowledge. He clearly knew about Mew's existence, otherwise, his lie wouldn't have been so detailed and convincing. But now that Sato was certain this wasn't a true Mew ruin, his interest in this expedition had significantly waned. He was almost certain this whole venture into the ruins was part of some larger scheme. Tomoki had gathered this many elite Team Rocket recruits here, surely for some secretive purpose. Could it be to eliminate dissidents? Sato speculated. This place is just as dangerous as the island's central zone, maybe even more. And this guy knew that the giant Goller could resurrect the ancient puppet soldiers but deliberately withheld that information, which led to the deaths of 3 people. But wait, if that were really his intention, then he wouldn't have needed to say that the giant Goller becomes weakened after using its resurrection ability. Nor would he have fought so desperately to kill the giant afterward. He could have just let it and the soldiers slaughter the uninformed members. Hold on, what about those 3 who died? I remember they were lying right where they fell. Has anyone dealt with them? Sato continued observing Tomoki and his group while turning over countless thoughts in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled the 3 people who had died during the fight. He quickly looked at the ground nearby, and was shocked to find that the corpses were gone. Even their Pokemon had disappeared without a trace. When those three had perished, everyone had been entirely focused on the battle. Even Sato hadn't paid attention to the now irrelevant bodies. And after the battle, everyone's attention had shifted to wondering what Tomoki and his subordinates were staring at above the hall. Sato himself had also looked up at the unknown that reappeared at the ceiling. Nobody had thought to check the ground. After all, dead people and Pokemon were considered worthless. Who would waste time looking at them? Especially when the unknown had returned, grabbing everyone's attention. No one wanted to dwell on something as unpleasant as corpses. Right now, most were either tending to their injuries or admiring the treasures they had just received. Perhaps aside from Sato, no one had even noticed that the bodies had vanished. So where had the corpses gone? What exactly was this ruin? Should he continue deeper into it? These questions began circling in Sato's mind, and the next time he looked at Tomoki and his men, there was a deep wariness in his eyes. Corpses don't just disappear without reason. The most plausible explanation Sato could think of was that the remains had been devoured by some evil being sealed within the unknown parts of these ruins. The thought was chilling, but Sato was well aware that many ancient ruins housed sealed evil Pokemon. He had even purchased a spoon once on the underground black market in Saffron City that contained the sealed spirit of an ancient, evil Pokemon. Now, remembering what Tomoki had said earlier, that the third floor housed the Regi trio, ancient guardians of the ruins, Sato became convinced. It was highly likely that some evil Pokemon was sealed within the third level, and it was on the verge of breaking free. As for Tomoki and the others, they were likely under its influence, or, more boldly, perhaps they were planning to control the sealed creature using some twisted method. At present, they were probably performing some dark ritual to help the creature escape its seal faster. Thomas, let's leave. We can't stay in these ruins. Don't ask me why now, I'll explain everything later. After thinking things through, Sato made up his mind, he would abandon the ruins expedition. He sent the message via telepathy to Thomas. Though he still didn't know what Tomoki's true purpose was in bringing them here, the fact that something was clearly wrong meant he couldn't afford to stay. Continuing onward would be far too risky. The reasons were simple. First, his original goal had been to find traces of Mew. But this clearly wasn't a Mew ruin, so there was no point staying. No trace of Mew meant no need to continue. With less than half a day left before the second phase of the tournament ended, Sato would be free to leave this cursed island soon. If he died here because of some fake Mew ruin, that would be a tragic waste. Second, even though he had noticed the strange happenings, he had no solid proof. If anything happened, Tomoki and his group could just brush it off as a casualty of a dangerous ruins expedition. No one would question that. Plus, Sato was practically alone here. He stood no chance against Tomoki and his faction. If he stayed, he'd be placing himself in extreme danger. And most importantly, these Team Rocket recruits were strangers to him. There was no way he was risking his life for people he didn't even know. Yes, Lord Sato. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Thomas was stunned when Sato's urgent message reached his mind. He immediately stopped admiring the treasure in his box, closed it, and packed it into his spatial backpack, whispering respectfully to Sato. Sato gave a satisfied nod. Then, without drawing attention, he released Natu and prepared to instruct it, via telepathy, to take him and Thomas back to the entrance of the ruins. But just as he was about to issue the command, a voice echoed in his mind, and the words sent a jolt of terror through his entire body. His hair stood on end. Chapter 588, Chapter 587, Escaping Unscathed. Mr. Sato, where are you going? We're about to enter the next level. As one of the expedition's key combatants, your absence would be quite unfortunate. Just as Sato was about to use telepathy to have Nata teleport him and Thomas out of the ruins, Tomoki's voice exploded in his mind. A sharp burst of pain surged through his skull, and blood began to stream from his nose. Despite the searing pain in his head, Sato forced himself to endure it and stared in shock at Tomoki, who was now looking at him coldly. At that moment, Sato felt an overwhelming sense of dread toward this rocket leader's nephew. He hadn't misheard, Tomoki hadn't spoken aloud but had communicated directly via telepathy. In other words, this broad-shouldered, simple-looking young man was actually a psychic. And judging from the intense pressure he had just exerted on Sato's mind, Sato concluded his psychic power was incredibly strong, possibly on par with Ael's. Too well hidden. Far too well hidden. Sato never expected Tomoki to be a powerful psychic. In that moment, he also understood why Maya, another psychic, had defected from Sabrina's faction and joined Tomoki. It wasn't just because Tomoki had once saved her, it was likely also because he himself was a formidable psychic. At the same time, Sato realized Tomoki had probably sensed he'd discovered something unusual and was now trying to stop him from leaving. He also noticed that, without realizing it, Maya and several Team Rocket recruits who normally followed Tomoki closely were already nearby. Though they appeared to be tending to their Pokemon, they were all actually watching him closely. If he made even the slightest move, it was clear these people wouldn't hesitate to strike. It would be an instant and overwhelming assault. Even worse, the Nada perched on his shoulder and Thomas beside him both seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, unmoving with their eyes closed. Sato knew his plan to sneak away had just collapsed. While he was a psychic, and he did have a psychic-type Pokemon capable of teleport, both Tomoki and Maya were also psychics, with mental strength no weaker than his own. They almost certainly had Pokemon capable of teleport too. Especially Tomoki. He was far too dangerous to not be partnered with at least one powerful psychic type. Against someone this calculating and powerful, flanked by his loyal subordinates, Sato's chances of escape were now effectively zero. Mr. Tomoki, you're impressive. I must admit, I completely failed to notice that you were a psychic. However, I just want to leave. Whatever it is you're planning, I have no interest in it. I'm sure you wouldn't want to force a mutual destruction scenario, either. You'd best consider extremely carefully, while I may be alone, if I suddenly make noise and tell everyone what I've discovered, your plans will no doubt be significantly disrupted. Since escaping was no longer an option, negotiation was all that remained. Rather than immediately alerting the others, Sato chose to probe and threaten Tomoki through telepathy. I don't know what you're talking about. But some things are best kept buried in your heart. The more you know, the quicker you die. Tomoki left Sato no opening. Using his eerie telepathic ability, he continued to speak directly into Sato's mind, while simultaneously pressing his mental energy against Sato's consciousness, exerting unbearable pressure. I understand that perfectly well. So, I'll be taking my leave now. I don't know what trick you're using to suppress my mental energy, but I'm still more than capable of putting up a fight. If you push me, gathering attention and permanently killing a few of your Pokemon along with your lackeys wouldn't be a problem at all. Eyes closed, Sato gritted his teeth through the mind-splitting pain and maintained his telepathic conversation. Both his hands were already gripping the Pokeballs of Swampert and Alakazam. If negotiations failed, he was ready to fight back immediately. After a brief silence, Tomoki seemed to accept Sato's request to leave. The strange force suppressing his mind finally began to fade. Sato opened his eyes, quickly wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve, and refocused on Tomoki and his surroundings. He noticed that Tomoki was no longer in his original position. Just like at the beginning, he'd taken the lead and gone down the staircase with a few subordinates to explore the second floor of the ruins. Most others had followed him. However, Maya and several of Tomoki's trusted aides remained, still watching him closely. They had formed a loose encirclement, clearly ready to strike should he attempt anything suspicious. As for Natu and Thomas, both appeared to be genuinely asleep, eyes closed and motionless. What surprised Sato most was the presence of Vanna and Janine, one sitting to his left, the other to his right. Standing beside them were Kamao and Jengar, respectively. So it was them. Looks like they noticed something strange as well. Their sudden appearance probably made Tomoki more hesitant, that's likely why he let me go immediately. Finally made it through. Thank goodness he didn't go for mutual destruction. This proves it, I must never underestimate anyone. Tomoki's cunning is terrifying. I'm still not ready. No team, no support, I should never have recklessly joined this kind of group expedition. This was a harsh lesson. If I hadn't remained cautious and noticed the anomaly in time, I might have ultimately been buried here. Seeing the current situation, Sato realized his quick judgment, and the timely arrival of Vanna and Janine, had opened a path to survival. He let out a silent sigh of relief. At the same time, the feeling of being at someone else's mercy had sobered him. Since becoming a trainer, he had risen rapidly in strength, winning many battles, and without realizing it, arrogance had started to grow in his heart. But after being outmaneuvered by Tomoki and once again spared only out of convenience and hesitation, that budding arrogance had now been thoroughly extinguished. Without wasting another thought, Sato released Alakazam right in front of Maya and the others. He forced himself to ignore the lingering pain in his head and prepared to command it via telepathy to teleport him and the others out. Hey, if you're going, take me with you. I was about to leave anyway. Consider it payment for backing you up earlier. Take me, and we'll call it even. Just as Alakazam appeared, Vanna and Janine's voices entered Sato's ears. Moments later, with Alakazam's help, Sato, Thomas, Vanna, and Janine silently vanished from the ruins. They're gone, sir. Is that okay? Maya lowered her head respectfully toward a seemingly empty patch of shadow nearby. No problem. We've got plenty of cannon fodder. Losing a few won't affect the overall plan. As space warped above the shadows, Tomoki suddenly emerged. He responded to Maya via telepathy. Hey, once I retrieve that object from this place, becoming the next rocket boss is just a matter of time. As for you little fish who still refuse to submit, just wait and see how I deal with you in the future. He glanced toward the direction where Sato and the others had disappeared, then lowered his gaze to the black crystal in his hand, pulsing with eerie energy and psychic waves. A faint red gleam flickered in his eyes as he muttered grimly to himself. Chapter 589, Chapter 588, Who Gets to Sit on the Chair? At the entrance to the ruins, space suddenly distorted. The next moment, Sato and the others emerged smoothly from the newly stabilized dimensional passage, with the help of Alakazam. Vanna and Janine didn't bother saying goodbye to Sato. As soon as they stepped out of the ruins, they each summoned their desert-traveling mounts and swiftly rode off in different directions without saying a word. Sato could only shake his head helplessly at the sight. He had originally intended to suggest they travel together. It would have made leaving the desert easier and served to deter Tomoki from pursuing them. But clearly, these two strong-willed women, both used to working alone, had no interest in sticking together. This isn't a place to linger. Let's move too, Thomas. Once the two had disappeared into the distance, Sato released his Flygon and had it carry him and Thomas into the sky, heading in directions opposite from Vanna and Janine. About 2 hours later, a loud rumble erupted at the entrance to the ruins. Suddenly, a massive beam of energy shot up from underground, blasting a huge hole in the ground. A battered and bruised Salamence burst out of the rapidly sand-filling crater, carrying an unconscious figure on its back as it soared into the sky. Moments later, Tomoki and his remaining forces rushed out of the ruins' entrance. He quickly ordered his Pokémon to destroy the entrance completely. By now, only 6 people remained at his side. The next morning, Team Rocket Base, east coast of the mysterious island. Inside the heavily guarded teleportation hall of the Team Rocket Base, a crowd of Rocket veterans stood vigil around the large teleportation gate at its center. At the outer edges, many of the recruits who had been eliminated during the trials looked on with mixed emotions, watching the gate that still radiated a powerful psychic aura. On the elevated platform within the hall stood Nogu and other true Rocket elites, also focused on the teleportation gate, which was now being activated. Today marked the end of the island survival trial. Soon, those who completed the trial would emerge from the teleportation gate. Tanya had joined Team Rocket in Pewter City around the same time as Sato. She had shown impressive strength, making it to the second stage of the rookie competition and surviving on the mysterious island for an entire week. Unfortunately, there's always someone stronger. On the 8th day, she was utterly defeated by another participant. That opponent was a ninja girl even younger than her, but terrifyingly powerful. With just a single Jengar, the girl had almost taken down Tanya's entire team of Pokémon, which Tanya had once considered formidable. Had the girl been ruthless, Tanya probably wouldn't have made it off the island alive. Tanya now clearly understood that anyone emerging from the teleportation gate today was far stronger than the rest of them. Their power levels were already on a different tier. These people are destined to soar within Team Rocket, Tanya thought silently among the veteran Rockets, staring at the yet inactive gate. But they've earned it. Anyone who survived that hellish island is bound to be ridiculously strong now. Maybe even stronger than the so-called elites on the high platform. Unlike many eliminated recruits who left the base in disappointment, Tanya had chosen to stay, accepting the invitation of a few base commanders. She had become a member of this frontline base, which suffered frequent wild Pokémon attacks. Her reason for staying was simple: she refused to fall too far behind Sato and the others who had completed the trial. Although the danger level here couldn't compare to the island, battling against the wild Pokémon that had followed from the island made her feel her strength growing steadily. Now, like many veteran Rockets in the base, Tanya was accumulating merit/contribution points, hoping to earn another chance to enter the mysterious island via the teleportation gate. She had already learned from friendly veterans just how valuable the rookie trial had been. Even just having access to the teleportation gate as an emergency escape tool made other base members green with envy. Many veteran Rockets in this base were eager to grow stronger and desired to return to the mysterious island. However, the island's danger level was so extreme that without a means of escape, a return trip was often a death sentence. Thus, the teleportation gate had become a hot commodity among the veterans. But using this life-saving tool wasn't cheap. One use required at least 50,000 merit points, just to keep a small teleportation gate open for 5 days. In the past few days, Tanya had guarded the base, turned in battle spoils, and burned through a ton of medical supplies. Yet she had only managed to gather 5,000 merit points. That was enough to promote her to squad leader, but not even enough to power the gate for a single day. Ugh. There's no use complaining. I wasn't strong enough to grasp the opportunity, so I'll just have to create the next one myself. Frustrated, Tanya thought about how all her life-risking efforts hadn't even earned her 1 day's worth of gate access. Still, she wasn't one to wallow in self-pity. She quickly picked herself up. Suddenly, one of the psychic-type Pokémon, floating above the teleportation gate via telekinesis, opened its eyes. An Alakazam turned into a flash of light and flew straight into the dimensional passage within the gate. Before long, under the gaze of the entire hall, the first person returned through the gate, a dark-skinned, wild-looking girl leading a massive Kameo. It was Vanna. Both she and her Kameo were covered in animal hide pouches, the seams of which sparkled with glimpses of gleaming gemstones. Though the onlookers were stunned by the treasure haul, someone still rushed up with a chair and placed it in front of her as a gesture of respect. But Vanna didn't even spare the man or the chair a glance. Instead, she immediately barked for someone to return the items she had left behind at the base. Not long after, the second returnee emerged, a tall, lanky man followed by a fierce houndum. This houndum radiated intense fire and malevolence, with flaming black horns, bony armor, and a devilish tail that burned with black fire, clearly a Pokemon of great strength. However, the moment this man and his houndum saw Vanna and her Kameo, all the swagger they had when stepping out vanished instantly. They kept a respectful distance and looked visibly tense, their expressions full of awe. The third and fourth returnees followed soon after. Like the second, they were initially confident, until they saw Vanna. Then their bravado crumbled, and they regarded her like a formidable adversary. Watching this, the crowd realized just how powerful Vanna truly was, so powerful that even other victors feared her. No one else dared to bring chairs for the others. Because Vanna herself wasn't even sitting on a chair, she was on a beast hide, happily counting her gemstones with Kameo. If Vanna was sitting on the ground, who else had the right to sit? Just then, the Zata that had been hovering over the teleportation gate opened its eyes. With a swift teleport, it appeared at the gate and immediately entered the spatial passage. The crowd instantly redirected their attention from Vanna and the others to the gate, knowing another successful returnee was on the way. Thanks to Zata's help, Sato emerged from the portal, slinging a black storage backpack over one shoulder. Calmly, he surveyed the people watching him. Then, under their stunned and confused gazes, he walked straight up to Vanna, who was glaring at him in annoyance. He tossed her a quality gemstone, then nonchalantly took the only chair available and sat down next to her. Vanna reluctantly gave Sato a smile in return, then continued counting gems. As for the other returnees, when they saw Sato casually claim the lone chair, their faces showed complete acceptance, as if it was entirely normal. Chapter 590, Chapter 589, Dragon's Wrath. Sato didn't explain himself in the face of the shocked and confused looks from the surrounding Team Rocket members. After checking the items he had stored at the base before entering the island, he simply closed his eyes and began to meditate. In fact, aside from Vanna, Sato knew the other three who had advanced, they were all his former opponents. Although he had defeated them in battle, capturing or killing them had proven difficult, as their escape abilities were top-notch. Soon after Sato exited the portal, someone he was particularly wary of emerged, Tomoki, accompanied by two of his ever-present subordinates. Tomoki's reputation within Team Rocket was far greater than that of either Vanna or Sato. As soon as he appeared, someone brought over a chair for him, and a number of recently eliminated subordinates of his quickly gathered around him. The moment Tomoki stepped out of the portal, Sato opened his eyes once more, expressionless as he stared at the men. A glint of seriousness and suspicion flashed through his gaze. As a psychic-type specialist, Sato had extremely sharp perception. From Tomoki and the two subordinates with him, he sensed an unusual aura, one that made his instincts recoil and triggered a sense of dread. He couldn't pinpoint what exactly had changed, but all three emitted a disturbing presence that made him feel as if he were facing natural enemies. The feeling was deeply unsettling. And it wasn't just Sato who noticed. Vanna, too, had sensed it. Unlike Sato's psychic sensitivity, Vanna had the powerful intuition of a creature raised by dragon-type Pokemon. She keenly detected the uncomfortable and hostile aura emanating from Tomoki and his men. Dragon-type Pokemon were never known for their gentle temperaments. When provoked, their response was simple and brutal, they would retaliate directly, sometimes with overwhelming force. What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll smash your face in. Raised by dragon-type since childhood, Vanna had inherited their temper. The moment she felt hostility from Tomoki and his group, she bared her teeth and snapped back with a challenge. Beside her, her Kameo erupted with a fearsome aura, stepping forward to bring Tomoki and his two subordinates within striking range. Tomoki's face darkened slightly at this display. Truthfully, he had felt a flicker of murderous intent toward Vanna the moment he emerged from the portal. He thought he had hidden it well, but to his surprise, Vanna had detected it instantly and reacted aggressively. Miss Vanna, you're being overly sensitive. Neither I nor my subordinates had any intention of offending you. Despite the hostility from both Vanna and the powerful pseudo-legendary dragon Pokemon beside her, Tomoki showed no fear. In fact, he raised a hand to stop his men, who were about to retaliate, and smiled with that familiar, false cheerfulness. Ugh. What a disgusting hypocrite. You're even worse than this ugly freak beside me. Vanna made a retching face at Tomoki's insincere grin, mocking him relentlessly and even dragging in Sato, who had been silently watching from the side. Sato's face twitched at her words. He looked at Vanna with a blank expression, clearly innocent. Miss Vanna, that's going too far. If you insult me without reason. Well, you might scare others, but I, Tomoki, am not afraid of you. Tomoki's expression turned cold after hearing her blatant insult. His voice dropped in temperature as he replied icily. He knew this was not the time to show weakness. If he backed down now, the others would truly believe he feared her. Besides, he had obtained new power from the ruins, why should he fear Vanna? The next moment, a pokeball appeared in his hand and burst open. His trump card, Garchomp, materialized in front of him, squaring off with Vanna's Kameo as a wave of pressure surged between them. At the same time, Tomoki's two subordinates, also tournament qualifiers, sent out Feraligatr and Tyrant Rum, flanking Kameo from either side. Tension exploded on the scene. The surrounding Team Rocket members were shocked by the sudden conflict and backed away quickly, not wanting to be collateral damage. Within seconds, a wide space around the portal had been cleared, leaving only Vanna, Tomoki, and their Pokémon. What the hell did these guys get from that damn ruin? Their Pokémon levels have skyrocketed. This is insane. When Tomoki released his Garchomp, Sato, who had also backed away, was already shocked. But when he saw the Feraligatr and Tyrant Rum as well, his surprise turned to horror. Thanks to his system's scanning capabilities, Sato realized that Tomoki and his men's Pokémon had undergone massive level gains since yesterday. Tomoki's Garchomp had risen from level 65 to level 70, officially reaching the Elite Four level. His two subordinates' Pokémon, Feraligatr and Tyrant Rum, had each jumped to level 62. Just yesterday, they were only in the mid-50s. That was a huge leap in strength. However, Sato also noticed something off about these three Pokémon. All three had a strange crimson glow in their eyes, full of bloodlust, and were radiating an evil aura. You bastard. What did you do to that poor Garchomp? How dare you defile the noble dragon race? I'm furious now. Brother, use Ice Punch. Free Garchomp from its suffering. Vanna clearly sensed the abnormality in Garchomp as well. Her expression twisted in rage, and she shouted furiously, commanding Kameo to attack. Humph, how foolish. Garchomp, Dragon Claw. Teach her a lesson. Tomoki grinned coldly when Vanna struck first, this was exactly what he wanted. The rules within Team Rocket were clear, if Vanna initiated the attack, even killing her on the spot would be allowed. Both pseudo-legendary dragons let out furious roars and clashed. But Garchomp had clearly reached the Elite Four level, while Kameo was still only level 64. As soon as they collided, Kameo was pushed onto the defensive. What made it worse was Garchomp's berserk state. Its eyes glowed blood red as it fought like a savage beast, ignoring its own injuries and throwing itself at Kameo with killing intent. Kameo, who wasn't aiming to kill, was completely overwhelmed. Suddenly, a mistaken positioning gave Garchomp an opening. It struck Kameo's midsection with a brutal dragon claw. Under Garchomp's immense force, Kameo was sent flying sideways, bloody scales scattering through the air. Brother. Seeing Kameo severely injured, Vanna panicked. While also directing Sceptile and Ampharos against Feraligatr and Tyrant Rum, she momentarily lost focus. Her distraction gave Tomoki's two subordinates the perfect opportunity. Working together, they delivered devastating blows that left Sceptile and Ampharos heavily wounded. To make matters worse, Garchomp, Feraligatr, and Tyrant Rum clearly had murderous intent. Upon seeing their opponents down, they didn't hesitate at all and prepared to deliver killing blows. But just as they moved to strike, a massive frost-covered fist, a pair of crossed emerald leaf blades, and a crimson tail sweeping forth with surging water suddenly intervened. Chapter 591, Chapter 590, Weighing the Pros and Cons. At the critical moment, Sato ultimately chose to intervene. Though Vanna had just cursed him moments ago, he couldn't stand by and watch Tomoki kill her right in front of him. In truth, from the moment Sato had seen through Tomoki's scheme and threatened him into leaving, he had known that peaceful coexistence between them was impossible. From now on, it was a battle to the death. Sato understood Tomoki's nature all too well, this guy was a conniving schemer. There was no way he'd simply let things go. A final showdown between them was inevitable. What's more, Tomoki had lured him to the ruins clearly intending to get rid of him as well. Facing someone who had nearly gotten him killed, how could Sato pretend like nothing had happened? He didn't care about Tomoki's rank or background, if the guy wanted to eliminate him, then he'd find a way to kill him first. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Though the saying isn't always right, in this case, Sato definitely wanted Tomoki's enemies to survive. Especially someone like Vanna, powerful, hot-tempered, vengeful, and backed by an extremely influential background. There was no way he could let Tomoki kill her so easily. Sato firmly believed that if Vanna made it through this, Tomoki would be dealing with a massive headache down the line. That, in turn, would buy Sato time to grow stronger without being under Tomoki's constant scrutiny. And if all went well, he might even use this chance to draw closer to Vanna and gain access to more valuable resources for raising dragon-type Pokémon. With the benefits clearly laid out in his mind, Sato didn't hesitate a second longer. Thanks to his pinpoint throwing accuracy and telepathic abilities, Swampert, Bellossom, and the red Goridos instantly appeared in front of Vanna's Pokémon, shielding them and preparing for battle. In that moment, Swampert's combination move Icy Hammer clashed head-on with Garchomp's Dragon Claw, and a deep, thunderous shockwave echoed across the battlefield. What shocked everyone, however, was that it wasn't Swampert who was blown back, but Garchomp, who had previously seemed unstoppable. Note, Icy Hammer is a combination of Ice Punch and Hammer Arm. Garchomp was already level 70, firmly within the Elite Four level. In contrast, Swampert was only level 60. But in Sato's judgment, despite the 10-level gap which gave Garchomp a clear advantage, Swampert's raw power and its quadruple-type advantage with Icy Hammer meant it could still go toe-to-toe in a close-quarters fight. Possibly even hold the upper hand. Now that theory had been confirmed. In physical combat, Swampert could indeed clash with Garchomp, and even slightly overpower it. Meanwhile, Bellossom struck Feraligatr with a lightning-fast leaf blade, carving 2 deep bloody slashes into its hide and forcing it back. However, with an 8-level gap between them, she couldn't finish the job in one blow. Now, as she spun gracefully mid-air in a rhythmic swords dance, she faced Feraligatr in a tense standoff. On the other side, the red shiny Goridos delivered a crushing aqua tail, sending Tyrant Rum flying. With the added effect of a quadruple-type advantage, he successfully knocked Tyrant Rum out of the battle, leaving it badly injured. Thanks to Sato's sudden intervention, the battle's momentum completely reversed in an instant. "You're choosing to stand against me too, Sato." Seeing Sato swoop in to rescue Vanna's Pokémon, Tomoki's rage exploded. His face twisted in fury as he bellowed at Sato, voice nearly a roar. The very next second, before Tomoki even issued a command, the group of subordinates behind him all hurled out their Pokeballs. A flurry of powerful Pokémon burst forth, encircling Sato, Vanna, and their partners. "Let's keep things peaceful, Tomoki. After all, we've only just returned safely from that island. It wasn't easy. I'm sure the higher-ups have high hopes for all of us survivors. If anyone gets hurt now, they won't be pleased." Vanna may have acted a little recklessly earlier, but she clearly had no intent to kill. On the other hand, you and your subordinates pushed things a little too far, stepping out of line. To avoid a real fallout, I had no choice but to step in. I hope you'll understand my good intentions and won't take it personally. Otherwise, if you push too far. Sato had already prepared this polished excuse beforehand. Now, upon hearing Tomoki's furious outburst, he immediately flashed a carefree smile, acting as though he didn't have a care in the world despite the dangerous situation. However, the way he clutched Alakazam's Pokeball in his hand betrayed a less composed inner state. In reality, Sato was a bit worried. He feared that Tomoki might lose all sense of reason and command his men to attack. If that happened, despite what he said, his only option would be to have Alakazam teleport him and his Pokemon away. Still, Sato was confident Tomoki would stop. He knew the man's calculating nature. As a master manipulator, Tomoki was someone who always weighed the pros and cons before acting. Tomoki already suspected why Sato had stepped in. But he also understood the cost of killing both Sato and Vanna here. It would mean offending 2 of Team Rocket's top brass, his uncle and Poseidon. Offending Poseidon alone might be manageable, he could still hide behind his uncle and let him deal with the fallout. But if he also angered his own uncle, his situation would become precarious. Would his uncle really hold a grudge over a minor grunt like Sato? Tomoki's mind was racing as he weighed the likelihood of this scenario. And in the end, as expected of a seasoned schemer, he reached a firm conclusion. He hadn't been around during his uncle's early days rising through Team Rocket, but he understood the man's ruthless temperament. His uncle would never go easy on him just because they were family. Tomoki knew all too well, Sato was someone his uncle had taken a personal interest in. And now, after surviving the trial on that mysterious island and proving his strength, Sato shone even brighter. Killing him now would only invite his uncle's suspicion. And when you're in a position of power within a dark organization like Team Rocket, even a sliver of suspicion is enough to trigger unimaginable consequences. So Tomoki couldn't afford to gamble. He had only just acquired new strength from the ruins, his foundation was still shaky. Offending 2 top executives at once would be a death sentence. Mr. Sato is absolutely right. Now that we've returned from the island, it's best we keep the peace. What are you all standing around for? Return your Pokemon. Now. Deciding that killing Sato and offending his uncle wasn't worth it, Tomoki's scowl melted into a mask of polite laughter. He nodded toward Sato, then snapped at his subordinates. Well then, see you later, Mr. Sato. I'll be taking my leave first. With that, he turned and left with his entourage, vanishing without another word. If I could help it, I really wouldn't want to make an enemy of a twisted man like him. Life in Team Rocket just got a whole lot more complicated. Watching Tomoki, smiling like a harmless tiger, as he departed surrounded by his loyal followers, the smile faded from Sato's face. His heart grew frosty. Chapter 592, Chapter 591, Volunteering Herself. Not long after Tomoki left, Sato and the other advancing participants also exited the teleportation hall and returned to their temporary rooms in the base to rest. However, Sato had barely settled into the soft bed in his room when someone knocked on the door. The visitor turned out to be a familiar face. Tanya, dressed lightly and casually, stood in front of Sato's room. In truth, she had already been standing there for 2 or 3 minutes but had hesitated to knock, unable to swallow her pride. Her reason for coming to Sato's door wasn't because she wanted to cling to him for favor. It was simply that they both hailed from the same place, fellow townsfolk. More importantly, she was beautiful and carried herself with grace. So, her superior had assigned her the task of escorting Sato to join the other participants. In fact, when she first arrived at the door, there was still more than half an hour before the scheduled meeting time. This was, in essence, a deliberate opportunity granted to her by her superior. After all, Sato had returned safely from the survival trial on the mysterious island and had just demonstrated overwhelming prowess in his battle against Tomoki and the others. It was certain that he would rise swiftly within Team Rocket's ranks. It was a golden opportunity. If she could establish a good relationship with Sato now, it would be a huge asset to her future promotion within Team Rocket. Unfortunately, Tanya was far too proud. She found it hard to lower herself to befriend Sato. Back when they were at the Pewter City rocket base, she had once somewhat treated him with condescension. Now, to deliberately curry favor with someone she had once looked down on, it was something she found difficult to do. But as someone who had chosen to abandon the League and join Team Rocket, she naturally longed to rise through the ranks. Making a connection with Sato would indeed be a smart move toward securing her future. TCH. I'll never become the kind of person I used to look down on. Never. Eventually, with the meetup time fast approaching, Tanya made her decision after a fierce internal struggle. She chose to stick to her pride. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door and forced a natural smile onto her face. Sato, sir. Congratulations on advancing to the next stage. I've been ordered by my superior to escort you to meet up with the others. The aircraft sent by headquarters to pick up the participants has already arrived. Please come with me. When the door opened and she saw Sato, Tanya instantly felt the immense pressure radiating from him, an aura forged from countless life and death battles. The courage she had just managed to muster vanished, and her practiced smile became stiff. Her voice stammered as she spoke. During his time on the mysterious island, Sato had fought multiple battles every single day. Most of them were provoked by others, and he showed no mercy in return. If someone needed to die, they died. He never left threats behind. By now, the number of lives lost at his hands was uncountable. Because of this, Sato's demeanor had changed dramatically. A single cold glance from him could strike fear into the timid. Although he still appeared like the kind older brother next door, anyone who got too close, or saw him get serious, would feel the intense pressure he emitted. I understand. Lead the way. Sato nodded, then calmly sheathed the sharp hunting knife he had been hiding behind his back. In truth, the moment Tanya had approached, Sato had already snapped out of his meditation. Though he had left the island, the habits formed during his time there still ran deep. When he sensed someone coming, his first instinct was to grab the gleaming blade at his side and release his psychic energy to identify the visitor. Yes. Please follow me. When Tanya saw the blood-stained hunting knife in Sato's hand, it felt as if the very air had frozen. The blade radiated a deadly aura. Only when Sato put it away did her heartbeat begin to return to normal. She trembled slightly as she replied. Only now did she truly realize the gap between herself and the men before her. He had undergone a complete transformation on the island. He was no longer the person she once knew. In his presence, she felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Almost a month ago, she had interacted with Sato as well, but the feeling back then was completely different. While it was true he had grown stronger, it hadn't been to the point where she lost the will to resist. Now, that pride she'd always clung to showed signs of collapsing. She realized that the pride she held meant nothing in the face of true strength, and it certainly wouldn't help her survive or succeed. Perhaps, she really did need to find a reliable backer to lean on. Only then could she hope to survive the harsh and cutthroat environment of Team Rocket. Along the way, Tanya seemed distracted. She glanced back at Sato several times but saw that he had his eyes closed, following her silently. Each time she considered starting a conversation, the words caught in her throat. Sato didn't know the reason for her agitation, but that didn't stop him from using his psychic power to observe her closely. Perhaps he'd spent too long on that perilous island. He felt as if a constant pressure and vigilance weighed on his mind. And when he saw the stunningly beautiful Tanya in her light attire, a dark, primal urge surged in his heart, an intense desire to release his frustrations through her. The thought, once born, quickly began to spiral. But in the end, he resisted, thanks to his immense self-discipline. Remaining vigilant at all times, that had always been his rule. He would never break it for a fleeting release. So, he chose to close his eyes and rely on psychic perception to follow her. Unlike the sensory impact of the physical eye, psychic vision resembled a blue, wireframe map of the world, distant and abstract. Mr. Sato, this is my personal contact number. If you ever need someone to assist with a mission, please don't hesitate to call. I'll be there without question. I'm a flying-type specialist, I'm skilled at tracking and have several large flying-type Pokémon. I can definitely be of great help to you. Just as they neared the underground airport of the base, Tanya finally gathered the courage to offer him a card with both hands, cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. This act of volunteering herself felt incredibly humiliating to someone as proud as Tanya. If Sato rejected her, she would be devastated. But the moment she said the words aloud, the weight on her chest seemed to lift, and her heart calmed. It seems you've changed a lot too. I suppose in such harsh environments, those who don't adapt are bound to die. Well, I'll remember you, Tanya. If I need you in the future, I'll call for you. Sato looked at Tanya's embarrassed face and suddenly felt a strange, indescribable emotion. After a brief pause, he accepted her card and gave a soft smile. Then, he stepped past her and headed alone toward the entrance of the underground airport. At the doorway, he could already see Thomas waiting. Chapter 593, Chapter 592, The Special Salesman and the Final Phase. Sato and Thomas boarded a special aircraft sent directly from Team Rocket headquarters to pick up the promoted participants. By the time they got on, many other qualifiers had already arrived, among them was none other than Tomoki. This aircraft had originally departed from the northern regions, with its first stop at Team Rocket's base along the northern coastline of the mysterious island. From there, it traveled clockwise, eventually reaching the eastern base where Sato was stationed. Thomas had boarded the aircraft from the northern base. As soon as he disembarked, he immediately went to the entrance to wait for Sato, his ever-loyal superior. It was no surprise, if he hadn't clung to Sato's leg for dear life, he would have been eliminated long ago. He wouldn't still be standing here today. Thomas understood this very well. The compliments and flattery from others after his survival hadn't gone to his head. On the contrary, they only made him more grateful to Sato. Inside the aircraft, the environment resembled that of a luxury hotel suite, fine food, wine, and attentive service provided by handsome men and beautiful women, all dedicated to making the qualifiers feel pampered. But clearly, these weren't just ordinary service staff. They were exceptionally persuasive individuals, in short, they were salespeople. Yet, what they were selling wasn't a product, but the influence and backing of the factions behind them. Yes, every one of these servers had been deployed by the various powerful factions within Team Rocket. Their mission was simple: recruit promising rising stars like Sato, who had passed the brutal survival trial and were seen as having limitless potential. To win over these qualifiers, the factions had offered exceptionally generous terms. For the cream of the crop, they even promised access to pseudo-legendary Pokémon in the future. This spoke volumes about how much the higher-ups valued survivors like Sato from the mysterious island. Naturally, among the qualifiers, those like Thomas, who had no background or prior affiliations, were the most sought after by these recruiters. People like Vanna, Tomoki, and Rin, who already had powerful backing, were never realistic targets for recruitment. Perhaps it was because Giovanni had kept Sato's background so well hidden. Combined with the dazzling performance he displayed during the island survival trial, Sato was now recognized as one of the 4 rising stars among Team Rocket's new generation, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tomoki, Vanna, and Rin, future Elite 4-level candidates in the making. In particular, his recent feat of going toe-to-toe with Tomoki without being defeated, despite his Pokémon being at a lower level, had made his reputation explode even further. So the moment Sato boarded the plane, the recruiters swarmed in like sharks that had smelled blood in the water. Unfortunately for them, Sato had already pledged allegiance to Giovanni. He was now part of the strongest and most promising faction within Team Rocket. Why would he even look at any other group? As such, Sato responded to the enticing offers from these so-called salespeople with nothing more than polite smiles. He gave no firm replies, no commitments. Only after one recruiter, who clearly knew Sato's allegiance and had been watching from the sidelines, stepped in to shoo the others away, did Sato finally get a moment of peace. At that point, everyone had more or less figured out that he had already joined Giovanni's camp. As a result, some other qualifiers who had also chosen to align with boss Giovanni began approaching Sato, trying to strike up casual conversations and get their faces known. However, perhaps because of Sato's earlier clash with Tomoki over saving Vanna, most of these qualifiers only made superficial contact with Sato. None sought to build deeper ties. Instead, they clustered around Tomoki, the nephew of Giovanni, like lapdogs. Humph, a bunch of idiots. They're gonna suffer big time. That bastard's nothing but a smiling tiger, he eats people alive and doesn't even leave the bones, Thomas muttered quietly, sneering at the sycophants orbiting Tomoki. Sato had told him everything that happened in the ruins after they left, so Thomas harbored deep hatred for Tomoki, who had nearly cost him his life. His gratitude towards Sato, who had once again saved him, ran even deeper now. Watching these clueless qualifiers fawn over Tomoki while ignoring Sato made Thomas boil with anger. He couldn't help but grumble. "Don't worry about it, Thomas," Sato replied via telepathy while instructing a server to bring more food for his Swampert, who had already devoured the entire table. "Everyone has their own path. This rookie competition isn't over yet. Stay sharp. If you place well in the next stage, you'll earn even greater rewards." "Yes, Lord Sato. I'll give it my all, I won't embarrass you." Thomas responded immediately with a firm nod. 2 hours later, all the qualifiers had boarded the aircraft bound for Team Rocket headquarters. In the end, only 36 people survived the second phase of the mysterious island survival trial. Yes, during the final days, nearly half the remaining participants were wiped out. Much of this was thanks to the expedition into the ruins organized by Tomoki. That expedition started with 37 people. Only 12 returned alive: Sato, Thomas, Vanna, Janine, Rin, Tomoki, and 6 of his subordinates. The other 25 perished forever within the ruins. Yes, Ailes and his entire group were annihilated, killed through the calculated ambushes of Tomoki and Maya, the two psychics. Maya had finally exacted her revenge. Although Rin survived, she suffered tremendous losses. Apart from her Salamence, all of her main Pokémon were lost in the ruins. Among the 4 rising stars of Team Rocket's new generation, she was now the weakest. According to the ranking system based on number tags, Tomoki came out on top with a staggering 32 tags. He secured the top spot on the leaderboard and earned a direct ticket to the final stage. The second and third spots went to Rin and Sato respectively. As per the rules, both automatically entered the semifinals. The remaining 33 qualifiers would now battle it out for the 2 remaining semifinal spots, and then face Sato and Rin to compete for places in the finals. The specially modified aircraft flew swiftly, slicing through dense cloud cover and heading north. After more than 3 hours, it finally landed at a private airstrip in Celadon City. Chapter 594, Chapter 593, After Effects. Celadon City, a major metropolis located in central Kanto, was one of the largest cities in the region. Its scale was second only to the massive eastern metropolis of Saffron City. To the east, Route 7 connected it directly to Saffron, while to the west, the bike route along Route 16 eventually led to Fuchsia City. At around 4 p.m., on the eastern outskirts of Celadon City, Sato was walking through a bustling street. After arriving in Celadon via a Team Rocket aircraft, it didn't take long before Sato and the other 35 qualifiers were brought into an underground base built by Team Rocket beneath Celadon. This massive facility, disguised beneath the Celadon Game Corner, was Team Rocket's current hidden headquarters. There, Sato and the others had their first virtual meeting with the boss of Team Rocket, Giovanni. Giovanni didn't say much. Most of it was just polite formalities, along with a slew of promised rewards and a heavy dose of indoctrination about loyalty to Team Rocket. In the end, Sato and the others were informed that the final stage of the rookie competition would begin in 1 month, and the location would be Team Rocket's Celadon headquarters. During this month-long break, participants were free to move about and were encouraged to mentally recover from the tense, high-stakes survival on the mysterious island. Although their time on the island hadn't been long, Sato and the others had lived under constant threat. Each day was filled with peril and deadly combat. Both the trainers and their Pokémon had developed varying degrees of post-battle stress syndrome. The mental strain was severe, and if not relieved properly, it could lead to serious consequences down the road. Sato had expected this. But it wasn't until he returned to the safety and stability of human civilization that he realized just how bad it was. He had become extremely sensitive, hyper-aware of every movement around him, especially the eyes on him in a crowd. Every glance felt like a dagger at his back, keeping his nerves on edge. His obviously odd behavior clashed with the easygoing city life, and the intimidating aura he unconsciously gave off made people avoid him, like a lion disguised in a flock of sheep, sparking fear even without roaring. Along the way, several citizens had reported him, resulting in multiple, special check-ins from Officer Jenny. If not for his clean record and public reputation, as well as his overwhelming strength, he might have already been detained as a dangerous suspect and dragged away for interrogation. Even so, he keenly sensed several elite trainers covertly following him, each of them clearly on high alert. It was obvious, the League's forces in Celadon City were now watching him. If he made any suspicious move, he had no doubt they would immediately join forces to try to take him down before he could do something dangerous. They'd take him down first and ask questions later. Sigh. I need to adjust fast. If I don't, it'll be hard to return to a normal life, and those League agents will keep hounding me. Outside the sparsely populated outskirts of the city, Sato stood beside a rice paddy, its vibrant green stretching out before him. He glanced to his left, where a burly man who had followed him from downtown still lingered, and sighed internally. Come out, Natu, Alakazam. As promised, our agreement is fulfilled. You're free now. This is the outside world, it's big and wide. With that, Sato summoned both Pokemon right in front of them and tailing him, speaking to them via telepathy. His sudden release of Natu and Alakazam caused the League agents shadowing him to tense up immediately. The moment they sensed the powerful psychic aura emanating from Alakazam, they nearly released their Pokemon on reflex. Throughout the journey, they had felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from Sato, a young trainer with a frightening presence. Their vast combat experience told them exactly what this meant. It meant this young trainer had the strength to defeat, or even kill, them effortlessly. If it weren't for their numbers, none of them would have dared follow someone as dangerous as Sato, especially after realizing he had already noticed them. They were well aware that tailing him this far likely already annoyed him. Now that he had stepped into this deserted area and released such powerful Pokemon, the possibility of him attacking was dangerously high. Fortunately, Alakazam did not receive any attack orders. The moment it appeared, it disappeared with a teleport, without a word. Sato let out a faint sigh as he watched it vanish. Though he felt a pang of regret, he was relieved that Natu, at least, had chosen to stay after some coaxing, meaning he hadn't lost the convenience of teleport altogether. Thank you all for the protection, but I'll be excusing myself now. It's hard to relax with you following me like this, not to mention, it's incredibly annoying. With Alakazam gone, Sato turned around and addressed the League trainers pretending to be tourists. Without waiting for a response, he used telepathy to instruct Natu to teleport him away. In the next instant, and to the dismay of the surrounding agents, Sato and Natu vanished from sight. Damn. We lost him. Everyone, split up and search the area. If we can't find him, none of us will be able to explain this back at HQ. The burly man closest to Sato panicked and shouted to his companions. But despite his loud order, none of the other elite trainers moved. They all nodded in response, but like him, they stood frozen in place. These weren't rookies. They were seasoned League agents, veterans of countless crises. They knew exactly what it meant to go after someone like Sato alone. He was already dangerous and visibly unstable. Now he had a psychic-type Pokemon that could teleport. If any of them ended up alone with him in the wilderness, they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. No mission was worth dying for. Not to these jaded survivors of the League. They had already spent half their lives in service. Now was the time to enjoy the perks, not throw their lives away chasing a target as lethal as Sato. In the end, they all shared a silent understanding. They waited until nightfall, then finally dispersed as a group. By that time, Sato had already crossed Route 7 and returned once more to the vibrant international metropolis of Saffron City. Chapter 595, Chapter 594, Encounter with Sabrina. Under the night sky, Saffron City remained as bustling as ever. This city that never sleeps became even more vibrant after dark than it was in the daytime. Perhaps due to being accustomed to the chaotic and colorful nightlife of Saffron City, its citizens had much stronger mental fortitude compared to those of Celadon. Even when facing Sato, who now radiated a dangerous aura, they remained relatively unfazed. However, even with Sato wearing a ditto-made human skin mask, his presence still raised alarms among both the visible and hidden elements in the city. As an internationally renowned metropolis, Saffron City was rife with power struggles and interest conflicts. Many powerful factions had footholds here, and it was not lacking in Elite 4-level trainers. Not long after Sato appeared in the city, he immediately drew the attention of these Elite 4-level and stronger trainers. They were all experienced veterans. So they quickly recognized the state Sato was in, one that trainers often enter after spending long periods surviving brutal battles in the wild. To these trainers, someone as young as Sato reaching this point meant his potential was limitless. But right now, he was an extremely dangerous young trainer. Any minor provocation could trigger an intense and possibly violent response. Moreover, they all believed Sato was most likely a carefully groomed elite from some major power. If they, as senior trainers, used their status to suppress him, it could very well ignite a much larger conflict. So, the top trainers from all factions could only instruct their subordinates to refrain from provoking Sato, whose emotional state was clearly on edge. As Sato walked, he grew increasingly irritated by the strange glances people threw his way. Deep down, he had the impulse to destroy these annoying pests who kept whispering about him. Thankfully, his reason managed to suppress this dangerous urge. I need to calm down. This isn't the mysterious island. This is civilized human society. It's safe here. Most of these people are weaklings. There's no need to pay attention. No one around can harm me. To combat his rising agitation, he began using techniques from the psychic ability book Maya had given him, specifically, methods of autosuggestion to calm his mind. It worked. Gradually, the storm in his heart began to settle. Sitting quietly in a peaceful downtown park, Sato was drenched in sweat, his face exhausted, as if he had just finished an intense workout. Phew. I have to do something about this. If not for the autosuggestion, I nearly lost control and gave in to the urge to attack those people. And that's just in a crowd of ordinary people. If I were in the underground black market, I really might not be able to hold back. He inhaled deeply, trying to stimulate his brain and regain clarity. To come to Saffron in this condition. You really are fearless in your ignorance. Then again, you're just a regular civilian by birth. Talented, sure, but still lacking vision. Leave Saffron City and find a quiet place to recover. If you stay in this noisy city, you'll eventually lose control over your mental state, and that'll put Giovanni in a tough spot. You must have gone on a killing spree on the island. The bloodlust you've built up is enormous and you probably didn't notice because you were surrounded by people with a similar state to yours, which made the environment around you feel normal. I've placed a mental barrier in your mind, it'll help suppress your mental state temporarily. But in the end, it's up to you to resolve it. Here's some advice, go to the Johto region and seek out those bald monks. They have solid techniques for emotional control and spiritual purification. Might even help strengthen your weak psychic power a bit. Just as Sato was preparing to leave after resting, a few crisp and elegant sentences suddenly echoed in his mind. In an instant, his entire body jolted like he'd been electrocuted, and he sat there stunned. After a moment, Sato finally came to his senses. For a split second, an image flashed before his eyes, a girl in a long white dress, with long black hair. But in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Immediately, Sato shot to his feet and began scanning his surroundings. But aside from some citizens casually strolling through the park, there was no trace of the black-haired girl in a white dress. That voice just now was Sabrina, wasn't it? After thinking for a moment, Sato quickly realized who it was. His expression turned to surprise. In Saffron City, there was only one person capable of initiating a telepathic conversation with him without a sound, and even implant a mental barrier, a feat only advanced psychic users could perform. That person could only be the psychic queen of Saffron, Sabrina. Feeling that his mental state had improved significantly, Sato finally came back to himself and turned in the direction where Sabrina had vanished, offering a deep, respectful bow. From her words, he guessed that she had likely been sent by Giovanni to help stabilize him. Still, the fact that she was willing to intervene at all was a major favor. He now owed the psychic queen a huge debt. Johto, huh? If I'm really in such bad shape and didn't notice until now, maybe I should try my luck there. Perhaps due to the mental barrier Sabrina had placed, Sato now found himself far less sensitive to the judgmental looks of those around him. The inner agitation had also subsided greatly. Straightening up, he murmured to himself. A short while later, he casually walked away and entered a nearby shop. When he emerged, he had changed into a new outfit and wore a different face. He'd even masked his scent using a variety of men's colognes. Thanks to his excellent disguise, Sato successfully shook off all pursuers. He hailed a cab and began heading toward a familiar entrance to Saffron City's underground black market. This time, his objective was simple, sell the Zweilous that once belonged to Ranka. Under his care, the dragon-type pseudo-legendary had long since recovered. However, the Zweilous was fiercely loyal to Ranka. No matter how Sato tried to coerce or tempt it, the Pokémon remained completely uncooperative. So in the end, Sato had no choice but to sell the rare dragon-type pseudo-legendary to exchange it for other resources. Saffron City's underground black market was the largest in the Kanto region and currently under full control of Team Rocket. In Sato's view, it was by far the best place to offload the Zweilous. Chapter 596, Chapter 595, Trading for a Pseudo-Legendary Egg. The secret passage to the underground black market in Saffron City that Sato remembered hadn't vanished. Using it, he smoothly re-entered the underground black market, which was bustling with activity in the evening, the liveliest time of day. Upon entering, Sato made his way straight to the auction zone in the heart of the market. A rare Pokémon like a pseudo-legendary dragon type would obviously fetch the highest value through an auction. Besides, all auction houses here were fully operated by Team Rocket. As a member with Giovanni himself backing him, Sato didn't need to worry about being robbed or ambushed. In fact, he would receive the best service available. Soon enough, under the guidance of a staff member, Sato was brought into an ornately decorated appraisal room. An elderly bald man wearing a monocle was currently examining a mysterious stone fragment engraved with strange symbols through a magnifying glass. Oh, welcome, welcome. Good evening, sir. What would you like to auction? Please bring it out for me to take a look. The white-haired old man saw Sato's imposing presence and immediately put down the fragment. After gesturing for the staff to shut the door, he greeted Sato with a cheerful smile. This is it. I'd like you to appraise it and give me a good estimate. Without wasting words, Sato took out a luxury ball from his pocket and handed it to the balding elder. To cover up the fact that he had killed Ranka and stolen his Zweilous, Sato hadn't used the standard black Team Rocket Pokeball distributed on the mysterious island. Instead, he repackaged Zweilous inside a luxury ball. He seems like a very precious Pokemon. Let me take a proper look. The old man didn't associate Sato with anything extraordinary. He merely assumed he was another lucky Team Rocket member who had caught, or seized, a rare Pokemon. Stroking his white beard, he accepted the ball with a smile. However, the old man's smile quickly froze. He placed the ball onto a specialized portable computer with an inset groove for pokeballs. The moment he read the data on the screen, his kindly expression stiffened and his breathing became noticeably heavy. Are you certain you wish to auction such a rare Pokemon? If so, we can lower the auction fee to just 5%. Snapping out of his shock, the old man quickly returned to his polite demeanor and addressed Sato with a practiced calmness. The auction house hadn't seen anything truly rare for quite some time, and interest had been declining. This rare pseudo-legendary Sato brought was guaranteed to reignite excitement. From the displayed data, the Zweilous had a high level and was physically much more developed than others of its kind. If it was wild, that meant it had excellent potential and pure bloodlines. Team Rocket had always prioritized rare pseudo-legendary dragon types, so their internal data on them was extremely thorough. Although not entirely accurate, the computer used a specialized system to estimate the Pokemon's attributes, allowing it to judge this Zweilous' potential as extremely high, even without a visual inspection. While high-level dragon types like this were notoriously difficult to tame, that didn't reduce their market value. On the contrary, such difficulty only proved the buyer's unworthiness. Even if it couldn't be tamed, pseudo-legendary dragons had practical uses, like repeated breeding to produce high-quality offspring. The Zweilous Sato brought in was undoubtedly a Pokemon with top potential. For powerful factions, the appeal was immense. Artificial methods could even be employed to encourage mating. While dragon types were notoriously difficult to breed, as long as it was handled properly, this well-bred Zweilous stallion could produce several pseudo-legendary dragon-type eggs, making this a no-risk investment. The old man could already envision how the auction would explode in popularity over the next few days. Once word got out, major powers would come in droves to battle it out in fierce bidding wars, and he would take a handsome cut from it all. A delightful prospect. But first, he had to make sure not to lose the trust of the Team Rocket member in front of him. Anyone capable of catching such a high-level dragon-type pseudo-legendary had to be incredibly strong. For trainers like that, money alone wouldn't be enough. Most who brought in such rare Pokemon had special requests. Thank you. However, I have one small condition. I'd like to exchange a portion of the auction proceeds for a pseudo-legendary dragon-type Pokemon egg. The old man's professionalism had satisfied Sato, who gave a nod of approval and voiced his request. In truth, Sato had already decided how to handle the Zweilous. His primary goal was to trade it for a pseudo-legendary dragon-type egg. Money was a secondary concern. He knew that Ranka's Zweilous was worth more than just an egg. Its potential was incredible, and Ranka had poured countless resources into its development. To others, this was a ready-made, high-level pseudo-legendary dragon type. If one could tame it, it would instantly become a powerful ace. Moreover, Zweilous' known attributes made it far more reliable than a Pokemon egg, whose quality could only be guessed at, unless one knew the parent Pokemon. Hearing Sato's terms, the old man fell silent. Having spent nearly a lifetime in appraisal and auctioning, he had facilitated more than 10 transactions involving pseudo-legendary dragon types. He'd encountered clients like Sato before. Special requests like these typically reduced auction profits significantly, especially when it involved something as hard to appraise as a dragon-type Pokemon egg. Misjudging the value could mean unimaginable losses in poke dollars. That's quite a reasonable request. But why let a good deal leave the family? Team Rocket is rich and powerful. Our Saffron City base has a few pseudo-legendary dragon-type Pokemon eggs in storage. Would you like to take a look? The old man's eyes lit up as he spoke with a grin. He'd thought of a solution. The eggs in storage had originally belonged to the now-destroyed Golden Gang. Team Rocket had seized them along with other spoils. Though their potential was uncertain, these eggs required a high exchange grade and significant contribution/merit points. As a result, they'd been sitting unused in the vault until now. This was the perfect opportunity to trade one for Sato's Zweilous. If the trade succeeded, not only would they resolve the issue of the unappraised eggs, but Team Rocket's internal resources could be better optimized. And on top of that, they could plan a proper auction for the Zweilous, maximizing profits. It was a win-win-win. If they're real, that would be perfect. However, I'll only view them here, and in strict confidentiality. Can that be arranged? Sato's eyes gleamed as he nodded in response to the proposal. With that, he took a small object from his person and placed it on the table. No problem at all. I'll arrange it immediately. Please wait a moment, sir. The old man's face changed dramatically the moment he saw what Sato placed on the table. Whatever small schemes he'd considered vanished instantly, and he stood up with a deep bow. Chapter 597, Chapter 596, Choosing Among Dragons. At this moment, the small item Sato took out was none other than the black-green badge, the personal emblem given to him by Boss Giovanni himself. The balding elder was no fool. As one of Team Rocket's core appraisers, he immediately recognized the significance of the object placed on the table. What he didn't expect was that the Rocket member standing before him was actually a direct subordinate of the Team Rocket boss. In the Elder's memory, there were very few individuals who had received this black-green badge from Giovanni, and without exception, they were all terrifyingly powerful trainers. Take, for instance, the one currently commanding Team Rocket's entire Saffron City division, the Psychic Queen, Sabrina. She was also one of Giovanni's personal protégés and unwaveringly loyal to him. Yes, the Elder's direct superior was none other than Sabrina. And when dealing with someone who could seemingly read minds, the Elder's only response was a mix of deep respect and dread. For anything related to Sabrina, even if it were merely tangential, he would give 200% effort. Not just him, in fact. Practically every Rocket member scraping by in Saffron City operated with the same philosophy. After all, offending the Psychic Queen was nothing short of disastrous. Even the lightest punishment meant getting turned into a doll for a week. There had once been a loudmouth who dared say something bad about Sabrina behind her back. The next day, he was found in his bed, transformed into a plush doll. Everyone thought he had fled out of guilt, but a week later, when he reappeared in his dorm room at the base, people finally realized he had been there the whole time, just as a doll. After that, the guy, who used to be quite the bragger and gossip, walked further and further down the path of reclusion. But strangely enough, he did become significantly stronger and was now in a position of power. Snapping back to the present, the bald elder quickly grabbed the antique phone beside him and, relying on memory, dialed a direct communication channel to speak with Sabrina. As a top-level appraiser, his position within the Saffron City Team Rocket base wasn't low. In no time, the call went through. And as expected of Giovanni's #1 faction member, Sabrina didn't even hesitate when the elder explained that Sato carried a black-green badge. She immediately agreed to the elder's proposal and ordered several dragon-type pseudo-legendary Pokemon eggs from the base's vault to be brought over. With Sabrina's approval, everything proceeded smoothly. Within minutes, a alakazam radiating terrifying psychic energy appeared in the appraisal room, levitating 4 eggs contained in temperature-controlled, reinforced glass chambers. When the alakazam saw Sato and the elder, it cast them both a condescending glance. Without a word, it carefully placed the 4 eggs on the table, then floated silently midair, supervising the exchange while keeping watch over both of them. Level 88 Alakazam. That's definitely one of Sabrina's core Pokemon. Sato secretly used his system's skin function to analyze the alakazam that had just arrived, and its level made him inwardly gasp in surprise. Sir, thanks to Alakazam's assistance, all 4 dragon-type pseudo-legendary Pokemon eggs from the vault have been brought over. These 2 are Dratini, this one is Bagon, and the last is Gibble. Clearly familiar with Alakazam, the elder had been just as startled by its sudden appearance. He quickly flattered it with a sycophantic smile before pointing out the 4 eggs on the table for Sato. Sato nodded without speaking. He immediately used his system to skin each of the 4 precious eggs, hoping to find the perfect dragon-type pseudo-legendary Pokemon for himself. The data displayed as follows. Pokemon, Dratini. Level. Type, Dragon. Ability, Shed Skin. Gender, Female. Known moves, Wrap, Leer. Egg move, Dragon Breath. Tutor moves, None. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 26, 31. Attack, 25, 31. Defense, 27, 31. SP ATK, 30, 31. SP Def, 24, 31. Speed, 25, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 157. Pokemon, Dratini. Level. Type, Dragon. Ability, Shed Skin. Gender, Male. Known moves, Wrap, Leer. Egg moves, Dragon Rush, Dragon Dance. Tutor moves, None. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 29, 31. Defense, 25, 31. SP ATK, 26, 31. SP Def, 24, 31. Speed, 31, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 165. Pokemon, Bagon. Level. Type, Dragon. Ability, Rockhead. Gender, Male. Known move, Rage. Egg moves, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dance. Tutor moves, None. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 28, 31. Attack, 27, 31. Defense, 30, 31. SP ATK, 27, 31. SP Def, 31, 31. Speed, 26, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 169. Pokemon, Gibble. Level. Type, Dragon/Ground. Ability, Sand Veil. Gender, female. Known move, Tackle. Egg move, Sand Tomb. Tutor moves, none. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 29, 31. Attack, 29, 31. Defense, 29, 31. SP ATK, 30, 31. SP Def, 31, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 178. Staring at the stat panels for the 4 Dragon-type pseudo-legendary eggs, Sato fell silent in deep thought, mentally weighing the pros and cons to determine his best choice. The first Dratini could be ruled out immediately. Both its IVs and inherited moves were clearly inferior to the other 3. That left 3 very tempting candidates. If it was purely about IVs, Gible was the obvious winner. Its stats were outstanding, even hitting a gold grade 4 rating. Sato hadn't expected to get so lucky as to stumble upon a gold grade dragon-type pseudo-legendary Pokemon egg. In terms of bloodline purity, Gible was clearly the top choice. But both Dratini and Bagon weren't bad either. While their stats didn't quite reach Gible's level, they had something else, inherited access to the powerful move Dragon Dance. Dragon-type pseudo-legendaries were known for blooming late. In early stages, their battle power was roughly on par with other Pokemon, and in the mid-game, they could even fall behind. But inheriting a high-level move early, especially something like Dragon Dance, could change everything. Dragon Dance was one of the most potent boosting moves a Dragon-type Pokemon could learn. With that move alone, a pseudo-legendary could sweep through teams. Even in early and mid-stages, they'd dominate most opponents. If Sato chose Gible, he'd need to be prepared for a long haul. Due to its slow development, Gible would struggle early on and might suffer frequent defeats against more developed Pokemon. Choosing Dratini or Bagon would make things much easier. With Dragon Dance, they could dominate even in the early game, allowing Sato to raise them freely without babysitting them constantly. Between all of them, Sato initially leaned more toward either Bagon or Gible, primarily because their final evolutions, Salamence and Garchomp, were capable of Mega Evolution, unlike Dragonite. However, Dragonite had unique strengths, broad move coverage, access to Ice-type moves most Dragon types couldn't learn, and most importantly, it could learn Extreme Speed, a signature move unmatched by any other. In a mirror match between dragons, Sato was certain that a late-game Dragonite trained in Extreme Speed and Ice-type moves, even without Mega Evolution, could thrash both Salamence and Garchomp. In the end, after careful deliberation, Sato made his decision. He chose the Dratini egg that had inherited both Dragon Dance and Dragon Rush. While Mega Evolution was tempting, evolution stones for Salamence and Garchomp were incredibly hard to find. And without dedicated training manuals, investing in them was a huge gamble. Dratini, on the other hand, was different. Sato had already located someone who possessed in-depth knowledge of training Dratini. That person was none other than Professor Oak, whose level 96 Dragonite had left a lasting impression on him. What sealed the deal for Sato was this: Professor Oak's Dragonite had indeed mastered Extreme Speed. That gave Sato hope that he could train his Dratini to learn the move without relying on the secret techniques of the Dragon clans. Chapter 598, Chapter 597, Arming the Team. About 10 minutes later, Sato left the auction zone. At the moment, he was carrying the Dratini egg in a backpack with an incubation function, and he also had a bearer card loaded with 200 million Poke Dollars. According to the Bald Elder, the average auction price of a Dragon-type pseudo-legendary Pokemon egg was around 5 billion. The Zweilous that Sato had sold could probably fetch up to 6 billion, though that was the ideal amount Team Rocket might get after all the related expenses. In the end, after a string of complicated and rather stringent calculations, the Bald Elder concluded that Sato could receive an extra 200 million Poke Dollars in auction proceeds. Sato wasn't too bothered by the Elder's efforts to squeeze down the final payout. He didn't take it personally. After all, if he had followed the usual process, it would have taken more than a week just to auction off the Zweilous. And during that time, countless complications could arise. Now, thanks to the Bald Elder's connections, he was able to offload this hot potato in such a short time, while also greatly reducing the danger of the deal. To Sato, it was well worth it. Consider it money spent for peace of mind. After exiting the auction zone, Sato headed straight for the free trade area and began searching for useful TM discs. During his adventure on the mysterious island, his team had gained several new Pokemon: Kecleon, Shiny Goridos, Heracross, Natu, and Flygon. Plus, he had unhatched Pokemon eggs, Duskull, Misdreavus, and Dratini. As a result, his demand for TMs had surged. Many of his Pokemon still weren't well equipped with moves. Now that he was in the Saffron City underground black market, a place known for its abundance of TMs, and had just acquired a large sum of funds, he intended to stock up properly. In his plan, 2 of the most urgently needed TMs were Protect and Hidden Power. Except for Flygon, none of his newly added Pokémon had learned Protect yet. These two moves were extremely versatile, nearly all Pokémon could learn them, and they were highly practical. Protect especially was a life-saving technique in battle. Meanwhile, Hidden Power could potentially compensate for any missing type coverage and expand a Pokémon's offensive capabilities. Neither move was particularly rare or too expensive, so Sato spent a little extra and quickly bought 7 Protect TMs and 8 Hidden Power TMs from various vendors, spending a total of 2 million Poké-dollars. After securing those, Sato turned his attention to more valuable TMs, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, and Ice Beam. Among his new Pokémon, Kecleon, Shiny Goridos, and the unhatched Dratini could all learn those via TM. Kecleon needed no justification. As his top-tier support and stealth guardian, its combat capability had to be fully optimized whenever possible. These three powerful elemental moves, Fire, Electric, and Ice, would greatly expand Kecleon's offensive potential. Combined with its Protean ability and its use of the buff move Nasty Plot, it could potentially serve as a special attacker in the future. Shiny Goridos, now already one of Sato's main Pokémon, hadn't received much TM training yet due to the limited conditions back on the island. It was still short on reliable moves. Of course, thanks to numerous battles, Shiny Goridos was already proficient with certain core techniques, Dragon Dance and Aqua Tail, especially in multi-target engagements. But that couldn't mask its limited offensive coverage. If it could learn Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, and Ice Beam, then even with its mediocre special attack stat, it would still stand a chance in battles against water, flying, steel, and grass-type opponents. As for Dratini, there was no question. Though it hadn't hatched yet, preparations had to start early, raising it from the start would make future use seamless. Currently, Sato had one Thunderbolt TM in his possession, a spoil of war obtained from another contestant on the mysterious island. Taking into account that his ace Swampert hadn't learned Ice Beam yet, he calculated his TM shortfall. 3x Flamethrower. 2x Thunderbolt. 4x Ice Beam. A serious deficit. Unlike Protect and Hidden Power, these powerful elemental TMs were extremely rare. Even here in the largest black market of the Kanto region, finding them was still a matter of luck. Sato searched the entire free trade area and managed to find only 2x Flamethrower, 1x Thunderbolt, 2x Ice Beam. And even these cost him a small fortune. Each TM averaged 3 million Poké-dollars, totaling 15 million Poké-dollars. Lastly, to further strengthen Shiny Goridos, Sato also bought Iron Tail and Iron Head, 2 Steel-type TMs. He also picked up a Rock Slide TM suitable for Heracross and Steel Wing TMs ideal for both Natu and Flygon, costing him another 10 million Poké-dollars. All in all, he had spent 27 million Poké-dollars on TMs, nearly halving his available funds. Now, he had around 193 million Poké-dollars remaining. After completing his TM spree, Sato still wasn't satisfied. He headed toward the specialty Pokémon item zone, hoping to score a rare ingredient used to craft exclusive food for the Pikachu evolutionary line, the leaves of the Electrowood tree. Electrowood leaves. Unfortunately, those leaves were simply too rare. Even the Ryurei clan, a superfamily from Hoenn, had no stock in their local store. Despite holding a silver badge from Wallace himself, Sato couldn't acquire any Electrowood leaves. At around 10 p.m., Sato left the Saffron Underground black market and checked into a high-end hotel downtown. That night, he distributed the TMs to his Pokémon. One by one, Kecleon and the rest of the new team members learned Protect and Hidden Power. Due to the shortage of Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, and Ice Beam TMs, only Shiny Goridos was able to learn all three. Kecleon learned Flamethrower and Thunderbolt, while the remaining Ice Beam TM was used on Sato's ace, Swampert. Chapter 599, Chapter 598, Unstable. At exactly 7 o'clock the next morning, Sato woke up on time. After enjoying a hearty breakfast with his Pokémon, he mounted his Flygon and flew southward toward Vermilion City. After the second phase of the competition ended, Sato had returned to the Kanto mainland with the main group. However, the important items he had stored in a private bank in Cinnabar Island before the second phase had yet to be retrieved. This time, his plan was to travel to Vermilion City to catch a boat to Cinnabar Island. One reason was to collect those important stored items, and the other was to retrieve his Arbok and Meowth, which he had left at a daycare in Cinnabar. There was one more thing. After handling those matters, Sato planned to take a boat to Pallet Town and pay a visit to Professor Oak. The distance between Saffron City and Vermilion City wasn't far. Although Flygon's normal flight speed wasn't especially fast, once it used Dragon Dance, it became remarkably swift. In less than an hour, Flygon brought Sato to the harbor of Vermilion City. Though it was still early, the port was already crowded with passengers needing to board their ships on time. When the ordinary people saw Sato suddenly descending from the sky atop his Flygon, and under the pressure of the level 57 dragon type, some of the more timid passengers and Pokémon shrieked in fear. Noticing the unrest in the crowd, Sato immediately became alert, his eyes flashing coldly with a dangerous glint. In that moment, everyone who made eye contact with him felt like they had fallen into an icy cellar. The screams in the crowd abruptly ceased. Realizing what had just happened, Sato shook his head vigorously, took a deep breath, and forced down the feeling of heightened vigilance. Under the fearful gazes of the onlookers, he mounted Flygon once again and swiftly flew west. Perhaps it was because Sabrina's psychic barrier had faded, but that morning, the restlessness had returned to Sato's mind. He had grown unusually sensitive to every sound and movement around him, constantly feeling like danger was lurking nearby. The screams and wary stares from the crowd only fanned this anxiety into a wildfire. For a moment, he felt as though these people around him were no different from the enemies who had tried to kill him in the shadows back on the mysterious island. That thought triggered an overwhelming urge to eliminate any threat. He had nearly acted on it. Just what the fuck is wrong with me? Just a few screams and I almost started crashing out. This can't go on. I need to fix this fucked up mental state, or I'll end up bringing a disaster upon myself. The sea breeze slapped his face and helped clear his mind, but Sato's expression remained grim. Just thinking about what had happened made his chest feel unbearably heavy. He now understood what Sabrina had told him last night. His PTSD from the mysterious island was far worse than he had imagined. He needed proper treatment, and fast. Indeed, while the countless battles on the mysterious island had rapidly increased his strength, they had also left behind severe side effects from surviving in such a ruthless environment and under such competitive conditions. He had grown accustomed to killing, his heart storing up a frightening amount of aggression. Like an addictive drug, it constantly begged to be released. If he held it in, it made him feel sick, anxious, and unstable. Back on the island, this wasn't an issue. He had real enemies to fight, and countless opportunities to vent his frustrations. But now, back in civilized society, such an unstable state was growing dangerous. It had already caused him to almost crash out. Originally, Sato had planned to board a boat to Cinnabar Island, but after what just happened, his behavior resembling that of a raving lunatic, taking a public ship was clearly out of the question. Had he not left quickly, some nearby league trainers might already have detained him. And if Sato guessed correctly, the Pokémon that had grown alongside him on the mysterious island were likely suffering from somewhat similar symptoms. If it weren't for the protective effects of their Pokeballs, things might have already spiraled out of control. Faced with such a serious issue, Sato knew that going to Cinnabar Island would have to wait. His top priority now was to find a way to treat the condition affecting both himself and his Pokémon. Last night, Sabrina had offered him a suggestion: seek help from monks in the Johto region. But that was too far away. He was still deep within Kanto, and his condition had already deteriorated to the point where he couldn't guarantee it wouldn't flare up again before he even reached Johto. If he lost control and harmed innocent people due to his exaggerated vigilance, the consequences would be devastating. Not only would he live with the guilt forever, but he'd also be hunted by the Pokémon League. So, before heading to Johto, Sato decided to visit someone who might be able to help. That's right, he was going to see Professor Oak. Professor Oak wasn't just a champion-level trainer but also one of the most knowledgeable Pokémon researchers in the world. If anyone could help, it was him. Vermilion City was still quite far from Pallet Town, separated by an inland sea. The distance was several hundred nautical miles. Fortunately, Sato had 4 Pokémon that could travel over water and carry him: Flygon, Crobat, Swampert, and the shiny Goridos. With their help, he could travel continuously. After nearly 6 hours, with the 4 Pokémon taking turns, Sato finally reached the opposite shore of the inland sea. After another half-hour, he flew into the skies over Pallet Town aboard Flygon. But just as he entered Pallet's airspace, a terrifyingly powerful Dragonite appeared before him, blocking his path and staring menacingly at both him and Flygon. Dragonite, you still remember me, don't you? I've come to see Professor Oak. I mean no harm. Please let me pass. Under the immense pressure of this pseudo-legendary dragon type, Sato gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak. Hearing his words, Dragonite's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. In a flash, it used extreme speed to appear right in front of Sato, then sniffed him curiously. Apparently recognizing him, Dragonite gave a slight nod before disappearing in the blink of an eye with another extreme speed. Flygon, don't be scared, it's okay now. Head for the entrance of the biggest house down there. Sato finally let out a breath of relief. He patted his trembling Flygon reassuringly as he spoke. A few minutes later, inside Professor Oak's lab. Ah, young Sato. Looks like you've been through a lot recently. Professor Oak said seriously, holding a bowl of instant noodles in his hands. Chapter 600, Chapter 599, Professor Oak's Decision. As a seasoned champion-level trainer, Professor Oak could easily detect the changes that had taken place in Sato, as well as sense the hardship he was currently facing. Sato, the young trainer who had once defeated his granddaughter, had left a deep impression on Professor Oak. Just a month ago, Professor Oak still clearly remembered Sato as a polite, well-mannered young man with a hint of inexperience. But now, barely over a month later, all traces of that youthful innocence had vanished from Sato. He had grown extraordinarily shrewd. No, perhaps the more fitting word to describe him now was ruthless. Even though Sato tried his best to hide it, the air of decisive lethality, tempered through countless and constant brushes with death, was something Professor Oak still sensed keenly. In his experience, it typically took young trainers at least 5 years, if not longer, on the path to truly shed that layer of naivety, polishing and tempering their hearts through the trials of life. But Sato had managed to undergo this transformation in just over a month. That could only mean he had walked a much faster, and far more dangerous path, experiencing scenes that ordinary trainers might never encounter in their lifetime. To survive, Sato had hardened himself under the weight of those bloody trials. His psyche had transformed rapidly, and his heart had become tougher, colder. Yet Professor Oak also understood that this kind of shortcut to mental maturity came with severe consequences. In truth, Oak had been through such times himself. He was born in an era far less peaceful than the present. Back then, Pokeballs were primitive and scarce. Wild Pokemon were much more powerful than they were now. Humanity had wrested its right to survive from them through iron and blood. The cruelty of that time was beyond anything today's generation, raised like flowers in a greenhouse under the League's protection, could possibly imagine. To have risen from that era and eventually become a champion-level trainer himself, Professor Oak had also seen and endured things that ordinary trainers never would. During his own growth, he too had gone through a period of explosive development in strength, when he was embroiled in a war for survival between humans and wild Pokemon. That's why he understood Sato's current mental state so deeply. However, understanding was one thing. There were still basic facts he needed to confirm for himself. While Oak had a soft spot for helping young trainers, he would never aid someone truly twisted or wicked. If Sato turned out to be the kind of trainer who killed indiscriminately and without cause in his quest for strength, Professor Oak would show him no mercy. Facing such an astute and experienced champion-level trainer, Sato knew that lying would be pointless. So, he chose to speak honestly. Of course, even while telling the truth, Sato carefully avoided mentioning anything about Team Rocket. He simply told Professor Oak that he had accidentally ended up on a mysterious island inhabited by many high-level Pokemon and had survived there for 21 days. He swore that he hadn't killed the innocent or committed any heinous acts, he just did what he had to do to make sure he survived there and came out stronger. His reason for coming here today was because he didn't want to keep living with his clearly fucked up state of mind. He was seeking Professor Oak's help to avoid the fate of living in constant vigilance and unnecessary aggressive outburst. So that's how it is. I've heard rumors about a mysterious island in the southern Orange Islands, but I never imagined it truly existed. It seems you've been through an arduous and extraordinary adventure, Sato. Wait here, I'll be right back. After listening patiently to Sato's experiences on the island, Professor Oak finished the last spoonful of soup from his bowl, speaking with a pensive expression. Then, he turned and walked toward the kitchen, bowl in hand. Sigh. Even though I didn't mention anything about Team Rocket, it's obvious Professor Oak has heard some rumors about that island. With his intelligence, he's probably already figured out who I really am. As Professor Oak disappeared from view, Sato finally let his guard down a little. Still, unease lingered in his heart. He knew full well that as a former champion of Kanto, Professor Oak was a staunch supporter of the Pokemon League. If he suspected or discovered Sato's affiliation with Team Rocket, there was a real risk he might act to capture him. In truth, Sato was taking a gamble. In his understanding, Professor Oak was an open-minded man. He likely already knew about Sato's background from League sources, and knew that Sato had been forced into joining Team Rocket. After all, no one chooses to join a dark organization from the start. But once you're in, the deeper you fall, the harder it is to escape. Meanwhile, after Professor Oak had completely disappeared from Sato's sight, a Ralts suddenly appeared, perching happily on Oak's head and playfully tugging at his hair. Well then, Ralts, was there any falsehood in that boy's words? Professor Oak placed the bowl in the sink, gently lifted the mischievous Ralts from his head, and asked with a serious tone. This Ralts belonged to a young trainer from Pallet Town who had left it in Oak's care. Over time, Oak had built a close bond with it. Ralts had the innate ability to perceive emotions in humans and Pokemon alike. Their sensitivity to emotional fluctuations made them natural lie detectors of sorts. That's why, while questioning Sato, Professor Oak had secretly asked Ralts to monitor the truthfulness of his words. None. Upon hearing the question, the red horn on Ralts's forehead lit up briefly. It shook its head and responded telepathically. Then, is he hiding anything? Professor Oak smiled slightly at the initial answer, relieved that he hadn't misjudged the boy. But as a thought occurred to him, he quickly followed up with another question. Yes. He's hiding something. This time, Ralts gave a firm reply. Thank you, Ralts. You've been a great help. Go back and play with your friends. Professor Oak's expression dimmed slightly at Ralts's response, but he quickly thanked it and gave permission to return. Even though that my brother was kind of scary and full of negative emotions. I don't think he's a bad person. You really do have a good eye. Sensing Oak's disappointment, Ralts offered a comforting telepathic message. Those words are more than enough. You're right, as long as he's not a bad person, that's what matters. The child's circumstances are clearly difficult, for him to make it this far is no small feat, thank you, Ralts. Hearing Ralts's words, Professor Oak's eyes lit up. As if something had clicked, he gently patted Ralts's head and laughed heartily. Chapter 601, Chapter 600, Professor Oak's Assistance. The innocent words from Ralts snapped Professor Oak back to clarity. Yes, perhaps Sato was indeed part of Team Rocket, but he hadn't done anything evil. Professor Oak couldn't just turn his back on a young trainer seeking help because of preconceived notions rooted in factional bias. Especially when this young trainer was so exceptional. If he refused him now, wouldn't that be the same as pushing him completely to the other side? In his current unstable state, if Sato lost control and hurt someone by mistake, he might never be able to turn back. Hadn't Oak's lifelong goal been to help more trainers walk the right path? Now, with a young trainer who hadn't done anything wrong coming to him for help, how could he just stand by and do nothing? The road this young trainer was walking had merely strayed slightly from the righteous path. It was Oak's duty to do everything in his power to help guide him back to the right track. After a moment of silent contemplation, Professor Oak turned and walked toward his room. There, relying on memory, he found a simple but well-preserved wooden box. Let's hope this still works. Opening the box, Professor Oak looked at the worn wooden bracelet inside and murmured to himself. This wasn't an ordinary bracelet. It had been given to him in his youth by a wise monk from the Johto region. Legend had it that the bracelet was crafted from sacred camphor wood at the top of the bell tower, where the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh once perched. It was said to hold powerful purifying properties. Professor Oak had suffered from something similar to Sato's post-battle trauma in the past. This bracelet had played a vital role in helping him recover. But that was many years ago. Its glow had long faded. Whether it still retained its power was unclear. He closed the box carefully and set it on the table. Then he picked up a blank sheet of paper and pen. After a short while, he finished writing a simple letter. Meanwhile, Sato sat anxiously in the chair, unsure of what fate awaited him. Would Professor Oak help him, or arrest him on the spot? Both outcomes seemed equally likely. To be honest, if not for the crisis he currently faced, he wouldn't have come to Oak for help. They weren't particularly close, and he lacked the confidence to ask such a favor. Now, having revealed parts of Team Rocket's rookie trials, though never mentioning the name explicitly, he knew that with Oak's wisdom, the men could infer the truth. In Sato's mind, Oak choosing not to help and instead apprehending him seemed far more probable. After all, the men had once been the Kanto League champion, known for his firm sense of justice. Sigh. I really have no choice but to put my faith in Professor Oak. If I lose control and end up attacking people accidentally, I'll be hunted by the League anyway. If I end up like in my past life, on the run, hiding constantly, maybe it's better to be caught by Oak before I make any irreversible mistakes. With his character, he'd at least treat my Pokemon with kindness. That wouldn't be such a bad ending. With that thought, Sato felt his anxious heart begin to calm. He remained seated, patiently awaiting Professor Oak's final decision. Running away. Not an option. The Oak Research Lab housed countless Pokemon left in his care by some of the strongest trainers from Pallet Town. Even rare psychic types were nothing unusual here. If Professor Oak truly wanted to catch him, he wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. Rather than digging his own grave, it was better to stay calm and wait for the verdict. After all, since his debut, Sato hadn't done anything evil. In fact, he had accomplished many good deeds. Professor Oak was a reasonable man. Even if Sato's Team Rocket identity disgusted him, it wouldn't blind a respected Pokemon professor to the truth. Footsteps echoed from down the hallway. Though Sato had calmed a moment ago, his heart began to race again. He stared ahead nervously. But when he saw Professor Oak approach, not with a powerful Dragonite, but simply carrying a plain wooden box and a sealed letter, Sato let out a huge sigh of relief. He knew then that he was safe. Professor Oak had chosen to help him. Young Sato, inside this box is a bracelet made from sacred wood. It should help temporarily suppress the distress in your heart. This letter is a recommendation. Take it to the Slowpoke Monastery in Johto and give it to the head abbot. He'll assist you in suppressing and purging your inner state. Seeing Sato's tense expression relax, Professor Oak gave a slight smile. He walked over, handed the box and letter to him, and said warmly, I can't thank you enough, Professor Oak. If you ever need my help in the future, I'll never refuse. Sato immediately stood, accepted the items with both hands, and gave Oak a deep bow, solemnly making his promise. Good. Then I need you to promise me this: no matter how deep you are in the darkness, your heart must always seek the light. You must never commit atrocities. If you do, no matter how far you run, I'll personally drag you to a League prison. Professor Oak's voice turned cold, his expression serious. A powerful aura, the kind only possessed by champion-level trainers, swept out from him. Sato felt like a small boat caught in a raging storm. His face turned pale under the immense pressure. At that moment, he knew Professor Oak had guessed the truth about his Team Rocket affiliation. And yet, he had chosen to trust him. Sato was deeply moved. "I swear, even if it costs me my life, I will never commit any atrocity so long as I can help it." Gritting his teeth, Sato stood firm against the overwhelming aura and replied with sincere determination. As soon as he spoke, the pressure vanished without a trace. Professor Oak was once again the kind, approachable elder. Had it not been for his ragged breathing, Sato might have thought the terrifying storm of moments ago had been a hallucination. "Good. Sato, you must not seek power so recklessly anymore. Rapid growth is impressive, yes, but it must be measured. Go too far, and the consequences are dire. Steady progress is best. With your talent, if you take things one step at a time for 7 or 8 years, even I may not be your match." Professor Oak was clearly satisfied with Sato's heartfelt promise. He looked at him with the approving gaze of a mentor, his voice filled with wisdom. "Yes, I'll train steadily from now on. By the way, Professor Oak, there's actually something else I came to ask your help with. It's this. I hope you can help me take care of it for a while." Sato nodded seriously. Then, taking off his backpack, he carefully pulled out a Pokemon egg, an egg of a Dratini, and nervously held it out to Professor Oak. Chapter 602, Chapter 601, Finalizing a Storage Spot. Sato wasn't thick-skinned enough to outright ask Professor Oak for methods to raise a Dratini. Of course, that would be the stupidest way to go about it. Instead, Sato decided to go with a more subtle, behind-the-scenes approach to get what he wanted. Leaving Pokemon in Professor Oak's care was undoubtedly the most discreet and efficient method. Oak was widely regarded as a master of Pokemon training, and that reputation wasn't just hot air, it was backed by substance. Just look at how well Ash's Pokemon turned out under his care. For example, his Kingler and Snorlax both had been left at Oak's lab since capture. Yet those two Pokemon delivered outstanding performances during the Indigo League and Johto League respectively. Kingler in particular was astonishing. In its very first battle under Ash, not only did it evolve into a Kingler, but it also managed a 3-sweep performance. Even more unbelievable was how it used Hyper Beam right after evolving. There's no way that happened without Professor Oak giving it some extra, behind-the-scenes attention. Compared to Kingler and Snorlax, Dratini was undeniably more valuable, with even greater research potential, especially since this was a Dratini Pokemon egg. That only made it more of a gold mine. Knowing Professor Oak's obsession with research, Sato was sure the professor would be very interested in caring for an unhatched Dratini egg. Even if Oak declined, Sato still had 3 trump cards up his sleeve to ensure cooperation. Yes, his trump cards were a shiny Pelipper, a shiny Beautifly, and a shiny Goridos. Shiny Pokemon were unimaginably rare in the world of Pokemon, possibly even rarer than pseudo-legendary dragon types. Their research value far surpassed that of ordinary Pokemon. Sato could guarantee it, the moment Oak laid eyes on the shiny Pelipper, shiny Beautifly, and especially the shiny Goridos, he'd get stars in his eyes and instantly switch into research maniac mode. At that point, Sato wouldn't even need to ask. Oak would be begging him to let him study the shinies. And in return, leaving the Dratini egg in Oak's care would be easy as pie. Once Professor Oak agreed to look after the egg, given how high-maintenance pseudo-legendary dragon types were, he'd naturally pour lots of effort into it. And over time, emotional attachment would follow. It was only human. With Oak investing so much effort into raising the Dratini, there's no way he'd be okay with it ending up weak or poorly trained. He'd probably even give it some personal coaching. After all, Professor Oak had a level 96 Dragonite. Having the Dragonite mentor the Dratini would be a breeze, just one word from him. Under a champion-tier Dragonite's guidance, the Dratini would practically have to grow stronger. Obviously, even someone as experienced as Professor Oak still viewed pseudo-legendary dragon types as extremely valuable research subjects. He instantly recognized the egg in Sato's hands as a Dratini egg. "This is a Dratini egg, isn't it? Sato, my boy, you really are something else, managing to find such a rare Pokemon." "No problem at all. I've got time, I'll be happy to look after it for you. That is, if you don't mind me doing a bit of research while I'm at it, hehehe." In a flash, Professor Oak's eyes lit up like a starving man spotting a gourmet feast. He rubbed his hands together excitedly and looked at Sato with a disturbingly eager expression. Maybe it was just his imagination, but suddenly Sato found this highly respected elder to look a little creepy. "Then I'll leave it to you. As you know, with how things are for me right now, it's hard to spare the energy to care for it properly. You've raised a Dragonite yourself, so you're definitely an expert in raising Dratini. I feel totally at ease leaving it with you. Oh, and I have a few more Pokemon I'd like to entrust to you. But it's a bit cramped in here, shall we head out to the backyard?" Sato's scalp tingled a bit under Oak's ravenous gaze, but since he'd gotten the green light, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and leave the shiny Goridos and the others in Oak's care too. In Sato's mind, Professor Oak's lab was hands down the most ideal place to store Pokémon. He had zero concerns about their safety or well-being. Oak would definitely look after them with great care. Besides, the Pokémon stored here were mostly from Pallet Town trainers, and most were quite strong. So Sato didn't need to worry about his Pokémon getting rusty or weak from staying there. In fact, they might even reap some unexpected benefits. What are we waiting for? Let's go, off to the backyard. Professor Oak's grin grew even wider at Sato's words. He grabbed Sato's arm and practically dragged him toward the back garden. His steps were light and quick, he looked nothing like a man in his 60s. Truth be told, Professor Oak had been drooling over Sato's Pokémon ever since a month ago. He'd wanted to keep Sato around just so he could study those remarkably gifted Pokémon more closely. Now that Sato was offering, Oak couldn't be happier. As for Sato's little scheme, Oak didn't care in the slightest. His lab had hundreds, maybe even over 1,000, Pokémon in storage. Adding a few more to the list wouldn't hurt a bit. A few minutes later, in the backyard, Oak finally laid eyes on Sato's shiny Beautifly and shiny Goridos, this time, unmasked and in their full glory. Especially the shiny Goridos, it left Oak completely dumbfounded. This. These are shiny Pokémon. Sato, my boy, you really are a lucky trainer. Shiny Pokémon are rare beyond belief, and you actually caught 2 of them. Good heavens, a shiny Goridos at that. I've never seen one in real life before. Sato, you can't say no this time. You absolutely must let me keep them here. I'll take excellent care of them, and do a bit of research too. I've got a feeling I'm on the verge of a major breakthrough. Looking at the shiny Beautifly and shiny Goridos in front of him, Professor Oak's face turned bright red with excitement, far more thrilled than when he saw the Dratini egg. His eyes once again lit up with that research-fueled hunger as he spoke to Sato. Without waiting for a reply, he rushed over to the Pokémon, completely unafraid of getting attacked. He pulled a pen and notebook out of his pocket and immediately started jotting down detailed observations. As long as you're happy, Professor. Sato responded with a beaming smile. Oh right, there are still a few more Pokémon I'd like to ask you to look after. Would you mind if I? Chapter 603, Chapter 602, The Only Way is Forward. It was a little past 5 p.m. as Sato rode swiftly through the forest between Pallet Town and Viridian City atop his Arcanine. By now, Sato's expression had eased considerably. His whole demeanor was like a once unsheathed, savage blade now slipped back into a sturdy scabbard, less sharp, but far more restrained and composed. All of this change in Sato was thanks to the string of camphorwood prayer beads gifted to him by Professor Oak. These prayer beads, made from the sacred camphorwood where the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh once perched, truly possessed a mysterious aura that warded off evil. The restless agitation caused by Sato's intense mental imbalance had faded significantly the moment he wore them. His mind felt far clearer now. I really owe Professor Oak a huge favor this time. With these camphor beads, I won't have to worry about losing control and hurting someone by accident. But still, my situation isn't exactly great. He glanced at the slightly worn prayer beads on his left wrist, feeling the faint, cool energy radiating from them. Then his eyes moved to the Team Rocket watch on his right wrist. His emotions grew heavier. Not long ago, just as he had stepped out of Professor Oak's lab, the watch on his right wrist had buzzed with a new message. The message was incredibly simple, just 2 characters, Viridian Gym. Upon seeing that, Sato's first instinct was to run, flee Kanto as far and fast as possible. But that impulse lasted only a second or 2 before he squashed it mercilessly. Running was out of the question. Right now, all of Kanto's underworld was shrouded in the Team Rocket's shadow, and even the Pokémon League was heavily infiltrated. Their agents lurked in every corner. Take this instance, for example, he had just stepped out of Professor Oak's lab and was immediately hit with a message. It was obvious, Professor Oak's lab was also under surveillance. Everything he did was potentially being watched by the Team Rocket. If he dared to show the slightest hint of fleeing, Sato was certain that Team Rocket elites would quickly descend upon him. The organization had always been ruthless with traitors, relentless and merciless. Even though his strength had grown significantly, in the eyes of an entity as massive as Team Rocket, he was still just a slightly larger ant. A single executive officer could send him fleeing for his life. Ever since visiting the mysterious island, Sato had realized that Team Rocket had more than a few Elite 4-level powerhouses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to dominate Kanto's underworld so quickly and hold that power so firmly. That's why Sato knew escape wasn't an option. His only choice was to go to Viridian Gym and meet the one waiting for him there. He also understood that if Giovanni hadn't sent people to arrest him immediately, then things hadn't yet reached the worst point. There was still a chance for survival. If he tried to flee, then it truly would be over, no chance at all. Knowing that this trip to Viridian might be a deadly one, Sato left behind the Dragonese Pokemon egg. He then made up a half-hearted excuse to take both his shiny Beautifly and shiny Goridos with him again. Professor Oak hadn't questioned him. He simply patted Sato on the shoulder before he left and told him to be careful. I really didn't think things through. It makes sense that Professor Oak, being one of Kanto's top researchers, would have his lab under Team Rocket surveillance. I was too focused on seeking help and missed that obvious fact. Well, what's done is done. Now I have to face the consequences. Hopefully, I can avoid this coming disaster. Yeah. Life's never smooth sailing. It rises and falls. I thought I had gained some footing in this world, but it was just a castle in the sky, collapsing with the slightest breeze. No foundation at all. As the sun began to cast its final light across the sky, Sato sighed heavily. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the trees behind him. In just a moment, it zipped past Arcanine on the open ground and blocked the path ahead. A Primeape, and it's level 54. Sato signaled for Arcanine to stop as he stared at the Primeape now blocking the road. His expression turned grave. A flicker of blue psychic light gleamed in his eyes as he quickly shifted his focus to a patch of brush on the right side. Moments later, a burly middle-aged man in casual clothing stepped out slowly from the tall grass. He walked in silence, positioned himself behind Primeape, and then took out a black Pokeball from his pocket, pointing it directly at Sato. The moment Sato saw the black Pokeball, he instantly understood, Team Rocket. And not just any member, this one had clearly come for him. A bad feeling crept in, his path to Viridian Gym would not be peaceful. There was no need for words. If Sato wanted to move forward, he would have to defeat the person standing before him. He glanced at Primeape's info as displayed in his system, and immediately chose his counter. Without hesitation, he threw a Pokeball. In the next instant, his shiny Beautifly soared out of the open Pokeball. Primeape locked eyes with Beautifly, and instantly its fists burst into blazing flames. It accelerated with terrifying speed, rapidly closing the gap between them. Battle erupted in a flash. A few minutes later, the surrounding forest was devastated, many trees had fallen, and the ground was riddled with craters. Now, the middle-aged man stood there, eyes empty, watching Sato ride away swiftly on Arcanine, not bothering to spare him another glance. His face was frozen in disbelief. At his feet lay the battered, unconscious body of Primeape. I lost. The target is strong. Proceed with caution. Once Sato vanished from sight, the man finally snapped out of his daze. He returned Primeape to its Pokeball, then pulled out a communicator from his coat and sent a brief message. At that very moment, deep within the tightly shut Viridian Gym, a crew-cut man in a suit stood tall on the battlefield inside. At his feet sat a well-groomed Persian. Let's see if you're worth the investment. Only those who keep moving forward can survive in this brutal world. He glanced at the message on his communicator screen, then turned to face the gym's main entrance. His sharp eyes narrowed, and he muttered softly to himself. Chapter 604, Chapter 603, Sophia's Surprise. Around 6 p.m. in the evening, deep within the forest path near Viridian City, an intense Pokemon battle was unfolding. Above the war-torn forest path, a Flygon and a Pidgeot were locked in a fierce aerial clash. Powerful moves from both Pokemon continually missed their mark, striking the ground instead and leaving devastating scars across the battlefield. Due to the proximity to Viridian City, the battle had quickly drawn the attention of the townspeople. At this point, a number of trainers were scattered around the battlefield, watching the confrontation unfold. From the current situation, Pidgeot appeared to be completely suppressed by Flygon. With each successive use of Dragon Dance, Flygon's dominance only increased, and Pidgeot's situation was growing more precarious by the second. In fact, at the beginning of the battle, Pidgeot had leveraged its agility move 3 times to establish a clear speed advantage, allowing it to pressure Flygon relentlessly. However, Flygon seemed to anticipate every move Pidgeot made, responding with evasions or counters even before Pidgeot could fully act. Because of this, several of Pidgeot's carefully executed aerial ambushes were neatly dodged, and it even took a surprise hit from Flygon's lightning-fast Iron Tail, setting it back. Then, as Flygon continued stacking Dragon Dance, its speed gradually caught up to Pidgeot's, and the tide of battle began to turn. Now, it was Pidgeot that was on the defensive. Suddenly, the Pidgeot's trainer seized upon a moment when Flygon charged too aggressively and immediately gave a command for a counterattack. Following the trainer's timely direction, Pidgeot used Quick Attack to burst forward with speed, displaying masterful aerial maneuvering. With a swift mid-air feint, it barely dodged Flygon's Dragon Claw and looped around to strike back. Just as Pidgeot was about to deliver a crushing blow with a blazing steel wing, Flygon, as if it had eyes on the back of its head, had its long tail suddenly gleam with a metallic shine. With a whip-like Iron Tail executed in a perfect dragon twist, it struck Pidgeot directly on the head with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, the stunned Pidgeot let out a pained screech and plummeted to the ground like a wounded bird. In that moment, Sato, soaring above the battlefield on Crobat, had a flash of blue light flicker across his eyes. Flygon suddenly burst with a terrifying surge of dragon-type energy and dove down like a dragon-shaped comet aimed at the falling Pidgeot. The next second, boom, the impact shook the entire earth. Ruahar. Flygon re-emerged from the cloud of dust, ascending triumphantly into the sky with a victorious roar. Damn it, can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Is this guy a psychic or something? He hasn't said a single word since the start of the fight, but his Flygon fights like a damn ace. High above the battlefield, the blonde-haired trainer, also riding a flying type, gritted his teeth as he looked down at his unconscious Pidgeot lying battered in a crater. Despite his frustration, the outcome was clear. With no other choice, the blonde trainer cast one last bitter glance at Sato, who had already recalled Crobat and Flygon and was now once again mounted on Arcanine, then returned his defeated Pidgeot into its Pokeball. Including this blonde man, Sato had now defeated 8 Team Rocket elites in one-on-one battles, each sending out Pokemon at the Pseudo-Elite 4 level. Using his telepathic abilities, Sato had effortlessly overwhelmed every single challenger along the way. However, the intensity of each battle was clearly escalating. The first opponent, who used a Primeape, had gone down in under 2 minutes. But this latest fight, against a level 57 Pidgeot, had taken nearly 8 minutes. As expected, stronger Team Rocket elites were still ahead. As a trainer hungry for strength, he longed for worthy adversaries. After defeating the blonde trainer, Sato rode Arcanine smoothly into Viridian City. On the way to Viridian Gym in the city center, he wasn't stopped again. However, just as he caught sight of the gym from afar, an icy beauty with long, ice-blue hair suddenly appeared and blocked his path, just like the 8 Rocket elites before her. Sato blinked. The woman looked familiar, like he had seen her somewhere before. Unfortunately, she showed no intention of chatting. Without a word, the icy woman pointed to a standard-sized battlefield at the roadside and walked toward it. Sato understood immediately, this was the 9th Rocket elite sent to challenge him. Saying nothing, he guided Arcanine telepathically to follow her. To be honest, Sophia was completely stunned when she saw Sato. She had been following a secret directive from Giovanni to serve as the 9th examiner in testing a new rocket recruit's strength. She had never expected that recruit to be Sato. As someone who had once helped Sato take his first steps as a trainer, Sophia knew he was talented, but she had not imagined he'd grow so fast. In just a few months since his debut, he had already reached the strength of a pseudo-elite 4-level trainer. And now, even after defeating 8 challengers of that caliber, he was still in peak form, ready to face her, the final examiner. For a brief moment, Sophia recalled the second round of the rookie competition that had just ended yesterday. Knowing Sato had also taken part, a tangle of complex emotions surged within her cold heart. How ridiculous. To think I'd be the one to raise a monster like this, she thought to herself with a hint of bitter irony. As someone who had once failed the trials on the mysterious island, Sophia now understood why Sato's growth had been so explosive. His strength made sense now. And with it, she couldn't help but recall her own bitter memories of being utterly crushed by a psychic girl on that same island. Her eyes grew colder. The next moment, a pale blue Pokeball flew from her hand. As it opened upon hitting the ground, a terrifying wave of cold air surged out like a winter storm, engulfing the entire battlefield. In an instant, a layer of ice spread across the arena at a pace visible to the naked eye. As it covered nearly 2/3 of the field, a powerful Weevil stepped confidently onto the reflective ice. As soon as Weevil touched down, snow began to fall in a 10-meter radius around it, forming its own frozen domain. Chapter 605, Chapter 604, Sophia's Ace Pokemon. Weevil's ability was clearly pressure. The moment it appeared on the battlefield, an overwhelming aura burst forth from its small frame. This oppressive energy, compounded by the innate sinister aura of a dark type and the bone-chilling cold of an ice type, gave rise to a menacing presence. This pressure wasn't just invisible, it carried with it a tangible wave of icy, malicious intent that pierced straight through one's heart. In an instant, every living creature within 100 meters felt as if an icy spike had been suspended above their chests. Their hearts throbbed with the illusion of being stabbed through with ice. Sato, a veteran of countless battles, wasn't affected much. He only felt a slight discomfort from Weevil's pressure. However, the nearby trainers and onlookers, what incredible mastery over ice-type energy, at a very high level, Sato thought. And with that egg-sized piece of never-melt ice hanging around its neck, it's channeling a tremendous reservoir of cold. This level 64 Weevil can alter the weather without even using a move. Sato ignored the chaos in the audience and focused solely on Sophia's Weevil. He noted how it effortlessly caused localized snowfall, and with the help of his system's detection feature, he immediately understood, this was going to be a brutal fight. Weevil's data. Pokemon, Weevil. Level. Type, Dark/Ice. Ability, Pressure. Gender, Female. Known moves, Embargo, Revenge, Pursuit, Scratch, Leer, Taunt, Quick Attack, Faint Attack, Icy Wind, Fury Swipes, Nasty Plot, Metal Claw, Hone Claws, Fling, Screech, Night Slash, Snatch, Punishment, Dark Pulse. Egg moves, Slash, Icicle Crash. Tutor moves, Foul Play, Ice Punch. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Fighting, Ice Beam, Blizzard, Whirlpool, Fury Cutter, Substitute, Poison Jab, Aerial Ace, Hail, Rain Dance, Hyper Beam, Brick Break, Double Team, Shadow Claw. Held item, Never Melt Ice, Small Piece. IVs, out of 31. HP. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, Gold Tier, total, 176. From this information, it was obvious, this Weevil was built to dominate. Not only did it have a top-tier Gold Tier rating, but it also knew high-powered moves like Foul Play, Icicle Crash, and Blizzard. Sato guessed that this Weevil, whose demeanor so closely mirrored its icy beauty of a trainer, was Sophia's ace. Both had the same cold, commanding presence. Both were female. They practically looked like sisters. But what troubled Sato wasn't Weevil's stats. It was the deeply familiar feeling radiating from it, and the fleeting, bloodthirsty madness in its eyes. That look etched itself into his memory. If his instincts were right, this Weevil likely came from the mysterious island, and had even spent time in its central region. Pokémon from that area were renowned for their exceptional instincts and deadly combat prowess. Compared to regular Pokémon of the same level, they were often 3 times as dangerous, and could easily defeat stronger opponents. Sophia was clearly an elite trainer. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been positioned near Viridian Gym to intercept him. Sato figured she was likely the final obstacle before reaching the gym. Beyond her, possibly Giovanni himself, or one of his closest men like Joe Kondo. This Weevil, trained extensively and armed with the Ice-type treasure Never Melt Ice, was undoubtedly stronger than most Pokémon of its level. From a type matchup perspective, Sato's best choice would be Arcanine, who could freely manipulate high-temperature flames to counter ice types like Weevil. However, his Arcanine was only level 51. A 13-level gap was far too large to overcome with type advantage alone. I originally planned to save you for last, but if I don't use you now, I might not get another chance. Come out, Swampert. Let's use this round as your warm-up. After a moment of calculation, Sato realized there was no way to win this without going all in. He pulled out Swampert's Pokeball and threw it into the air. As a Dark/Ice type, Weevil was highly vulnerable to fighting-type moves. Swampert knew Hammer Arm, a devastating fighting-type move with a base power of 120. If it landed cleanly, the battle could end in a single blow. In the next instant, white light burst from the open Pokeball and struck the ground in front of Sato. Swampert. Swampert landed heavily, glaring at the now serious Weevil. It slammed its fists into the ground with a loud boom, unleashing a battle cry that made the entire field tremble. The thin layer of ice on the battlefield instantly shattered. Sophia, unfazed, pulled a long leather whip from her side and cracked it hard against the ground. Crack! Instantly, a red gleam flashed in Weevil's eyes, and the Never Melt Ice pendant on her chest lit up with a dazzling icy blue glow. That glow quickly spread like liquid across her body, covering her in a shimmering, ice-blue aura. Once fully enveloped, Weevil stomped her right foot down, and a blast of frigid air exploded outward, rapidly refreezing the ground in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the field was once again covered in a slick, thin layer of ice. Then, Weevil became a black blur, gliding silently across the icy surface towards Swampert at incredible speed. But just before the attack came, a high-pitched, glass-shattering screech pierced Sato and Swampert's ears. The noise was unbearable, disrupting their reaction time by just a fraction. In battle, even half a second could spell disaster. Worse, Swampert's defense suddenly dropped, its body glowed with a harsh light, signaling a serious weakening. And then the attack struck. Weevil's claws, now enveloped in chilling ice-type energy and a malevolent dark-type aura, slashed cleanly across Swampert's right arm as she zipped past. It was a ruthless combo, ice punch paired with feint attack, both executed with deadly precision. 2 deep wounds instantly froze the surrounding flesh, leaving icy claw marks embedded into Swampert's body. Chapter 606, Chapter 605, All's Fair in Deception. Weevil wasn't greedy at all, she struck once and immediately retreated. Leveraging her agility on the icy surface, she quickly widened the distance between herself and Swampert. At the same time, her sharp claws made smooth contact with the ice. In that moment, her twin claws resembled ski poles, allowing her to glide and steer effortlessly over the slick battlefield. What an incredible chain of attacks. That move just now was terrifying. Sato had already recovered from the disruptive noise. Sharp-eyed and analytical, he instantly discerned the deeper tactics hidden within Weevil's lightning-fast combo. If Sato's guess was right, during Weevil's high-speed slide along the ice, her claws generated friction with the surface, allowing her to simultaneously execute both Screech and Hone claws. That glass-shattering noise earlier was a result of Weevil sharpening her claws against the ice, boosting her attack power and accuracy, while also unleashing Screech to disrupt both Sato and Swampert. The move significantly reduced Swampert's physical defense. Thanks to this combination, Weevil's next attack, blending her innate moves Ice Punch and Feint Attack, landed squarely on the fragile joint of Swampert's right arm, inflicting massive damage. Though it was just a single turn of combat, the precision of timing and coordination in the execution was seamless and perfectly complementary. If Swampert hadn't been so powerful and tanky, that meticulously designed combo would have been enough to instantly KO any less durable Pokémon. This clearly showcased Sophia's outstanding training abilities. Under her guidance, this Weevil, from the mysterious island's central region, had experienced a geometric leap in combat power, turning into a fearsome dragon-slaying blade. Though Sato quickly deduced the structure of Weevil's assault and had even devised some countermeasures, Swampert's current condition was grim. Besides the severe hit to his right arm, Weevil had left behind a concentrated ice-type energy in the wound. This not only hindered healing but constantly stimulated Swampert's pain receptors. In short, Swampert's right arm was now effectively useless, unable to throw punches for the time being, robbing him of a major portion of his battle strength. Damn it, if only Swampert had Scald right now, this situation wouldn't be so bad. After this fight, if we make it out alive, I absolutely need to find a Scald TM and teach it to Swampert. Through their telepathic link, Sato could clearly feel the state of Swampert's arm. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Indeed, faced with such a dilemma, Sato quickly realized how crucial Scald would be in this kind of battle. She continued using her whip to signal Weevil, ordering her to move across the battlefield, denying Swampert the chance to dig underground, while continuing her relentless blizzard assault. Under the continuous onslaught, the battlefield's temperature kept plummeting. The weather shifted from light snow to heavy snow, and the ground froze over into solid permafrost. Because of the cold, Swampert's frostbitten right arm showed no signs of healing, on the contrary, the damage worsened. Additionally, Swampert's moist water-type skin began to stiffen in the sub-zero conditions. Clearly, Sophia had the patience to play the long game. She was determined not to give Sato and Swampert any chance to turn the tide. She knew that if the temperature kept dropping, the non-ice-type Swampert would eventually freeze solid, ready for Weevil to finish off. Let it all out, Swampert. Forget everything else, use Raging Earth to crush that fucking Weevil. Watching Swampert edge closer to being frozen, Sato's face grew dark. A flash of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he shouted the order loudly. Originally, Sato didn't want to go that far. After all, they were battling in a city center, surrounded by buildings. Given Swampert's current state, if he unleashed Raging Earth, a fusion of earth power and earthquake, there'd be no holding back. If Swampert used it now, not just the arena but the entire surrounding neighborhood could collapse. Still, Sophia's almost dirty tactics left Sato with no choice. Just the thought of defeat made his state of mind, barely suppressed by the camphorwood prayer beads bracelet, explode again. Swampert, already itching to let loose, snapped his drowsy eyes wide open. Bloodlust gleamed in them as he let out a ferocious roar. Though Sophia didn't know what Raging Earth was, she clearly understood it was Sato's last-ditch effort. Swampert's next move would be cataclysmic. Of course the survivors from that island are lunatics. Stop him, Weevil, use Ice Feint Attack. Seeing the madness on Sato's face, Sophia was shaken. She immediately realized his intent and urgently commanded Weevil to stop the move. Weevil dared not delay. She seized her blizzard immediately and sped across the ice, arriving behind the slow-moving Swampert just before he could unleash Raging Earth. A perfect chance. Use Iron Tail, finish it. Hearing Sophia's panic, Sato's lips curled into a small smirk. His face showed no trace of madness now. The main reason Swampert couldn't beat Weevil was his inability to get close, but now, Weevil had come to him instead. Sato seized the moment. Through telepathy, he instantly gave a new command. Swampert expertly halted the difficult Raging Earth, and his tail shimmered with a metallic shine. With all his strength, he swung it around in a full-force Iron Tail. Bang! The sound of air being torn apart echoed. Under the immense force of the Iron Tail, Weevil was launched like a bullet, sent flying across the battlefield. By sheer coincidence, her trajectory aimed her directly at the Viridian Gym's main gate. Boom. Weevil slammed into the tightly shut doors of the Viridian Gym. The massive impact blew them wide open, unable to withstand the power packed into Weevil's body, courtesy of a pissed Swampert. Chapter 607, Chapter 606, I'm panicking too. Sophia could only stare in horror as her Weevil was smacked flying by a single Iron Tail from Swampert, only to crash straight into the door of the Viridian Gym, shattering it violently. She nearly blacked out on the spot. That idiot. Does he even know whose gym this is? If he wants to die by smashing into someone's turf, fine, but don't drag me down with you. Sophia's expression darkened as she glared daggers at Sato. In her mind, thousands of Mudsdales were stampeding in rage. Her cherry lips pursed, and her jewel-like eyes widened in fury as she puffed her cheeks and glowered at him. In that moment, the aloof, Ice Queen image she usually maintained completely collapsed. The gap between her usual demeanor and her current flustered outburst left nearby male spectators completely stunned. Sophia was panicking. If she could, she'd gladly crush Sato's family jewels under her heel, then drag him to apologize to Giovanni in person, just to make it absolutely clear she had nothing to do with this door-smashing incident. Sato, meanwhile, wore a miserable expression as he looked toward the broken entrance of the Viridian gym. One half of the massive doors lay pathetically on the ground, while the other looked like it could collapse at any moment, swaying limply in the wind. He hadn't expected things to end up like this. Sure, the door wasn't broken on purpose, but the consequences were real. Worse yet, the actual Viridian gym leader was probably inside right now, a man who was also the leader of a certain shadowy organization and didn't exactly have the best temper. If Sato didn't go in and explain himself immediately, he had a feeling he wouldn't even make it to the Viridian Gym Challenge part, he'd be blasted into orbit before that. After all, smashing the gym door down was apparently one of the most trendy ways of picking a fight with a gym leader these days, or so the onlookers claimed with mocking grins. How is this my fault? I'm innocent too. I'm panicking over here. Sato glanced sideways at Sophia with the corner of his eye and muttered this bitterly when he saw the usually icy beauty looking like she was about to explode from anger. Ah, hey, pretty lady, maybe we should go explain ourselves, like, now. It's probably the smart thing to do. Sato took a deep breath, turned toward Sophia, and forced a sheepish smile onto his face as he addressed the now tsundere goddess before him. At the sight of Sato shamelessly trying to smooth things over, Sophia instantly returned to her cold and elegant demeanor. She gave him a complicated look, turned around, and strode briskly toward the Viridian gym. She had thoroughly embarrassed herself in front of her idolized leader today. Not only had she lost the battle, but her ace Pokemon had broken the gym's front door in the process. If her brother found out, he'd laugh at her for the rest of her life. Still, despite how humiliating this was, her Weevil was still inside. If she didn't want Giovanni to treat Weevil as an intruder and wipe it out on sight, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk into the Viridian gym. Seeing Sophia take the lead gave Sato a bit of confidence. At least he wasn't going in alone. He quickly returned his Swampert, who had been lounging shamelessly against Arcanine for warmth, and called Arcanine back into its Pokeball as well, then hurried after her. With countless spectators casting gleeful and mocking looks their way, Sato followed Sophia into the pitch-black interior of the Viridian gym, nerves twisted into knots. Meanwhile, deep within the gym's battlefield, Giovanni was staring quizzically at a fainted Weevil lying on the ground. He glanced in the direction from which Weevil had crashed through, then noticed the busted doors and several damaged walls inside his gym. The corners of his mouth twitched, and a huge vein pulsed on the back of his head. Giovanni had a good memory. He recognized this Weevil as Sophia's ace Pokemon. Given its sudden appearance here, he assumed Sophia had been defeated by Sato. What confused him, though, was why Weevil had smashed through the gym door and walls. From what he knew of Sato, the kid didn't seem like the type to pick a fight by smashing through someone's front gate. Could it have been just a battle accident? Giovanni rubbed his chin with one hand and pondered with a strange look on his face. Meow. The Persian sitting beside Giovanni followed his gaze, also noticing the busted door and broken walls. It looked at the unconscious Weevil beside it, scratched its head with a paw, and tilted its head in confusion. Weevil had crashed through the wall and landed right next to it, giving it quite the shock. On instinct, Persian had swiped a paw at it. But before its claw even connected, the just barely upright Weevil had collapsed again with a thud. Persian had seen plenty of Pokemon pretending to faint back when it was a wild Meowth on the streets of the city, but this was the first time it had been the target of such a stunt. It was at a loss for how to respond. Before it could think further about the situation, Persian's ears twitched. Someone had entered the gym. Its expression turned serious. It stood up instinctively, walked to the front of Giovanni, and narrowed its eyes toward the sound of approaching footsteps. Soon enough, the main doors to the Viridian gym's battlefield creaked open. Sato and Sophia stepped in one after the other, locking eyes with Giovanni and Persian. That really is Giovanni. Seeing the familiar figure on the battlefield, the very one countless players had defeated in the games, Sato's heart skipped a beat. Giovanni didn't look pleased. Compared to the massively nerfed version in the games, the real Giovanni exuded an overwhelming presence. Even now, Giovanni was doing nothing but standing there, glancing over at Sato, yet Sato immediately felt a pressure that exceeded what he had felt from Weevil just moments earlier. In fact, upon closer comparison, Sato realized that Giovanni's aura wasn't any weaker than Professor Oak's when the men went into serious mode. It may have even slightly surpassed it due to Giovanni being a real underground boss. Giovanni, a master of ground-type Pokemon worthy of entire books and legends. Seeing him in person now, Sato understood the reputation was not exaggerated. But what made this first meeting so awkward was that Sato hadn't come here after collecting all 8 gym badges, full of confidence, ready to challenge Giovanni. No. He was here to explain a door-smashing accident, all while praying not to get beaten into a pulp. Sir, please, let me explain. It was an accident. It was his fault. After a few seconds of tense silence, both Sato and Sophia suddenly shouted in unison, one pleading, the other blaming, as they addressed Giovanni. Chapter 608, Chapter 607, A Lesson in Humility. 11 p.m., aboard the express train running from Pewter City to Saffron City, in one of the first-class compartments. Sato sat in his seat, eating a hearty dinner. But his face looked like he was suffering from constipation. Even with half the meal still untouched, he'd completely lost his appetite. Sato. That fat guy in the next car just waddled off holding his butt again, told you he ate something wrong, but you didn't believe me. Ooh, Sato. 6 o'clock, there's a gorgeous lady over there. Big chest, long legs, peachy butt, your type, right? Want me to wingman for you? Oh wait, what exactly is a wingman? TCH. My charm's too powerful again. That damned male Spiro's giving me the creepiest look. And you're just going to sit there and let him? Perched on Sato's head was the ever-talkative Natu. She was hyperactive tonight, watching the parade of people in the train car with great interest while bombarding Sato with non-stop telepathic chatter as he tried to eat. Since entering human society, this Natu, far smarter than the average person, had absorbed human language and slang like a sponge. Her mind adapted at lightning speed to modern culture. She'd evolved, in a way, into a chirping, relentless, bird-shaped walkie-talkie. Fortunately for the world, Sato was currently her only recipient, because if anyone else had to deal with her mouth, she might not survive long. Tonight, freshly recovered from a snack just a while ago, Nata was once again deploying her newly learned flirty banter skills, hoping to sweet-talk more treats out of Sato. Eventually, Sato couldn't take it anymore. Faced with a bombardment of sass from a Pokemon whose psychic power far outclassed his own mental resistance, he caved. He pulled out a pack of snacks favored by psychic-type Pokemon, quickly tore it open, and placed it on the table. Ah, you always understand me best. I'm not leaving anymore, I'm sticking with you for life. Overjoyed, Natu instantly stopped her verbal barrage, zipped down to the table, and dove headfirst into the snack bag, half her body disappearing as she munched away in pure bliss. At that moment, the Kecleon, who'd been invisible and quietly resting on Sato's shoulder, perked up. Spotting an opportunity, it darted out its long tongue and snatched up a few fallen snack bits for itself. Hey. You shameless lizard. Stealing my snacks again. Spit it out now, and maybe I'll forgive you. As a psychic type, Nata's senses were razor sharp. She immediately noticed the theft and angrily berated Kecleon through telepathy while still nibbling. Unfortunately for her, Kecleon wasn't Sato, and had long since learned how to tune out her mental spam. With a casual wave, it unleashed a dark-type move and used its protean ability to shift its typing. Now cloaked in dark-type energy, Kecleon completely blocked Nata's telepathic attacks and continued happily munching the stolen crumbs. Nata wasn't about to let that stand. Her snacking rights had been violated. Puffing up with indignation, she popped out of the bag and switched tactics, resorting to good old-fashioned verbal harassment to scold the smug chameleon. Sato, watching this shift of aggression from himself to Kecleon, let out a silent breath of relief and returned to his dinner, quietly amused by the squabble. He still remembered the first time Natu evolved into this talkative creature, it had left him speechless. Thanks to her antics, he'd received no shortage of weird looks from fellow passengers tonight, especially the women. He had tried putting her back in a pokeball. But apparently, Nata had figured out how to teleport out instantly, making containment impossible. As for driving her off, the thought never really occurred to him. Besides, at this point, the snack-loving freeloader had clearly decided she wasn't leaving anytime soon. Sure, she could be a bit of a toxic chatterbox, but ever since she joined, the team had become a lot more lively and entertaining. Even Sato's previously sour mood had started to lift. But that lightness didn't last long. The moment he recalled what had happened earlier at the Viridian gym, his mood soured again. Yes, he had technically left the gym in one piece, but it was with his tail between his legs. He'd been taught a lesson by none other than Giovanni. In a 6v6 practice match, Giovanni had used only a single Nidoqueen, and with it, had obliterated all 6 of Sato's Pokemon. If it had been a champion-tier Nidoqueen, Sato wouldn't have felt so bad. But it was just a level 65 Nidoqueen. Granted, her stats were stellar. She had the sheer force ability, was holding a life orb, and had clearly been trained to perfection. But what truly stunned Sato was this: none of her moves were learned via TMs. They were all passed down, taught directly, resulting in mastery beyond anything standard training could offer. Giovanni had meticulously trained Nidoqueen to unleash devastating combo moves, powerful dual-type techniques that shredded Sato's team. Against his shiny Beautifly, Nidoqueen used a Rock-Electric combo move merging Shock Wave and Stone Edge, an instant takedown. Against his shiny Goridos, she simply used a boosted Thunder attack, empowered by both the Life Orb and Sheer Force, one-hit KO. Against Arcanine, she used a combo of Surf and Earth Power, a Water Ground strike that overwhelmed it. Against Bellossom, she used Sludge Bomb fused with Flamethrower, a Poison Fire combo that annihilated it. Against his Flygon, she froze it with a devastating Blizzard, again boosted by her Life Orb and ability, KO in one move. Only his Swampert managed to hold its ground for a while. But even then, Nidoqueen utilized a flexible, reactive fighting style that turned Swampert's raw power against him. And Swampert's specialty, ground-type moves like Earthquake, Earth Power, or the combo Raging Earth, were rendered laughable. Giovanni had trained Nidoqueen to dismantle those with ease, in ways Sato couldn't even comprehend. In the end, after a grueling clash, Swampert still fell, unable to withstand the sheer force and technical superiority of a Pokémon trained to perfection and loaded with powerful combo moves. Since it had been a clean defeat, a fair battle with no excuses, Sato had no leg to stand on. He couldn't argue, protest, or negotiate. He just had to stand there and accept whatever life lessons/guidance Giovanni had in store. Truth be told, Sato had overthought it a bit. The big boss Giovanni wasn't actually mad at him for secretly visiting Professor Oak. In fact, the reason Giovanni had summoned him to the Viridian Gym was simple: he wanted to formally introduce Sato to his trusted inner circle and give him a reality check, something to make him truly respect Giovanni and ideally inspire loyalty in him. And as much as it hurt to admit, Giovanni's lesson had been incredibly effective. His overwhelming strength planted a seed of fear in Sato's heart that would linger for a long time. For a long time to come, Sato would tread lightly around Giovanni, with no thoughts of rebellion. Of course, Giovanni wasn't just about sticks, he knew when to offer a carrot. As someone who excelled in leadership, he executed the classic slap and reward strategy flawlessly. Knowing full well the trouble Sato was facing, Giovanni handed him a talisman with calming power equal to that of the Camphorwood bracelet, an incredibly rare treasure. He also granted Sato a 6-month leave and other generous perks. Finally, he entrusted Sato with a long-term solo mission so crucial, and the reward so irresistible, that Sato had no choice but to accept. Chapter 609, Chapter 608, Current Pokémon Information. 1. Pokémon, Crobat. Level. Type, Poison/Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Known moves, Cross Poison, Screech, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Air Cutter, Swift, Poison Fang, Mean Look, Leech Life, Haze, Venoshock, Air Slash. Egg move, Hypnosis. Tutor move, Shadow Ball. TM moves, Gust, Protect, Brave Bird, Hidden Power, Electric, Aerial Ace, Taunt. Held item, none. IVs, out of 31. HP. Attack. Defense. Special Attack. Special Defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, purple, total, 143, above 140. 2. Pokémon, Nidorino. Level. Type, Poison. Ability, Hustle. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Poison Sting, Fury Attack, Horn Attack, Helping Hand, Toxic Spikes. Egg moves, Disable, Amnesia, Confusion. Tutor moves, none. TM moves, Poison Jab, Water Pulse, Protect, Hidden Power, Dark, Thunderbolt, Ice Beam. Held item, Everstone. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. Special Attack. Special Defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, purple, total, 168. 3. Pokémon, Bellossom. Level. Type, Grass. Ability, Healer. Gender, Female. Known moves, Magical Leaf, Leaf Storm, Leaf Blade, Giga Drain, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Lucky Chant, Sunny Day, Quiver Dance, Petal Blizzard. Egg moves, Synthesis, Nature Power. Tutor moves, Secret Power, Grassy Terrain, Energy Ball. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Rock, Teeter Dance, Swords Dance. Held item, Miracle Seed. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. Special Attack. Special Defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total, 176. 4. Pokémon, Arcanine. Level. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bite, Roar, Ember, Leer, Odor Sleuth, Helping Hand, reversal, fire fong, take down, flame burst, agility, retaliate, crunch, heat wave, outrage, thunder fong, extreme speed. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, flame charge, flame wheel, overheat, flare blitz. TM moves, protect, hidden power, grass, double team, fire spin, flamethrower. Held item, flame orb. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. Special attack. Special defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total, 177. Special fire type ability, thermal control. A fire type Pokemon with this ability can manipulate the temperature of surrounding flames by consuming its internal fire type energy. The degree to which heat can be raised or lowered depends on the Pokemon's fire control prowess. 5. Pokemon, Ditto. Level. Type, normal. Ability, limber. Gender, genderless. Known move, transform. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, none. TM moves, none. Held item, none. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. Special attack. Special defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, purple, total, 155. 6. Pokemon, Swampert. Level. Type, water/ground. Ability, damp. Gender, male. Known moves, mud slap, tackle, growl, water gun, mud shot, foresight, bide, mud bomb, hammer arm, rock slide, muddy water, take down, earthquake, endeavor. Egg moves, refresh, mirror coat. Tutor moves, ice punch, dig, rain dance, earth power. TM moves, protect, hidden power, flying, rock tomb, icy wind, iron tail, aqua tail, surf. Held item, mutated supreme blue water stone. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. Special attack. Special defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total, 186. Combo moves. 1. Earth Ice Hammer, Hammer Arm plus Earth Power plus Ice Punch. 2. Raging Earth, Earthquake plus Earth Power. 7. Pokemon, Shiny Pelipper. Level. Type, Flying/Water. Ability, Drizzle plus Rain Dish. Gender, female. Known moves, Hurricane, Hydro Cannon, Tailwind, Soak, Growl, Water Gun, Supersonic, Water Sport, Wing Attack, Haze, Water Pulse, Payback, Brine, Stockpile, Swallow, Spit Up. Egg move, Aqua Ring. Tutor moves, Waterfall, Brine, Surf, Scald. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Fairy, Double Team, Ice Beam, Shock Wave. Held item, none. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. Special attack. Special defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total, 183. 8. Pokemon, Shiny Beautifly. Level. Type, Bug/Flying. Ability, Swarm. Gender, female. Known moves, Tackle, String Shot, Poison Sting, Bug Bite, Gust, Absorb, Stun Spore, Morning Sun, Air Cutter, Silver Wind, Attract, Whirlwind, Giga Drain, Bug Buzz, Rage, Quiver Dance. Egg moves, none. Tutor move, Aerial Ace. TM moves, Protect, Shadow Ball, Electroweb, Safeguard. Held item, Mutated Supreme Sky Splitting Stone. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. Special attack. Special defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total, 184. Special trait, Bug Monarch, nature's blessed ruler of bug types. She possesses an extended lifespan and a 50% increase in base stats compared to ordinary bug Pokemon. 9. Pokemon, Meowth. Level. Type, normal. Ability, Technician. Gender, male. Known moves, Scratch, Growl, Bite, Fake Out, Fury Swipes, Screech, Feint Attack, Taunt, Payday, Slash. Egg moves, Foul Play, Odor Sleuth. Tutor moves, Mimic, Water Pulse, Shock Wave, Thief, Snatch, Swift, Shadow Ball. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Fire, Shadow Claw. Held item, Everstone. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. Special attack. Special defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total, 180. 10. Pokemon, Arbok. Level. Type, poison. Ability, shed skin. Gender, male. Known moves, wrap, leer, poison sting, bite, glare, screech, acid, crunch, ice fang, thunder fang, fire fang, stockpile, swallow, spit up, acid spray, mud bomb. Egg move, iron tail. Tutor move, rock tomb. TM moves, protect, hidden power, water, poison jab, aqua tail, giga drain. Held item, poison barb. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. Special attack. Special defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total, 175. Pokemon, Miltank. Level. Type, normal. Ability, scrappy. Gender, female. Known moves, tackle, growl, defense curl, stomp, milk drink, endure, rollout, body slam, zen headbutt. Egg moves, dizzy punch, endure. Tutor moves, none. TM moves, protect, iron head, iron tail. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 28, out of 31. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, purple, total 4, 160. Pokemon, Venipede. Level. Type, bug/poison. Ability, speed boost. Gender, female. Known moves, defense curl, rollout, poison sting, screech, pursuit, protect. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, pin missile. TM moves, none. Held item, none. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP. Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, purple, total 4, 149. Pokemon, Piku. Level. Type, electric. Ability, lightning rod. Gender, male. Known moves, thundershock, charm, tail whip. Egg moves, wish, volt tackle. Tutor moves, magnet rise, thunderbolt, electric terrain. TM moves, none. Held item, soothe bell. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total 4, 180, above 175. Pokemon, Goridos, shiny. Level. Type, water plus flying. Ability, intimidate. Gender, male. Known moves, splash, tackle, bite, thrash, leer, twister, scary face, dragon rage, ice fang, aqua tail, crunch, hydro pump, dragon dance, hurricane, rain dance. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, bounce, hyper beam, surf. TM moves, protect, hidden power, ground, thunderbolt, flamethrower, ice beam, iron head, iron tail. Held item, none. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total 4, 177. Special ability, Tyrant. When Goridos' Intimidate activates, it amplifies the fear effect and continually exerts mental suppression on all creatures within range. Any being whose will fails to resist the pressure will fall into a state of psychological unconsciousness. Pokemon, Kecleon. Level. Type, normal. Ability, Protean. Gender, female. Known moves, Thief, Astonish, Tail Whip, Lick, Scratch, Bind, Shadow Sneak, Feint, Fury Swipes, Sucker Punch, Psybeam, Ancient Power, Slash, Camouflage, Shadow Claw. Egg moves, Nasty Plot. Tutor moves, Skill Swap, Trick, Roleplay. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Fairy, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt. Held item, none. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, blue, total 4, 135. Pokemon, Heracross. Level. Type, bug/fighting. Ability, Moxie. Gender, male. Known moves, Arm Thrust, Bullet Seed, Night Slash, Tackle, Leer, Horn Attack, Endure, Feint, Aerial Ace, Chip Away, Counter, Fury Attack, Brick Break, Pin Missile, Takedown, Megahorn. Egg moves, Focus Punch. Tutor moves, Revenge, Stomping Tantrum, Rock Blast. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Steel, Rock Slide. Held item, none. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, blue, total 4, 126. Pokemon, Bulbasaur. Level. Type, Grass/Poison. Ability, Chlorophyll. Gender, female. Known moves, Tackle, Growl, Vine Whip, Leech Seed. Egg moves, Grassy Terrain, Giga Drain. Tutor moves, Leaf Storm, Power Whip, Solar Beam, Energy Ball, Seed Bomb, Worry Seed, Ingrain. TM moves, none. Held item, Miracle Seed. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total 4, 178. Pokemon, Natu. Level. Type, Psychic/Flying. Ability, Synchronize. Gender, female. Known moves, Peck, Leer, Nightshade, Teleport, Lucky Chant, Telekinesis. Egg moves, Ally Switch, Skill Swap. Tutor moves, Calm Mind, Trick, Psychic Terrain. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Water, Steel Wing. Held item, none. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, purple, total 4, 172. Pokemon, Flygon. Level. Type, Ground/Dragon. Ability, Levitate. Gender, male. Known moves, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Dance, Sand Attack, Sonic Boom, Sucker Punch, Endure, Mud Slap, Stomping Tantrum, Sand Tomb, Rock Slide, Supersonic, Screech, Earth Power, Dragon Tail, Earthquake, Sandstorm, Uproar, Hyper Beam, Dragon Rush. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, Heat Wave, Iron Tail, Fire Punch, Hyper Beam, Protect, Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Steel Wing, Solar Beam. TM moves, Hidden Power, Flying. Held item, none. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. SP. ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, purple, total 4, 158. Chapter 610, Chapter 609, a new priority for training. Around 6 a.m. the next morning, at the Pokemon Center in the heart of Saffron City, a number of trainers, each dressed differently, were coming and going with their Pokemon through the front entrance. Suddenly, the automatic doors, which had just closed, opened once more. A young trainer in a red and black elite trainer uniform strode confidently out of the Pokemon Center. This young trainer exuded a unique aura, mysterious, powerful, and unmistakably individualistic. Combined with the unusual Pokemon on him, he stood out sharply from the crowd, drawing the gaze of many passers-by. At this moment, the young trainer wore a strange red and black cap. What startled many of those watching him was that a pair of eyes occasionally opened beneath the brim and on the back of the cap itself. Perched on the trainer's right shoulder was a Natu, flapping its small wings energetically while curiously scanning the area. At the same time, it was using telekinesis to levitate a bottle of moo milk nearly as large as itself, slowly sipping from it midair. On his left shoulder stood a Kecleon, blending in and out of visibility. Its long tongue would occasionally dart out with lightning speed to snatch away mosquitoes and other insects that tried to get near the trainer. And lastly, lounging on the cap itself, was a yawning Piku. Its soft golden fur sparkled faintly, and a shiny silver bell hung around its neck. A single tuft of messy hair and a black lightning-shaped mark on its forehead made it very eye-catching. This trainer carrying at least 4 Pokemon on his person was none other than Sato. Around 2 a.m. that night, he had arrived in Saffron City via high-speed train and had spent the night at the Central Pokemon Center. Now, most of the Pokemon on Sato's team had been replaced. Except for Swampert, all the others had been transferred to Professor Oak. Even his Arbok and Meowth, originally stored in Cinnabar Town, had been sent to Professor Oak. Currently, Sato had 8 Pokemon with him: Swampert, Piku, Natu, Kecleon, Ditto, Shiny Pelipper, Nidorino, and Miltank. Although 8 Pokemon might seem like a lot, Natu, Kecleon, Ditto, and Miltank were all considered non-combat Pokemon for now. The ones Sato needed to focus on training were Swampert, Piku, the Shiny Pelipper, and Nidorino. Since returning from the mysterious island, Swampert and the others who had adventured alongside Sato had far outpaced the Pokemon who had remained in storage, such as Shiny Pelipper, in terms of strength. As such, Sato had to shift his training focus to Piku, Shiny Pelipper, and Nidorino, 3 Pokemon in urgent need of development. After over a month of growth, Piku had fully emerged from its infant stage. Under Elsa's meticulous care, it was thriving, its body had nearly doubled in size. What was once the size of half a palm was now larger than a full palm. Also, Piku had grown accustomed to using Magnet Rise for movement. After practicing it for more than a month, it had become highly proficient, now able to fly freely through the air at considerable speed. Moreover, it had mastered a trick, using electric terrain to boost its Magnet Rise speed. Within an electric field, Piku could fly at roughly 1.5 times its usual speed. Now, all Sato had to do was continue building his friendship with Piku until it evolved into Pikachu, after which he could begin full-scale training. As for Shiny Pelipper, it hadn't improved much in the past month due to being left to roam freely. It was still only level 39. Since Shiny Pelipper was intended to be the main weather setter on Sato's rain team, that level was clearly not acceptable. Sato needed to raise its level as quickly as possible. To help with this, he gave Shiny Pelipper a special item, a rare mutated Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone necklace originally worn by his Shiny Beautifly. This compensated for Pelipper's naturally slower movement speed. Still, it wasn't like the past month had been wasted. Elsa, a gym leader specializing in water-type Pokemon, and also a Pelipper trainer, had poured considerable effort into training Shiny Pelipper. True to its Golden Tier potential, the Shiny Pelipper had exceptional learning ability. Under Elsa's guidance, it had successfully learned 2 powerful water-type moves, Surf and Scald. Nidorino's situation was similar to Shiny Pelipper's. Since Sato hadn't brought it along to the mysterious island for intensive training, its level now lagged far behind Swampert and the others. On top of that, a major headache for Sato was that he didn't have time to go searching for the mysterious, oversized moon stone used by the Clefairy clan on MT Moon. He had to prioritize solving his own condition by visiting the Slowpoke Temple in Johto. As a result, Nidorino's evolution plan would have to be postponed once again. Fortunately, there was good news. Nidorino had worked extremely hard over the past month. Following Sato's advice, it focused diligently on perfecting moves it wasn't yet good at. Now, Nidorino could unleash the full power of both Thunderbolt and Ice Beam with 100% effectiveness. As for its other moves, like Double Kick, Poison Jab, and Water Pulse, Nidorino had already mastered them and taken them to an elite level. So even though Nidorino hadn't leveled up much, its overall strength had increased significantly. Physically, Nidorino's development was also progressing nicely. Likely due to being in a growth spurt, undergoing rigorous training, and receiving ample nutrition, the once palm-sized baby Nidoran had grown strong, almost like a little bull. And then came the biggest surprise. Sato discovered that Nidorino might possess a remarkable talent for psychic power. Using a rosary-like tool to measure Nidorino's mental strength, Sato was shocked to find that despite being barely a few months old and only casually meditating in his free time, Nidorino already had a psychic stat of 178. Even Natu, usually so proud of its psychic heritage, was stunned and stopped boasting once it learned about Nidorino's raw mental power. While Confusion was the only psychic-type attack Nidorino could currently learn, Sato believed that if its psychic power continued to grow, even just that one move could be used in a wide variety of creative ways. Maybe, just maybe, Nidorino might even break free from the limits of its species and go on to learn more advanced psychic-type techniques in the future. Chapter 611, Chapter 610, A Spirited Familiar Face. Sato first took Piku and his other Pokemon to a nearby breakfast shop. Once everyone had eaten their fill and rested for a while, he received a delivery notification. He returned to the Pokemon Center and collected a package from Nurse Joy. Inside the package was a single, elegant spatial bracelet. But within that bracelet was stored the majority of Sato's belongings. Yes, this finely crafted spatial bracelet now contained what Sato had previously deposited in a private bank in Cinnabar Island. It was worth noting that this spatial bracelet was a high-end model among spatial gear. Sato had spent nearly $2 million purchasing it from a licensed store. Not only did it have a large storage capacity, but it also came equipped with fingerprint recognition. Due to being pressed for time, Sato couldn't make a trip to Cinnabar Island personally. Instead, he made a phone call to the private bank, hoping they could send the items over. Originally, he hadn't expected this to work, but to his surprise, it did. In fact, it wasn't really a surprise. Under normal circumstances, this request wouldn't have gone through. But that private bank was actually operated by Team Rocket. The manager of that bank held considerable authority within the organization and was a direct subordinate of boss Giovanni. Naturally, he recognized Sato as one of Giovanni's newest inner circle recruits. Connections make things easier. After a video call with Sato and confirmation of the emblem he held, the bank manager agreed to deliver the package via Pidgeot courier straight to Saffron City. Of course, the delivery fee still came out of Sato's pocket. After carefully checking the contents of the spatial bracelet and confirming nothing was missing, Sato put it on and left the Pokemon Center. He hailed a taxi from the roadside and instructed the driver to take him to the international airport in Saffron City. Although the Kanto and Johto regions share the same continent, the transportation between them remained inconvenient due to MT Silver. At present, the maglev train line between Kanto's Saffron City and Johto's Goldenrod City was still under construction, so there were only 3 available methods of travel between the two regions. The first method, crossing MT Silver. But this route was only feasible for trainers at or above the pseudo-Elite 4 level. MT Silver was still one of the most dangerous locations in the Pokemon world, home to an endless number of high-level Pokemon. The second method, by ship. Currently, there was a relatively safe sea route established between Kanto's Vermilion City Port and Johto's Olivine City Port, with large passenger vessels making regular weekly round trips. This was the most popular and affordable mode of transport for the general public, though it was time-consuming. Even under the best conditions, the journey took 2 full days. The third method, flying, which was what Sato chose. Both Saffron City in Kanto and Goldenrod City in Johto were major international metropolises with their own airports, making air travel the fastest option. About 10 minutes later, the taxi arrived at Saffron City's international airport. Flights between Kanto and Johto were always in high demand due to their speed and limited seating capacity. Luxury tickets were especially sought after by the wealthy who traveled frequently across regions. Unless one booked several days in advance or had a special VIP membership card, they were nearly impossible to buy. Sato hadn't initially expected to be traveling to Johto in such a rush, so naturally, he hadn't bought a ticket in advance. In the end, since he booked late, he was only able to get a standard ticket. His flight was scheduled for 10 a.m. It was currently 8:33. Assuming everything went smoothly, he would need to start lining up at the boarding counter in just over half an hour. The interior of Saffron City's international airport was, as always, bustling with activity. One could easily spot people and Pokemon from all over the world. Sato didn't pay much attention to the crowd. Upon entering the airport, he headed straight for the waiting lounge, found an empty seat, and sat down. Then he pulled out the latest Pokemon newspaper and began reading. However, the noise inside the terminal was overwhelming. Even though Sato had 2 protective charms suppressing his disturbed mental state, the chaotic environment still left him feeling slightly agitated. He couldn't focus on the newspaper at all. Helpless, he decided to distract himself by looking elsewhere. His gaze landed on a large TV screen in the waiting area. At that moment, the TV was broadcasting today's Kanto League tournament, and it was the highly anticipated semifinals. As soon as Sato saw what was being shown on screen, his eyes were glued there, completely engrossed in the Pokemon battle unfolding before him. Among all the regional league tournaments under the Pokemon League's jurisdiction, the Kanto League was considered the most difficult to win. Each year, it gave rise to many powerful young trainers who made their mark on the Indigo Plateau. This year was no exception. Among this year's crop of talented trainers, one from the Hoenn region stood out above all. Using a Milotic, he had dominated his way through the competition with barely any resistance. The semi-final match was now in its most intense phase. Judging by the state of the battle, the trainer on the blue side was clearly far superior to the one on the red side. He had already defeated 3 of his opponent's Pokemon with Milotic alone. The 4th was now barely holding on. What a powerful Milotic! Such elegant and devastating combo techniques. If the opponent can't find a way to break through her overwhelming regeneration or take her out in one blow, then all of his remaining Pokemon are doomed to be swept away by the dazzling style. As Sato watched the familiar figure confidently command his Milotic to defeat yet another opponent, a serious expression gradually formed on his face. He murmured to himself without realizing it. Yes, the trainer being featured live in the Kanto League semi-final was none other than Wallace, the man to whom Sato owed a great debt. After parting ways with Sato, this noble heir from a prestigious Hoenn family had gone on to win the Grand Festival at the Indigo Plateau. Now, he was only 2 steps away from winning the Kanto League championship as well. Just as Sato had predicted, over the next 10-odd minutes, Wallace's opponent failed to find a way to overcome Milotic's enhanced Aqua Ring combined with its healing item. Unable to break through its continuous regeneration or finish it off instantly, the opponent was ultimately swept. Milotic had pulled off an astonishing 6-on-1. Now, Wallace stood just 1 step away from becoming the Kanto Indigo League champion.